Hello, everyone. Welcome to the VISC 12 Hours of Sebring. Brought to you by Colonies. It's a beautiful day today here at Sebring, although it is hurricane season, so the rain is supposed to come in during the day, but we're not too sure if that will or won't happen. We'll keep an eye out on the weather. I'm with Christian McKeesey here today and Tommy W.
Hi, how you doing?
Lads doing? Good. About to start qualifying here, so should be exciting to see how this goes. Track is pretty thin. Ollie should be okay for the guys, but there's less room for air. Also, in pack racing, it should be interesting.
Definitely, we were seeing the DPIs and LM2 times being really, really close today, so it'll be interesting to see if they get tangled up with each other, even though they're not in the same class.
Yeah, that's true. It seems like the LMP2s can keep up with DPIs if the driver's got the right skill level, so it should be interesting to see how that goes today.
So just call it the chops. If they've got the chops.
Got the chops. Well, I guess it depends on tracks, right? Whatever track's built for guys, feel like the Le Mans track, right? It'd be way more for deep guys, longer straights, it'd be faster speed corners, be way.
Yeah, and there's some of the corners around here, particularly the last corner, which is so bumpy, which can just really kind of bounce the LMP2 and the DPIs about a bit, where the GTs might just be able to ride it just a little bit more comfortably. Compared to those ones, but they'll be interesting when they start lapping some of these cars, and if they do start taking some crazy risks. I hope they don't, but at the same time, it does make it exciting.
You hope they do, and you hope they don't, right?
Exactly. Tobias just coming out the pits, a late entry today.
Stop you eating into the mic.
That's not me that's got the nose bag on. It must be Christian.
Eh.
I'm just having a wee look just to see who's out on track at the moment.
Are they starting with the GTs this today? I think
yeah,
doing it back. Normally
GTs,
they start, yeah.
And then there'll be a 5-minute break after it, and then they'll be going out with the LMP and DPIs. Just going to switch.
It was interesting to see who's smart and waits for everybody to go out of the pits first, or some guys all try to shove out and qualify at the same time, and then they're all bunched up, and their times get hampered severely by that, so.
Yeah. So there we go. That's the first time's been set with a 159.3, and then followed by David Martin with a 159.5 with the GRG Esports Danilo. So I wonder if he'll be able to set a bit faster than that.
Danilo Batesi benchmark, I guess, with the 159.3. Yeah, you're right. David Martin 159.5, so that's pretty close.
Yep. And definitely got a soft spot for Tobias today. Bravely coming in at the last minute to try and find a team, but then self-sponsoring and just going for it himself.
Go for himself for 12 hours.
Absolute maniac.
Yeah, mad lad for sure. That's gonna hurt. That's not gonna be good.
Yeah, I think he'll need to invest in some matchsticks to keep his eyes open towards the end. That would not be for me.
I agree.
Like even for charity, I think I would just really, really struggle to keep myself awake for that length of time.
Yeah, that'd be so hard to do, to stay awake for that long. You could just take an hour break and then let his car just sit in the pits for an hour.
Just watch those spots, the 4, the 8, and the obviously the end.
Exactly.
There's every chance that he could still do that strategy. He could still end up doing a longer distance in some of the other cars if they've had accidents, if he keeps his nose clean through it. Oh. Looks like we've got car 13 approaching turn 1. Was that Lappins coming out in the Corvette?
But I'm not sure.
I think it was, yeah, with Tobias just...
In the 999 car, sweet number. Yeah, let's see how this goes here. Is he on a flying lap right now, Lappins?
I think he's just came out the pits.
Lappins is the VISC GOAT so far, so...
He is just behind the hero, Tobias.
What I found very interesting is that in Daytona, the DPI and LMP2, certain guys were really driving quick, getting good pace. But then those same guys, it's always interesting to see who's better on which tracks, because then Portland, right, other guys really, in a sprint race too, other people elevated themselves.
Yeah, it's just looking like... I don't know if that Ferrari's even got a setup for today. I think he's just in a stock
Ferrari.
Yeah.
Maybe he's sponsored by Ferrari.
With the current performance of Formula One.
That would be so sad. You trying to hurt our feelings? Come on. The worst is I'm just a Seb fan, so I cheer wherever Seb goes, I cheer for. But God, I'm feeling for him.
That's it. And if you are listening and worried about Formula One results, then we will not discuss it at the moment.
I don't know anything.
I don't know anything. I know it's just about to start, or it's just started. So
It's kind of a bummer that Mick Schumacher didn't get to drive around Nürburgring in a Formula One car.
Yeah, and one thing that we can talk about, which is not going to affect any of the results, is a Stroll missing out and Hulkenberg stepping in.
Yeah, did Stroll get sick?
Yeah, just before the race. So who knows what's happened there, but
you know what hopefully. It is? It's Perez. Perez got him sick with corona so that he can keep his seat. They're trying to fight for the seat Racing Point. Who can survive coronavirus?
Oh my God, don't even joke about that shit. Oh, sorry, pardon my French. Oh God. So just watching Tobias just running wide and Lappin's going through. So I'll just try and get back to him just to follow him round, because
I feel like there was more cars on the track earlier. Now there's only 17.
Yeah, it should make quite a packed track though, for the whole 12 hours.
Plus, we always keep saying they'll spread out, but I think in the 24-hour Daytona they were pack racing for 20 hours.
And especially around here as well, there's although there's long straights, there's not ideal places to overtake.
You're going to have to make it work either on a good exit of a corner, or you're going to have to be brave.
And listen to the driver's briefing where they were talking about the orange zones as well, where you could risk double penalties if you do mess up.
Yep.
Then it's, are you willing to risk sitting in the pits with your thoughts for a long time before getting allowed to be released again? So it's I think drivers will make mistakes around this track, as it is just one of these ones. If you do get a momentary lapse of concentration, then you're just gone. So we'll see how that goes. I'll just check where Lappin's finished. Oh, fastest. A 158.7. So that's
faster by Bettesi by a tenth.
It's looking pretty good so far. I think Bottessi's gone back out as well. Lappin's again back out, so Just try and find Batesi.
Airport.
There we go. Got a cool looking skin on that Ferrari as well. Nice seeing the skin pack all loaded up. No white cars. Fantastic.
Yeah. For me, it was they were all black.
All right.
Yeah,
Mine's looked quite heavenly.
Oh, that's nice.
Very spiritual drive.
Tessie with the 158.78. Lappins has a 158.77.
No, and I spun it in the first corner. Whether that was just I'm wanting to get back to the pits.
Oh, that's really. They're pretty far away.
Oh no. He changed whatever he was doing, he changed his mind, but he's back again.
What's always interesting is these guys always do driver changes, so then have their fastest guy for quali, but you never know if anybody else gets in the track if they can hold it.
Yeah. Nice. Absolutely nothing between them, but then there's not much between third place as well.
Yeah, and then fourth is right there with third and fifth. They're all pretty close.
And then when you've got fuel in these cars, depends what tyres they're going to have on as well for the start.
Yeah.
And if they are thinking about, is there going to be rain quite close to the start? Do you just stick on soft tyres with a kind of half fuel load and just kind of go for it for as quick as you can at the start? I think it's going to be inevitable that the rain is going to come. I'll have a quick look at the forecast again, which I think there will be a few of the other teams doing that at the same time.
It also seems like they're going to be way less nice about you having mechanical issues with your car or running out of fuel or anything like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, there'll be...
Well, your engine, that was too bad for you.
That's just tough luck. It's really quite hard to tell if it is going to actually get some rain at the start, but we'll see how it goes. Tobias,
because if you look on track, normally the game shows pretty good. Like, it looks really clear. It looks a little hazy, but that's just...
Yeah, they are using dark sky.
Also, what track temp, I wonder? Like, if it's going to be a hot, rainy, hurricane-y day, it's really humid.
Yeah. Oh, it's really humid. I think we're looking 12 o'clock, which is probably around about... It's still a while away before we should expect some rain, but you would think as a Scotsman I would know exactly when it's going to rain, because we see it often enough.
I know, Canadian here too. It's pretty much rains every day. It's like both of our, same deal.
And this Lappins, they were the fastest first sector so far.
Isn't that the worst when you know if it's a nice warm day and it's a bit windy? You're like, well, this day's going to suck. At some point, it's just going to rain. Oh, it's warm outside. Damn it. It's going to rain.
And looks like he's set his personal best.
Yeah,
he sister as well.
Stuck it in there.
How diddly ho, guys.
Hey, Christian, how you doing?
Good. Just on board with Lappins on a fast lap. He lost it sometime in the first second. Oh, big slide.
He's lost it there.
Oh.
Oof. Oh. And he's won with the track.
He was on an absolute flyer there as well. I was hoping that he was going to get across.
That section, I honestly feel like that section could catch people out, because that bumping...
Yeah, Sunset is such a hard corner, yeah.
All the slabs there are just lifted, and they did not try to put them back flat, so then you get this... you get very scary. He looks like he's flying, too. That's personal best second sector, so...
Sebring is almost like Silverstone if they literally never repaved it since like 1952. That's what Sebring is.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what's really great? The layout we have right now in 1952, guys. Let's never touch it again. I don't think this will cause any issues in the future.
It's just going to be one day it'll be way too cold, and one of those slabs will just get lifted a little too high, and then somebody will become a plane, and then they'll be like, maybe we should look at this.
Oh, but they can't because it's history.
Yeah.
That's like all that little crease there. No, that's historic. Can't touch that. Now, that was Batesi just closing up the gap even more.
Wow.
Such a close fight at the top.
Absolutely nothing in it.
0.016 seconds there, man. Jeez. Gonna be close, this race.
Brad is the bump and run at the first corner. Never look back.
Martin's on for a fast lap right now. In the
Yeah, he's really
second
quick
gear.
right now.
He's really, really trying to get as much out of that Corvette as he possibly can.
Mhm.
It's quick.
Yep.
Because he's done now, so.
In the solo sports Ferrari, closing in on those top guys.
Top 6 are so quick.
Yeah.
You must be thinking when you were talking about the solo sport, I thought you were talking about Tobias, sorry.
Yeah, Tobias trying to just do this race solo. Different energy, though, that.
He's got much better line through there. You can see how much is bouncing about.
Yeah. Tobias is the people's champ. Self.
Right. So, what happens on his fast lap? And he spun it.
Ooh.
Just pushing so hard.
Yeah, just trying to find that extra bit. David Martin just a little bit down on his fast lap. And Ramirez just put in
Sebring's just there's so much grass, and there's not a lot of runoff in certain spots. Like your lap times can fluctuate so much depending on how well you hit a corner. You know, it's not like it's like Silverstone, right? If you run off, you can run off everywhere almost. Silverstone.
Yeah, or you can. Obviously, in the simulation, you can kind of keep the speed up a little bit as well, but yeah, it's
here. If you touch that grass, it's not good for you.
And Ramirez must have made a mistake. He lost half a second in the second sector there on that lap.
That's Christopher Namugan Sim Racing in third with a 158.9 as well, so the times are coming down a wee bit as well. That's going to be tight between the top 4 so far. In fact, even the top 5. I mean, in fact,
I'd be interested to know what kind of brake bias, biases they're running. You know, because a lot of these corners are really hard braking and then quick flick.
Yeah, corner, you can see that. Just the Lappin's just bailing out of the tight right-hander. There, just taking the slip road.
Yeah, the big thing with Sebring is I think this will be a race of attrition, as we see Martin go off there.
And yeah.
Not a lot of time left. Only 6 minutes left in qualifying, so you're going to have to start putting it together now if you haven't. Imagine...
Oh. Hey. Right now it's Lappins, Batesi, Cognac, Martin, Perez, Raza, Bassa, Halston, Bias, Boomshot.
Right. Come on, Tobias. I'm watching him go round. You guys can watch something else, but he's carrying the hopes and dreams of a nation.
Come on, Tobias. Everyone's got their eyes on you.
Yeah, it's going to be...
He's keeping it pretty tidy going round, though. I don't think he's going to be quite as curse of the commentator as he clips the grass there.
Yeah, I know.
The big thing you want to do in this track is you'll want to have your brake bias moved forward for a lot of these sort of trail braking corners. But when you get the hairpin, you want to chuck it right back so you can maximize the... you can shorten the braking zone as much as possible. So you have to be really on the brake bias in these cars, because if you go through some of these sweepers with the braking too far to the back, the car's just going to kick out on you. And then the
GT qualifying is now over. GT qualifying is now over. Finish your laps, please.
Well, Batesi had to back out of the lap he's currently on. Kynick just went off.
Please remember, prototypes, we have a 5-minute gap.
David Martin won't have time. Razasa's slower by 2 seconds on this lap. Same thing with the perfect point.
Bit of a step out from Tobias there.
Yeah, so unless something crazy happens, I think we can safely say that AFP Corvette is on pole right now for GTE.
RG Esports.
Definitely deserves it, and it does look like he's got a bit more in the tank if he needs to, but when he is just pushing that little bit harder, he is risking...
Purple's the first.
And that's Tobias, not doing any better, just going back to the pit lane.
Yeah. Oof.
Bobble there by Lappins.
That lost him a lot of time.
Notice a lot too when they purple the first sector, they usually lose in the second sector.
Yeah.
It's like something about trying to go really quick in the first is not getting enough exit for the second.
Oh, he just backed out of it there. So there you go. That's GTE qualifying. So you got the AFP Corvette on pole. GRG Esports number 57 in second. We have the Mugen, number 88 in third. Solo Sport Racing number 14 in fourth. GRG Sports Car 2 number 75 there in fifth. Random Racing number 13 in sixth. Perfect Point Racing in 14th, and then we got the solo entry there of what was his name again? I feel terrible.
Tobias.
The Hives Bloomskin. Bloomskin.
He's sponsored by Ferrari.
And
they're running the 2021 Ferrari Formula One car.
Oof.
Off break.
Unfortunate that, Chief. So there we go. That's GTE qualifying there, all set and done. And we should just be moments away from the DPIs and LMP2s. So an interesting conversation that was had during the briefing was about how they're looking at trying to find a way to balance the DPIs to be explicitly faster than the LMP2s. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
Is it because the mod for them they're just not quick enough?
Seems to be about that.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, if you're just not as fast a driver as the LMP2 driver, tough nuts, I guess, right?
Yeah,
It sucks to suck.
I think what you would need to do is get the same driver who is comfortable in both of them to try and drive them and just get that kind of difference. But then it's where do you want them? What sort of difference do you want between the cars?
Like in the DRS boost, maybe,
DRS on a DPI.
Not DRS, but make it so that they go 10 more down the straightaway than everybody else.
Yeah.
There was me getting excited at the thought of push to pass.
Push to pass. Well, that's basically what we're probably going to see with the DPI 2.0 rules.
You could do a KERS or something like that, yeah.
Will basically be
DRS
KERS
system
on the KERS on the. See, DRS is the wing opening up. KERS is the actual hybrid.
KERS could be because then KERS you have a set amount of it, so you can choose when to use it. That could be interesting, honestly.
Yeah, because IRL, that's what they're going to do in 2022.
Yeah.
Something
1 minute until prototype qualifying. 1 minute until prototype qualifying.
Well, it should be really good then. I'm really excited to see how that goes. Because KERS would be pretty cool.
But in terms of the game though, they are not the game. In terms of VISC, they're looking at doing a stopgap measure to effectively make the DPIs faster. Outside of the real life, what they're doing. Anyways, I'm interested. Go ahead.
It must be something that the developer or whoever's made the mods have already thought about. So hopefully it is something that's kind of in progress. But it'll just be fine tuning just to get that, like you said, just finding that balance. But it will be kind of just, you don't want it to be too much because you kind of
It's interesting, right, that the LMP2s can beat the DPIs possibly.
Certainly
Green flag prototypes.
Who's coming out first? Where's the?
It looks like there's a.
Oh geez, they're racing on the way out.
That's.
Want the clean air.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, boys, we're qualifying. All right. Not racing
Oof.
yet.
And even the two that have came out the back, still out together. There's one of them's changed their mind, gone back to the pits.
They were smart. They let the one guy go, wait 20 seconds in your head, then go, or 10 seconds, just give them some time to create space that when you're doing your quality laps, you're not on top of each other.
Yeah, but if they're already in that mindset of, like, first across the line, then
Yeah.
no chance.
Yeah.
So the Val, for those who are curious, the 06 Acura Team Penske is the Valet or Val esports car. Just so you know. If you're ever
The Acura
wondering.
Penske.
Yep. And that's our only Acura.
They're not really sponsored by Penske.
That would be very cash money if Penske were
That'd be
actually
kinda
in the
cool,
series. Yeah. I'd take that.
Yeah, things have certainly taken off.
We're like, hey guys, are we racing Greg Biffle?
Jeez.
Penske. I don't know who they.
That was like random. That was a random. I was ready for Simon Pagenaud, Juan Montoya. It's like Greg
Oh,
Biffle.
yeah.
I'm like, what?
Dude, Juan Montoya would be cool, but I feel like he'd be even more dirty.
And angry.
Yeah, Pagenaud too.
That's... Just don't mention Norris.
Oh man. It's like,
No.
I understand the rules if you're an indie driver, but like you're playing a video game and the guy's a Formula 1 driver and he's passing the inside. What are you gonna do? Get over yourselves.
Nah, you're going to wipe him out. I mean, sorry, you're going to let him by.
Yeah, we're just gonna let him by, then he smokes him. Didn't Pagenaud win the Indy 500 last year? Like for real?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
The last Indy 500 though was won by Sato. He won this year.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, had a great
Sato.
drive.
From worst Formula 1 driver to best IndyCar driver.
Finished under caution as well, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
After that incredible crash. Was that
Yeah,
Daly?
the pit lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, God, that was awful.
Yeah.
Well, Ben's Pankata has so far been the fastest to the first sector.
Wow. Look at the time
Ooh.
between him and
Yeah.
Zoltan.
Yeah. Look how
Nothing.
close. Oh, and then
Oh,
Sunveld.
Yeah, these guys
How do
are
I pronounce that?
fast.
G-I-J-S. Gidge? Gidge? I'm just destroying that,
just keep
probably.
an eye on how they're going to come through there.
Sunveld I can nail, but... Oh,
Big slide,
my
big
goodness.
slide. Oh!
Oh,
Oh,
contact.
is that-
Big
and
contact.
Benz was on a fast lap too. That is...
That's brutal. That's
Yeah.
why you leave space.
Yeah.
There you go, boys.
Nope. Now the Valley
Now
Sports is...
He's like, thank you. All this
you.
clean air.
That Sunveld setting a pretty spicy sector 2 as well.
Mhm.
28.3.
Yeah, I did pay...
I don't
go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know if he got caught up in all the shenanigans there just before that.
Yes.
There we go.
Zoltan with the fastest LMP 2 times. That's a 146.572. And, yeah, the Penske's even faster.
146.3.
Yeah.
Purpled everything.
Purpled everything. I think Pankatai Bent's the one that...
I think he was on for about the same, maybe faster.
Yeah.
That's... But, don't feel bad for them, because they didn't leave space in quali.
That's kind of harsh critic.
It's just like, it's just like... Even real world racing.
Oh, you've seen it happening in Formula 1.
I know, you're like, it's like, come on now.
Yeah,
Do your quali lap. Just stop worrying if the other guy's faster than you. If he's faster than you, then just be slower.
But then they did have to get to the point where they had to implement rules to make sure that that wasn't going to happen. So if it's left up to the drivers, they will just kind of
Yeah, well, it's not the driver's
slow
fault.
down, speed up. Yeah,
It's like, it's their job is to race the car. So that's what they're doing.
If you're wondering who's in the Orica 0701 car, that is the F1 RO Endurance team.
Hey,
Now you know. Just backed out of that lap.
Sunveld with a 39.7 first sector.
Oh, he's abandoned that lap though.
Yeah, I'm saying the second sector gets sometimes. That's the hard sector.
Yeah, you're right in what you're saying though. That with the guys getting the purple first sector, it's nearly like a rush of blood to the head, and then they either push too hard in sector 2 because they just want to get like even faster, or maybe it's just that line through the first corner where they're just like taking it too quickly.
It's like it helps you. Yeah, it helps you nail the first, but then it's something about the speed, I guess, on the exit of the first sector because it just seems to really hamper the second. It's almost like going a little smooth and steady to the first sector and then putting it hard to the second sector, maybe.
I'll try and catch somebody. There's Zoltan coming round. I'll jump on board with him just to see how things look as he's coming through, because I definitely want to watch. See how close he is to the pit wall when he's going round.
Yeah. Using all the track, really. I'm never brave enough to do that, to get that close to the wall.
God, he's sliding through the sort of first twisty sections.
We're on board with him here. He's just
Pushed a little bit too hard.
I mean, he's getting so close to the edge of the track, and
That
not
seems-
just at that section.
Yeah, let's see Penkatai here. He's done the. He's purpled the first.
Yep.
He's green the second. So hey, this might be not bad at all.
He's-
He lost some time there, though, in the
Yeah.
second sector.
Got it
yeah,
hooked on the curb there.
using so much of the track. I mean, I wouldn't be brave enough to do that.
That's why we're in the commentary box. We're like the Olympic athletes who like
That's it. Well,
came 8th. You know what I mean?
You guys ever see that
I mean-
video of Jackie Stewart at Monaco, and he was just like he's just standing at what's it after that like drive up the hill at Monaco just after the
3
first
is-
corner. I can't remember what that's called. That
oh, big crash on the straight there.
Sorry, Jackie Stewart there.
oh, he just kept, and everyone who's coming up the hill, he's like letting off. They're off the throttle. And he's saying like you have to be on the throttle the whole way up, but only the best drivers are brave enough to do it. And I was
At
like,
Monaco?
oof. At Monaco, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, see, I feel like Jackie Stewart has more allowed to say that stuff compared to me and you. He's a sir and everything because of his
Yeah.
amazing ability at driving race cars fast.
So here's a
Also-
crazy thought.
Yes.
We're halfway through this qualifying session. We have only one DPI. That being the Valet, the Acura, is the only
I
one
thought-
that set a flying lap in DPI.
Yeah,
I thought
Because there's still
Penkatai
no-
was on for a lap and he has no time.
Yeah, he must have
it
had to
looks like he's
abandon it.
built. There's still 3 of them to set a lap. I think Luca Gray is on one just now. Just try and get down.
Oh,
and have a
yeah.
wee look.
This actually might not be bad.
Yeah, going through Sunset now.
Well, that's a little slow, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, it's bouncing so far out wide there.
Yeah.
Oh, that was pretty quick for Luca Gray.
Yep, up in the third.
Third. Puts himself in third.
And
Those
I
top
think,
2 guys are quick, though, eh?
yeah, I think Rob Gibson and Pantakai will probably just be wanting to just set just something just so that they're.
Marconi and Sunveld are in 146 territories. Penkatai and Gibson just need times now.
Yeah, it's going to be tight.
Going through
Yeah,
turn
10
10
minutes.
here with Gibson.
That wasn't very good.
11
Oh.
into 13 now. No,
Well,
wait, no,
looks
I'm
like-
wrong. That was 15 into 16. This is a track that messes with my mind.
Yeah, there's a couple of sections where they look the same. That's true.
Yeah.
Like a weird.
So, Pantakai coming round the final corner. Look quite smooth, actually.
Gibson as well.
I must have been on an outlap.
Was slow.
But he's absolutely chucking it round. Oh no. Where is he?
Gibson lose it all.
Gibson has gone.
Seems like
8th.
just a little bit overall
Eighth, yeah.
sectors. Second sector he's not bad in, but the third he needs to full second.
That's through the big bend, going towards the hairpin with
I feel bad
Benz.
I feel bad for Benz because I feel like he in like a rhythm there, and then he got the crash, and now it's been all thrown off.
Yeah.
And Sonville setting an even faster lap there as well, a 146 flat.
Jeez, times are coming down. Holy shoot.
Maybe the track's just rubbering in,
Could be the case. Through
Get
the
all that grip up
hairpin.
ready for the rain.
Man, Benz is over half a second off right now. Unfortunate, because he definitely had some pace.
It might just be that he's just putting a sighter in just so that he's got a lap in, and then after that he might push hard again.
That would make sense, because you are running out of time at this point. Same with Ian Longcar there. In the 224. That is the AC Sim Sport. He's got to set up better lap because he's behind GTs now. No way that's representative.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Was he
look at the time from Lappins to Gibson's only 8 seconds. A lot over time, but that's pretty quick for the GT cars to be going.
Yeah. It's a
find out where he's going to be positioned here.
That's not a bad lap if you're just putting a banker in.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I feel like they've definitely gone fast because he lost. Something went wrong in the first sector because he was half a second down. Must have just been unsighted at some point.
It was quite a strange lap to watch because it didn't look like he was going to be anywhere near third position.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously is.
Yeah, Longcar, another mistake. He's now at least qualified over closer to the field, but he was 5 seconds off in the first sector. As Patrick Attila puts in just a ever so slightly faster lap at a 146 flat, or 146.6. Sorry, not a 146 flat. 146 flat would have put him on pole. Leon Chambers
Zoltan out onto the grass.
Oof.
Didn't see what had happened there. Just managed to join him as he was sliding off.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not letting that put him off because he's back out from the pit lane again for another crack at it.
Yeah. Something about that AC Sim Sports Cadillac is just not happy in the first sector because every time I check, Longcar is like already 2 seconds down, 5 seconds down in the first sector, and then the rest of the lap is respectable. But that's a really big hole.
Thing.
Maybe
he's just losing too much.
I feel like he's got to be unsighted at some point in his lap, though, to be that far off.
He's a couple seconds.
And he's looking quite tidy.
Second sector, you're right, he is quick still.
Looking quite tidy through into the last sections.
Yep. Through the whole Le Mans complex.
Let's just stay on board with them and see if we can go around again to see what we could notice in the first.
Yeah. That car is not happy around sunset at all.
No, it looked like all four wheels were off the ground.
Yeah. So that will still be 6th. It's 4 seconds off the pace about. Oof.
That didn't seem bad.
First corner he's losing a lot of time on as well. It doesn't look confident round there at all.
Yeah. The car's just on the... It looks like the car's outside tires are just like not pleased.
Yeah. Through the twisty sections, he's looking quite tidy though. He's in, like you said, just round through the Le Mans complex.
This isn't looking so bad right now. So
let's see where he goes through the hairpin now. It seems like those long corners though are really not where the car wants to be. So after we get through the hairpin and turn 7 complex, 1 second off. That's his fastest though. But yeah, it just looks like legitimately the car is just not up there right now, unfortunately.
It'll be a setup issue for sure, yeah.
Does look like a setup issue. Could just be that they didn't have time to really make one. It is the middle of the school year.
Or if you're working too and you have a work week that's 9 to 5, that could be hard to be motivated to make car setups after work.
Yeah. Much more respectable second sector, though.
Not bad.
Oh, he's off.
Keep it together. That's fine. Keep it together. He didn't lose a lot of
faith.
speed. Have faith.
Yeah, if you look at the sector times, he's close.
Oh,
To,
wait. We've got a.
Ben's just
Banco
purple to the
Tate.
second. Yeah.
He's got a purple middle sector as
Let's
well.
just see.
But his first sector was really slow compared to.
Oh
Sondorf.
wow, the third sector they just killed him.
Yeah.
Personal best though for one car, and
Is that him nudge strobe? Wait. That's
Gibson's now last, yeah.
coming at second.
Egertai, yeah, 146.2. There we go. We finally got it together.
Yep. That's the proper lap he was looking for. 3 minutes left, though. Not a ton of time.
Yeah, they got 2, possibly 3 more laps, depending on where you're at in your lap. That sunset is going to be interesting if they have to do pack racing through it. I'm interested to see what that's going to be like.
So the thing
Because
with,
you can hop pretty okay with somebody
Oof,
behind
somebody-
you, but if someone's beside you,
Somebody really sideways through sunset. Looked like something that was red and black. Yep, Schoonman, who is spun at the first corner.
unfortunate. Not a lot of time. You have enough time probably put in one more lap if you were to leave right now.
Yeah, you need to really charge that. Zoltan out the pits again.
Leon Chambers doing even better.
Yep. Improving all the time in that Delta, number 56. Yeah, it's a little bit more competitive in GT, but there's a really good fight between the top 5, I'd say.
Yeah.
Perhaps even, yeah. Oh, Chambers just abandons that one.
I don't know. It didn't look like it was going to be. Maybe the third sector was just not what he wanted.
Yeah, probably
No.
needs to see the Delta.
I think for the race though, this is like the LMP2's been mixed up with the DPIs could be a bit of an issue.
Yeah. That would be very interesting.
And that's the thing, if you're sitting in one of the DPIs and you've got an LMP2 all over the back of you, are you going to be wanting to let them through, or are you going to be just...
Yeah, you'd have to fight for it. You're gonna have to, I think if I'm in an LMP2 and I'm with the DPI, I'm gonna fight for that position because it's at that point you're going for the overall spots, really. Even though the championship is just in class.
Yeah, but you want points, and if you can get another car between you and somebody in your class, that's not bad either.
Also very true. Very true.
Right? Like, oh no, now you have to fight through DPI, and I'm in front of him.
Yeah, it'll be. I'm sure we'll definitely have some LMP2s and DPIs finishing on the same laps here, which Daytona kind of suggested would be the case all season. I think we even had that situation at Portland. It was not necessary, especially when Portland was an interesting experiment, right? Because you basically said, okay, we're not going to tell you who's LMP2 or who's DPI. Just
All skill.
It's a tight track, Portland. I was quite surprised just having a couple of shots with it with the GTE.
Mhm.
Are the DPIs fastest right now?
Yeah.
One last
Not much.
chance. No, just letting that Cadillac engine sing for a second, I guess.
I think we've got Gray just crossing the line and Chambers as well. And they'll be able to just get this lap in.
Bent's
I'm
on
not
for
sure.
a fast lap, but it's not a... It's going to be an improvement, but he's still not purple anywhere yet.
Alright, quali's officially over, so everyone has to finish these laps, and then...
Yeah. I think there's a chance that Pankatai could put in a good last lap.
Down in the second sector there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
unless he can pull something out the bag for the sector 2, but I think he's just too far off.
mhm.
Typically, again, curse to the
Oh.
commentator as soon as I said it.
Interesting line here.
Abandoned it. But Luca Gray actually with the fastest second sector there in the 360 Cadillac. So if you can pull something off here, this could be a surprise. Wow, and he was only 0.005 of a second off the best time in the first sector. So this is going to be a fast lap from Luca Gray.
All about Sunset.
Put him right up.
Yeah, Sunset goes.
Zoltan is fast
Oh,
enough to be
really
really
bouncy
tight.
around there as well.
Here we go to the line.
Oh, Luca Gray.
Enough to go
Oh
second.
my God, that's so tight.
Jeez. Holy shoot, it's tight at the front there.
Jeez. And Zoltan in third as well overall.
Yep. That is it. That's qualifying, friends.
Look at the speed on Luca Gray as well for his average.
Man. Some pace in that car. So,
Unbelievable.
there we go. Qualifying.
Congratulations to
Done and
Paul.
dusted.
He says Zonveld and also to Ernest Lappin. We'll be moving to warm up momentarily.
So, what did we
Sure.
learn today?
Poor Alex should have gone to sleep rather than staying up till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. So, what did we learn today? Alex cannot pronounce Sonveld's name either. That is just how it is.
What do you say?
I don't. There's a lot of names that are quite hard to pronounce.
My guess is it's Guy Sunveld.
Sonveld, I think that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say that. Yeah, I'm not even going to try
what is that?
because I just feel like anything I would say would insult him. So I'll just.
It's
Hold on.
Ease.
He's. Yeah.
So, while we get into warm up, 10 minutes to just cool your nerves before the whole shebang, let's go through our starting order. So, we have the Val Esports Penske, Val Esports Acura on pole. It's got a Penske skin on it, but that is a Val Esports car. Very, very close to the front. We got Luca Gray in the Cadillac, putting that car on second. 24 thousandths of a second between the two. Basically nothing. Then we have Zoltan Farkani in our first RLMP2, putting that Mugen car in first for LMP2. And we've Benz Penkatai putting that Mugen Sim Racing number 16 Cadillac into fourth in qualifying, but I think the DPIs will start in front of the LMP2, so effectively third. Lucas Patrick Attila, once again, fast in that LMP2 car, for Mugen. Deak. Wow, I need to talk to people more and say, how do you pronounce your name for things? But that Diak Mugen, second in class, fifth overall. Great effort from him. Then we get to Peter Schoenman in the only Mazda, putting that fine Havand Motorsport 137. That is going to be effectively fourth. Leon Chambers with the next LMP2, third place in LMP2. Good job for Delta there. David Pietri in the F1RO Endurance LMP2. What is effectively fourth in LMP2. Fourth, but not last. It was a respectable effort. Should be close. AC Simsport number 224 Cadillac. Eon Longcar putting that car in ninth overall in qualifying, followed by Rob Gibson, RE Racing number 23. I believe that is also a Cadillac. Then we get into the GTEs, where we have the AFP Corvette on pole, with Ernest Lappins putting that car there, with a really, really strong effort in qualifying, but basically no space between them and the first GRG Ferrari, Daniel Battesi with an amazing effort. Then we have the Mugen Racing number 88, Christopher Kynek, putting that car in third, followed by the Solo Sport Racing number 14, David Martin, putting that car in 14th. Then we have the second GRG Esports Ferrari, Ramiro Perez, putting that car into 5th. Michael Rosasa with the Random Racing number 13, followed by the Perfect Point Racing number 74. Then we have the Iron Man, Tobias Bloomskin. He's doing the solo. He's a brave man. But he's doing that from last. Last overall, perhaps, but not last in our hearts.
Nice. Oh, as we've got something very strange happening on the live map.
Oh boy. It's not surprising.
Yeah. I think that's the David Petra flying around the live map. But hopefully everything's okay on the main screen, which it is, thankfully.
Well, I'm going to take these next few moments to run and get myself a coffee. I shall be back.
Fantastic. While that happens, we'll be able to welcome Tom Dillon in with us just now.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Tommy?
I'm great. Matt's here. Christian's just popped off for just a couple of seconds. Did you watch any of the qualifying?
I've been watching the F1, actually. I haven't had much time to catch the VISC.
You'll not be able to... Don't say anything about where anyone's positioned.
No, I won't. Don't worry.
Was it exciting, though?
It was quite exciting, yes. I haven't watched it all yet, but how's the race been going so far?
Race has been good. The guys are pushing really, really hard, and we did see a lot of the cars ending up off into the grass. Just the bumpiness probably catching them out. But I think obviously qualifying is completely different from the race. They can risk putting a car into the wall during the qualifying in this, but I think during the race it's got to be a lot more conservative. Otherwise, they're going to end up with penalties. They're going to end up just with damage and bruised egos. It's just, I'm just trying to work out where folk are going to pass. I'm just watching one of the Oricas just coming up round onto a 488 and just trying to see where he's actually going to be able to get past them. Because when he's catching up through the Le Mans complex just now and really, really closing up on him, and he's just taking a dive. It did look like the 488 did stay out wide for him. But if you're in a battle with a couple of other cars, it's just going to be a real nightmare trying to get by. And again, if you're in obviously one of the faster cars, you're not wanting to waste time with anyone coming up behind you. You're just wanting to try and get past the traffic as quickly as possible. So it'll be interesting to see how things pan out. And
I mean, I know in Daytona there was a lot of incidents throughout the night. Not quite night time yet, obviously, but we will be having some form of night stint, if I'm correct. This race is going to go on till 3 in the morning over here. I've got the live weather up now, and I'm just trying to find on the map where we are. But it looks like it's going to be clear all day, according to Dark Sky.
It depends on what forecast you look at, because it does look like there is rain forecast. Not heavy rain, but there's definitely showers forecast.
Well, there seems to be some form of storm, sort of, in the central USA. I doubt that will make its way down to Florida, which is where the map's position itself. I assume we're in Florida here. Not the most amazing geography skills for myself. Someone will have to tell me about that. But
it won't be night. It might not be nighttime on the track because Florida's in like same time zone I'm in, and it'll be 9 p.m. when the race ends, so the sun might still be up.
But what about the game time? Because I remember the game time was when it was 7 p.m. UK back in Daytona. It was actually 6 p.m. in the game. So, wondering whether that's.
Did the same thing, yeah.
But 1 minute 48 to go until we get into this race, and I think it'll be really interesting to see the kind of how aggressive the LMP2s are and DPIs on lap 1, because obviously those cars have a lot of downforce and that they can get pretty racy. Having watched VEC a couple of weeks ago, they got very racy on the first few laps, and I wonder if it'll be something similar here.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. I was just watching Luca Gray going round a couple of corners, and just when you're talking about downforce, I don't know if some of them aren't running as much downforce. They're just trying to capitalise the speed in the straights, because they do look like they're running a wee bit wide, unless he's actually just running a full tank at the moment, and just trying to get that feeling for how it's going to be at the start of the race. But definitely not as stable as he was in qualifying.
From experience racing here myself, I did a GTE race at the start of this year. I can say that you do need quite low downforce setups because, of course, that massive straight, that back straight, and of course the pit straight as well. It's a very, very high power track. And you need to maximise your downforce down that back straight.
Yeah, and I suppose you'll be wanting to try and get round the Sunset without going wide into the walls, as he's just bouncing around it now. Oh,
Following one of the GT cars, and if you excuse me, I've got to get the entry list up.
yeah, that's no problem at all. Take your time.
I've run out of space on my monitor though. I've got TeamSpeak on one quarter, the Discord screen share provided by Christian on another, the live weather on another, and then the live timing. So I'm pretty much done for screen real estate ahead of this one.
I had problems with I can't get my R Factor 2 to work in a windowed mode, so I'm having to flick between things, so that's a little bit awkward, but I'll try and sort that out before
We
I
are
get on to the
moving
next
sessions
session.
momentarily. Be aware. Reminder to all GT cars, do not leave the grid until told otherwise. Do not leave the grid until told otherwise.
Race director Alex
Please
Skinner
also
there.
remember to fill the car up with plenty of fuel.
Giving team strategy advice, which is quite interesting.
Okay,
There's
so they
nothing
are
worse than
actually mixing the DPIs and the LMP2s just based off their overall position. Interesting.
I think that's definitely the kind of thing that should be done, actually, because I think throughout this championship we are going to see fights between DPIs and LMP2s for the overall win, mainly because it's just the DPIs are built for Daytona, and obviously the LMP2s are built for Le Mans, so I feel like they're going to be very similar pace outside of the two tracks that they're built for, respectively. Not sure the engine rules, though.
Well, they definitely were quicker in Daytona, but it's built for that kind of high speed. The warm-up lap starting.
Prototype formation lap on the pit limiter. Prototype formation lap on the pit limiter.
So, curious.
Oh,
One of the DPIs did not leave the pits.
yeah, Rob Gibson is still in the pits.
That's the RE Racing Cadillac. Have to start from the pits. That'll hurt them for sure.
GTs, commence your formation lap on the pit limiter. GTs, commence your formation lap on the pit limiter.
Here comes Rob Gibson now. Will he get to be away with this?
There is a Mazda leaving the pit lane. Be aware there's a Mazda
perfect.
leaving the pit lane that will be allowed to
There we
pass
go.
you guys when the lights go green.
Nope, that's our Mazda. I'm an
Rob,
idiot.
pit light is red, by the way.
Pit light is red. Yep.
Oh.
Oh wow, that just saved.
That
We've
was
got penalties now, actually. According to the,
Don't worry, Rob, carry on. I'll remove the penalty. Fuck's.
So let's just take this pace lap as an opportunity to see what our qualifying was like.
This will be quite interesting for me, actually, having missed the qualifying.
There you go. So, just so you know, that number 6 is the Valley Sports car, the Penske.
Rob, you
Acura.
are allowed to overtake the GTs, by the way.
Nope, there you go. Good to know. So yes,
Just make your way up to the back of the prototype field.
so the Val Esports Acura is on pole, followed by the AC Sim Sport number 224. Actually, no, that's the... Never mind, I'm an idiot. That's the 360 Motorsport number 36. Followed by the first of the LMP2, Zoltan Varkani, with an absolute flyer in that LMP2, putting that car into third. Followed by Bence Penkatai, who was second until basically the last seconds of qualifying.
Yeah, wow, you got jumped.
Yep. We've got Lucas Patrick Attila in the second LMP2, and these people are basically all within half a second of each other, which is crazy to think. Peter Schoenman in the Fine Avant Motorsport number 137, followed by Leon Chambers in the Delta Autosport number 56. David Pietri in the the fourth place LMP2. What am I doing with my life? And that is the F1 Aro Endurance LMP2, if you're ever wondering. After that, we have Ian Longcar in the AC Simsport number 224, and then Rob Gibson in that Mazda that just had to leave the pits there. After that, we get to our good friends in GTE. So we'll start there with Ernst Lappens in the AFP Corvette, putting that car on pole. Then very, very, very close behind is Daniel Patesi in the GRG Esports number 57 Ferrari. Christopher Kynick in the Mugen Sim Racing number 88, followed by David Martin in the Solo Sport Racing number 14, Ramiro Perez in the second GRG Ferrari, Michael Rosas on the Random Racing number 13, Simon
Alright, they're coming
Colson,
around.
and then Tobias Bloomskin, who's going to Ironman this race all alone. They're just on the back stretch now.
Prototypes, please line up double file with the pole sitter on the outside of the back straight.
I've done 6-hour races solo before, and I can tell you even that was unbearable, that particular one being around the Nordschleife, so I can't imagine.
Oh my god, 6 hours in the Nordschleife by yourself.
It didn't end particularly well, but I can't imagine what that what that LMP2 is going to be going through throughout the course of this race. Double.
GTs, please line up double file with the pole sitter on the outside of the back straight.
The good thing is for Tobias is he isn't actually alone. He is carrying the hopes and dreams and all our wishes, so he'll be fine. I mean, 12 hours, it will just fly by.
Prototypes, prepare for green flag.
But we're going to go green here momentarily. I don't know who's going to be leading us through this first lap.
Does anybody know at this point?
Green flag prototype.
And here we are, green.
Start from
Okay.
It's immediately...
GTs, prepare for green.
Ooh,
4
three
wide in the
abreast.
first. This is going to be interesting.
Valley Sports...
Sonville getting a good tight line there.
It looks okay still. Oh, contact!
Everybody's through okay, though.
That's David Peter.
GT green flag.
The last thing you want to do on these starts is to get damage early on and have to pit and be already down the field as the GTs go to green and they're already getting their elbows out, trying to make up positions into turn 1. Turn 1, of course, actually being the only place, as some drivers say, to get free positions. Whether you want to do that on lap 1 of a 12-hour
It seems like a clean getaway here too for the GT cars.
Wow. Very respectful for a track like Sebring through here. Great work, people.
And I think everyone will just kind of be content with formation flying throughout the first sort of stint of this race.
Yeah, you say that, but I still think there'll be a couple of them that will want to just try and get ahead.
On that note, Zoltan Vakani went down from 3rd to 8th in that first lap.
Oof, they must have had a wee spin somewhere.
Yep.
Because Petra's right down as well. I think, did he start 4th? Or am I just imagining things?
David, he got pushed really wide and went on the grass, so he went all the way down to the last. And,
Yeah.
Oh, Peter Schumann going around the outside. He's going to switch back on the DPI. They're not giving each other any inch of room as he does get through there. Sorry, the LMP2 was.
We'll see how they go into the first here.
DPI's gone defensive. Is he going to be able to hold it from the LMP2 around the outside? Excellent move from the LMP2, though he's onto the sand there, and he's going to have to concede that position for the time being. He has got, that's Lucas Patrick Attila we're now riding on board with. He has got a bit of pressure from behind as well, and I'm sure he's going to be desperate to make.
Yeah, Schuneman, Attila, and Pekatai there, all racing for third. Oh, he's looking again. Attila, oh, he didn't have the... He looked, though.
Definitely did have a good think about that one.
Yeah. As Sunveld purples the first sector.
Yeah, I think with all the battling going on behind, he's just been kind of left alone. But look at
Okay,
Gray still
drivers,
hanging
we
on.
come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There's a code 80 already.
I don't see for what.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Everyone seems
Code
to
80
be...
enforced. You need...
I wonder what happened, because everyone seems to be doing well. Tobias has got himself all the way up to the fourth.
He's got to enjoy the driving whilst he can, because come about 6 o'clock tonight, he will not be enjoying it.
I don't know what I wish we knew what the Code 80 was about, because it seemed like everything was going pretty good.
Unless there's been someone lagging about a bit out the back, and Alex just wants to code 80 while he can.
I found it.
Of...
Zoltan Verkani has no rear wing.
No rear wing for Verkani. You're right.
Oh.
Man, such a massive qualifying effort has just fallen
He
apart
went from
so
third
quickly.
to no rear wing in eighth.
Well, it's still a marathon, not a sprint, so he'll be able to get that car patched up and going again. And there's my dog making some noise, which is fantastic.
Especially with 12-hour race as well, it would seem pretty much game over in a 6-hour. But, I mean, look at Lappins.
That'll be a 30-second stop and hold for the RE Racing number 23 of Rob Gibson for causing an avoidable collision in an orange zone. In an orange zone. Thank you.
Okay.
So, that's going to be horrible for them as well.
So Gibson's caused the collision between him and Verkani, and he did it in one of the orange sections, which means his penalty is doubled.
Slapped on both hands.
And the thing is now the tyres for everyone's going to get really, really cold, and I'm wondering if Zoltan's going to opt to repair just the rear wing and obviously any other damage he's got, whether he's going to take some.
I think the time will be so much that might as well just.
Because of course
I know though.
He could have flat spotted them in a spin. Obviously, haven't seen the incident yet, but would be interesting.
While this Code 80 is getting sorted, I'm going to take the time to dip out. And I'll be back on later on. So I hope the rest of the broadcast goes well, and it's still really exciting. But unfortunately, I myself, I've got a race to do this afternoon as well.
Have a wonderful day, man. Thanks for coming in.
Cheers.
Yep,
Okay, drivers, back
Tommy?
to green in 10 seconds.
Rob's the one who's got the penalty. Not,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Yeah, Zoltan's going to be lapped down, possibly 2 laps down with this stop here.
Well, we saw in the Raw though.
And look at Gray is still close though. I know Sunvelt's quick, but Gray is not letting him get away.
No, the GTs are already having a bit of a battle here. The GTE cars.
Patesi, Lappin, Patesi, they're all so close. It's gonna be interesting. This first corner is always who goes for it.
3 different teams in a second of each other here.
It's always hard to keep track of all the different battles on the track.
It's
Penalty
interesting.
He served it as soon as we went back to green.
Yep, there you go. It's interesting how many Ferraris we've seen in this field today, especially given how strong we've seen the Corvette can be.
The overlay seems.
Yeah, but you're just a Corvette stan, so we can't take your. You're blinded by love. But the Corvette is so quick. You're right.
Yes, I forgot the code 80 up on the overlay. It's fixed. Everything's fine.
Interestingly, not many teams that I can see opting for the Aston Martin, one of the more famous GT cars.
Yeah, Kynak's in the Aston Martin.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Down in 5th himself.
And then it's Ferrari.
More of a
Lappins
Ferrari
is
challenge.
showing you why that the Corvette's good, though.
That Corvette AFP immediately being a contender for the championship. I believe the sprint race last week, they won by a lap, which is really impressive.
Yeah, that's the... I think, yeah, the Portland strategy just worked out
Kynek is
perfectly.
all over the back of Tobias Blumschein here. I think he's gonna... He's looking. Big look now into sunset, is this? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Interesting. Perez is Perez trying to capitalize on their battle right now.
Yeah. Man, just close fighting all throughout GT.
Luca Gray purpled the first sector. Just he is holding that second gap to Sunville. They seem to be almost identical in speed. It's crazy.
Yeah, you got to think Kynek's feeling a little bit held up. Man, everyone's going very wide. Kynek's going to go for it. He backs out. That was smart. Not a good passing zone there.
He's got to set himself up. He's got to just hold the racing line, get it smooth so that his exit's good, and then on the straight, that's where he needs to try to get it done.
Yeah,
but if the Ferrari power, man, like Ferraris on straights, it's like the Corvette. That's kind of...
Yeah, and you got to know that... Oh, wow.
Oh, Perez. Probably. Big lock up there from Blumschein.
Yeah. Oh, he's all kinds of out of shape coming out of the hairpin. Man, this is a close fight here. This is for 5th at this point.
Yeah, this is very... Oh, Kynek's looking. He keeps looking, but he just doesn't have enough speed on the straights, eh?
Yeah.
In the corners, he's got his number, but...
And this is where you have to just wait, because...
And Sunfeld with a 146.7.
Jeez. Yeah, you just gotta wait through this section now, because there's not a lot of... There's no safe zone here, and you don't want the penalty.
I'll see what the patience is on Kynek, but at some point he'll have to be a little impatient. See, oh, he went wide. Perez capitalizing.
Some contact there. Perez is going to be through, though. No, spins!
Again!
That was not smart by Kynek. He just... big accident!
Big contact.
That's Rosasa there who got into that, and that
where was he supposed
Perez
to go?
is wrecked. Yeah. Kynek should not have tried to do what he did there, though. That was a... He just had to let that go.
Think.
Be aware, there is a slow car on the right-hand side of the back straight.
Wow, Perez not code 80 this.
So wrecked. Oh yeah.
They're all lucky that they didn't get that they got away with that. As much as they did, could have been a lot worse actually. Because he's now crabbing down the straight.
I'm just gonna get real dangerous here when it comes to someone's coming up on him during sunset.
That's what's happening right now. The leaders are just going to catch up to him as he just gets into sunset.
Be aware, slow car on the inside of the final corner. Slow car on the inside of the final corner.
Sunveld.
Take that Val very wide through here. Yeah,
that's good. That was good.
Now. Yep. Man,
Hit entry.
I don't know about you, but I think
now clear. Track is now clear.
I think Kynyak did cause that.
Yeah, it was a bad decision on Kynek's part.
Did he go to block him there? Or did he just lose it a little bit? It looked interesting, you know?
He mustn't have known that Perez was on the inside, and he just swooped in. And
but I mean, how did he not know?
Yeah, that was at the end of the day, bad. It was not... I understand how it happened.
Martin is close to Patesi right now. Just another battle that could be going on. That's the closest deltas right now.
Yep.
I understand how it happens, but at this point of the race, we're barely...
Yeah, way too early to be that aggressive.
Way too early. We're only 15 minutes in. We have 725 minutes to go.
Yep.
But of course, in the driver's defence, if you feel you've got the extra pace on someone, it can be worth it sometimes going for an aggressive move.
Gibson is slowly moving himself back up to the... he's getting himself through the field again. Zoltan's still a lap down. We'll see. I always wonder, too, if he can be smooth enough, right? Maybe he's not the quickest, but if Zoltan could be smooth enough, when everybody pits, if he could double stint long enough, he could just either pit for, just some fuel or try to stay out even and unlap himself. Because being down a lap this early is not the worst, but it's also something you want to try to get corrected very soon.
True. So, here we are, 10 minutes in, already had a code 80 and another big accident that didn't cause one. It's going to be a race of attrition, folks, I think. Follow.
Gibson and Martin almost coming together there.
Yeah.
Well, cheeky by Gibson, but he has no choice. He has got to push.
Yeah, it's Zoltan unlapping himself there on David Petre in the F1R Endurance LMP2 car. Man, Perez is still in the pits.
Oh, it was bad back then. He was crabbing so bad.
Yeah, that is...
He was going like 40.
Not good luck for the GRG squad in the number 75 there. Nothing they could have done.
Luca Gray still holding that second gap to Sunville, so I feel like this could be a come down to pits strategy here for the top two positions. Then there's an 8-second gap from Gray to Pekatai.
Mm-hmm.
And Martin is close to Patesi under a second now, so that's closest. Although it does look kind of like Patesi is holding that gap.
Yeah, close battle between Acura and Cadillac at the front here. Luca Gray is putting on all kinds of pressure there.
Oh, yeah, he's close.
Yeah.
Wow.
360 versus Val at the front right now. His Lappins puts in another fastest lap. Through sunset.
Oh my god, so close. Luca Gray was so tight around that. Wow.
Yeah, that car is very settled over the bumps.
I'm on board with him to see, because this is really interesting right now.
Now through turn 1, a little bit slower there, but you can see that Acura just putting up some smoke through the corner. Now to turn 2,
Oof.
3, 4, and 5 now.
Yeah, this middle sector here, sector 2 is built for GT. It's just so difficult for those DPIs, LMP2s at low speed through that.
Yeah, you see Tobias Bloomskin now just in front in the Ferrari. Locking
Big lock up.
Luca
We
Gray.
gave him the space.
Yeah, that was good for Luca Gray, actually. Didn't get him caught up there.
Well, they're the closest battle on track now, as Martin's now a second and a half behind Patesi, so he must have had a mistake somewhere.
Yeah.
Perez is a lap down. He's out of the pits, though, at least.
Yeah. There's so many places to make a mistake on this track, though. It's a hard track.
I've been looking at the stream of the Mugen Sim Racing number 22, the LMP2 that obviously had that incident earlier on, and they seem to be quite slow, struggling with a lot of oversteer.
Well, we do know that the damage doesn't always get fully repaired, right? They kind of repair what they can, and then they always leave you with a bit of damage because you had damage in the race. So, depending on what happened in that crash, they could be really in trouble.
Their previous lap was a 149. The lap before that was a 150. The leaders are doing 148s and 147s, so not ideal for that number 22 car.
Man, to think that was like the pole car in that class. They were so fast. Yeah, that's just very.
That's Zoltan, right?
Yep.
A team of multiple Zoltans actually. Zoltan Boda and Zoltan of Konyi.
It's a requirement.
It's a requirement.
Oh, is that Lappins right there? No.
No.
Oh my goodness gracious!
That was the solo sport racing number 14, which I believe David Martin's in right now.
Yep.
Nick Newcomb is saying that his car, I'll have to double check which one they're driving, is stronger in Sector 2.
Yeah, it might be Contesi.
Different wings to the car ahead.
Yeah, that could make sense. Yeah, it's as you were saying earlier, it's like a power-heavy track, but you need the downforce.
Yeah, for the like medium speed corners. Okay?
Yeah.
A lot of those.
Yep. Man, close.
The issue is you could push really hard in the Bravery, right? But your tires on this old track will start to go.
Yep, tire wear will be a big issue in this race.
Is that Lappins right there? Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna hold up.
Wow.
You could see how much faster the LMPs and DPIs are than the
Are
GTs
Lappins and
here.
Luca Gray on the same team?
No, they are not.
What? Oh, but
Luca
Luca
Gray
Gray
way off though. Got a
throws
little
it away.
got too excited. Now he's got to get past Lappins into Sunset, which he'll do easily.
That was his chance, I feel.
Oh, Lappins actually tries to come back at him into the braking zone.
We have a close fight between second and third now in LMP2.
Stop and go for 60 seconds applied to Christopher Kienek for causing a collision resulting in major damage in an orange zone.
Oh,
That was the penalty for that accident we saw earlier with Perez, I'm sure.
yes. Yep, the stewards looked it over. That makes sense. So he has to come in for that then, eh?
Yep. That will be a big pain. At least it's early on. You can make that up.
That'll be a lap least lost for that car.
Yeah. Big hurt.
So David Pietri getting quite close to the GTE Corvette there.
Yeah.
As the Corvette itself is lock up into the left-hander.
Yeah, I think there must be. I think Tobias has got to look at his brake balance because he's locked up everywhere. Locking up those front tires a lot. And
Luca Gray is close again. I mean, it's interesting. He just needs to get his nerves, I think, under check, eh? And then he'll be really set. Just get some smooth corners going.
the other case of it could just be that the Acura versus the Cadillac in different parts of the track as well.
True.
As always, going for a move is David Petri. Thinks better of it.
Yeah.
Going for second place in LMP2.
Sorry. Just Sundveld ran wide there into the back straight, so he lost a bit of time in the grass.
This is going to be an interesting battle, actually, between the
Chambers and Petra.
between the Oreca number 1 and the Delta Autosport number 56.
Oh yeah, you're right. He's all over the back of him.
I think we're going to see just how powerful the tow is from the LMP2s down this straight, if it, or at least get a conclusion. And it looks like that second place car, the number 56, has just got better top speed. And I love this final corner at Sebring. You just see the bumps on this bonnet gammers.
Oh wow, he's really close. Good run for
Petre in the F1.
Petre against Chambers there.
Such a bumpy track, this, and I think this camera does it really justice. The 56 taking a tighter line through turn 1. And this number 1 car is a lot faster through sector 2, it seems. It must be that they're running much higher downforce than the 56 car.
Yeah, some teams are running more wings than other teams. It's more just, yeah, I honestly would want more speed in those turning sectors. Oh geez, Chambers gets a little loose. I'd want more speed in the turns, because that's where you can gain everything. And if you have a good enough tow, you can do okay, but
As someone who drives the LMP2 cars very regularly, actually, it's probably the car I drive the most in R-Factor 2. I can say that they lend themselves much nicer to the low downforce setup. You can oh dear.
Oh, what was that? Oh my goodness.
The GT cars just kind of squeezed him a little bit.
What is that?
Flashing his lights in fury.
Well, he blocked him. He tried to come back on David Petre, so I think that was David Martin who did that. Not good.
Yeah, on most tracks, the LMP2s actually find themselves running Le Mans Aero just because of how better they are with low downforce setups. than
We'll
higher
see if the
downforce.
steward said anything about that block.
I could see that easily being a stop and go penalty.
Bad. It might have caused damage too. They did cut contact, so it might have caused damage to Petra's card.
Did anyone manage to catch any of the driver's briefing?
Yes.
Any particular notes?
They are being way harder. There's orange zones now, so if you do certain things and cause like problems in these orange zones, your penalty is doubled. They're being way harder. Like if you blow your engine, that's too bad for you. There's no more assistance there. They're going to be really hard on them about this stuff now, and that they seem to really be on it, the stewards. So.
Oh wow! I know too well the engine troubles that you can have in LMP2 cars. Myself, I was doing the ERC Road America, the 24-hour race, and it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and the engine just blew up randomly. So,
part of the racing, eh?
16 hours out of the window.
Oof. Not a lot of people survived that race.
The GTE cars don't seem to be really letting the LMP2s by.
No,
like,
they
very
are
nicely, you know? Like they're kind of being.
I feel like at this stage,
They need to
of the
stop
race,
coming back at them.
Yeah, I feel like at this stage in the race, especially, they really want to try and stay with the.
Petra's caught Chambers back up too, by the way.
It's sort of this part of the race where you really can visualize the time losses. You can pretty much see the car ahead of you. Whereas when you're sort of 6 hours in and you've got 30 seconds the car ahead, 30 seconds behind you, you don't really, every little mistake, you don't really see the weight of it. So I think that causes people to be a bit more racy, trying to not lose time in the first sort of hour or so.
Oh, wow.
Very different line there in the F1 endurance car, but I think that's going to give them a much better run on this straight.
Taking a late apex.
Yeah, Petra is doing everything he can to make up for the block that happened on him.
I think he'll get this number 2 car, this number 56 car, but whether he's able to stay ahead, I really couldn't tell you.
Yeah, he's just so much faster in the twisty bits, but then you can see the downforce is making all the difference on the straight.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they had much about them, they'd probably sort of work with this 56.
Also, Luca Gray is all over the back of Sunbelt 2 for the lead here. They're on top of each other, so just a heads up.
Scheinfeld, Patrick Attila, and Lapins being the top, the class leaders at the minute. Luca Gray doing all he can, using all the track, actually dipping into the gravel, heading down this back straight. It can be really frustrating watching these these battles, actually, just because of the differing setups.
Chambers went so wide. Petra might have him right here. This might be it.
Got my hopes up, man. Jeez.
I mean, Chambers went so wide that Petra was on the back of him. Like he could read his license plate number.
Look at the extra speed that 56 has got down the straight. That's why it's so frustrating, because no matter what Petri does, he's not faster in the important parts of the track, and you're only going to do most of your overtaking down that back straight, really.
So maybe it's, as you said, though, maybe they are just going to have to just work together.
Gray. Oh. There's these two battles. Luca Gray is all over Sunveld, and Sunveld's feeling the pressure and starts making mistakes. He's been making mistakes in corners and locking up and a little too deep. Although here he really did a nice job blocking them.
Yeah, well, we're getting to that part of the stint now where you're going to start noticing the tires. It's been about half an hour, so you will definitely be starting to feel the wear.
is all over Chambers here. Oh, he went for it outside. Oh, held it in. And Chambers spins, and Petra's around ahead of him.
Oh, now, from what you've described there, that sounded like a very ballsy and partly stupid move, actually. But he seemed to make it stick quite well.
Went outside. Chambers held the inside, just locked up the brakes and spun it, and then Petra just crossed him over, and now he's down the road.
Oh, you can. I think really the only thing separating those two cars would be mistakes. Looking at their lap
I'm with Gray and
times,
Sunveld.
looking at their lap times that they're doing within 2/10 of each other. Leon Chambers actually being faster on that last lap, so it's very much going to be them two across the entirety of this race. There's GT traffic getting in the way into turn one of Luca Gray.
I think that's Simon Colston.
Quite lucky those two to get away with that. There.
Oh, Gray is it's almost like Gray and Sunveld. Gray gets chances, but then makes like the same mistake Sunveld made like a corner earlier, you know, and loses it again. I think it's close.
It's going to require a very, very big move.
Oh, here we go.
This one stick, and I think this might be the run. If there's going to be any, there's no real long braking zones on this track though that you can get someone into. But
Luca Gray has come a long way from Daytona. Wasn't his car the one that drove all the way across the infield? And
yes, he got banned actually. I believe after that.
He got aim as well. Car accident was stuck in gear and it rolled all the way. That's pretty funny.
I think I was driving at that time. I didn't actually see what happened all too well.
Oh wow, good exit there for Sunveld.
I think this is where that Val car comes into its own. Of course, Val being they've got Justin van der Smissen as well, one of their drivers from Daytona. Doing a lot better here than they did at Daytona. Shows how that team, how good they are when they have the proper preparation and don't sign up during the warm-up session. Still without a livery though, Val, which is a shame. They usually have some very nice liveries.
We got a really nice stretch here of no penalties.
Yeah, doing better.
Yellow
in sector 3. Cleared though very quickly. Whoop! All sorts of off the track
Coulson. Simon Coulson. On it on the sunset. Makes sense.
Oh, that car's damaged
ruthless.
too. Hopefully not too critically.
It's this part of the race where you really have to, kind of weigh up whether you want to pit and repair that damage or just kind of try and stay on pace with the cars ahead. It depends on how much it's losing you, as Massi Riboli, the team owner of Val, says that their livery guy has some personal issues, so hasn't been able to sort out the orange and black Val car. As that LMP2 flies by, takes two into one corner.
Give you a sense of a speed difference between the two classes. Oh, Rosas's got a good run here, though.
That rear right bumper looks quite bad on the car that's ahead here.
Yeah, that's the car, spun it into the sunset. Oh, and he goes wide.
He's going to have to come in and repair that damage, you'd think.
Oh, yeah. He spun it into the sunset, and the back end of his car went into the wall. Like, he spun and then went flying into the wall back end.
That's going to be the kind of damage where you don't particularly feel it that much, but through the corners there's just something wrong with the car.
In a way, that's the worst, because you get sort of... You start wanting to do what you've been doing in practice and in the race up to this point, and then the car just will snap on you, and you will have no explanation for it.
Oh, dear. From 4 minutes ago, I'm going to post this in the commentary chat on Discord if you want to have a look at it, but this is probably going to explain a bit of the damage. As I've sent that on the Discord now.
Whoa!
the viewers won't be able to see it, but that Ferrari literally got airborne.
Wow.
Clip a curb, or...
But I mean, that's like full 4 wheels off the ground. He's like 2 feet in the air.
Yeah. No explanation for that.
Sunveld is still holding off the attacks by Gray. They are so even match. It's intense.
Thing is, with 11 hours and 28 minutes to go, it's probably best to not risk anything. Like, you just, say, you know what, unless you actually make a mistake and give me the spot, I'm just going to chill in your slipstream.
I just
Maybe
hope
save
that
some
the
fuel.
pit team can help me out.
Yeah, hope that you can beat them on pit strategy, maybe go a lap longer and then have a good out lap. But, you can just stick behind that Acura and just save some fuel and have a chill stint.
Yellow's in Sector 3 again, but pit stops really are the only real RNG element of this game. You can either have a really good pit stop, or you can lose a couple of seconds, and it can be incredibly frustrating.
Attila's getting close here to one of them. Scooting.
Oh, geez, Luca Gray getting sideways.
Put it together.
Attila's pulling in on Schoonman in that 4th place Mazda.
The LMP2s and DPRs do seem to be quite mixed up, actually. Looking at Lucas Patrick, he's 5th overall.
It's like one of them's better in the second sector, and then one of them's better in the straights, you know? Really see where the car's benefits are. Attila's really close, yeah. I think he's going to get him. Or try to, anyway.
Now, my understanding is in real life, this actually would be the case. The key thing is that in IMSA, they usually weaken the LMP2 cars. They'll put a restrictor on them to slow them down.
Weird.
Because I think the difference between the two of them is similar enough that it would come down to driver skill more than the car. If you see them go around. Thomas Bloomskin, who was in the pits. I wonder if he hit something. Is he just
Tobias?
Yeah, Tobias.
Now,
Just be the regular pit.
Sorry, Matt, carry on.
No, I was saying it could just be regular scheduled pits, but I don't know. It's only 19 laps in, so it would be.
Yeah, no.
Well,
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I know the GT fuel tank lasts an hour, but I was just going to say that when you do like 12 hours or 6 hours solo, it's really when you kind of you make a mistake early on and you're a few laps down.
Oh my god. They'll get hold up so much right now by, I think it's Patesi. Luca Gray. Couldn't be any closer.
His hands together here. He's going to go.
Oh, he hit him!
Contact!
They hit him for sure. It was light. It was light, but I mean, still.
Definitely not penalty worthy at all.
No,
but now he's
I
got the
think
better run in the slipstream. Look at this.
Oh, he blocked him! Oh, he blocked him to the grass! Oh my
That's
god.
oddly aggressive.
All the way
Warning
to the
for
grass.
his
Lock up.
Sonneveld in the number
Yeah.
6 Valley Esports for blocking. That was very aggressive. You did push him onto the grass.
Oh my
Please
goodness.
leave enough
What a
room.
move from Luca Gray there.
Hey, he made a stick, but Tessie really helped him out there. I don't know if somebody slipped somebody at 20.
Yeah, the thing you got to be if you're Sunveld is you got to say to yourself, you know what? It's 11 hours and 25 minutes left. You got to say,
No,
you know what?
you say that.
The traffic's gonna come back to me. You
But the adrenaline and the ego says, I gotta be first place.
if you want
And,
to win,
if he blocked him hard enough to push him all the way into the grass, I don't know that he's gonna have the mental fortitude to just be in second.
you got to do it. Got to do it. It's how you win endurance races. Still close though.
Attila's not as close to Schoenemann right now, but okay, now Luca Gray goes wide into the sunset.
Yeah, he's
That's Lappins right there, eh?
Yep.
Yep, that's Lappins. Lappins moves over.
getting out of the way. Smart move.
Lappins is probably one of the most competent and established drivers on this grid. Of course, also quite a controversial figure throughout the world of R-Factor 2.
Yeah.
He hasn't been in VISC though. I think his
Very talented, nonetheless.
I think he's trying to repair because he's becoming slowly becoming the VISC goat.
Well,
We do boost him as a commentary team
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot. It all stands.
You're the Paul Tracy here. You boost him. I'm just.
Paul Tracy. I'm like, this guy's great.
I'm
11 seconds
quickly,
ahead.
if you guys can hear me, I'm quickly going to have to restart my computer.
No worries.
No worries, man.
I'm sure by the time we said no worries, he'd already hit the restart button.
I know.
It has decided to crash on me,
Sunbelt
so
went to
I will
win.
be right back.
No worries.
Yeah, see, I don't think that there's anybody's racing for endurance here today. I think they're all just thinking this is an 11-hour sprint race.
Seems to be that way. These guys
You know
are
what would be
also
great?
getting near the
Luca
end.
Gray needs to block Sunbelt into the grass now and get a warning.
Even it out.
Like what? What's the big deal?
Yeah, we are getting into the end of the stint for the DPIs too. Probably another 10 minutes or so. So
I
those
know I'm
ti-
waiting to see the blue
User in your
pit
channel
notification,
timed
you
out.
know, but
Mhm. Sunvelt's gonna have a good run here. Probably not close enough to get Luca Gray
Yeah.
though. He's looking. You know, I'm just really happy we have such a close fight between the Acura and the Cadillac.
yeah,
Oof.
it's good that it's two different makes, you know?
Yep. Keeps it exciting.
Luca Gray really knows how to get the sunset though.
Yeah, that's helping him a lot.
And then Sunbelt, it really looks like he's nailing this sector.
Yep, that first sector's where he's strong. So you see our first pit
Oh,
stop in
yeah,
DPI.
Benz Pankatoy in the pits.
Yep, so this is definitely getting...
Man, pit speed is slow, eh? Wow.
Yeah, so we'll have to see now what the...
I think
Sunveld
that
goes wide.
Pankatoy, based on the other people, I think he might be trying for a bit of an undercut. I think he's thinking, hey, it's not too bad tire wear, but it can be bad. Get it now. Then when the other guys have to come in, I've already fresh. That's a strategy. You try something out because
Yeah.
he was running third, right? So, and he wasn't really catching the first two guys. So if he can do this, we'll see.
Yeah, my guess... Well, we'll see. We'll also see what
What's
the...
that pass right there? In front of Luca Gray.
Who is
that
in
a battle?
front of Luca
Or is that
Gray?
just a lap
No,
battle?
that is two GTE cars. That is going to be Colston and...
Colston. Somebody else. I think it's a lap thing. It's Patesi and Colston. So it's a
Yeah.
lap deal.
Yeah, so Colston's probably got to get out of the way there, because he's definitely being blue flagged. They're also just hoping up
Wow, they're holding up
Sunveld.
so much right now.
Yep.
Move!
Wow, why is he defending so hard? Why is he forcing Rosasa? No, that's not Rosasa, is it? That's number 75. That is Ramiro
Colston
Perez.
and-
Oh, wait, no.
yeah,
So
Perez.
Perez is unlapping himself. That's why he wasn't letting him.
Yeah, that's why he's fighting them.
Yeah.
Man. The man
Perez
go.
was caught in that big accident in front. And there we go.
Luca Gray's pit.
Yep.
And Sunville did not.
So we are into the
All
DPI.
cars in the pits.
Also,
Just
the
look
AC
at-
Sim Sports also in the pits. So yeah, we're just going through our DPI.
So
for this
Ben's
round.
Pankatoy was third and he pit.
Yeah.
I'm just going to see where he comes out because he can jump Luca Gray. On the back straight right now.
Mm-hmm. It's got a...
Interesting. Getting pulled along here right now by Leon Chambers.
Okay.
Luca Gray is still... Oh, Luca Gray is leaving the pits right now, but it's not quick. Benz is... I think Luca Gray's going to be ahead.
That worked for him. So we see another car pulling off into the pits there just in front of Bent's.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So Bent's will be fourth there. Probably third, maybe? Because I know...
I think he's going to be third. I think he's going to hold position, but I was trying to see if he'd be closer to Luca Gray, but it looks like Luca Gray is gone.
Yep, Luca Gray's gone. So we're just waiting
Yeah,
now on the
everyone's
Acura
pitting
to
now.
pit.
Everyone comes out of the pits now.
If Sunveld can do a good lap in that Val Esports Acura, might
And
just be enough.
Patesi has been holding at least... Patesi's been within a 10 to 12 second gap with Lappin, so...
Mhm. Just gotta hope it all comes around. We're only 40 minutes into a 12-hour race, so
Very true.
I could split anyway still. As we see our leader pitting. So now the question becomes, where does Schoonman will be in the lead, I believe. But
He's
I
got
don't
a
know if-
pit, though, I think.
Yeah, I
User
think you're
joined your
correct.
channel.
Yeah,
But not
he's
this
not
lap.
going to pit. Yeah.
Not yet. So we've got a
Luca
Mazda
Gray.
in the lead.
It's where Luca Gray is coming around Sunset right now. And Sunveld is still in the pits. I think Luca Gray is going to jump him big
Yeah.
time now.
That'll be a neat big gap there.
Yeah, big gap now. Wow.
Yeah, you got to.
So Luca Gray is provisional P1 right now.
Yep. But it is worth noting.
And
That-
Bence Pecatoy is now provisional P2 because he's pit earlier and he's just past Sunveld.
Yeah, you got to imagine something went wrong for Sunveld on that in lap.
Hmm.
It shouldn't have been that much time lost. But here we go. New leader. Exciting times there. So now
We will
Nope.
be joined back by Tom soon. He just had to fix an issue with his
Yeah.
computer.
Tom's back.
Tom's
Yes.
back. Oh,
Turns out
perfect.
having about 8 Firefox windows open isn't a brilliant idea.
Tabs on
So-
tabs on tabs.
But
So
yeah,
I don't know if you're aware there, Tom, but the pit strategy just went through.
Oh,
They've
yes,
all
I mean,
done their pit. Schoenemann still needs to pit, I think. But Luca Gray is first, and Bence Pankatoy pit earlier, and he's passed now Sunveld through the pitting strategy.
yeah, so that undercut really worked.
Yeah. But Pankatoy is now second provisionally, because Schoenemann, I'm pretty sure, has to come into this lap. Unless he did something earlier, we missed it, but
Or just the Mazda has that much more fuel range, which would be pretty massive.
he's coming in. Oh, no!
He's not.
Yeah, wow.
If we go to the live racer, the live, what is it called? The live timing.
now I'm looking at the weather,
Mhm.
the live weather radar, and if I'm correct that the white dot on the radar is this track, then we've actually got a rather large rainstorm. Just kind of not it's going to miss the track, but quite narrowly it's sort of going to the southwest.
Did Schoenemann have pulled something off without us realizing? You know, like...
He hasn't pit. No, he hasn't pit. He just has that much more fuel range than the other DPIs in the
Wow,
Mazda.
that's really good for him. I would
But-
try to see the Vice him and his team and see if that gap starts to be... If Luca Gray starts to really close that gap, I would just...
Well, there's a
I'm
different
in.
strategy there, though, right? Because if you
Yeah.
can really extend that fuel life in the Mazda like that, you could probably eliminate a pit stop near the end of the
Because
race.
I
and that
think
would be
he's the only one in this
massive.
class wasn't pit. Yeah, if he can stop a pit stop, I mean, man.
I can also tell you that there's some slight scattered showers coming in from the south. They look like they'll miss by a couple miles though, so it's going to be quite interesting actually. If we get a little bit of luck, there'll be a little bit of rain.
I don't want to repeat the Daytona rain dance.
Were we talking
Not
about rain
again.
the whole time?
Yeah.
Nothing happened? 24 hours of rain talk, no rain.
There's rain like at the very
And it
briefly.
rained for like 10 minutes.
Yep.
It
It rained, no one even had to change tires. We have time. I
Okay.
think Schoenemann's coming in.
Yeah.
That was
sounds
weird,
like
yeah.
sounds like Christian's in a wind tunnel there.
Oh, yep, that's right. I have a thing called the Vornado behind me, which is a terrible name. Every time I say it, I'm a little bit uncomfortable. But
Save a fan.
yeah,
That way you don't have to feel bad about yourself.
It's fine. We can go to him. We can go to him.
Luca
and
Gray,
say
first,
he's
yeah.
the pit side, the pit lane reporter or something. Extra immersion.
I'm down here, the weather is crazy.
They do actually sell those, don't they? You can mount some massive fans to your sim, and they'll
Yeah, to get
change
to get that open wheel feeling.
Because the most important part of a racing simulation is the wind.
So it looks like Schoenemann's going to come out in fourth, possibly fifth, because Attila's flying on the front straight. But
Yeah. It's gonna be very close between Attila.
yeah, I
and
think he got him.
Schumann. No, Schumann's free. Schumann's out. Got past Luke Garay. Or past
Yeah.
Fertilla, sorry.
Tessie needs to. I've been noticing he needs to. There you go. Get out of the way a little quicker because he's just blocking Schumann now.
Not as many fuel troubles as you'd expect. I did a race at Austria a few weeks ago. Actually ended up finishing second, which was unusual for me. And it was so difficult on the fuel. The LMP2 fuel tanks are meant to last 40 minutes. And we were basically having to run in safety car mode for half the stint just to get to the 40-minute mark. We were running third for pretty much the entire race when the people in second actually miscalculated the fuel and had to come into the pits. So it can get really difficult to manage the fuel on the LMP2 cars. Wondering how difficult it is on this track.
Because you know how Zoltan Zarconi got messed up there at the start. I'm trying to see, I wonder. He finally got himself caught up to the pack, but he's had to pit, obviously. But I think he'll get lapped down again. I think we'll be able to get out on time.
Drive-through penalty assigned to the number 56. Oh no. Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh no! What
Leon
happened?
5,
Leon
4,
Chambers was off.
3, 2, 1. Code 80.
The car is chewed up.
Ooh,
That was pretty
does look
funny.
a bit of a nasty
Penalty for. Oh no!
Chambers is not slowing down for this code 80.
Yeah, wait.
Just yeeting it around.
Wait, that's not allowed.
Yeah, that's not allowed.
He's the one that's got damage.
That's against the
Oh,
law.
that's got to be a penalty there. What the heck was that?
Oh, I know Alex has gone into his TeamSpeak channel to go and shout at him.
Yeah. That's against. I was like, what is he doing? What
I
is...
can tell you from experience that having Alex shouting at you isn't a very pleasant experience.
This is a massive win for... Actually, this is right around the GT pit stop, so a lot of people are going to be coming in. So Lappins is in,
Lappins
Tessis
is in,
going
yeah.
in. But, yeah, Martin's going to go in. I don't think...
But I think actually coming in makes sense. But we're 17 minutes out from their fuel window, so it'd be that could mean that they're going to need to have some fuel saving at the end of the race just to stay on target.
Yeah.
I wonder what the penalty for Leon Chambers is going to be for flying full speed for a full sector during code 80.
He must have been thinking that all of a sudden miracles had happened and he was he was going to win the race.
I just found the nitro button, guys.
But surely when you fly past 7 cars that are going 80 kilometers an hour, you start to think maybe.
Am I the baddie? Yeah, that really worked out for Lappins. Worked out for Batessi.
Delta Autosport have got a drive-through penalty. That was what. Oh, yep, and stop and hold penalty for the Delta Autosports number 56 for ignoring code 80 for an extended period of time.
The Leon Chambers here with about 16 minutes of penalties.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
Gibson's in the pits
still under
too.
code 80.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
If we are going to do a highlight reel of this race, then that's certainly going on there.
So here
We should do the F1 strategy, and after this race, have top 10 times code 80 was ignored.
Yeah, top 10 times code 80.
In the stream chat here, there's a bad excuse for why Chambers was going quick. Apparently his game froze when he got the penalty, and he was talking to Alex and forgot about the code 80, which seemed
I
like...
mean, to be fair, in
bad
my first
excuses.
ever endurance race, ERC Hockenheim, second ever race in R-Factor 2 actually, ended about as well as you'd expect. I came out the pits, I'd called the code 80, and I completely forgot that there was a code 80, so I sped off and quickly realised my mistake. But luckily Alex was quite lenient on that one. And oh, here's interesting. That those scattered showers of rain I was mentioning are actually they seem to be blowing right towards the track now, changing direction.
Man, you're doing the rain dance. You're doing the
I am,
rain dance. Well,
Everyone's really spread out now after those pits.
how
They
it
haven't
goes.
discovered ours, though. There seems to be a couple that are right on course for the track, sort of coming in from the south. That massive storm I mentioned that's in the sort of central USA, that doesn't look like it's going to be a concern, obviously. Moving away, and needless to say, it's quite far away, so
The
I don't know, I'm just waiting for the BBC to give me a job now.
Weather with Tom.
Weather with Tom. It's always weird.
Oh, Tobias spins on the back, just
Oh.
on the entry to the back straight.
Oh.
Oh no! Hold the brakes! What are you doing?
That was
doing?
a terrible decision.
Hold the brakes, son. Colson's also off the track, and he looks slow.
Yeah. Oh, that car is damaged. It's crabbing bad. That's might be another code 80. It's quite
Poor
far
Leon Chambers
away.
finally coming out of the pits here.
Penalty for he got a penalty for that. Tobias
Drive-through
did.
penalty for Tobias Blumschein in the Itis Motorsport, number 618 for unsafe redrive.
Yeah, just hold the brakes when you crash.
It looks actually that we're going to be joined by someone whose Discord username is Galactic Vikings, which is an excellent username.
Yeah, that is the good friend. Wow, I am dumb. I am having a rough time. That's Jose. That is Jose.
Is
No one's just not going to recognize that Simon Colson is basically driving on three
just
wheels.
driving at 2 kilometers an hour here on the race line.
No, he got off of it, I think. I hope.
He's on 3 wheels.
He has 4 tires on the car, but that car's driving at an angle that I would not like to drive a car at. Oh boy, there's all kinds of action coming towards him
where
now.
the code 80 is here.
Who's coming on him right here? That's not going to be good.
I'll get a. Oof, there's a bunch
Oh
of.
my
Oh dear, they should code 80.
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10
Oof.
seconds.
Okay, we needed that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Oof, that was a good execution of the code 80 there to get past some folks. Who
You
was
always have one brave driver that just...
Leon, I will assign them when we go back to green.
You always have that one brave driver that just sends it on the code 80.
Yeah, that was Bence.
There's always hounding that car ahead.
Yeah, he just jumped past. I think that was a lap down. Deep Mazda. He just jumped past, but yeah, just yeeted it. Who was that he jumped past? Yeah, that was Rob Gibson. He just jumped past, so it wasn't for position. Just trying to clear some traffic.
Got Leon Chambers there is last in class right now in front of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's just around some lapped cars, wants to get them out of the way. As
Wilson is crabbing quite a bit.
Christopher Kynek takes the moment to get a pit
Pit
stop
box
in.
by about 4 pit boxes. Oh,
Oops. So Kynek's already been in 4 times.
Going back to that code 80 infringement from Leon.
Mhm.
I'm wondering how when he's speaking to Alex, what part and passing cars, what part of him made him think, made him not.
their bad excuse was that the game froze and that he was distracted, but that's why I
surely
called it
there
a bad
comes
excuse.
a moment when you realise that you've just crashed.
And you've just passed
You're
people
driving.
going 50.
You're driving back to the pits. People are doing 80 kilometers an hour, and the race director's talking
Okay,
to you.
drivers, back to green in
It's-
10 seconds.
Perez and Tobias here might have a nice
5,
start
4,
race at the start. Okay, they're
3,
close to each other. They're
2,
last, but it's really
1.
interesting.
Green flag.
Is there no moment when you say to yourself, as we've just cut away the camera, as
I'm sorry. Those guys were a lap. That guy's just passing traffic, but this is for position here.
fair enough. But surely there comes a point when you think, maybe I'm the cause of the code 80 here.
Chambers is
You would think.
taking that, and there you go. Perez is by. But yeah, Chambers has the penalty now, so it all justice came around, I guess.
Simon Colson's going to be in there for a while repairing that damage for sure. it was a lot. Only about 5 cars on the lead lap.
It's how fast. This is a race of attrition. It is Sebring.
Apologies there. I loaded up the stream to see what our numbers were, and oh dear, is that the?
Oh, someone's just gone around big time. Yeah,
Did I just see
that's
a massive
Tobias.
accident?
Tobias just crashed big time.
I just looked at the.
Yeah, you saw. And Perez there got off the track.
Okay, drivers, back to code 80 in 10 seconds.
I just remembered to turn off the code 80 button. You can't do
5,
this to me.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
It's the
Rough.
12 hours of code 80, not Sebring.
Yeah.
It looks like he caught a curb and just that was it. He was just a passenger.
Now this is an interesting shot here. You can see the difference. The Cadillac looks so chunky, and then you see beside an Aston Martin, you're like, never mind. The Cadillac is very small.
Oh yeah, they're tiny.
Oh wow, that Aston Martin is
Huge.
belittling the Cadillac.
Yeah. That is something that always catches me out. DPI, like, prototypes look massive on their own, and then you see them in context to something else. You're like, oh, yes.
And then a GTE car is kind of tiny even too. So then you're like, what the? It's like I've seen Formula 1 cars in real life, and it's shocking how small they are.
Yeah.
You're almost like, wait a minute. Wait. It's
I
just
thought they were-
where as long as your legs extend, and that's it. That's the car. They're tiny. Just because like Lewis Hamilton's like 5'6", and just watch him stand beside one of those, and they're like, wow, this is not a big car. Anybody getting close gaps right now? Not
It's
really.
under,
I
it's under
guess
code
Martin-
80. You don't even know.
I know, but yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
now might be the best time.
Martin might be close
to
to.
as we pass the hour mark to give the hourly report.
Ah! See, this guy's smart. This is a smart
Probably
guy.
have Tom
This
here.
is-
He knows what's going on.
This is why I've blacked myself onto the commentary team.
So, well, let's take that moment there. So, Luca Gray now leading in overall and in DPI in the 360 Motorsports number 36. That's a Cadillac. Bence Pankatai in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16. Another Cadillac. Our first Acura, Gis Sundveld, who was also our pole sitter, down in third now, after we learned that the undercut is powerful at Sebring. Then we've got Peter Schoenman in our first Mazda in the fine Avant Motorsport 137. Then we get to our first LMP2, which is very interesting because we were really believing after qualifying the LMP2s and the DPIs would be fighting each other overall, but strategy and pace has really pulled the LMP2s back. So the first LMP2, Lucas Patrick Attila in the Deke Mugen Sim Racing number 95. Following behind is the F1 RO Endurance LMP2 with David Petre. Just behind them is Ian Longcar in the AC Sim Sport number 224. I believe they had a penalty.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds. You'll
Something funny happened for Alex there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
So as we carry on through the field, we get to Rob Gibson in the RE Racing number 23. Zoltan Furkani, who was actually the pole for LMP2. He's now 9th overall in the Mugen Sim Racing number 222, or number 22, what am I saying? Leon Chambers rounds out our prototype field in 10th in the Delta Autosport number 56. And we carry on over to the GTE field, where it's been Ernest Lappins since the start in the lead in that number 999 AFP Corvette, followed closely behind by Danilo Bottesi in the GRG Esports number 57. David Martin in the Solo Sport Racing number 14. Michael Rosasa in 4th in the Random Racing number 13. Rounding out the top 5 at GTE is Christopher Kynick in the Mugen Sim Racing number 88, our only Aston Martin. Ramiro Perez in the second GRG car after being caught up in that massive accident early on, about 10 minutes into the race. That put them about a lap well, it's 2 laps down now. That was unfortunate. Nothing could have done. But end of the day, he's in 6th. Followed by Tobias Bloomskin, who's doing this solo. And it's been a rough start. Just not going to lie, it's just been a rough start for that Ferrari and Thomas. Or Tobias. And then we have our last but not last in our hearts. It's Simon Colston in the Perfect Point Racing number 74. With a Premier League team, which I can't identify because I'm Canadian, not British. You can follow us on social media at RF2VISC for Twitter, and you can find us on Instagram at the same tag. But I'm going to be honest, as the person who runs that, use the Twitter because I don't follow. I'm too old for Instagram. I'm 25 and don't
Instagram
internet.
probably takes third place on the worst social media lists past Snapchat.
Yeah.
As I believe you want to take the code 80 off the broadcast as well.
That's a good idea, man. This button is dangerous. I just wish it was plugged into the game. I would.
That's the way it turned off and on its own, That'd be cool.
The overlay keeps me playing ball today, unlike when we do SRL.
Yeah.
And Luca Gray just went off the track a little bit, eh?
Yep.
Yeah, he did. It was quite a nasty off, actually. He got away with one there.
I've seen him a couple times where he just runs wide, and I don't know, he's just really good at holding the speed and not getting too sideways once he touches the grass, Stays calm.
If you can keep the car, if it's in an off track where you can keep the car straight to recover it, you're fine. It's the moment you have to turn in the grass that R Factor 2 will kick you in the face.
Oh yeah. Portland took what? How many rear wings? Was it Portland or was that?
Portland actually wasn't that bad.
Oh. It was actually really good, close racing. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I was meant to be driving Portland, but I actually had a real-life race at the same time, so unfortunately I couldn't drive 2 cars at once.
How'd that go?
I got 2nd place, actually. It was...
oh, wow.
It was...
Congratulations.
It was a really, really intense race. I was under pressure for the entire thing.
Leon Chambers in the pits again.
Yeah, something must have happened.
Does he have to serve a penalty or something? Because I thought he already did that.
Yeah, I have no idea. So I guess it was
doing a driver swap.
Yeah, maybe.
But why would you swap this early into the race? Usually you want to aim for 2-hour stints.
Yeah.
At least.
Just to be frustrated. You never know, right? You never.
I know.
Oh, it's moving away. Same guy. I don't know.
I know when we do strategy, it's usually 2-hour to 4-hour stints that we do.
Mm-hmm.
I
think you got a stop and go penalty.
I had my teammate for ERC actually do I think he did 6 hours straight in Road America.
Jeez. I did 6 hours in Road America, and by the end of that, I gave up.
Yeah, I seem to remember passing you at 3 in the morning when you had no rear wing.
Yeah, see, 3 in the morning for you was it was bad. It was bad. Moral of the story, kids. Once you've done 6 hours and it's 2 in the morning, there's no more pace left in you.
You're just a zombie, just driving and driving.
Yep.
But oh dear, David Martin almost collects the LMP2. Of course, in fact, that point's irrelevant because these are GTE cars. I was going to bring up the point about the GT3 cars where they're actually they brake later in the rain compared to LMP2s, but of course that's irrelevant because these are GTE cars, so they do not have ABS.
Nope.
Yellow in sector 2. And clear.
Disaster averted. But yeah, it's
Oh, David Martin! That was really lucky.
yeah, a lot of very adventurous uses of the grass thus far. Brave move by that DPI, locking up a bit.
That was it was a DPI, not an LMP2. No,
Yeah,
it's the Mugen car, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's Pankatai. Bent's Pankatai.
I love 12-hour races in terms of the length. I feel like 12 hours is sort of the perfect endurance length, because 24 hours just murders you sleep-wise, whereas when it comes to 12-hour races, you can kind of be done in a day. It's better when they start at sort of 12 p.m. your time, so you're not going until 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
But yes, I particularly like 6-hour races, actually, if I'm being completely honest.
Mhm.
I like the idea that you can kind of start at 3 and be done by 9-ish.
Yeah.
In fact, I remember one of the ERC races once. It was perfect. It was Circuit of the Americas, and it was. I literally, I was at a birthday party, so I couldn't watch. I couldn't get to the race to drive myself, and I ended up putting it on the telly.
Yeah.
And it was actually surprisingly really watchable and entertaining. Just for the event of it, it was a very, very good race. That's what I kind of like about the 6-hour races. You don't have to; they're not a massive commitment to watch. You can kind of just have them in the background.
Yeah. I just wish it. I raced that. The thing I learned from that is I hate the Circuit of the Americas. Least favorite track. Worst track.
Fine in single
rough,
seaters,
that's for
but
sure.
still a bad track.
Yeah. It's you just don't have quite. I found you just didn't quite have quite enough downforce for it to be enjoyable in a LMP2.
Also, I find that on a single screen monitor, you can't see the apexes with your normal camera options.
That's another big thing.
And I hate that. You just can't see anything.
Mm-hmm. So it's just pure rote memorization of the track. Which, if you're better than me, maybe, but I'm not that good, so.
Well, we've got. I will point out to the viewers now that we are now halfway through the season, or will be at the end of this race.
For the endurance season, I believe.
Yeah, the
Well,
sprint
the
season
endurance
and
season.
endurance season they're running, yeah.
6
Zoltan
hours of
Varconi is catching up Rob Gibson now every lap here. He's starting to really bring that delta down.
Although the
Closest battle.
The next race is Mid-Ohio. That would be in the sprint series.
That should be good.
Then we've got Belle Isle. I've never heard of that track, actually.
That's on an island off the coast of Detroit, between Detroit and Windsor, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see it because that's a street circuit. I know it's definitely better than Long Beach is. Tragically for Long Beach in our factor.
Well, Long Beach has a glare that is interesting.
Yeah.
Like the brightness is turned up to 100%.
Yep. Yes, you were saying earlier that Watkins Glen is the next endurance race, and then we'll be ending the season at Road Atlanta.
That's in March. There's a 3-month gap.
But then they also race the sprint races in between. Tons of those.
Mm-hmm.
I do kind of wish that the endurance season was just longer, and that they kind of dropped the sprint a little bit.
You know what I think would be... I know we're completely following realistic IMSA schedules, so that's why it is what it is, but I would love to see maybe a stop at Willow Springs, maybe hit up...
the VISC Championship, we could add our own tracks we want to see, or...
We'll see. But yeah, it would be cool to hit Watkins Glen, Willow Springs, just like do a best of North American tracks.
Canada.
You could even throw South America in there, looking at
Montreal.
Tracks.
Yeah, maybe
Montreal would be sweet.
I know the hardcore IMSA fanboys will be screaming at me at the thought of that, but
like if you already got people getting the
Mexico.
You already got people getting the what is it called? The pack that brings you VIR. The Brazilian developed Raitsa's pack of tracks. You get the Raitsa pack already. You might as well hit all the tracks in the Raitsa pack, man. Hit some weird Brazilian circuits. I don't know.
They're fun, those Brazilian circuits.
some of the rights. I don't have the pack on RFX 2, but
Drive-through penalty for number 224 for speeding under code 80. Too late on the brakes, my friend. Too late on the brakes.
Oof, so that was Ian Longcar who we saw try to
Alex
beat
was
it past
rubbing it
traffic.
in there.
Yeah. He's like, good effort. You failed, but good effort. So that'll hurt. Already a lap down.
Yeah, that'll make it so that Rob Gibson and Barconi here can get by him. Barconi is still on Gibson's tail. They are the closest battle right now on track.
One of my favourite tracks in Automobilista, actually, is one of the obscure Brazilian tracks.
Yeah. There's one in
They should do it with South Africa. The Kailami would be sweet to see these guys fly around that.
Kyalami and a DPI.
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
Um,
Might be too
Might as well
slow.
just go all the way and more park. And,
Just
uh,
have
the
a
kart
just
track.
get like a Hot Wheels track with a loop.
We'll just boot up Forza Horizon 3.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're moving the VISC
We're
to
gonna do the hill
Forza
climb
Horizon
in the
3.
DPIs.
Jeez.
An all dirt track hill climb with DPIs. All right.
Let's do this.
Pikes Peak Sprint.
Pikes
Oh my God, they
Peak
cry, they
sprint
cry.
race. Have to do a driver swap halfway up the hill.
Yeah,
The amount-
just stop,
the amount of-
jump out,
I
and then
can
just travel it back down.
I just got a mental image.
Oh my
now,
God, this is it.
LMP2
Gibson
cars
and-
flying off the hill.
Gibson and Barconi are very close now.
Oh wow!
A little wide. It is very. I agree with you guys. It's very interesting to see which cars are set up to be on the straights. You can tell, right? Gibson's all straights, all power. But then when it comes to like corners,
Yeah. Can be unhappy. Didn't get around that Ferrari earlier.
they got held up by the car before. I think that's really holding them out.
Hmm.
I love watching LMP2 on board because it looks almost effortless.
Yeah. Which is funny because you know this as well. The LMP2 is not an effortless thing to drive.
It is not an effortless car to drive at all. It's considering it's basically the only thing I drive in this game. It's,
Even through the slipstream, Gibson's just like, see you later.
It's a very much love-hate relationship I have with this car.
Oof, somebody is off in Sunset, or there's some smoke there. Oof, Sultan's sliding.
Oh, kept it together.
Was that the Perfect Point Racing Ferrari spinning in front of him?
Tobias is on the track, spun around. He's trying to get going, but his car looks like it's stalled. Here we go. He's going. Olsen's in the pits. David Martin's in the pits. Ian Longcar's in the pits.
Now, as someone who was in a very similar position to Tobias when I did my 6-hour Nürburgring race, I can tell you for a fact that it's about now you start questioning
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
whether you, as David Martin, gets a penalty. Not a penalty.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, Zoltan!
1. Code 80.
Yeah.
Zoltan sent it round the outside.
Yeah, Rob Gibson got off the throttle way too early there. Just gave up the spot.
He'll be kicking himself.
Probably didn't recognize how close that fight was.
See if that was legit.
That was legit. I think that was.
Yeah?
I think that was fine.
That was for sure.
Okay, well, hey. Good on Zoltan, man. That was a good move. A lot of people are pitting again, so, like, Attila's in the pits.
Yeah, this is very close to the LMP2 and DPI when they'd be doing their next scheduled stops. So if you can get a stop in now, like Patrick Attila's doing.
Tobias Boomshine is out with suspension failure, so he's out of the race.
Ah,
Oh,
unfortunate. We lost our one solo entry. Yep, that must have been... Maybe that was why there was a code 80?
he'll be-
David Petre's in the pits now. I feel like only the LMP2 DPIs that are close to the pits right now are going to go on the code 80, but I think everyone else is going to push, I think, because bad being in the pits, code 80 is starting to end. Oh, wow. Ian Longcar's drove off the track. I don't think he was realizing.
I would
Next thing
much
driving.
rather DNF from a race with 10 minutes to go than with 10 hours to go. Because when you've prepared for so long to do a race, suddenly you're DNF'd an hour and 15 minutes in. It just feels like such a waste.
But imagine 10 minutes left, and then you DNF. That's got to be a worse feeling.
I'd say not, because at least you've had the effort, and because obviously you've done 70% of the race, you still get classified, so you get a bit for your effort. If you're with 10 minutes to go, say for instance you're in a car of 8 people, you still would get points.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10
the field
seconds.
of 8 people, not a car of 8 people. That works out to about 10 minutes each, doesn't it?
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
It's just you feel like you've wasted a day, because then you just kind of sit there and you're like...
I was on board with somebody, I won't say their name, but they went off code 80 at 1 and not at go.
Sometimes you just got to send it and then hope for the best.
This is
Ben's packet size in the pits.
A little bit unrelated, but looking at the Hulkenberg thing from today, he said he was having a coffee at 11 a.m. before he got the call that he was racing, and I can't help but think that about a lot of the field in these races where we get entries last minute.
I could see that. Danilo Bottesi with a penalty there. Woof! Somebody's around in the hairpin.
Oh dear!
Was it Leon Chambers? I think it might have been.
Yep.
Disastrous for Leon Chambers so far. Not been amazing at all.
Yeah, that's bad luck.
Yeah, it's just so hard to keep those LMP2s. I find especially the rear axle, keeping that under control into those hard braking zones is such a difficult task.
Should we try and find someone to interview?
Yeah, that's not a terrible
Warning,
idea.
slow car at turn 3.
It's Ramiro Perez. Maybe? Looks slow. Oh, it's Cognac. He's not even moving. There we go.
We've poked Max Chambers.
Oh, there you go. Maybe we'll get an interview. We'll see.
Cognac was not moving,
And,
now he's driving again, but he didn't come in the pits.
But I know Max is watching the stream, so Max, check your pokes, and we can communicate better with you through the wonderful medium of voice chat rather than YouTube chat.
Sunbelt has got himself back up into second, but Pankatoy did the thing where he pit earlier again, so I think that's the strategy.
Penalty removed due to self-serve on green flag, hence them being slow off the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, it is interesting in DPI and LMP2, the people who started in the lead are not necessarily there anymore, but GTE, it's just been Ernst Lappin's just yeeting away with this race. He's actually, I think Bottesi just got a penalty, so that's going to help him as well.
Right, so I'm
Perez over the backup now.
Tell Max the password, and we can get him in.
There you go. We could all go down to the stream box, the interview place there.
We could do. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
User left your channel.
What is the TeamSpeak icon? There we go. Look at us.
Channel
Christian
switched.
We'll be here a second. Oh, hello, Christian.
User
Right.
joined your channel.
We're ready. We've got Max Chambers with us driving the car that Leon Chambers is in.
The Delta 56.
Oh yes, the Delta 56, of course.
So it's not going great right now, but
no, you seem to have some difficulty, and you said yourself you're doing the 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. stint.
yeah.
I mean, do you think you're going to make it?
Yeah, I'm going to be fine with the stint. The stint for me is going to be fine. I'm just hoping that we can pull back the time that we've lost with the penalties and the damage we got with the crash he had when he got the penalty. But hopefully we can get it back. We're aiming for a podium. We're not expecting to be the top 2, but It's a long race, so we've got a lot to work with.
I mean, looking at the live timing, Leon's pace hasn't been horrendous. It certainly hasn't.
He has pace, that's for sure.
It's certainly...
He's struggling to get into a rhythm at the moment. It seems he's having a couple of issues. Hairpin mainly, by the looks of things.
I mean, in endurance races, it can be really difficult to get a rhythm because you're really just thrown into the mix of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Are you guys finding you're playing around brake bias at all for the different sectors?
I haven't been personally, but Leon said he was going to toy with it. I'm not sure whether he is actually doing that. It's a bit out of my depth. But I don't think he is playing with it too much. We're running as far forwards as it goes with the bias.
I think that's the case for most LMP2 teams, to be fair, because of the rear brakes.
I still find the rears lock up. It's kind of wild.
You can barely even press the pedal to 100% without locking up.
Yeah, you can literally like 100% and then you got to back it off straight away.
I've joined an LMP2 series that's allowing ABS. I cannot wait to actually be able to brake properly.
Yeah. I'd changed how the car drives entirely because the no ABS in this thing it makes you have to be so light on the brakes. If you're not, you just die.
It's really difficult to go for dive bombs as well in the LMP2s.
Yeah, really difficult. And around here especially because you can't go offline. How rough the track is. As soon as you go offline, you just get bounced.
Anyway, Max, thank you very much for the interview, and I guess we'll speak to you at the end of the race.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Oh, there's been a spinner. Oh, that's a big incident.
Wow.
Channel switched.
Oh, hey, it's me. I'm alone in the on-air chat where
User
everyone else
joined your
catches up.
channel.
What's that,
Just,
Kynek there who was...
User joined your channel.
ran into... That was a Mazda. I think it was the Fine Motorsport 137. So hopefully no one was damaged from that. That pack of cars
I think
so
Kynyak
close.
might be because he hit him with his right front, right? So I think Kynyak got the worst of that.
Yeah.
Who was that spun around? Was it Ian Longcar?
It was
Rob
Peter
Gibson?
Schoonman.
Oh, third place.
Yep. That's allowed Bent Penkatai to catch up in that Mugen. It's on for a close fight now for the bottom rung of the podium in DPI.
I was do podiums because I know in IndyCar they don't actually have a podium ceremony. They just kind of the winner just kind of pulls into the pits and just
Like NASCAR, right? They're like
IndyCar depends on if it's a road course or an oval. If it's an oval, the leader just does it solo. But if it's a road course, they'll have a podium ceremony. IMSA always has a podium ceremony.
I was going to say, because I feel like it means that, like, say for instance, the Indy 500, I feel like the podium doesn't mean anything. It's like if you get third place,
doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's just you lost the Indy 500.
Yeah.
Oval tracks feel like that, eh? Oval tracks feel like if you're second, it really feels like first loser. But on the road course, you come second, you're like, man, that was a hard fought race. Well, oval course, you're like, I'm a loser. I'd come second. Oh my god.
or if you're, I'm probably going to get his name wrong. Is it Grassi that seems to have bottled this Indy 500 the last 2 years? I feel like his name's Grassi, but I know it's probably not.
Nah. Indy 500, 2000. Let's go to 19.
Because it was 2019. He finished second, I think, but he was going to win it if it wasn't for a botched pit stop.
Oh, Rossi.
Rossi, yes.
Yeah.
Rossi.
Grassi's one of my drivers for SRL. Of course it's Rossi.
Yeah, Rossi's a woof.
Oh,
wow.
I went way too deep.
He brought, I think...
And then he's just...
Almost took out his teammate.
Yeah. Mugen off-track squad there.
Who is that there? Is that getting...
They shouldn't battle. They're not even racing.
I don't think they were trying to. I think Penkatai just missed his braking zone, and then Zoltan just followed him.
Yeah, they're all like, oh.
Yep. That gives Schoonman some space.
Still the closest battle on the track right now.
Yep.
Luca Gray has a 35-second gap on Soonveld,
Yep. That's Sunveld's
and
come
Ernest
back. Though.
Lappins has a 40-second gap.
It's because of
Ernest is gonna
Tessie
end
got a
up.
drive through. Go ahead. Sorry.
Ernest is going to end up doing being like 3 laps ahead, I think, to be honest. If the rest of AFP don't mind me saying this, but I think the only thing that's going to lose them this race is their other drivers, because Ernest certainly isn't going to.
Yeah, that was sort of the situation they had at Daytona. As Ernst just put in a amazing first few hours. He left for the night, came back, and they were in a
And they were in like dead last.
yeah, they were in a rough spot. We'll put it like that.
They had a crash.
Anyway, we'll stop treating Ernest like Ferrucci, and he is very similar to Ferrucci, very controversial, but the commentators really like him.
Yep. Just the way
I
he
only
is.
actually noticed the IndyCar commentators.
But Ferrucci's like disaster.
And I only started notice the IndyCar commentators really kind of being happy with Ferrucci.
He's American, right? Ferrucci?
I believe
Luca
so,
Gray's
yeah.
in the pits, by the way.
I only started noticing that after Christian mentioned it, and it's really quite bad.
It is.
And Ferrucci's not a good dude.
No. Yeah.
Peter's in the pits.
I'm
to see,
happy now that what's his name? I'm tired, so I'm like bad on names right now. Yeah, I'm really happy that Herta's doing well now, so that they can start being Herta fanboys instead, because Herta's bit more of a straight cut kid.
Schoenfeld's going to retain the lead, but get the lead back from Gray. But Gray is coming out of the pits like right now. Like it's
Yeah.
I think Gray's going to be first place, the one to beat for sure.
I'm very interested to see though, because the Mazda has been going so much further on its stints. You said "ooh" and then didn't say what happened. You got to say what happened.
Luca Gray came out of the pits, and Battesi was coming around the first turn there, and they both had luck on their side there. It could have been bad news.
Yeah. It's a solid drive from the GRG squad today, though, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Battesi's doing some work there.
Battesi did have some bad luck in the previous races we've watched him in, so...
Yeah. It's good to see the GRG folks doing better.
His pace is good, too. It's just... Lappins is so quick every lap. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's going to be very... but, you know, if you keep that GRG car clean, you got to know it's going to come back to us, right? Because not everyone on the AFP Corvette team is as fast as Lappins.
Very true.
So here's the question, though, I have. Just my general thought. How the heck does Derek McCord get so many sponsors on his card? Whew! So we see that Mazda using all the track to get around. But Derek McCord does a good job keeping that team looking professional. Gotta appreciate it.
Yeah, getting that many sponsors is interesting. It's not so simple, so...
Yeah. They're running a proper outfit over there at GRG.
Oh my goodness gracious.
What? You can't just say, oh my goodness gracious, and then leave it.
Sorry. Just watching LMP2s get by GTE cars, they become less patient about it, and they're just like flying by like half on the grass. You know, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Speaking of the LMP2 class, in real life, there's been a WEC rule change yesterday, stating that they need to have 2 amateur drivers in the car from next season.
Yeah, I just read about that. Apparently, IMSA is not going to follow that rule. They just put out a statement on that, so...
They're like, hell no.
Yeah, I guess they're like, nah. Oh.
In other news, I was going to...
Oh, you just said out and didn't say anything. What the heck?
I was about to, and then I was leaving the opportunity for Tom to speak.
I was going to say that we haven't got a race director, but no, Alex is just talking to Nick and co. Carry on, Christian. So I didn't even realise I was cutting you off there.
No, it's all good. Basically, the FIA put that statement out, and then basically every series that runs LMP2 said yes, no. no, we're not doing that. So the WEC has said they're not going to follow that rule either.
But if the FIA said you had to follow it,
I guess the
who cares what the FIA wants? I guess.
yeah, I guess it was sort of like I guess the FIA
If-
didn't consult with anybody.
IMSA and IndyCar aren't an FIA series, are they?
I don't think they are, but they still follow a lot of FIA set standards, like for like safety and the how like your licensing works, for example. Like they all follow that.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the safety thing when IndyCar's response to the Halo was, let's put a stick in front of the cockpit.
Well, now they have like a full.
And they
Thing.
went from one extreme to another.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Halo would have been better, I find, but I don't. If they want to have the plexiglass thing going on, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, your
It's like a
first
helmet
idea
and
was
a big
stupid,
helmet.
but then your second idea was even more stupid.
Well, the current thing. Oh wow, is Peter Schoenman's off.
It's on again, but yeah,
I don't know. I'm not particularly a fan of the Aeroscreen.
It's basically a Halo with plexiglass around it.
I don't like it. It looks terrible.
I completely agree with safety, but I think there comes a point when you've got to.
Well, they might as well just go full enclosed then, right? I mean,
Yeah, you might as well just close the entire
Like,
thing.
why do you have it like that?
So
It's more. It's
Go
like
ahead,
they
drag.
just decided to go for LMP1 rather than IndyCar.
Yeah, that's true.
So the
It just
reason
feels like
they
Halo.
didn't fully enclose it, to my understanding, is basically giving the driver the opportunity to escape more easily if something goes wrong. Otherwise, I'm sure that's probably the direction they probably actually wanted to go.
Which I think, even so, it's meant to be the American open wheel series.
Yeah. And the reason they put the arrow screen there is that's Justin Wilson died not because of... It was because a small piece that would have gotten through the halo hit him in the head. So they needed something... Because the reason the halo's there, a big part of it is like massa with the tire. But in IndyCar, it's like little pieces of the wing at like Pocono or... There's actually not a lot of super speedways IndyCar goes to anymore, but back in the day when they went to like Pocono or Michigan or California,
All the death really turned them off the super speedway.
it's
I
nobody.
think there comes a point though when you've got to kind of say,
Also, I've noticed Ben's Mankatoy is all over Schoenemann right now. Earlier, so that's interesting. Watch right now. That's a really close gap. That's for second place. And Ben's remember pit earlier.
Yep.
Ben Schoenemann. And didn't have picks, so let's see if he can do it.
Oh, Danilo is talking Portuguese on the prototypes, passing us into sunset. Apparently, Danilo not appreciating the way the prototypes are overtaking him.
But to look over the prototypes, Batesi has blocked a couple times and been penalized, right, for it. So maybe he's not letting them by as soon as he should. So they're just maybe being patient with him now.
Whew. That's the Zoltan behind these Bents there.
the race has really started to settle down now as midway through the third LMP2 stint. It will be around 25 minutes time when I imagine we'll see the first driver swaps taking place.
Yep. It's the teams that are going for like the approximately 2-hour driver stints start to do that.
Because I feel like 2 hours is a perfect kind of sweet spot. In 24-hour races, especially in sort of 12-hour races, because you don't want to be in the car realistically for 4 hours because it's a long time. You want to be in and out, at least in my experience.
Yeah. It starts to, like, you think it'd be easy playing, it's just, I'm playing a video game. I play Call of Duty for 6 hours. I don't know what you're talking about. You start to go numb from, like, if you have, like, load cell brakes, and then you have, like, and you have, like, a Fanatec or, like, a higher-end Thrustmaster wheel. It starts to wear you out physically.
Everyone's in the pits.
I'm sorry, I play Call of Duty, and anyone who tells me that it's any more than click on people are wrong. It's just you just walk around and
Look and click.
It's the amount of times I have to explain to my friends why racing games are 10 times more skill based than any first person shooter they've played, as Rob Gibson proves that it takes a lot of skill to not spin. There's so much you have to think about in a racing game that you don't in a first person shooter. Like Call of Duty Warzone, you just sit on the top of a building for 20 minutes, wait for someone to walk through a door, and then you shoot them.
Yeah.
That's skill.
It's a different kind of skill, but it's not. This is another level of sim racing, because it's both physically demanding, it's mentally demanding.
It's pretty much just real driving without the G-forces.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, it depends how good your wheel setup too is. If you get that force feedback, that's serious force feedback, then it could really be exhausting.
I'm quite lucky in that my Thrustmaster TMX has decently. It's not got the best force feedback, but that's quite good because it means I can go for a while without having to really put too much effort into it. The only trouble is I'll often drive straight after karting because I do a karting championship, and there's been plenty of times where I've basically come back from one of those races and done
Noodle arms
and got straight into the sim. Road America being an example. I think that was a practice, not an actual race. I get straight into the car, and the force feedback feels so weak after you've just had an hour's worth of karts.
Yeah, that's true.
It is another level. I use karts as an example because it's what I'm most familiar with in the real world. And when you actually drive in real life, as much as we say that it's just driving without the G-forces, the G-forces do add quite a bit extra to it.
It's the exhaustion on your body and the bouncing around, and you start to get your arms start to get tired, and your hands start to get cramped feeling, and your back starts to get sore, and then your legs start to fall asleep. It's people understand, you know?
Yeah, especially the track I drive in karts. They have this hairpin, and coming out of the hairpin, there's a really awkward bump that is the racing line you have to take, and going over that lap after lap really starts to take a toll on your body.
You're like, can we get more foam?
Whereas,
more foam in my seat.
Whereas in sim racing, I think the only real thing that starts to hurt, and I do apologise for putting this image into people's heads, is from sitting down in the chair all day, your backside does quite to get sore.
You made that sound way worse than it ended up being, not gonna lie.
It does start to get very sore. And I remember I did my first ever 3-hour stint, and I couldn't walk correctly to get a drink afterwards. It was
Yeah, I remember my first karting weekend. I was pretty up afterwards.
I did when we did a ERC Road America. It was a birthday party actually. I kind of used it as a practice event, and I was the only really experienced karter there. I believe I ended up winning by 3 laps to the next car. So close race.
I want to say that Schoeneman's been getting closer and closer to Sunveld as time's been going on here, because it was a 5-second gap, but it looks like it's 2.4 now.
They're actually doing a very similar pace.
Yeah, but he's doing quicker. Last lap, Sunveld did a 149, and Schoeneman did a 147.
Yeah, no, 2 seconds faster is Schoeneman, so I imagine he's going to catch it. Oh, not like that, though.
Oh,
what a save! That was an excellent save from Schoeneman.
That hurts, though.
But, this karting race, we were on the way to the grid, and this guy hadn't done much karting. Or hadn't done any karting before. And you're supposed to slow down so that they can send you to the grid. And I'm just sitting there, waiting to go to the grid. And this guy comes in full speed, so we're talking 40 mile an hour probably, straight into the back of me, and I'm stationary. I swear to God, the pain was intense. I only started feeling it though.
You fight him after?
No. It was an accident. He said he apologised, but
I'll just my fist.
it was it was. I only started to feel it as I got up. So I did my Road America stint, and everything was actually okay. I got out of the car at 1 a.m. and then I went to sleep until sort of 4 or 5 to get in the car again. And suddenly I started to realise what had actually happened to my neck, and it was just pain. I'm
trying to set the Delta. Oh my god, big spin by Batesi. Not Batesi. Who was that?
It must have been the other GRG with been
Perez. Yeah, Perez spun at the sunset. Yeah, they had another. The car threw me off. The Batesi spun. I was like, oh, it's going to be terrible news for them.
GRG are basically the Red Bull of this series. They seem to just be.
Schoeneman's still 2 seconds now behind Sundveld. Sorry to cut you off there. Just he's getting closer and closer to Sundveld.
GRG always seem to be at the top, but never winning anything.
Yeah, it's I think basically, to me, my guess is it would come down to they have a lot of competent drivers, but they don't have a knockout fast person to give them the boost they need. You just need one person, who can just put in a second a lap faster,
Yeah, really, for sure. I mean, it takes a lot to be a competent driver. I feel like I've got to a point where I could call myself somewhat competent. And, you can keep pace and you can fight for second places and things like that. But
I wonder if Guy Sundveld's starting to get beat here because he's really starting to fall to Schoenemann here. Schoenemann's like a second within a second now.
But to really fight for championships, you do need that really just that good driver that can not necessarily carry the team, but can certainly give you that extra boost, that extra sort of 5 seconds that you need to get to the car ahead.
Because especially in endurance racing, if you are...
Oh my god, big block on Schoenemann there.
Yeah.
By the Corvette there of Lappins.
Yeah.
To being a good endurance driver is quite easy, because all you have to do is be able to fuel save and keep a consistent pace. I find that regularly I can be sort of... I can kind of be 5 to 6 tenths down on the leader per lap, and somewhat be keeping pace with him and being one of the sort of midfield to faster drivers on the field. But to actually sort of to be an excellent endurance driver, you have to be able to be the leader, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You have to be the pace setter. And it takes a lot to go and be the fastest driver, especially in the LMP2s, when you've got to fuel save as well and tyre save. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah. So I think like that is... GRG has a lot of has an entire squad of competent drivers that they don't have a... Oof, Schoenemann gets
Schoenemann big time.
It's just tough. There's not a lot of them. There's not a lot of those alien caliber drivers around, and you just need one, I think, if you really want to compete for championships. Even just in...
Ooh, Schoenemann's close now in the back straight here.
Yeah, I think he's going to make the move on that Val car. I believe it's the Val car. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I thought maybe he'd make the move here, but I think he might make the move in the second sector somewhere, but we'll see.
Well, we know from the first stint when the Val was fighting I believe that was the 360 earlier.
Oh my god, they almost had contact.
It's just that Val is so strong around Sunset, just on that back part of the track, that it's very hard to get the move.
Val's got another case of the competent syndrome, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah.
Where they've got an entire squad. That seems to be the racing line now. That they seem to have a lot of competent drivers, but again, just no absolute knockout.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is actually pretty true for most things. It's United Autosports in actual WEC. They've got a lot of competent drivers, And then they just have Anthony Davidson, who's just a cut above basically everyone else on that LMP2 field.
Yeah, just having one person who can go half a second a lap faster or 0.3 a lap faster over a 2-hour stint is massive.
Schuman's got him
what
because
a move!
Sunfeld goes wide into the corner.
Yep.
That was just as lucky as it was class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Schumann was just waiting for the moment. And Sunveld, who put that car on pole, has just slowly been slipping down the order over a stint. It's a marathon, not a sprint, in a nutshell.
I feel like that's one of 3 endurance racing cliches.
I think is that now all the DPIs 1, 2,
User
3?
joined your channel.
Yep.
So
All
we
the way
have
down
Alex
to
Skinner.
4th.
Hello, Alex.
Hello, chaps. Thought I'd come see how we're all doing.
We're doing very well, thank you. How's your race directing going?
Been interesting. It's been...
I bet you're sick of saying code 80.
We haven't had one for a while now.
Don't curse it.
What happened with the Luke not Lucas Leon Chambers incident?
For salt. He obviously, I went to assign him a penalty from a lap 1 incident. He then had a game freeze when I did that. It then spun him into the barrier. So I called the code 80 out, knowing that, you know, there was going to be some big damage from that because he was still going quite a pace. He didn't hear the code 80 call out, therefore didn't know it was code 80. So, yeah, poor soul. And then after that, I signed all the penalties, and then someone called the code 80, so I had to unassign them. And then I signed them when we went back to green. Someone else called the code 80, so I unassigned them.
So,
keeping you busy.
I know. I never get a break in this series.
I feel like every single endurance race, you have the start, you have the briefing. Alex is really excited. It's like, yeah, we're going to do this.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to today's race. Hope you have a good time. We'll see you at the finish. Then, not even like 2 hours in. Get on with this, please.
It's just a slow mental breakdown every single race.
They're just treating it as a 12-hour sprint race, you know?
No!
but the thing is, from a commentary standpoint, you want to see the hero going for it into turn 1.
Yeah.
Drama's good.
I'm outvoted on this one.
Well, I'd rather.
However, I didn't say this was a democracy, so no, you're wrong.
I'd much rather commentate on someone like just
yeeting it down the inside into turn 1.
Yeah, than someone just eyeing up a move for 7 laps.
Well, the eyeing up a move for 7 laps.
I mean, the reason of that, Tom, is probably because someone doesn't eye up the move on you for about 7 laps. It takes them about 2 corners. Then you've probably locked up, gone wide, and they've gone through for about 3 seconds ahead up the road.
Oh, amazing, Alex! Thank you for the encouragement.
Or you're half-hearting it down the inside of a GT car, and then, well, we all know what happens next.
Well, that was a racing incident. I will remind you. So,
big lockup from Sunveld.
I was about to say another small little mistake. Actually, interesting to note, he's dropped behind Schunemann on track. So
yeah, we saw that pass. He messed up going into which corner was it? But
they were passing a G car. And they split the GTE car, and then on the braking, Sunveld just braked too late and went too deep into the corner, and then Schumann capitalized, but then Sunveld was right back on him, but he's been
it seems like
that quick.
Like my guess is the Acura must just be bad on tire wear, because on a single lap, Sunveld seems quick, but over a stint, he's
probably just eating those tires up with lockups and everything else. Like
it very much seems like there isn't really a de facto fastest DPI.
Well, I mean, the Mazda seems pretty slow, but then again, I don't know if those teams are getting the most out of the Mazda, whereas, you know, the Cadillac and the Acura teams are seeming to get the most out of that car.
It's
some drivers changes.
Looks like it's probably the
because Michael Parker and Martin Turbuck are driving now.
Too.
New drivers.
Like 10 minutes to go until we'll start seeing the first drivers changes, I would imagine.
Yeah, we have had one or two already, but I think really that's when we'll see it start happening en masse.
Yeah, you always have the brave teams going for the weird strategies.
The brave teams going for the really short stints or actually pushing the drive time limits to the maximum.
I've noticed that Bent's Pankatoy has been on a different strategy than most of the LMP2 and DPIs, you know? He seems to be pitting earlier, but then it's helped him jump all the way up to P2 so far. And
I like how
he
we
did lead
now-
for a bit.
I like how we're so used to P2s but actually fighting DPIs. We're classing them under the same banner now in commentary.
Well, I mean, if you look at the overall,
The same.
they are pretty much mixed in.
I mean, that's only because of mistakes from certain teams and drivers and stuff like that. I mean, I was very worried, actually. Funnily enough, I was actually very worried coming into this race we'd have a repeat of Portland. You know, with the P2s literally being nose to tail and even leading at some points, you know.
Yeah.
It's like the
Contact! Martin Turbuck just came together with Christopher Kynyak, and they're both
Oh!
off the track big time there.
that's going to be a code 80, I imagine. No, it's not. Never mind.
It looks like
Obviously.
Kynyak hit the back wheel of Turbuck as he is lapping him, you know? So I don't know how it doesn't look good.
Yeah, I was
Turbuck
about to say,
is
it doesn't look like any damage on either car, so we'll stay green.
Turbuck is the most annoying name to say on this commentary because I can never tell how it's exactly pronounced.
I always just say Martin to break and go on. You know, he hasn't corrected me yet in the X amount of years that I've been commentating and talking to him.
I've
so-
noticed that the LMP2 and DPIs are getting less patient at passing GTs because sometimes the GTs are not moving out of the way in some of the corners, so the LMP2 is
They
just
don't have
forcing
to.
it.
Right, this is something that I noticed. No,
No, yeah. So
GTs,
they're just like forcing it on them.
yeah, that's the problem with the prototype, not the GTs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like this is the thing. Like I was being told that certain commentary members, I don't know who, I will not name names because they didn't name names either, but were saying we're getting angry that these GTs were quote unquote blocking when the GTs don't have to move. The
No,
GTs
there was
just-
some definitely where it looked like they moved up the line. There's some where they definitely blocked them.
Yeah,
But
there
then
was a couple.
There
of
was some where they
instances
definitely blocked them, like 100%.
definitely blocking.
That's not what we're saying. We get that they get the faster cars to pass the slower ones, but there was some where like it was like, all right, get out of the way. You know, like
we got PT here telling
You're
us.
blocking.
PT here really sympathizing with the arguments of the prototypes. I'm the only person who gets that. That's okay. But yeah, that's like a big thing. And this is something I was actually doing. Sim Racing 604's GT ACC series he did, and that was a big thing. People kind of had to learn over the course of the championship. Is it's like the GT3 has to get around the GT4. The GT4 does not need to get out of the way. The key thing for the GT4 car is to just be predictable, so that the GT3 car doesn't have to do something crazy to get around.
Thing is, though, when it comes to lapping and blue flags in endurance, you get into this awkward situation where LMP2s have to make a move for their race,
Yeah.
but then GTs have to think about their race, and you're kind of both, even though you're not in the same race, you're still trying to, you know, it's very much a weird thing. You're trying to not lose as much time as possible, and that leads to incidents where that's when you start to have incidents with the blue flags, as me and Alex both found out last time we were on track with each other.
Yeah.
what do you
yeah.
mean?
So here's an interesting thing as well: is you can really see Zoltan's in the Vacani. That's probably not Italian. I don't know why I went in that
No,
direction.
it's not. It's Zoltan Vakonye.
Yeah.
In the Mugen, in the
22.
Mugen
Yeah.
22s, just actually unlapping himself from Sundveld.
But he really actually probably should be fighting in the top 3. But he had that big accident early on, and he's trying to doing a recovery drive as he drifts through the hairpin.
Thought he was going to spin it for a minute.
Yeah.
had me a
is
bit
the
on the
car
edge.
That has, I believe, has some shadow damage.
Mhm.
Might do. Well, I don't think it does because it got hit. Only really hit up the rear and lost a rear wing. So there shouldn't be.
It was certainly when I was watching there on board. It was certainly having quite a few issues. As Ernest Lappins is talking in Discord whilst driving.
Jeez.
Yeah,
He's a lap ahead, and it's a time to text and drive, baby.
He's going down the front straight, so
Yeah.
I
mean-
mean, when you do longer stints, I do find myself during pit stops having a quick like flick through Discord or something.
Oh, I do that as well. I do that during stops. I'll just tab out and have a look, and then tab back in.
I remember during the Nordschleife I did once.
Oh no!
I text and drove down the straight, and people were like, "Oh, you can't do that." I'm like, "The straight's like 2 minutes long." Yes, I can. Like I had the track map up. It's like I'm literally the only car in this sector. It's like
But yeah, Zoltan basically in a big fight now to try and get himself around the Val Esports Acura.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that seems to be riding a lot more curves.
Yeah.
I say that Valet Esports Acura DPI is actually not far off the back of Bent Pankotai at the moment, who's obviously just come out of pits. And then Petter Schulman's not far up in front of them. But obviously, this, like, between Bentz, who's in between these two guys, Bentz has just got to keep it clean, really, because he's comfortably second.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I feel like 90% of endurance racing is just trying to keep it clean.
True, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
keeping it more clean than you'd think.
Yeah.
I mean, Daytona was pretty, and the Raw was pretty much less of who's fastest and who's binned it the least.
Yeah.
As I believe it will be hourly report time, Christian.
We can do that. Let's
Roughly.
2 minutes, but you know what? Let's do
Whilst
it
you do
early.
that.
Let's get
Well, it
that.
will take
do-
2 minutes.
What do you mean 2 minutes? It's 2 hours into the race. We're 1 minute, 122 minutes. That's 2 hours and 2 minutes. So you're 2 minutes late, if anything.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'll let you get on with it, but yeah. Just know that your race director's slowly having mental breakdowns over the course of this 12-hour race, and
That's every race, though, dude. We know. We got your back.
I mean, it
That's
wasn't
it.
that bad at Portland. Actually.
No.
I was enjoying Portland. Let's put it that way. I was laughing and smiling
Oh.
at Portland.
Other news: that rain is kind of. I can't tell if it's making its way over or if it's kind of just going to miss the track. I feel like it might just miss, but yeah, there is rain in the vicinity.
Oh dear. Well, get your coats on, people. Hopefully, it doesn't get as bad as it has done in the 12 hours of Sebring in previous years.
So, yes, as we look.
Yeah, quick. I'm just gonna step away for just a quick second here, and I'll be back shortly.
All right. Yes, just to carry you through the field, Luca Gray in the 360 Cadillac, still leading this
User
race.
left your channel.
Got Peter Schoenman in second in our leading Mazda. We just see Bence Pankatai take second, actually, from Schoenman. So, yeah, we were on board for that. Very cash money. And they're still fighting. Holy shoot. Big lockup from Pankatai. Wow. Close fighting here still. So that kind of shows you what this race has been like. Very close race through DPI, which we kind of predicted. Qualifying was really tight. So you got Schoenman in actually third now. Back to second with that big move onto the back stretch. Nothing. Oh, they're both off! Pankatai and Schoenman both off. Right now, Schoenman's in front. We'll see how long that lasts. All kinds of chaos on the back stretch as we see Zoltan for Connie getting through. Yeah, I want to do the hourly rundown, but they're still racing each other. I can't give you a accurate reporting on the positions at all. Now split by the Ferrari, and there we go. That will, for the moment, put some space in that fight. Let's refresh that overlay for a second. Okay, let's try it again. So Luca Gray still leading, followed by Peter Schoenman in the leading Mazda. Very close behind, just on his tail, is Bence Pankatai in the Mugen Racing number 16. Behind them, very close as well, is Gis Sonveld in the Valet Esports Acura. We just saw him go off in the background there. Then we get to our first LMP2 with Lucas Patrick Attila in the Deke Mugen Sim Racing number 95. Oh, big move in the braking zone. Jeez, it's just so close between these two. Then we have Iona Busilla, who just got into the F1 RO Endurance Orica LMP2 car. Then we got Zoltan Varkani, who actually started on pole in LMP2, who's now down in 3rd in LMP2 and 7th overall. Then we have Michael Parker in the RE Racing number 23. I believe that's also a Mazda. Then we have Martin Terbrook in the AC Sim Sport number 224 Cadillac. And last in the prototype field is Leon Chambers on the Delta Autosport number 56. Then we take it over to our GTE cars. Ernst Lappens, who's been leading since the start, still in the lead of this race, followed by Dom Bassell, who just got into that GE Esports number 57. They're followed closely behind by Michael Rosas in the Random Racing number 13. Dan Sedgley in the Solo Sport Racing number 14, I believe he just got into that race car as well. Christopher Kynick in our only Aston Martin, currently running in 5th in GTE, 15th overall. Ramiro Perez in the 2nd GRG Esports Ferrari, followed closely behind by Simon Colston. Not close behind at all. Simon Colston's a lap behind. And
Warning
Tobias
for Petter
Bloomskin.
Schunnemann, that's not on with the aggressive blocking.
It's a tough fight there. Then we have Tobias Bloomskin, our only DNF. He was trying to solo this race, but unfortunately Sunset Bend claimed its first victim already. And that is it after an hour, 2 hours of racing here. But here we go. You can catch us at RF2VISC on Twitter. It's also RF2VISC on Instagram, but as I've said last hour, I don't check Instagram very often. I am a Twitter guy. But yes, close fight there for 2nd place overall between Peter Schunnemann, who just got a warning for blocking. Pence Pankatai right on his tail, Schunnemann all kinds of out of shape there. Coming through, I believe this is Fangio coming into turn 10. They'll be going through Collier. Up towards... Nope, they're going through Bishop right now. Into the Le Mans turn complex. And then they're going to get onto the Holloman Straight. So we just see them with the F1RO Endurance LMP2 in front. Close fight between these two for 2nd overall. 2nd and 3rd here. Oh, whoa! Massive crash! Massive crash there for Benz Pankatai. Is that car fine? He didn't go for the pits? I guess the car's fine.
I am back. Hello.
Wow, you just missed... you missed a lot.
Well, I mean, I got a coffee, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's the important thing. But,
Probably going to end up giving myself a heart attack by the end of this race, but, you know.
See, this race is at a reasonable time of the day for you. For me, I had to get up at like 7, man.
Yeah, but I'd rather have a race that starts at 7 and ends at 7 than a race that starts at 3 and ends at 3.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Because at least then you kind of have... your sleep isn't messed up.
Yep. Very true. Yeah, there was a close fight between Bence and... man. The fight between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th has just been on the entire time I was trying to do the hourly rundown, and then ended with Benz Pankatai hitting the wall out of Sunset, and somehow that car isn't damaged.
The thing is, I'm looking at this rain, and it's quite weird. It's getting closer to the track, but it looks like it's coming in from the sort of the sort of southeast.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to be a few miles away from the track right now.
Yeah.
And I can't tell. According to the forecast, it's going to slightly miss. But you never know what... I guess it's about the weather, where the weather station is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because if the weather station's a couple of miles away from the track, then it will obviously say, oh, it's raining now, so...
Yeah.
Depends how the plugin works, but we could have a bit of rain. I mean, To be honest, there's ever so slight showers literally at the track already, but nothing really to shout about.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like it'd be 10 minutes of rain, if anything.
Hmm.
That storm in Central America looks like it isn't going to be much of a concern, even though it has probably moved enough actually throughout the course of the race that if it was going in the direction of the track, it would be sort of touching us by now, but not to be. It looks like. Anyway, the apart from reading the Wikipedia article on the Coriolis effect, I'm not particularly a weatherman, so weather with Tom. We'll move swiftly on.
Weather with Tom. But
It could be me imagining things, but the wind seems to be changing a little bit.
yeah, I just don't get into it. I just don't get into it. It's when the GRG Ferraris go off.
We won't get rain, but it gives us something to talk about.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to play weatherman because I remember last time. Sorry. I am just updating the social media, which you can follow at VISC at RF2VISC on Twitter. If you want to see me tweet and try to be as memey as I can. I don't know if I'm succeeding, but I am trying.
It is the second best Twitter account in the world after mine.
Well, hey, we've succeeded. We've beat WTF1, I guess. I don't know who else has good racing Twitter accounts, really.
I mean, I wouldn't call WTF1 a good racing Twitter account.
Oof. See, I mostly follow artists on Twitter, so I'm not stooped in the racing Twitter, per se.
F1 Twitter is just a dumpster fire, it really is.
See, IndyCar Twitter's just boring. It's basically just David Land, and that's it.
Boring. I'm tweeting about the race, and everyone's like, what? What race? Maybe I just don't follow the right people.
Maybe.
I remember they had a YouTuber once in the passenger lap, and I made a joke about it, saying, "Oh, who let her in?" And like, just no engagement whatsoever. But yeah, F1 Twitter's basically just full of McLaren fans shouting at you.
I could see that.
I made one joke, and I kid you not, within 5 minutes, I had 3 McLaren fans in my replies.
Hey, that's more engagement than I get. Woof!
These people that don't even follow me within 3 minutes.
Who just disappeared?
Quite amusing. Her bot's disappeared.
It must have been lag. I saw, I think it was the F1 Aero Endurance car just disappeared, but then when I zoomed out, it was behind Zoltan, so I was like, okay. Whew. So, we've had a driver swap in our lead car. 10 Lauer's now in. So, interesting to see if he can keep up the pace for 360. It's a really good first stint. Who was in that car first? Because it isn't someone who was registered. It must be someone they brought in, and now I don't know who it was on the sheet. Because I said it would be Jesper Eriksson and Nick Newcomb, but neither of them did that first stint. Wow, now I feel bad.
I will check that call for you. Luca Gray.
Luca Gray, okay. So really good job for Luca Gray. If he was not the intended driver to take that car out today, really good job to put that car into first. That's about as much as you can ask for from a emergency driver there.
He's smack talking in Discord chat, and it's very funny.
As he should. Take the moment. Pat
He
yourself
says you
on
were
the
all
back.
getting beat by a bunch of amateurs.
Oof. Oof.
And
Wow.
I do apologise, by the way, wonderful viewers, if there's any background noise. Unlike the track right now, it is actually raining in England right now, so it's hammering it down. And having a room in a garage, it's you kind of hear it.
Mm-hmm. Guess Sonveld is in the pits. Be interested to see if he takes a driver swap. Misses his box by a bit. And misses it by a bit a second time. There we go. Good job. That's what you need. But yeah, really good job to put that 360 car in first. So 10 Lauer now in that car. Gotta imagine that Luca Gray's done now if they've actually got Jesper Eriksson and Nick Newcomb on board. Actually, maybe he'll be back in later. That's a lie. It was 2-hour stints. So I would put him back in again.
Riding on board with Ernest Lappins.
Yep, just been putting a really solid performance in that Corvette.
55-second the gap.
It's a massive gap. That is all you can ask for. And that's on pace. Well, I say that, but Dom Bassell earlier on, not Dom Bassell himself, but his teammate Daniello Battesi got a penalty in that GRG
And the thing
car.
is, I've just looked at their lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, his teammates are they're very, very quick. Ibrahim Khan and someone else. I can't remember, even though I've just looked at it.
Which car is that, sorry?
The AFP.
Oh, the FP, right. Yep, you got...
Eric Kumadi, sorry, and Ibrahim Khan.
Mm-hmm.
Two very, very fast drivers indeed.
Okay, so
Oh, wow.
What happened?
Oh, my goodness. I'm going to ask you to quickly check commentators and flight chat.
Let's go look. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
I'm sure Christian will post that on Twitter. To VISC. And you can see that. Quite an interesting...
That is not the way a car is supposed to work at all.
No, not at all. It's certainly on a trip to Narnia.
Was that Tobruk? Is it in that car? That's M. Parker. Who's M. Parker? Which car is that? That is the RE Racing number 23.
I was playing Kerbal Space Program before this race, and a couple of the cars have gone higher than I did.
That is one of those games I got in a Humble Bundle pack when I forgot I was subscribed to Humble Bundle, and I just one day realized I was, and I had 75 games from over 6 months and didn't know what to do with any of them.
No, the rain is really coming down now. Unfortunately not at the track, though. I love British weather. Always making it difficult for you to stream. The thing is, I swear as well, for the last 3 days straight, it's been completely dry all day, and then the second it's our lunch break, it just hammers it down.
Yeah.
And yet the one time I want it to rain, bone dry. I was going to mention something. I can't remember who it was. It was Ian. I can't remember his last name. One of the GT cars. I know his last name begins with an L, but I will probably. But I'll check if he's in TeamSpeak, and then I can fully give you his name.
There you go.
He's not. So Ian.
Yeah. Ian Longcar. That's it.
Yes, that's the one. I knew it was something. I knew it was something along those lines, but I didn't know if I was going to get it right or not. He was running on a separate tyre compound to everyone else.
Interesting.
No, I believe he was running the medium tyres, whereas everyone else runs the softs.
Yeah. Not a terrible decision, just because the tire wear is so aggressive, you know?
This is judging from not Road America, the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah.
The race I last did. It was. This is talking about the soft tyres, but I believe it's similar kind of pace difference between warm softs and mediums. But the team ahead of us, we were second, we were third, sorry, and the team behind us in fourth. Every pit stop, they would gain 10 seconds on us by not changing tyres.
Mhm.
Thing is, we then pretty much just gained that 10 seconds back in 5 laps because they were just that slow on the lower or the sort of more worn tyres. And I imagine it's similar with mediums. It's very
Laps restored due to the issue where the car was forced into the ground by a screen freezing LMP2.
Oh, well.
and especially with Alex has interrupted my flow. I don't know what I was saying.
You're talking about tire wear with
Yes,
between.
yes, of course. Especially with when it comes to the IMSA pit stops. That's what I was trying to say. Finally, when it comes to IMSA pit stops, when everything being simultaneous, you might as well just take tyres anyway.
Yeah.
Because you don't lose any time from it. So.
See, what you'd need to do, I think, and I don't know if there's nothing you can do in our factor to make this happen, is if you put a limit on the amount of tires you have for a race, then that would force people to come up with interesting strategies, but just due to the nature of our factor 2 not keeping track of that.
Yeah, there's basically no point in you. I mean, I believe there is actually. In the race settings, I believe there's a thing you can do where it's max tires.
Okay.
Max tires used or tire sets. I don't know if it's R Factor 2 or Automobilista. I know Automobilista definitely has the feature. I think R Factor 2 does as well. Yellow's in Sector 3. They don't seem to be clearing anytime soon, and they are clear now.
There you go. Don't know who that was for.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, but I believe I've got an hour left now, or 40 minutes left on my commentary stint, my first one.
Yep. I've just commentated through the break I was supposed to have, but you know what? Might as well. I'll have to leave at some point later anyways, and by that point, Senor
Who's going to be streaming through that?
I also have my stream on, and then Matt will be able to will have control of my computer.
Oh yes, we did that in the other one we did, Daytona.
Yep.
Me and you have got SRL tomorrow, haven't we?
Yeah.
I do apologise to Alex for advertising another league.
I don't know. When I did my first SRL race, we mentioned the VISC race earlier in the day, so...
One for one.
1 for 1. It all works out. So, third place is in the pits. The decent gap...
I mean...
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, it's not like I don't... I mean, it's not that I'm an admin in SRL. This is the reason why I talk about it. I mean, I talk about VISC in SRL. I talk about ERC in VISC. You know, it's... I talk about a bit of everything, to be honest.
One big racing family.
Ryan Mazumda said man was playing Kerbal Space Program. I used to play a lot of Kerbal Space Program. I've kind of only just got back into it. I played the game for about a year straight and just had like 200 hours in it. And then I discovered a little thing called sim racing and took up all my time.
Can do that. I think we're going to see a LMP2 take third overall. Look at that. It's the revenge of the LMP2s. They're slowly getting back into this.
I would love to see an LMP2 win this race overall.
I think you'd give...
People are gonna hate me for saying this, but it is my genuine belief that LMP2 cars are the best cars in the world. I know I'm gonna get about 7 angry messages in the next half an hour, but my honest belief.
Pascal Eghert getting into the fine Mazda there.
And the thing about driver swaps as well is when you get into a race, your teammate's just done 2 hours and 20 minutes in this case. It's all about finding your rhythm quickly, and you've got that added pressure of someone's had all that work, and you need to just find your pace and not crash.
Oh, they're having some driver swap issues.
Oh, into the garage.
Yep.
They will go down on our overlay as DNF, but they won't actually be DNF'd. That will just be them leaving and sort of exiting back into the game.
Yeah, trying to sort that out.
That's the thing I quite like about R-Factor 2, to be honest. You can go back into the garage.
You do need the server admin to help you out, but you can do it.
Well, no, you can just Control Alt Delete and Task Manager out of the game, and it'll work.
That works too.
I think they patched the bug now that meant that repaired all your damage. Because I remember that was the first thing I tried in ERC when the engine blew up.
Oof.
And it didn't work. So I was actually out the race.
Yeah. What I'm really hoping to see from R-Factor going into the 2020s is a better set of tools for actually doing multiplayer.
Yeah, I'd also like to see. I don't know. I feel like, and people again, this is something I've had debates on in the past, and I know people disagree with me. I'm very much in the minority, but I feel like having, like when we had Road America, having things like random engine failures. Although I know it wasn't random, but it was caused by we kind of analysed it afterwards, and it was caused by the engine being weakened through crashes. I feel like that kind of thing shouldn't really be able to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And people are going to hate me for saying this, but because it's a video game, I feel like there comes a point when you've got to say the only way the engine's going to blow up is by you literally crashing very hard or misshifting.
The other thing that would be great is if they just had downshift protection, like there is in Assetto Corsa. That would also just fix a lot of issues.
Yeah, definitely. Although downshift protection really annoys me in certain cars in Assetto Corsa. I always thought it was me that always has horrendous downshifts in Assetto Corsa. But watching Nico Rosberg's on board, he has it too, where he has to press a paddle 3 times before he can shift.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing is, it's not like I'm even shifting particularly aggressively.
Yeah.
It's I certainly don't in the LMP2s, and that's what most people say when I talk about the Road America incident. Well, it's like, well, you were shifting aggressively. It's like, I definitely wasn't, because I was fuel saving.
Yeah.
Like, my engine blew up whilst I was fuel saving, as that's Pascal Leggett you just saw. Reading through the Discord, actually, they had a driver swap failure, so that's either them out or.
That'd be really unfortunate. They were running so well.
Yeah, but I just think when it comes to things like the engine failures, I feel like it should be exclusive for you blow up your engine by overheating it, not necessarily over time it can pick up wear.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that just... Or you can have it, but make it so that you can easily get to the end of a race. Like, you have to really be hurting the engine to blow it up.
Or the other option I guess you could do is you could do something similar to the Codemasters F1 games, where you're actually more aware of what kind of wear you're putting on the engine. Then maybe have some option to do a long pit stop to fix a part.
Yeah, for sure. I think having like an engine wear tab or something saying like, you need to come in and get this looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it means spending, sometimes you see in real life where cars spend 20 minutes in the pits. Even if it means doing that, I think as long as the driver knows, because so far in R-Factor 2, you're driving as conservative as you can, but you just don't know what's happening to the engine.
Yeah.
You're just guessing.
Pretty much. But yeah, it would be great if they did something like that, I think. And to me, it would even feel more immersive, right? Because that's something that actually happens in endurance racing, is you'll have those sort of longer stops to fix a part.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you inevitably have to swap out the brakes at some point, etc.
I don't think they should bring in random failures at all, though. I feel like...
No. I agree.
I feel like when it comes to a video game, you shouldn't necessarily have completely random failures. I'd like to see the option for it, if I'm being honest, but having it as a normal thing, I don't think would be very fair. It depends. I can see the potential for a little bit like GPWC do with their Super League, having a sort of R&D endurance series where you have to actually build up your car. That would be quite interesting, because I feel like then, if you were in control of the reliability of your car, then you wouldn't feel, then it's not really like you've been hard done by the game having a random failure. It's like, well, you didn't put enough into, reliability, it's your fault.
Yeah.
But that would be an interesting idea. I honestly, I wonder why someone like EERC don't have a class where they do R&D. I understand why LMP2 wouldn't be R&D, obviously it isn't in real life, but something like an LMP1 class where you actually have to develop your car, I think would be quite a welcome addition.
I wonder how hard that is then to implement, because it sounds very interesting.
Judging by, I was in an R&D series in R Factor 1, actually, because they make it quite easy over there.
Yeah.
And it was quite, from what I know, that the system they had was really quite simple, actually. It was just, you had a certain budget, and then that they also made it in a way so that whilst the cars were R&D, it wasn't like you couldn't drag a back marker up the field.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that. You could get shock results. The driver could make the difference.
Sounds like an interesting concept, though.
It is a very interesting concept. I think it would be interesting to see in endurance, because the GP Super League does actually work, and I think it adds quite a nice dynamic, actually.
Yeah.
Rather than when you have something like FSR, it's like it means that teams actually matter, rather than it just being the colour of your car.
I guess it does. Teams do matter in a sense of setup development, but that's about as far as it goes.
Yeah,
usually.
I suppose. And infrastructure too, as much as it sounds weird. There's a lot of teams that just have simply more infrastructure than others.
Yeah.
Drivers are more likely to sign up to Drillers Esports, for example, than my team.
Mm-hmm.
Purely because Drillers are more well known, have a better reputation, and have more people.
Which helps. It all helps.
It does, yes. I know loads of teams like AFP, they have a full-on junior development program.
Man.
Which I don't necessarily agree with being a thing, but it seems to work for them, so...
Yeah. That's a lot of work.
I think it kind of puts unnecessary pressure on drivers as well, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I'd much rather my drivers feel like they aren't under any pressure, and it is just a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Rather than they're trying to beat someone else.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of a thing. That's something I was thinking about sort of earlier when I talked about the professionalism of some of the teams versus others.
Yeah. Some teams go way too professional, I always feel.
Yeah. I guess there are some it's the same as anything. There are some kids who want to be professional esports kids, and they're going to search out the teams that give them that air. And there's some people who are like, I want to play my favorite video game in a more structured environment.
I do like the esports element of sim racing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I probably would class something like this as esports, but I wouldn't ever. Pascal Eggert's back out the pits, by the way, and interestingly, he is on the medium tyres. No, he's not. It's just switched back to the spade to softs.
Okay.
Interesting. But yeah, I always think that it's a lot better to. You can take it seriously, treat it like esports, but it always annoys me watching something like TRL Limitless on F1 and how seriously they take the game.
Mm-hmm.
Just lighten up a little bit. It's at the end of the day, it is a video game.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I've watched him on YouTube.
I used to really be a massive fan, but it did annoy me, the kind of mentality they have.
Yeah.
It's like I know that it's a good mentality to have, and I feel like a mentality like that in something like karting is beneficial, but not in league racing. Like, come on.
Yeah. I've just been doing all the only team I've joined for any length of time has been IDOS, and it was a lot more laid back.
Mm.
I was always ready for Alex to just like slap me for screwing something up, and he's like, "Oh, it happens," and they'd meme on me. But I was always ready for that because I was like, "Geez, I don't know." That I was ready for TRL Limitless, and instead I got being called Makiki instead. So.
I mean, I do end up having drivers that you do kind of have to not give them a seat again.
Yeah.
But I've never sort of, been that pressure towards giving my drivers too much pressure. I like to think.
Mm-hmm.
Just because at the end of the day, say for instance something like ERC, there is prize money involved, and a mistake if you're fighting for the championship could end up with you losing a little bit of money.
Yeah.
I always look at it and I'm like, it's even the money that you get in something like FSR. You're not retiring on it. It isn't that much.
Yeah.
Like I know it's 2,500, but if you look at some of or something like that, I believe, you look at some of the effort that the team's put in to get that. It's like you might as well just work longer hours at work.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I've been meaning to 3D print a trophy for this championship at some point. I keep meaning to do that. Gotta remember to do that.
Okay, drivers, code
Nope.
80 in
Oh,
10
we have
seconds.
code 80.
Who was it for, though?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Code 80 enforced. I doubt anybody's unaware, but a code 80 is basically where they have to go around on the speed limiter. As we see Lucas Patrick Attila taking advantage of this, that will help him a lot.
Believe it or not, at I believe Red Bull Ring, it's code 100.
Interesting. Oh, because it's 100 kilometers an hour?
Yeah, I always thought it was code 80 because there's a rule book of codes or something. But no, it just means the speed that you have to go.
Huh.
Warning for the
Leon
Find the
Chambers.
Bomb car for talking during a live race session. Don't do it again, Pascal.
I imagine he probably cursed in some form.
Yeah. I have no idea who that was who was damaged on that code 80. I've been swapping around the pack.
I just saw the car. I just said it, but
Oh, who was it? Sorry? I'm dumb.
you went past them, and I only caught a glimpse.
Oh, okay. Oh well, I tried.
It's one of the LMP2s, is what
Okay.
I know. Oh, there it is, look there. That car on the straight. Go to the car that's on the back straight.
Oh, it's Leon Chambers. Okay.
Yes, there we go, Leon Chambers.
Wow. I'm sorry I've been here for so long. I need more coffee. It's been a rough race. Very rough race for the Delta Autosport car.
Yes.
It's just,
Wow.
Go ahead.
Looking at the schedule, it looks like I meant to go out at 7, so I'm not sure whether you want me on for an extra hour.
Just stick around till someone else shows up, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you're not. Where's Matt gone?
Yeah, I'm not even supposed to be here, but Matt yeeted on out, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna live.
I've done endurance commentary.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
I've done endurance commentary solo before.
3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
There was a 5 hours of Le Mans race I was commentating on, and I did 2.5 of it on my own.
Yikes.
It was not a nice experience.
No. Need someone to talk to. Even if it's just like, and that's something you'll notice even when you watch the Radio Le Mans stuff. It's like half the time it's just loosely related to racing discussion.
Well, that's what you want endurance commentary to be. You don't want it to be like a sprint race commentary at all.
Yeah.
I mean, there just isn't that much to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Overlay, by the way.
Oh, that is right. Cody is over. We are green flag racing. Man was playing Kerbal Space Program. I'm sure they were referring to the car that was caught in the ground earlier.
No, they were referring to me, I believe.
Oh, that's right. Oof! Patrick Attila just got the wall.
That's going to be an immediate pit stop. He's crabbing a little bit.
Yep. That being said, I did see the Mugen DPI hit the wall earlier and get away with it, but yeah, it does look
That
like
was
Patrick.
quite a hefty hit, though, at
Yeah.
that angle.
Let's see if he can get it around the lap clean. He might, if he can get it around the lap clean, he might just, because he's just using the curbs too. He is not backing off. But yeah, the car does look a little out of sorts after that. That was a clunk. So Eggert ended up getting his laps adjusted to being 2 laps down, which has gotta hurt, because he was running second, I think, in that Mazda. Really unfortunate for them.
Hey, wake up.
I mean, this is the exact reason why sim racing doesn't need mechanical failures, because, like, this is the equivalent.
Yep. Oh.
I mean, in all fairness, I do kind of like the way that you can have issues
Yeah.
with the sim.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not necessarily like I don't like how frequently it happens, but
So we're gonna have Lappins on in a hot second.
are we? Oh, is he out the car now? Finally,
Yeah.
Khan's in.
Ibrahim Khan taking over in the Corvette. He's got a lap on second place now.
Oh wow!
Lappin's put in some work for him earlier.
Right, we'll join Wait here for interview.
User left your channel. Channel switched.
Ernest, hello.
Yo.
Close race so far. I think it could go either way.
Well,
No.
well, you know, it's endurance racing. Anything can happen. Unfortunately, all of our drivers couldn't come today, so we had to stick together a team of 4 drivers who, well, I mean, they're not too experienced, but they're part of our academy team, and well, we'll be guiding them, hopefully, giving them some more experience in the endurance racing world. But yeah, our main focus is just to finish, especially with this Corvette. It's survival each lap, and yeah, the fast corners are impossible to take.
It might just be survival, but it's survival a second faster than everyone else.
Well, I don't know if that's the driver or if that's the car.
Are you getting in any? Or is that you done for the day?
I don't know, but I guess it's. I guess I'll see if the team needs me, but it's not like it's not. I don't really want to drive anymore, but I mean, if they need me, I'll hop in.
So I guess best of luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, good luck to you too.
Awesome.
User left your channel.
Well,
User left your channel. Channel switched.
that was Lappins, who's just been storming off and now left the car to Ibrahim Khan. So we'll have to see Ibrahim Khan's pace going forwards. See if he
That
can
went
match those times.
A lot better than when I interviewed someone else last week.
That was one of the greatest. Okay.
That was the best interview of all time.
If you have a moment, go to the end of the SRL race and watch the post-race interviews. Those were hilarious. I was the I was the broadcast director, so I wasn't on mic, but I was dying.
But for the sake of keeping my commentary role here at VISC, other open wheel leagues are available.
Man. Yeah. Lappin's trying to quell the hype a little bit from that stint, but would take something very interesting, I think, happening. Then again, 9 hours and a half left. As we say all this, there's 9.5 hours left in this race.
I found with the only ever 12 hours race I did, I wasn't actually doing it. It was my team's first ever R-Factor 2 endurance race. I was just team radioing all day.
Yeah.
I found the first 6 hours dragged along, and then the second 6 hours literally went like a flash.
Yeah.
It was... It barely even... It felt like a sprint race, actually.
It's like a road trip.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Except I live in Britain, so the maximum road trip we have is 4 hours.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I've done. You haven't done the enlightened 32-hour road trip that you can get in North America. I've been in the car for a long time before, just to get to a nearby city. Like if I just want to get to Boston, right? Boston's not far away from where I live. It's 7 hours.
I mean,
7-hour drive.
All 4 of our countries are smaller than some US states.
Yeah. So, yeah. So if I want to go on a road trip here and I want to go to a city like in Nova Scotia, for example, that's a 18-hour drive. That I've basically done Le Mans if I've done that drive. You gotta like plot out stints. It's the same deal as endurance racing, except instead of trying to push a car around Sebring or Daytona, you're just on the back roads of New Brunswick for 4 hours.
The difference with the road trip is, though, you get there and you realise you've got to do it again to come back.
Yeah.
No one does Le Mans, and then I got to do it again because we've got to come back.
That's very true. But the thing that is like sim racing with that as well is that the ride there feels like an eternity. The drive back just happens. It's so fast. Well, relatively, we're talking about like 15, 20 hours, but you know what I mean. Well, Julian Vrack now in the second GRG car. Would have just taken over from Ramiro Perez. Casey Soul will be in that car later, I do believe. I think she's doing some stuff for GRG's own league. I think they're running a GT4 league in Assetto Corsa. But yeah, she'll be getting in that car. Man, Casey Soul doing a lot.
GT4 cars are by far the largest GT cars.
Yeah.
They're massive. On their own, they always look like sleek sports cars, but then they look like massive Range Rovers when you compare them to...
So we need a proper league to run LMP1 and GT4s. It's 2 classes. Have some real closing speeds there. But, yeah. I have yet to use the Maserati in Assetto Corsa. I gotta remember to do that, because that one really sounds like a beast. So Pascal Eggert is closing in on Michael Parker now. Gonna have to do a bit of a recovery drive after some technical issues. Put them on the back foot. Unfortunate, they were doing pretty good. That was probably the best we'd seen a Mazda do until they had some technical issues. And Gis Sonveld has just... Well, there you go. That lockup kind of tells you everything you need to know about that race. As I mentioned Michael Parker. Got a penalty.
I've been looking at the Discord, and Rob Gibson says, I think there should be a clarification in the rules regarding when exactly overtaking is not allowed. Is it when the Code 80 is announced, or only after the countdown and it's in effect? He basically says, to summarise, he's basically saying that he wants clarification on the rule about the Code 80s as to whether you can overtake during the countdown, which I always assumed you could.
Mm.
But, well, big news.
Yep.
Well, this is large news.
Oh, what's the news?
On the weather front.
Okay.
But I may be right. For the first time today, we've got a blue block on the weather at 8 p.m.
All right.
So that is in 2, 4, 6. It's in 8 hours. Just in time for the end of the race. So,
This sounds like Daytona again.
Well, the block of rain I was talking about seems to be very much missing the track.
Mm-hmm.
But there's one just entering the United States down Miami area that is literally directly on course for the track.
Okay.
Light rain, though. It's not a massive block of rain. It's only light, but
So
yes.
15 minutes left, and then too late to actually affect the race. Great.
Well, I don't know how. It says 8 p.m. local time. I don't know what that is in my time. I know it's in about 8 hours' time. Anyway, so should actually be. How long's left? I believe there's roughly 9 hours and 15 minutes. So an hour and 15 minutes. So it could affect pit stops.
Mhm.
The final stops.
Decisions
Another news?
will have to be made.
Drive-through penalty for the number 23 for avoidable contact with a GT car.
Ah, so that's why Parker got the penalty. So we're swapping out one Mazda for another, I guess, if Pascal Eggert can... Because Pascal Eggert will definitely get around him after he serves the penalty.
Looking on the timing screen, 1:47.9 seems to be the pace. Fastest lap of the race is from the race leader at 1:47.003. I wonder, will we be seeing 46s done today?
If the things really came together in a lap, I bet you could pull off a really... You'd have to have a really amazing lap. Maybe later on.
I feel like if the rain holds off, we could be seeing people... Say, for instance, they're well ahead in the lead, just going for the fastest lap, just for the sake of it.
Yeah, especially if like the track cools off a bit and that's really rubbered in. Could happen.
Because the best time to drive in any racing game is the night stint in a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
Because the track's been rubbered in from 12 hours of racing, it's just the best conditions you'll ever have.
Very true. This whole happy hour at Le Mans thing.
And the game looks really good at that time.
Yeah, sunset is going to be very nice here too, I am sure. That all being said, just a point of note. For all the talking Lapins, it's like, yeah, they're not as fast, they're from the junior team. Ibrahim Khan is still the fastest guy out there right now in that Corvette.
The thing about the AFP junior team is they have about 10, so the junior team could mean anything from new recruits to seasoned veterans, just not in the FSR thing yet.
Yeah. Just, I was like, you're talking about, he's doing almost a second faster than the next fastest car. He's doing a second faster than the next fastest car, which is Don Segley in the number 14 Solo Sport Ferrari.
I mean, last time I owned a junior team, well, not owned, but had a junior team, it was Val Esports, and now all of a sudden they kind of drifted away from the junior team role and are now more successful than my team. So that was really, really upsetting. But
yeah, what does a junior team even mean? I guess at some point, especially when you don't have any material. Oh wait, somebody just went off.
I mean, I think the thing about the Val, that's a GT car, one of the Ferraris.
Yep, that's the perfect point racing. Joe Lawrence in that car now.
Perfect point.
There are quite a few laps down on the GTE lead right now.
I feel like that name needs to get changed slightly for sake of lawyers' letters.
Imperfect point racing.
Imperfect. Okay, then sector 1. Kevin Veichers, is he by any chance? He's either coming on for his stint or he is Galactic Vikings.
Probably coming in for a stint. I don't know which car he is in.
I'm sorry, Galactic Vikings is an amazing name.
Yes, it is a great
Bear with
name.
me, I've just got to go and quickly turn my heater off because it's very, very warm in here all of a sudden.
Oh, no worries. So, it's just you and me, crowd. Well, we get to know each other a little bit better. I'm joking. That's incredibly horrifying. But
Well, 6 minutes until the hourly report.
Yeah.
And then I am into my final hour, according to the sheet, of commentary. At least this first stint. And then I'm back on at 11 UK time.
Hopefully Matt will be back by then. And
Well, I should sincerely hope Matt's back before 11 o'clock.
yeah. Yeah. But yeah. So Michael Parker served his penalty. Pascal Egert's through. He's got a lap now to make up till he's with the LMP2 leaders.
I'm quite excited to go and indulge myself in more Kerbal Space Program this afternoon, or this evening. Just before I came on, I had a failed moon mission. Everything went well.
Everything went well.
Apart from when I got to take off, I ended up smacking into the side of a mountain.
I'm gonna have to try that game again. I say again, I never even properly gave it a go.
I put it on the hardest difficulty because I've been playing for ages and never actually played a proper campaign mode kind of thing. I put it on hardest difficulty, and I messed around with the settings so that like I get more points for various tasks.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that the progression goes a bit faster, because I feel like the default progression is way too slow.
Yeah.
It's like you end up in Kerbal for some reason. This is so on topic for endurance racing, by the way. You end up kind of just doing the same mission 7 times, just with different experiments.
Yeah.
So I messed around with the progression a bit to make it so that it's a bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
And what I didn't realise was, by turning off the respawn thing for the crew, I'd end up with a complete and utter bloodbath.
Yeah.
I mean, it all went well until I started making planes, and then like it flew off the end of the runway.
Oof.
And then I had another one where I took off in a rocket, and it went the wrong way.
We accidentally put the boosters on the front of the rocket, sir. Zoltan Boda with a quickly approaching DPI behind him. It's been quite the
race has kind of dulled down a little bit in the last hour or so.
Yep, this is where the cars are starting to spread out. Different strategies, mistakes are starting to pile up.
This is the kind of point in the race where you just start to get mileage done.
Yep.
More than anything. It's at the start of the race you start to think about making up positions, but now you kind of have to forget about the position counter.
Pretty much.
And the gaps and stuff. When I did the Red Bull Ring, that was the 4-hour race. That was a lot different because I got in halfway through, and I was basically spending the entire stint managing a 2-second gaps. The guy behind. Mm-hmm. So that was very much managing gaps. Quite weird for endurance that happening. But when it came to things like Road America, I just forgot about gaps because we had like a lap or two behind, a lap or two ahead. So it was very much just a case of just drive about for a bit.
Yeah.
Because even over the space of 4 hours, they're not going to bring back 5 laps.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, penalty for 10 Lauer. That's our leader.
I'll check on that for you.
And the gap is
29-second lead.
Yeah, the gap is small enough that would actually bring Patrick Silvassi into that fight.
That's the number 36, and I'm a bit confused as to why it's the number 36, because I'm the number 36 in sprint.
I don't know.
Unless they signed up afterwards, and because I didn't race sprint, I got my number priority removed.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Patrick Silvassi took over for Benson
Okay, so
Pankatai.
Alex's time, we'll get clearance on that in a second.
Okay. Because, yeah, that Mugen number 16 has been knocking on the door of the lead all race, and that could give it to them again. I think they had it earlier, briefly.
Okay. So incident between at 360 Motorsports 36 and Random Racing 13. Drive-through penalty for the number 36 for avoidable contact with a GT car.
Yeah, gotta be careful with that traffic. Is that drive-through? I don't know how long the pit delta is. Sebring doesn't have the longest pit stretch.
I'm gonna go with the general thing that they do in Formula 1 and say it's probably about 25 seconds.
Yeah, so that will put them right on top of each other pretty much.
I don't know the exact number, but that's probably
Probably around
safest.
that.
I guess we'll see.
Those are the mistakes. These are the little mistakes if you want to win the race. You just got to avoid making. So 10 Lauer going to come in and serve that. Nice and early on the pit limiter. So now we're on board with Silvassi, seeing if he can make up that time. He's on the back stretch right now, going down the Ullman straight. He's just got the F1RO endurance car in front of him. And he's around. Just setting up the car now for Sunset. That's Joe Lawrence he's going in on the inside of. And
That's a bit of a feisty move.
Yep. Got to make it done. So there you go. That closed up the gap, but he was not close enough. Tunlauer still in the lead. But that gap has come down significantly. Oof.
Still looking at that car inside the ground.
It's the advanced track cut there.
Well, there's less traffic underneath the track.
Very true. Very true.
I guess he just wanted to go to Australia, so can't blame him.
Taking you to Brazil, as the kids say. That gap is now 10 seconds. That took out about 14 seconds of gap there. See the Mugen Sim Racing in third. That's our second place LMP2 pitting. I think Henrik is going to take the... yep, there's the Valley Sports car going back into third for DPI. There's about a lap down there from Patrick Silvassi.
I'd like to know what the West Ham Ferrari is.
That's the perfect point.
Or is it?
Yep.
Do they have a custom livery? Because I know there's a problem with copyright on that one.
Yeah, that is a custom livery.
Oh, could you quickly send the camera over? Let's have a look. Why have they... That is a very interesting livery. It's the correct colour, but it has the wrong badge on it.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, when I say that, it is obviously the West Ham badge. It was a big brain football joke, so I do apologise to... As an Aston Villa fan, the only true claret and blue team is
Aston Villa.
Is us.
That's something I always find about Premier League football interesting, is there's so many similar uniforms. Like, when you watch the NHL, everything is so distinct. Like, you... Yeah.
Sorry for cutting you off, but that's mainly just because most of the top sort of 10 teams have the same kit supplier, so they just don't bother. I mean, that's the thing that annoys me. I used to get really excited for the Aston Villa kit reveal. But, after half my life of following the team, I realised that the kit's just the same every year, just like with slight differences.
Yeah.
David Petra says in Discord that they're having a problem with the West Ham Ferrari. The screen gets darker and darker until he gets closer to him.
It's interesting.
Then follows it up with he must be forever blowing bubbles, which is which for those who don't know in chat, forever blowing bubbles is the West Ham anthem.
Interesting.
But for some reason, this group of 40-year-old big builder football fans decided, yes, let's sing about bubbles.
Just having fun with it, I guess.
That really gets the heart rate going, that.
Yeah. This gets you passionate. Gets you ready to go. So, on board with Martin Militai in the only Aston Martin in the field.
Hourly report, Christian, in 7 seconds' time.
Oh boy, hourly report. It's the
I'm only
hourly
saying
report.
because I've run low on coffee, so...
Yeah, and that's Christopher Kynick he took over from. But yeah, 9 hours remaining. So, let's take a second. Watch 10 Lauer go around. Do that hourly report. So, where's the mid-race results? Boom. Here's the prototype field. 10 Lauer having taken over in the 360 motorsport car. And that car's been doing well. Didn't qualify first, but the race pace has been there. And doing a 12-hour race, race pace is king. Followed quickly behind, I say quickly behind, it's only 10-second gap, which is pretty good for 3 hours in. Patrick Silvassi in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16. After that, we have Heinrich Beller in the Val Esports Acura. And they're 2 laps behind. And they've got, and we get to our first LMP2. Lucas Patrick Attila in the Deke Mugen Sim Racing number 95. Not too far behind, you have Zoltan Boda, that's 20 seconds behind, in the Mugen Sim Racing number 22. Then we have Ionet Busilla in the F1RO Endurance LMP2 car. 7th place, Pascal Eggert in the Fine Avon Motorsport 137. After some tragedy over the hour, some technical issues, took that car out of the podium positions. They're now a few laps down in 7th, unfortunately. Behind them is Michael Parker in the 2nd Mazda in the RE Racing number 23. Then we've got Martin Tobruk in the AC Simsport number 224 Cadillac. And rounding out our prototype field is Leon Chamber in the Delta Autosport number 56. Let's carry it on over to our GTE field. Ibrahim Khan having taken over the hour from Ernst Lappens in that leading Corvette. Still the fastest man on track. Doesn't seem to matter who you put in that Corvette. Behind them is Dom Bassel in the GRG Esport number 57 Ferrari, putting on a really solid effort for GRG. He took over that car from, let me just make sure of that, Dom Bassel, so he would have taken over from Danielo Patesi. Dan Segley has just gotten into the number 14 Solo Sport Racing Ferrari. That would have been from David Martin, I believe. Mesic Jaguchtin coming at us with, I believe that's a Polish name out of nowhere. On the Random Racing number 13, he also just got into that car, taking over from Michael Rosasa, who had a pretty solid first stint. Martin Militai in the Mugen Sim Racing number 88. He's been in there since the start. Julian Vrack in the GRG Esport number 75. He has just taken over from Ramiro Perez. They were doing pretty well. Well, it's been a pretty decent recovery drive, but a massive accident on the first lap, which they had with the Mugen, I believe. Not sure. Not 100%. But that basically ruined their race. They had a massive accident. Had like a 2-minute pit stop to fix it. To put them behind the 8 ball for sure. Joe Lawrence in the Perfect Point Racing, number 74 with that West Ham livery on it. And then our only DNF is Tobias Bloomskin, who was going to try and do the solo, but Sunset Bend decided that wasn't going to happen. So, here we are. 3 hours in. Let's just take a moment. Let's just take a moment. Since it's just you and me stream. Let's just get on board. Let's go Lucas Patrick Attila. Just coming through Sunset. And let's sit on board with Lucas Patrick Attila for a lap of Sebring International Raceway. So we're going to take it all the way over to the pit wall, and it's hard braking to this long, never-ending turn number 1. Use all the track, but try not to hit the grass. Now we're into turn 2 and 3, which sort of bleed in together. And then you're trying to get yourself set up really for this really difficult 4-5 complex, which takes us through Big Bend. And you just got to try to get the best run you can through here. Very important, because we're coming into a big overtaking zone, heavy braking zone, turn number 7, the hairpin. And the newer layouts of the track, we brake a bit earlier. Used to go all the way there, but now that's just runoff. Now after the hairpin, we're going into turn 8 and 9. This is the Fangio curve. So we're coming up on Ernst Lappens in the Corvette, and that's not Lappens anymore, that's Ibrahim Khan. And now we're to turn 10. This is one of the hardest parts of the track because it's off camber, but then the track sort of comes back to you through Collier. Now we're into turn 12 and 13. It's another one of those difficult corners because it starts on camber, then off camber. Now we're past Tower there. We're going to go through the very fast, flat-out Bishop before we get to the Le Mans turn complex. And this is a very important run through 16 onto the Ullman Straight. Very easy to get the car off into the grass and then lose your entire run. But it's really important you get a good run because we're coming up to Sunset all over again. And there's so many lines through Sunset, very easy to get a pass on if you get the chance. So you got to really make sure you're good out of 16. And through Sunset, one of the most famous turns in motorsport, it's just like going through I don't know, it's like a stadium super trucks turn. It's just bumps everywhere, but you can take whatever line you want to make it happen. And that is a lap of Sebring. Thanks to you by Lucas Patrick Attila. I have been here for almost 4 hours, and I'm beginning to feel it, folks. I'm beginning to feel the wear. But I'm sure I'm not feeling the wear nearly as much as some of these people who've been on the track for a long time, like Martin Militai or Dom Bassell. But most of the people at this point, most cars have had a driver swap already, such as with the Perfect Point Racing number 74. They've had a driver swap. Joe Lawrence is in that car now.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, look at you. But yeah.
Matt
Took over
isn't
from
there.
Simon
Thanks,
Carlson.
Susanna.
Yeah, I was really hoping he'd be back by now, but I don't know. We're here. We vibing, I guess.
Oh,
Maybe.
Jose has joined.
Oh,
Now question, is Jose the same Jose that's always in GPVWC giving the national anthems and stuff?
no.
No. Because he is a legend.
Right. No. Just,
User was moved to your channel.
there we go.
Hello, Jose.
Gotta unmute the mic, though. That's a central part of TeamSpeak working.
Yes, yes. When you're commentating, it's very important for you to commentate with the mic on.
Tends to work better.
When I was really taking commentary seriously, mainly, nice emails.
I know, you get to see all my emails.
When I was, nice desktop background.
Yeah. I'm trying to get back to the stream controls, but it just chose everything else before that, and I was like, please.
I took a screenshot of my screen right now because I honestly feel like I'm in some like NASA thing. I ought to share it in chat because it is mad. It's hang on, let me just copy that and send this picture because it is all 4 parts of my monitor are like covered with something.
Jeez.
Quite a weird setup I've got going.
That's how you get all the broadcast information, man. See, I don't have the luxury of all. Actually, I probably could. Not gonna lie. I just haven't been as creative with my screen space.
What
What happened?
that is interesting.
What?
A blue blob has turned up on the radar,
Ooh.
and for the next hour, let me double check. I need to go to Google for this. I need to double check their time. So we need 3 p.m. Do you know what time zone Sebring is?
It's still it's Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
How's the race been going, gents?
Oh my goodness, this is mad.
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Right, so at 7 o'clock UK time.
I could hear you saying you're waiting for me to come back, but I was eating a sandwich, so I was trying to speed chew through it, you know.
From about 7 o'clock UK time, it should be raining. In fact, that's wrong.
I moved Jose into our channel.
Yeah.
In fact, that's wrong. No, it's basically any time now. It should be raining. Next half an hour or so.
It's funny because the track looks so clear, beautiful.
Yeah.
How's the racing been going? I see that they've made all their first driver swaps.
Yep. Getting into that part of the race. It says no precipitation, at least for the next few hours. It's-
On Dark Sky, which is the one I'm using, it has a blue blob now, and I'm assuming blue blob means raid.
Is it AccuWeather or Dark Sky
So,
that they're using for
Is
these?
Dom
or-
Bessel catching
They
Ibrahim
use
Khan to
Dark
lap
Sky,
himself?
so let me just quickly take a screenshot of this, and someone in chat can.
I see that Lappins is no longer,
Yeah, Ibrahim
in the
Khan
car,
took over.
but it looks like Dom Bessel, who's taking over for Botello, for Batesi, sorry.
Yeah.
I think he is catching Khan in an effort to unlap himself
Yeah.
because he's lapping quicker. You know.
Came out, Ibrahim Khan was fastest, but it seems like the big yawn. It seems like the stint has slowly come back his way. I do love this camera angle on the Ferrari.
What annoys me about R Factor 2 is there isn't that one amazing camera angle in the GTs and LMP2s. The one where they're on the passenger seat, but like kind of.
Oh, you can see the inside of the car. Yeah,
That's
the
the
driver.
best camera angle.
Only some cars have that, eh?
There
Like
we
not
go.
every car has all the angles.
There you go. That's the
Yeah,
angle
that
you're
camera
looking
angle.
for.
That's
Yep.
the angle that I'm on about.
The
They have
ish.
that-
Go ahead.
Sorry, it's the best camera angle in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because you can see the driver, you can see his cockpit, you can see everything.
Mhm. The issue with it, so I don't use it a ton, is now this is the camera angle we have for the DPIs, which really, oh wow, we just saw the Valet Esports Acura going off there. And the DPIs, we're now, actually, it's, it is actually fine on everything except the DPIs, not gonna lie.
Watch
It's
the
a cool
the
little
LMP2
camera
there.
view.
No, second place is just Pitt. Patrick Silvassi in. I've completely
does-
lost sense of any
Who'd
sort of
Salvasi
stretch.
take over for?
That would have been the Mugen number 16, so he took over from Bence Penkatai.
Oh, a good team. Then they have good drivers.
Yeah.
And Tian Lauer took over for.
I always forget
Being
because
there.
he's not he's not written down as one of the drivers for that team. Was it Luca Gray? Luca Gray.
Right.
And Henrik Baylor in the Valet car took over from. Actually, who the heck did he take over from?
In fact,
In the Valet Acura.
I know who he took over from, but once again, I can't remember.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is
Let
it
me
still
check
in the
the
pits
Pulse
right now?
channel.
Yeah,
He
because
took
Henrik
over
Baylor is
from,
going to pass him here. Oh,
Van
someone's
Belt.
spun at sunset there. They're just sitting.
Yep, I saw that.
Who is that? Was it the Polish name I can't pronounce?
Yep.
What a shame I can't pronounce.
Yagutsin.
Maciej Jaguchtin?
I think it's Yagutsin. Yeah.
Jaguchtin?
You know, I do really wish that I do wish that Dark Sky had a key so that I don't have to just guess that blue equals rain.
Yeah. Well,
Zoltan Boda's all over the back of Heinrich Bieler here. They're like having a pretty serious battle. It's like there's a battle on track right now.
AccuWeather claims it will not rain
The
all day.
Mugen's
Dark
Mugen Sim
Sky's
Racing
saying
number
it's definitely
22 is pressuring Heinrich Bieler as in the Acura, but that's not Penske, obviously. That's
That's the Valet car.
the Valet car.
That's
That's interesting.
just me, or there is actually cloud cover coming over on the game a little bit.
Yeah, it's supposed to get cloudy for the rest of the race, around halfway through, but it won't rain, apparently.
There's no clouds right now.
Yeah, according to my radar, it says. I mean, I've posted the thing in Discord. It says that there's a blue blob between now and 3 p.m. and then there's a blue blob between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. So I'm just wondering whether
Oh.
that's what I'm talking about.
Now it is very cloudy. Why?
It's
Wait.
raining.
Yeah,
How'd that
Zoltan Boda's got his wipers on. It is raining.
Wait, did they just make that happen?
No, that will be the.
Is it just suddenly raining? there? How's that work?
I imagine what's probably happened is the sudden rainstorm. Let me double check the thing. Yeah, no, there is now rain over the track on my radar.
Oh boy.
Okay, they didn't come in.
Just next to the track, and it seems to be coming through. It's only a slight storm. It should pass after 5 or so minutes. Well, no, it says it should be until 3 p.m. So I'm wondering.
What is going on? Nobody's quite sure.
So we've got 40 minutes of this rain, apparently.
Drivers, be aware. Rain has been spotted over sunset. Rain has been spotted over sunset. Be careful.
That was pretty funny how we're talking about the rain that literally jumped to full overcast. I wonder now if somebody's gonna be able to hold it. I'm just watching Boda because he's closest.
In general chat says, yeah, we can see that it's raining. Why do you have to use TeamSpeak for it? He then proceeds to say, attention all drivers, I'm going to indulge in a chicken sandwich.
Pretty funny.
It reminds me of I was karting once, and it started hammering.
Who were
down
these
the
cars up in front of the dealer here?
And it was a cold Saturday morning, and there was like, and
Always
it
lap.
started hammering it down, and the tyres were cold, and basically it was undrivable because it was slicks, and everyone's spinning off like every 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden they bring out a sign saying wet track. Like, well, yeah, like, I know.
Oh, there's a lot of people are sliding now, quite a bit.
Yep. It's because now it's
Boda's really
greasy.
close to Byler right now.
Your rubber
Dealer?
in line now turns into a what do you call it? Yeah, your rubber in line now goes into
slip.
Yeah, it's greasy now.
Yeah, sunset goes.
Yep. Got a good fight now on.
Oh, big spin crash! Everyone spun out there.
Oh, jeez.
See that?
Wow.
Yep.
Everyone just spun out there.
3
Boda's
cars
like,
off.
cool.
Oh my goodness! He just joined right in front of Joe Lawrence. Massive accident. That's like half the field. That's a quarter of the field involved.
I know.
That was the biggest crash I've seen, and they got so lucky there.
Somebody lost a tire though, didn't they?
I was on board with Boda and saw everything. Oh my god, people lost wings. Oh my god, they rejoined just like that. Why? Oh, I'm watching it. I missed it, so I'm watching it again on the stream. Oh my god.
The rain catching a lot of people out.
How many people in the pits right now? 1, 2, 3. I should be more than that. After what I just witnessed.
Yeah. That's going to shake up the order a lot, because now suddenly people like Pascal Eggert and Michael Parker, that was like the podium positions there. That was like third, fourth.
That reminded me a lot of Nürburgring.
Priscilla's missing a wing.
And Malaysia 2009.
Yeah.
That was tragedy.
Yeah,
Boda got P3 out of that. Like, he got so lucky.
I can't. I'm waiting
He
now
brakes
for
a lot
Alex
earlier,
to
though.
give attention to all drivers and say, watch at sunset.
Yeah. Attention
Wow.
all drivers. Attention all drivers.
Because the thing is, you've got the you've got
Someone's gone out of wets.
Alex
I think
didn't
Heinrich
even see
Byler's
the
gone out of
crash.
wets.
Yeah, that penalty is not a surprise. That was a dangerous rejoin.
Wait. And Lauer got a penalty? He's leader.
Oh, jeez. He had a penalty earlier. Did he get another one?
I don't know. It says that's the most recent thing assigned to him.
Oh, apparently they're using Climacell weather.
Okay.
Pascal Eggert is all over the back of Michael Parker right now.
Yep, that's what we're on board with. We're on board with Pascal Eggert. Will the 1v1 battle work? I believe. Yes, it did. Look at that. Woof!
Oh!
Big
Pascal
slide.
almost lost it.
That was a big save.
Good save. Good save. Yeah. Everything probably tensed up there.
Yeah! Catch us at RF2 VISC on Twitter if you want to buy into the cheeky memes. The VISC memes. Wow, bit of a lock up there from Michael Parker.
Yeah, they're both making it's that bit of water. It looks like that was it though for rain.
I am trying my best.
Oh, the wiper's still on, but
Yeah.
I'm trying my best to get onto the new radar software.
a lot of
but,
rain. Yeah.
You can actually see there's now enough
Lot of
water
rain.
on the track that the Michael Parker's starting to make a trail now on the
Oh, yeah.
track. Yeah. So it actually
is going to get dangerous.
Yeah, the track is
Also,
wet.
Inuit Basila his car's smoking right now, and he's still in the pits.
Must be a long pit stop for some damage, and he has to turn off that engine because it's going to overheat, and it'll be
Yeah.
bigger issue than some spray now coming up off Parker's car.
Dude, tons of spray. And Eggert is holding all over the back of him, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, the lap times are really falling off now.
Yeah, you're right.
This is when it really gets to crunch time, because now you've got to be really careful.
Oh, man, yeah, look how wet it is on the track now. Oh.
Because the thing is, it isn't like real life where you can kind of see everything and you can kind of feel the conditions. You've got to now. Yeah, it gets really difficult. From now. You just kind of have to guess, really.
Oh my god, he's going to try to go into the sunset?
for it.
This is going to...
Oh, no, he
okay,
backed
okay.
off. That was smart.
That was intelligent not to do that.
Yeah, I was like, dude, you don't want to be... There's no need to be risking it. 10 Lauer's in the pits right now. Leader. I want to know what for. Is he just serving a penalty, or is he pitting for tires? Oh man, everyone's in right
he had
now.
a penalty. It might be for tires as well. These two are still going, though. Michael Parker and Pascal Eggert. And the two Mazdas really, really wide. And you could see Michael Parker was doing a little bit of a drift there as well. And the spray now off these cars is getting into dangerous times to keep it on the slicks.
Look how wet the cars are, too. Oh,
yeah,
that's
he's
it.
off.
There,
Yeah, you've got to go for...
off.
You've got to go for wets soon, right? Like, this is the time.
Now, that's what Tien Lauer just did. The leader, he's put on wets. I can see it. The red tire. There's only 3 cars on track with wets on right now.
It would
Martin
be
Militai, Heinrich Baylor, and Tien Lauer.
It would be weird though, because the rain should stop in about 30 minutes. So do you want to really go
Bass
for
is
it?
in the pits now. You want to go for it? I mean, Eggert just still off the track.
Do you want
in
to
a slower
just...
corner, and he's still off the track again.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Parker's creating a rooster tail that's like 30 feet in the air, so
Yeah, this is
it's a big rooster tail. Like, that's a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Well, I have been saying since hour 1 that there's rain on the forecast. So you're welcome, everyone.
Yes. So 5 cars now have wets on.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 6 actually. No, 5. I can't count.
But you can tell it's slow because even though Eggert keeps running wide and going too deep, he's still able to hold with Parker essentially that little gap because it's rough.
Yeah. Welcome to our... Well, yeah, this has been a crazy hour, man. Already, just one of the most massive crashes I've seen in sim
And
racing.
Eggert almost just kissed the wall at a sunset here. He's going in the pits. Smart move.
Yeah. Both him and...
They slow down enough
Michael
to not
Parker.
speed.
Yeah.
Ooh. Let's yeah.
Gotta be careful about that. Wait,
Okay.
Wow, it's torrential rain right now. I don't know. You'd have to. There'd be no way you could stay out with this.
Oh wow!
There'd be no way.
This wasn't in the script.
I think so.
For sure.
Did Zoltan Boda put inters on? Because what's the yellow? He's at a different tire on them.
Julian Vrack going really, really wide in the sunset.
The bumpiness of Sebring as well means
also,
that the rain's extra difficult. Look at how much that Ferrari is having to work.
Eggert didn't stop. He just drove through and is out in the track again. Like, he didn't get anything done. Did he miss his pit box?
On the onboard footage we've got now of Julian Vrack,
Oh,
you could just see how much he had to work the wheel through.
Attila's spun around right now. Sorry to cut you off.
It's like he was boating rather than driving. So this is where really the extra level of skill.
Basila is out of the race.
Really?
With an accident. That's what it says. He's out.
That must have been the
Max Chambers has just slid off the track.
He must have blown his engine.
There's so many people sliding off the track right now, dude.
Oh
yeah, everyone's yeah.
He's crapping out. This is
and Attila has spun big time, but he's in the pits now for. But I'm just saying,
you can just see the reflections off the road as well, and how
slick it
keep
is.
an eye on Eggert because he just literally drove through the pits. Who's that?
Max Chambers.
Again.
David Petra wants. Oh, he accidentally pressed escape.
Oh.
Who did?
Oops.
The guy who DNF'd because of an accident. He accidentally pressed escape.
I'd say that
Classic.
too.
There's also
if I car-
puddles all over the track too.
Oh, it's not good.
I don't think
Of course,
Perfect-
puddles being one of the more realistic things in these game. In this
Yeah.
game.
See the crow tail going off of this valley.
Yeah, look at the
eastward.
lap times now.
Yeah, they are way down.
I don't
Almost a minute
I could-
for the
did Zolt-
Raiders.
I think that
Oh, it's just
Bode
so
does-
difficult.
does it look like Boda has inters on and Attila? Do they have a different tire on than? Is that even
Boda
possible?
and
Or is it
Attila
only
have
wet
got
and
different
dry?
Tyres on, according
Yeah.
to Race View.
Do they have maybe they have an inter tire? Maybe even more wet. I don't know.
Yeah, for some reason,
I
Race
think
View
red was
decided
wet.
it would be a good idea to not put in a T.
Yeah, it's still raining hard out there. You know what's really cool? I just noticed there's no rain under the bridge into Sunset. It's actually just a little patch of dry.
Christian, apparently there's no game sound on the stream.
Huh. That's interesting.
Might be worth looking at that.
I like how it took that long for anyone to notice that. Very cool.
Guys, they were just too busy listening to our amazing commentary.
Yeah, we were just so good. They didn't even oh wait, there's no game audio. Man, that entire lap I did on board with somebody was quiet, awkward. Man,
Max
I'm
Chambers
not
is
hearing
moving
anything
slowly in
Discord,
reverse in the
which was
pits
a
right
bit,
now.
not
Oh, there you
you
go.
know what I mean? It was a bit disconcerting to start with, but I've got used to it by now.
Any close gaps? Oh, Byler's. I see any close gaps on track, but it looks like everyone's pretty spread out.
well, the excitement now is just trying to see if people can keep the cars on the road.
Mm-hmm. Such a thin track for no margin of error.
Yeah.
It's this rain stint where the race is won or lost, really.
Yeah.
Some people are going real quick now.
Because some people certainly lost that race there in Sunset.
Oh,
yeah.
definitely. About half the DPI field.
Yep.
The rain is making its way out of the track, though, according to my radar. I know it's not the same radar, but I mean, weather's weather. I mean, I'd like to think that the radar's accurate, so...
Zoltan Boda here. Leader in LMP2 and third overall now, thanks to that accident, trying to get around a GRG. That's the 57 there.
The thing is, every single time you have to go offline...
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, code
That's going to
80.
be a nice break for the
5,
drivers.
4,
Yeah, that's
3,
true.
2, 1, code 80.
Oh, Turbrook.
Tobruk?
Yep.
Where is... There we go.
Dear.
He was full spin, I think. That's just unfortunate.
Man, it was so sunny, it was clear, and then suddenly, like, gray, rain, chaos.
Always the way. It's looking like Pascal, he's been catching Tianlar. He's faster than the rain, it seems, and I think he's going to unlap himself here, or try to get, onto the 2 lap stands to the 3.
Yeah. That will shake up the order a bit, I think. Well, it already has. We have the Mugen now in third. Just a lap behind the leading 2 cars.
The number 1 Orca's out of the accident that happened, I think, at the Sunset.
That was the one where the Basil accidentally hit the escape key, so it's a matter of do they get to come back in or not.
I'd logically say no, they don't.
Yeah.
That's just a mistake.
I don't know. We saw his car in the pits there, in the state of it.
Oh, we might have a response.
It was pretty wrecked.
Every press escape. This is quite some interesting drama unfolding here.
Yeah.
It better be like this at 11.
Okay, drivers, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Now,
5,
I could unlaps himself.
4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
So now
That cut him off.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go on board with Ibrahim Khan here. It is raining a little bit still. It's probably hard to see on the stream, but I could see it here. And then the question after that will become, at what point do you go back to dries, of course?
Wow, someone went real deep and missed.
And you
Big
don't want
time.
to mess up your pit strategy either.
Yeah, this will completely throw all that out the window.
Oh,
pretty
it's
much.
Zoltan Boda. He just missed the corner, went right, fortunately, right out to the grass. He's back on now. He has damage on his car. You can see
Warning
it.
for Zoltan Boda for an
Oh.
unsafe rejoin.
There you go.
Nope, wrong car. There we
Someone
go.
else is off too.
It's our lead LMP2.
We've got a little bit of spam.
Yeah, Byler,
in,
Heinrich
in
Byler's
the-
off the track.
in the Discord chat. What drivers do when there's code 80s?
Yeah, it's gonna be like the LMP2 is already hard enough to drive. Add
Max
in the-
Chambers has said that he jumped into the car but didn't think he'd need a wipers button.
Oops.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's.
And Alex has said to the drivers that accidentally pressed escape, basically, it's your problem. Tough.
Ooh, yeah. Well, there you go. Matt was saying at the start that Alex is gonna be tougher on people.
He's been much better about being on penalties and making sure people aren't getting away with some nonsense. Somebody's off the track right there. Who's that? Slow, really slow on the track. Who's that?
Is it an LMP2 or
Oh,
GT?
Leon Chambers off the track. Oh, Ibrahim Khan spun around. Oh! Don Bassell just slid right into Ibrahim Khan.
Ah!
Oh, see that? The leader's there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is very precarious.
So Don Bassell is about a lap behind Khan at this point. Oh, geez, you should see the
Yeah.
West Ham Ferrari off.
Bassell's off.
Bassell is
Yeah.
off. All sorts of chaos here. I'll put Ibrahim Khan back a lap ahead of the field. Bassell once again goes off all over that wet curb. Don't want to be there.
Oh my goodness. Oh no!
Ooh, we got a DPI off. That's one of the
Pushed
Mazdas.
wide, yeah.
Back here we are with.
Because Pseudo went to make a move
Yeah.
while the DPI is making a move. Bad luck. Bad
So
timing.
Pseudo just took over from Joe Lawrence. Guess they wanted someone else in that car for the wet.
That first corner, I guess everyone's taking it real quick, but that's...
As a driver, the last thing you want is to be thrown into it in the wet.
Yeah.
So if you've got a driver who's more confident in the wet, it's best to put them in.
Yeah. Pseudo just struggling to keep that Ferrari on the black stuff. Still
it's getting
raining.
really wet out there.
Yeah. it's-
People
Because-
forget to practice the wet, really.
Because they have wet tires on and they just cannot...
That was the
Oh, that-
Mugen DPI off in
that's-
front.
The trouble with that is there's a lot of puddles there, so all the cars are just aquaplaning in.
Yeah.
I've had that trouble in real life karts where you just have a lot of standing water at a certain thing and you just can't steer. I actually had an incident once where I aquaplaned from a very similar thing and ended up on top of the tyre barrier.
Jeez.
I
That doesn't
didn't.
sound comfortable.
No, I didn't realise it until I accelerated and bounced off.
Man, despite that mistake, Ibrahim Khan, well, I guess second place also messed up, so Khan stays out in front. I will be back in 1 moment, gents.
See, this sounds good.
So, Matt, Minion, you taking the stream forward for the time being. It's been a very eventful 35 minutes in this particular hour. The rain will be stopping soon-ish. In fact, the rain should be stopping in 5 minutes. And then it will just be about drying the track. Everyone on the track, apart from Basilla, is on the wet tyres, but I believe Basilla has actually DNF'd, which is why he is on the softs. That car accidentally pressing escape. So that's interesting. I believe we're about to be joined by Jose.
Jose. Possibly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello,
I have
Jose.
the best microphone. Hello, Tom.
If you could just do us a favour, could you mute yourself on Discord, please? Because I've got you in 2 ears right now. There we
Perfect.
go. Sorted. Now if you just unmute TeamSpeak, you should be fine.
Oh, my bad. I thought the channel was automatically muting. My bad.
Yeah, no, don't worry. It was just making sure it wasn't on stream or anything. You've missed quite a lot in the last 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Turberg is now in the pits. I don't know what it's about. I wonder if he had some damage or something.
Perhaps he's... Well, in fact, I'm seeing a lot more cars going onto the intermediate tyres.
There's a lot of pedals out there. Oh, contact between Evan Mueller and one of the Ferraris there. Was shoots him. Spun himself around and out.
All of the drama is happening right now in the Discord chat specifically. The Discord might be in the description. If not, I will quickly up it in live stream chat for you all. If you want to go in, if you want to join this league, let me just edit the invite link and never expire. Generate new link. New copy. I don't know if it's going to let me, but we'll see. There you go. So it is in a live stream chat right now. If you want to come in and join the conversation or the league, you can also follow us on our socials at RF2VISC on both Instagram and Twitter. 8 hours and 22 minutes to go. It should stop raining now. I believe it has actually stopped. And next rainstorm will be at 8 PM. So that's going to be fun. But now it's about clearing the water for the drivers here. So I will quickly take you through the order after all of. In fact, no, we'll leave that for Christian. Report. Quite an interesting race so far, actually. This rain has brought in a couple of massive accidents. We had the entire GT field having the DPI field. That's the one. Basically, half of the DPI field having a massive incident, and we've also seen a lot of incidents through this particular section of the track that you're seeing Ibrahim Khan follow now, where there's been a lot of standing water causing cars to aquaplane off the track. It's impossible conditions, but the talented drivers here at the VISC are doing quite well to manage the race. So
yeah, that's so much water around Sunset. It just looks like it's a pond. The Sunset Lake Resorts.
According to my weather radar and map, if the drivers do want a lake, there should be one few miles.
The wipers have stopped on Ibrahim Khan's car, so I think the rain has ceased.
Patrick Attila in the wall at a Sunset. He's got no wing on the back of that car now.
Oh yeah.
That won't be a code AC because he will be in the pits, but that's a bit of a blow for that Oraker.
The Deke Mugen Sim Sport team there. They were doing well. But
oh wow, we got big into the wall. That sucks.
And now, suddenly, Pascal Eggert, after all that drama just an hour ago, is back into fourth.
Off the track a little bit, but holding it still.
Got some work to do, but still, that's pretty big. Get the tire
I think
strategy
he's
right.
all over the back of the leader right now. I know he's trying to unlap himself. Oh man, trying to get past people right now in the rain is so dangerous. Oh, Edgar off the track again. Just for the fact that it's raining. Just to break a little earlier.
Yeah.
Although I think the rain has stopped
Yeah.
because there's no wipers on
It
any of
has
these
stopped,
cars.
according to the radar that was shared in chat. 43 is when it stopped, and it's 44 now, so it would have stopped. Also, according to my radar, it's that the rain's passed over the track.
All right.
More inbound though, in a few hours' time.
Well, maybe we can believe in Tom's rain dance this time.
Because of Attila's crash, Evan Mueller's gotten to move up into 6th place.
Let me double check what 8 p.m. is.
How you doing, Jose?
Howdy.
Howdy. Did you get the stream on the Discord?
Yeah, I think the YouTube link is a little bit more recent, though.
It's delayed, the YouTube link. It's on a delay.
It is?
Yep, it's actually the other way around, yep.
Well, I have both of them
Okay, there you go.
up. But I'll turn off the YouTube now that I know it's on a delay.
There you go. It can be useful if you miss something, but yeah.
Yeah, I use it as more like a replay I watch.
Yeah, I just had it for the comments to see if anyone was saying anything.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, how's your day been?
Alright.
All right.
I was expecting this to be like really formal, so I wasn't trying not to walk in and blunder everything.
What do you mean? This is the peak of professionalism.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, there's no other team as good as us.
Yeah,
Tom
was just. Oh, go ahead.
I was invited to the 24 Hours of Sebring, not the 12, so I'm very disappointed about that.
I can't lie. If you were expecting a formal team, and knew it had me on it, then you're pretty delusional.
It is definitely, the conditions on track are definitely getting better, but wow, there's a lot of standing water.
Yeah.
There is quite a bit of water, yeah.
And I feel like if they want to, that's gonna be, you'll want to switch tires, but you'll want to make sure you do it at that crucial point where
There's an actual dry line to use, which isn't
Yeah.
there quite yet.
Ooh.
not there's 10-foot wrist tail.
Anyway, if you guys don't mind, I think I'm going to dip out. It's 10 minutes early now. Jose's here.
Oh, alrighty. I'll be
And,
glad to fill in the spot, neglectfully so.
Neglectfully so.
So I will see you all at 11 p.m. UK time.
Awesome.
All right, Tom.
Adios.
Sounds good.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Alright, see
Have a
ya.
good one.
I need to figure out how to leave the TeamSpeak. Give me a second.
We believe in you.
Get out of here, Tom.
User left your channel.
Well, you know,
Cool.
geographically speaking, you are the closest person to this track who will be on the stream today.
Yeah, yeah. It's Florida, right?
Yep.
I think I've been to Florida a couple times, never been to Sebring.
Yeah. It's too humid for me. That's
It
my
is-
yeah.
The ambient temperature is 30 degrees, and the track temperature is 29. So it is humid. It is
Yeah.
hot and humid.
That's
Okay, it's
that's
not even fun
definitely
rain.
Florida.
That's definitely Florida.
And like these cars, man, you'd be so sweaty.
So-
Mm,
Well, Boda just saved.
Yeah.
Got a little four-wheel
Yeah.
drift going on there.
So actually, some of these cars do actually have AC. Fun fact.
huh? I didn't know that.
They usually don't want that because of you want to be fast.
Not dying is a way to be fast. Things I've learned.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, the sharper your driver is.
Mm-hmm. I know it, and it kind of varies. I was watching the 24 Hours of Nürburgring stream. They're kind of going through it, how like the Bentley is really comfortable, but then some of the older Gen GT3s and the Audi, for example, don't have as much.
Oh yeah.
So it wears you out faster.
I imagine.
There's a little bit of a tail flick, but he kept it together.
What were you gonna say there? Sorry, Jose?
I imagined just adding a little vent at the speeds they're going can probably provide enough air to keep them fairly cool.
Yeah. Woof! Suto does a little loop. Hopefully doesn't get clobbered by anything. Nope, he's all in all safe.
Good re-entry. He didn't just eat himself.
Yeah.
And you can really appreciate the track scenery when they pass by the small trailer park assembling there.
Well, it's just an old World War II airfield in like I think it's eastern Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Highlands County. Actually see some of the planes in the background. I wonder if it's like an aviation museum or something in the back. I don't know.
A lot of retired people will buy a small aircraft and then find old hangars to store them in.
More you know.
And Florida, America's armpit, well known as a retirement hotspot.
Has the same purpose here, to be honest. Or that's the way Canadians think of it. You ever heard of a snowbird before?
No.
That's what we call retired people from Canada who go to Florida for the winter.
That's pretty good.
A lot of them, yeah. They fly south with the geese.
Someone going through Sunset we can quickly jump on board with. Let's go on a lap just to get Jose up to speed. Let's do a lap of Sebring. Again, this time with engine sounds, hopefully.
Be on board with.
We are on board with Evan Muller, just going through turn 1 there. Now this is getting into one of the first really slow zones of the track. Sort of the 2, 3, and 4, 5 complex. Normally you'd want to be using the curbs a lot through here to get the car turned in, but it's wet and the curbs are death. So now we go through Big Bend, turn 6. And it's important to have gotten a good round of turn 5 because you're coming into the hairpin, one of the best passing opportunities on the track. Evan Muller being very, very cautious on the brakes in these wet conditions and all the spray from the cars in front of him. After the hairpin, you're now going through Fangio, 8 and 9. Normally flat out, but once again being very cautious with this GTE car in front of him. Now we're getting into turn 10 and then 11. Very difficult complexes. The camber is always changing on you. Once again, this is normally flat, but he's being very careful with his GTE car in front of him right now. Evan Muller is. Of course, you don't want to go too... I don't know, he's just being very careful. So after that, after you're through Tower, now we're going into Bishop. Just a flat-out left kink. Although not flat right now. Apparently it's just a bit too slippery. And we're into Le Mans.
You can see that there is a dry line starting to
develop, yeah.
Happen, yeah.
After Le Mans, you're onto the Ullman Straight. One of the most important corners to get right, of course, is Le Mans, because the Ullman Straight brings you to one of the, probably the second best passing zone, which is Sunset. But it's wet now, and there's puddles everywhere, so not easy to get through Sunset at all right now. Let's see.
That's slick.
Yeah, that's Josef Frederick Suto in the, what is it? The
solo, Ferrari.
Yeah, in the Perfect Point Racing Ferrari. And there we are, back on the front stretch. That was a lap. Very, very, very scary on the edge because it's wet lap with Evan Muller. I imagine this is similar to
I think Silvassi's going the fastest around the track right now. He got a 2-minute flat, which is like seconds and seconds faster than other people.
Yeah, that's only 2 seconds faster than a qualifying. Well, only 2 seconds faster than a lot of people were racing.
I'm not going on board with him.
Actually, that's a lie.
That's a lie. Doing.
That's still 10 seconds off what people are racing.
But it's 3 seconds faster than first.
Yes. So
and at 51 seconds behind first, that's could be really helpful.
Yeah. Probably wishes it would rain longer. You ever raced in the snow? You ever driven in the snow before, Jose?
Yes.
I imagine that is similar to what this is right now.
Yeah.
You can tell it's like that middle sector there. So it's so dry, getting so dry. But then, like the first sector and the last sector are just soaking wet.
Yeah, it's all those puddles. but you can really see there's
Yeah.
a dry line.
Hill
there
is
on
in the
back
pits again.
stretch.
He might be changing tires. We'll see. Keep an eye out for that.
This is too early for dries. It has to be.
Then so I'm just trying to see what he's in for. I'll keep you updated.
Because going out in the wet on... Oh, geez, big slide.
Ooh, not good for Silvassi.
No,
And definitely not good for the Ferrari.
that was Dom
Yeah.
Bassell in second place.
That's who. Oh, man.
Slowly been
Poor
falling apart.
Dom.
That's Schneider just unlapped himself, so he lost his lap he had on Schneider there.
That's Sunset. Oh, that's exit at Sunset. A just got him.
10 seconds.
What's 10
5,
seconds? Oh,
Code
code
80.
80.
3, 2, 1. Code 80
10
enforced.
Seconds.
I'm like,
Uh,
I was like, well, that's imposing. Who was that? Wow, that was some anger in Alex's voice there.
well, I mean, it's soaking wet in the track. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Now, who was that for?
I
is always the
feel like
question.
did Attila? No, I don't know what Attila did. I don't know if he went to intermediates, which makes no sense. I don't know what he did.
Well, if you had to do a pit stop now for fuel, I would go intermediates. If you even have that option, which I'm not sure you do in GTE.
Oh my goodness, Leon Chambers. Just look at his car for a second, the back of it. Is that smoke coming out of it, or is that,
I think that's the crow tail from the
yeah.
The car
Crow
is
tail make-
damaged.
no, I think
though,
it's
he's
smoke.
pitting. You think it's
Yeah,
smoke?
it might be
Yeah,
smoke.
I think he's smoking big.
Okay, well, we'll see once he gets to a stop. What? Nope, no, he's
Oh.
not pitting, so...
I would pit if all that was coming out the back of my car.
Might not be able to see it. He might think it's rain.
Team should notify. I just the problem. Oh, maybe no. Do you know what? Look at all the other cars. Maybe I'm just crazy. I guess even at low speeds, it just looks like they have a big rooster tail.
Yeah.
Look, and I was
Yeah.
like, okay, it looks like he's smoking. Herbrick in the pits.
That is...
Ian Lowers in the pits now, the leader.
Yeah, if you have a chance, this is close to pit stops, I guess. I don't know. Actually, I've completely lost track of strategy. After the first 2-3 hours, I'm just lost. Not gonna lie. But pitting under code 80 usually not a bad idea.
Oh,
Eggert's in the pits. They're all taking the time to do that.
It's funny, when you switch between the cars, you can see the era of car they were made from the video game, because the Corvette, look at that display in the Corvette. That is unfortunate.
Just
Then you look at the LMP2, and you actually can see the full rendered, like, display with, like, the
Yeah.
numbers.
yeah.
R Factor 2. It's
his
improved
hands
over
aren't even
time.
moving
Yeah,
really.
his hands are moving.
There we go.
Yeah, they did a much better job on the LMP2 than he did the Corvette.
And look,
Yeah.
here's the Corvette showing them how wrong they were winning the race. Well, currently leading by a lap, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Man. One thing I'm always... I don't know. Racing in the rain scares me. I had to do it a bit at Road America, and it was a stressful moment.
Yeah, it sucks. Real life, it's fun.
But in real life, it's fun.
Yeah, because you can like feel way more and feel the grip loss, and I don't know. It's like easier in a video game, right? It's all through force feedback, so you're trying to really.
You don't have the butt feeling to tell you what's
Yeah.
going on.
That's
You can
true.
feel
Yeah,
when the
yeah.
tires. You can feel that moment when tires are on the edge of grip. Like you can feel when like I'm gonna lose grip. But in the
Okay,
video game,
drivers,
it's like
we come to
quick.
code 80. Come back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh man, perfectly cut screen.
2,
Yeah.
1, green flag.
Also, perfectly cut screen.
That was beautiful.
moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got
Alrighty.
to figure out once the current global situation has changed, we'll say, how to get to a 24-hour go-kart race at some point. So I think that would be a good meme. Get the group
fun.
together.
I'm for this idea.
So I know we were planning to do it originally, but it just didn't work out.
Well, I thought we planned to do it this year.
Yeah,
or at
pretty
least
much.
attempt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the infection.
Yep, and the infection.
Yeah.
The zombies.
These zombies happened, yeah.
VP Racing Fuel.
Byler's all over the
Ooh.
pass. So, Don Bessel is out with suspension failure.
That was the crash. That was the crash earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, Dom Bessel.
Yes.
No, that's new.
Oh, and Leon Chambers is missing his wing, his back wing.
Oh, so something big happened. They must have hit each other again. That's gonna be another code 80, I think.
Man.
Man, I just looked away from Leon Chambers not too long ago.
I know. I just look back and I'm like, okay, he's there, and then second place in GT is out of the race.
We just can't get enough of each other. Oh. Ooh.
Oof.
Right into the wall.
Yep.
That.
Yeah, it's been not a great day for the... So funny thing is, this is still third place in LMP2, Leon Chambers, because there's only 4 LMP2 cars and 1 DNF'd. So by just surviving, you've already... Man, I cannot believe this is not another code 80.
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Do you
you like to tell he's on the verge of saying something else right when he cuts off.
Yeah. He bites his tongue.
Yeah. Yeah. But
That is rough for Leon Chambers.
Mhm.
The Chambers boys having a rough time.
Yeah. The, what car is that? That's the, Delta.
Delta Autosport number 56.
Yep. Well, that is actually makes the AFP situation even easier because the
Malcolm
GRG
Schneider
was not even
now
close.
takes over second place for GTA cars because Don Bessel out of the race.
Really, really rough day for the GRG squad. They're doing so well going on earlier, but it's slowly falling apart. Slowly falling apart. That's how it goes, though, in endurance racing. Gotta...
Hold it together for long enough.
Pretty much. That's pretty much literally it. Oh, they've done a DQ on them, so they are resetting that car. Yeah, that car's been reset, so it's back.
Why?
I don't know. I wonder if it was not if they're saying you can have it back because it wasn't an at-fault accident. If like an LMP2
But that's
did
not how
safe
racing
overtake.
works.
Oh, it's been DQ'd again. I don't know what's going on with it. I have to see what happens. Yeah, they have another go-kart.
Leaving the pits.
Oh, leaving the pits. There you go.
But why?
This is like Matt's bugbear about sim racing. Oh,
Like if you
Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought he
in
almost nearly...
racing, if you get hit by somebody and you're not at fault and you crash out of the race, you're out of the race.
Yeah.
Crashed.
Well,
Using to me when these guys have like blown engines or they make a mistake and then they get to be reset, and that always confuses me.
well, you know what? For the
that's
sake
racing, you get crashed.
for the sake of the car count, at least, I guess it's good to have it. If you want to put a positive spin there.
So I can't say I've watched very many of these virtual esports races. So has COVID had a positive impact on...
I think Don Best is on wet tires, by the way.
On the car count?
To my knowledge...
With more people showing up, or...?
To my knowledge, I think it has a little bit. Probably a lot if you weren't looking at this kind of racing. The thing is with this is a very...
niche?
This is a niche game within a niche genre. I guess I'd put it like that.
Yeah.
So the thing is, this is also a new league.
Mm.
But most of the people in this league are people who have been in sim racing for a while. There are a few people who are less experienced, but that's the case. But if you were to, I think if you were to go to like iRacing or Assetto Corsa Competizione, more mainstream sim racing games, you probably see a lot more
Action
there. Yeah.
or activity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I know a lot of the sim racing YouTubers went from hobbyists to full-time because of this, because of people watching their channels trying to learn how to get into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, this being a new league, and it's endurance racing too, right? So you need like a team to do this. Like you need to have people, which kind of implies that you have been around long enough to even know where to find people to race with.
Yeah.
But
I think Leon Chambers switched over because Max Chambers is in the car now.
Are they one giant?
Oh.
Wow, yeah. Are they brothers or like family members?
Apparently, for Don Bessel, his game crashed.
Oh,
Oof.
that sucks.
Sucks.
The only thing that ambulance won't be able
He was
to
repairing
fix.
the suspension and the game crashed on him.
Sometimes it just be like that.
A likely story.
So here's what I want to try and do here. It's Max Chambers in that car. Let's see if we can find Leon Chambers and answer the important question here. Are they related? It's like the Lando Norris, is he related to Chuck Norris question.
It's his uncle, obviously. I don't, by the way, with the reset of Don Bessel, it looks like on the live timing that his tires were reset to rise.
Oof. Oof. Yeah, you got to make sure when you get into that. Also implies he must have just loaded their setup and then not checked what tires that setup had on.
Yeah, because it looks like rockin' slicks. Good luck, bro. Good luck to you.
It must be why we're still under code 80, because that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to get in the pits. But if they're not aware of it, right? If they're not listening in, that being the... That would suck, though.
Yeah, it would. So we'll see if he goes into the pits here. Yeah, he's going into the pits, so yeah, that must be the case.
Yeah.
Tragedy, honestly.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of tragedy in this race. The funny thing is it just hasn't happened to the
Max Chambers is a DNF. Suddenly.
Huh. Curious. That was the car that crashed, but
They got the repairs done and changed drivers, so I don't know, maybe it just couldn't be repaired, I don't know.
Maybe. So many mysteries going on in this race right now.
Hey, wake up.
Oh, he's rejoined.
Yeah, can do. Okay, let's go over to the Wait Here for Interview channel.
Channel switched.
And this is me in the Wait Here for Interview channel. Coming straight to you. Seeing if I can pull up one Leon Chambers and answer the question. Join waiting for interview whenever you can. There you go. As we just ride on board with Zoltan Boda. You know what? Let's take this moment while I sit here alone. We're under code 80. We're waiting for Leon Chambers. Let's just do our hourly update. Let's do that. So, here's the situation after an absolutely crazy hour 8. Didn't shake up who's leading the race, but everyone behind them. That's where the chaos has been. Ken Lauer leading in the 360 Motorsports car. He inherited that car in the lead.
User joined your channel.
Oh, here we go. I think. Nope, it's Matt.
User
Matt.
was moved to your channel.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep talking then. Yes, mid-race update. Where was
We'll
I?
wait.
Yeah.
Oh, Max Chambers off the track.
Oh.
User joined your channel.
Howdy.
How's it going?
Good to you, man?
It's been better.
I could
Don't know
see
if you
that.
can tell.
Yeah.
We just had a major issue where the car just decided to not give us steering when we left the pits. So we had to pull the plug to rejoin, and now we're on slicks because it put us on slicks instead of wet. So
warning for Ibrahim Khan for talking during a live race session in the in-game chat.
Oof.
Yeah, so we're just kind of rolling around now, trying to get back to the pits, and yeah, from Daytona where we had pretty much no penalties for the entire race to this where we've had pretty much all of the penalties we could possibly have. It's a bit of a change for us.
Yeah, I could see that. So how has been dealing with traffic then on a track like this? Because it's, as you were saying, Daytona, you have to do the two big bank sections where you just get through traffic easily. This is a little bit more of a gauntlet.
Yeah, especially with the bumps, actually. The thing that we've struggled with most is trying to get round offline because the track's so bumpy, even online, when you're trying to get round people, you tend to have your car sort of skipping about everywhere. There's a couple of places that are okay to get past, like there's quite a lot more sort of straights between corners that you can draft and get through, but yeah, it's definitely a whole different story here than it was at Daytona.
Were you in the car in the wet just now, before this?
Yeah, I jumped in because another issue we had, Max's windscreen wiper wasn't working.
Oh.
So he couldn't see at all.
Oh, no.
And he had to do about 4 laps while I was trying to get my game ready and set to get in the car. So
it's
not ideal.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's been a series of unfortunate events, I guess, the last hour.
Yeah, but we're still P9.
Yeah.
10.
You'll get 9 back. That's a GT. So, yeah. So I guess the one thing I was really wondering, I just noticed this because I'm an idiot who totally pays attention. Are you two related, you and Leon? I mean, you and Max. Sorry.
Yeah, we're brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
So if you're wondering why it said Chambers the entire race, it is just the pair of us. Yeah. We did have 2 other drivers, but they couldn't make it, so it's just us 2 racing today.
So are you guys racing on the same rig or different computers in the same house, or how's that working?
We would have done ordinarily, but we've moved out for university, so we're sort of in different flats across the city from each other doing it, which is a bit bizarre, but kind of cool at the same time.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. Well, hopefully there's still a lot of time. Still 7 hours and 52 minutes left, so hopefully it
Anything
comes
can
back for
happen,
you guys. Yeah. Especially in the LMP2 field. Especially after what we saw at the start of the rain, like one big event can completely shake things up.
Absolutely, man.
Awesome. Really appreciate you stopping by, man.
Cheers.
See ya. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, man.
Bye.
User left your channel.
The way you guys said bye was hilarious to me for some reason.
Bye.
Bye.
Like saying goodbye to a friend of your friends.
Okay, drivers, we'll come back to green in 10 seconds.
Alright, so we'll take this moment then to actually do what I meant to do, which is go
5,
to the
4, 3,
hourly update.
2, 1, green flag.
Okay, so, hourly update. Back to that. 10 Lauer in the lead, inherited the lead in that car, and he has not looked back. Survived the rain, starting to dry out. Not the fastest guy on track, but he's keeping the car on track, and that is the key here. Or at least so I hear. Just behind 10 Lauer is Patrick Silvassi in the Mugen. They've had some... It's been eventful in that car, but you know what? They're still second, and that's the key. But it's behind them where things start to really kick off, because Zoltan Boda, in a pretty big recovery drive for that Mugen LMP2 car, which was, I think, qualified 3rd.
Yeah, but they got pushed way back.
Yeah, they got pushed way back. They must have been like 9th or something like that. They've recovered, gotten that car back up to 3rd, and that is because everyone in front of them crashed when the rain started. You had the RE Racing number 23 crash. You had the DAC Mugen Sim Racing car crash. There was more, but it all helped put the Mugen Sim Racing number 22 into 3rd. Behind them is the fine Avon Motorsport 137, another car that has been on a recovery drive with Pascal Eggert there. They had some issues about 2 hours ago that threw them all the way back to around 9th. And they've just quietly worked their way back up to 4th. Been a pretty good work in that leading Mazda. Behind them is Henrik Baylor in the Valet Acura. They actually qualified pole, but the race pace just hasn't been there in that car, and they've been slowly falling down the order. But they carry out the top 5. Evan Muller in the RE Racing number 23. That car is one of the cars caught out in the big accident right when it started raining. Just caught out by the slick track and Sunset. And the thing with Sunset is it's slick, but it's bumpy. So you're already sliding because it's bumpy. You add in the water, you're basically skipping across puddles. No grip. Didn't work out. We see
Attila just lost it there, but he saved it.
Yeah, speaking of Attila, that's Lucas Patrick Attila in the DAC Mugen Sim Racing number 95. They were also caught out in that crash in the wet. Calvin Reinhardt, who I think was also in the accident, but they were already pretty far down the order in the AC Sim Sport number 224 and that whole crew. Ibrahim Khan now is ahead of an LMP2 car in that GTE. It's funny because he inherited that car in the lead from Ernst Lappens, and Lappens said, yeah, you know, the rest of the crew isn't as fast. You know, we're just focusing on trying to get through the race. And Khan has just put on a clinic there in the Corvette. He's keeping that car clean and out front. And Max Chambers is the next, I think the last running prototype car. But they're still running. But they had some issues. We just had Leon Chambers in talking about some of the issues they had. Carrying on over to the GTE field, plus DNFs. Got Malcolm Schneider, who's the second in GTE right now. He took over that after a big accident by, I believe, no, it wasn't an accident, but some issues for the GRG squad. But Solo Sport Racing, quietly moving into second in GTE. Good effort from them. Martin Militai in our only Aston Martin. Mugen Racing, Sim Racing number 88. Julian Vrack in the leading GRG Esports number 75. They were caught out in a big accident at the start of the race, and they've been slowly doing a recovery to get that car into 4th. Danielo Battesi in what was the leading GRG car, and was 2nd place until quite recently. They've had some issues. They're now further down, I think in 5th there. Maciej Jaguchtin in the Random Racing number 13. And then we have Josef Frederick Suto in the last of the running cars. But hey, Perfect Point Racing, you're still running. That's a pretty big win, I'd say. And then if we have 2 DNFs now. We have Ion Basili, who was in the F1 RO LMP2. Unfortunately, they're out of the race. And Tobias Bloomskin was out, I think, around an hour and a half into the race. He was trying to do a full 12-hour race, and it just didn't piece together for the guy, unfortunately. So that's where we sit. So, the race continues. I see some wipers on the cars again. I wonder if we can find out if it's raining again.
It is raining again.
Yep. But he said it wasn't going to come back in until 8 p.m.
I feel lied to.
It's Florida, man. It's like rain all the time.
The weather in Florida, I think, is more witchcraft than science.
That is probably goes for a lot of places in North America near the ocean, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that very well may be true.
So you're in the Midwest where things are predictable, except for the tornadoes, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is some proper coastal weather here.
So something I was gonna ask, does the game model spray from other cars onto your car?
Yeah.
So then the wipers could be for that.
That is very true. That is very true. Gotta consider that. I can't see any rain on my screen right now, but it could be like a very light mist. Never know.
If you go on the inside of some of the guys, cars.
Yeah, it is raining. It is raining.
Okay.
I see it now.
There we go. So yeah, Gabriel Khan has the wipers on, even though he's on a load. Just must be a very light rain, which won't help the track drying out. I'll say that.
No.
But it puts you in a tough spot though, because there's a dry line, so your tires, your wets are heating up if you're on the dry line, but you can't go on the dries because there's not enough of a dry line for that to be safe. And even
you
the
have to
dry
drive
line
in the
is
puddles.
Yeah. You almost need to take more of a karting line around corners to try and keep the tires from overheating and wearing them out. Yeah, we have a GTE car in the top 10. Look at that. We see the Valet Acura pull past. Sunset is so hard in the wet.
Mm.
This is a race I'd like to go to in real life at some point. Maybe in an alternate timeline where Florida's less messed up, I could go there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That does
Just
seem like...
pack your hazmat, and I think you'll be fine.
They had fans at the Sebring race this year.
Yeah.
Braver than I. Braver than I.
That's Florida, though, right? So
Yeah.
that makes sense.
See the sun just poking through the cloud there. So I can't imagine it'll be wet for that much longer, but then again... The rain has come and gone out of nowhere.
And I'm looking for gaps, too, but there's not a lot of close.
It's interesting. You can kind of hear Ibrahim Khan getting out off the throttle every once in a while. In places that would normally be flat out.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah. Just gotta be cautious. All we see is there's a Ferrari off ahead. That's Maciej Jaguchtin.
Ibrahim is coming.
Ibrahim is coming. Man, it's another thing that's interesting is in Europe, we just had Tom on talking about karting in the rain. That does not happen in North America very often.
Yes, it does. Karting in the rain?
Well, yeah. If you have your own go-kart and you're racing in your own in an actual championship, yes. But in the UK, you'll drive rental karts in the rain on slicks.
Oh, yeah, you don't do that here.
Yeah.
Rental karts don't go in the rain. Oh, man. Con deep there in Sunset, but
Yeah. Kept
Fine.
it together.
I think it's also a. It's awfully close. It's just a different.
yeah, when I raced in
what
a
is that
racing
called?
league,
Climate.
Yeah.
when I raced in the league, they race in the rain. But if you're just renting karts, that's not a rain activity.
Yeah. But I mean, you gotta take into account it's the UK. When is it not raining?
Yeah. It's very true. But you almost got to feel like it puts people who have that background at a big advantage over us on this side of the
It would
lake.
seem so. Yeah.
Somebody's off in yellow. Sector 3, but seems like it's all fine and dandy.
Hold on.
Yeah, I was watching Jimmy Broadbent's video he did of the
24 hours?
Yeah, and it just rained like half the race. I'm like, I can't imagine them ever letting anyone here do a race in the wet on slick tires and rental carts. That's just not a thing that would happen here. I'd love for it to happen.
I guess it's an event, though, like a charity event, right? So
Yeah, I'd still love for it to
User
happen.
left your channel.
Oh.
Someone joined and left our channel.
Not happy. They were not happy at all.
Mm-hmm.
Move back up to matter.
Yep. Oh well. Colin still has his wipers on, but I can't imagine it's raining that much still. Just look at my actual R Factor 2 screen. Yeah, I don't see
It is raining.
It is?
Yeah, on Ibrahim Khan. Yeah, it's just like a regular rain. It's very light. But it's there. Because if you look on his inside view, where you can see his hands, like it feels like you're in his head. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And you can see the rain.
Okay. In his head.
Now we are Ibrahim.
We are Ibrahim.
Yeah. Ooh. You got very close to that.
Yeah. It's an interesting game because you want to use the draft because those DPIs are actually smaller than the GTE cars. So you can you can just tuck into the draft of one, but the closing speed is so fast you don't want to.
They don't
Stay
do
there
too
too
long.
long.
No.
Yeah.
See.
And I don't know if I love that paint scheme on that. Is that the Mazda?
Yeah.
But yeah, the lines on those LMP cars kind of made for that, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. It's an
I
interesting.
think in a field. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Say your thing.
In a field with some more LMP cars, they would probably be drafting off of each other.
Yeah.
All they have to work with here is the other the GT.
Mm-hmm. Especially with them spreading out.
Yeah.
We usually have a lot more cars in the sprint races, but the teams kind of have to consolidate for the Enduros because you need 4 drivers, 5 drivers.
Yeah, but the sprint you can just do one driver and have like a bunch of different cars, you know?
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
Or do 2. Have 2 cars then instead of 1.
Just to point this out, Lucas Patrick Attila is about a second a lap faster than Boda. Probably just because of the wet. Henrik Baylor is really properly slow. He's at 209s right now. Sounds like somebody's off. Yeah, the who was that? Was that Perez? No, that was not Perez. Martin Militai. Martin Militai was off in the Aston Martin. In the back there. Don't think he hit anything. It's funny, you'd think... Oh, so Martin Militai's wipers are off, and there's definitely no water on that car, so it's probably stopped now. So we'll be starting to see the dry line actually get a little bit more permanent.
Yeah, you can start to see the track. But they just had that light rain, so...
Yeah.
Henrik Baylor's in the pits. I think he might be switching tires.
Maybe...
There's some damage we don't know about, but...
Yeah, could just be a scheduled fuel stop, too. See, here's a big place where you can't be on dries. It's through Sunset, there is no dry line yet. You don't want to go through Sunset on slicks on a wet track.
Yeah.
Going through Sunset's...
Yeah, because you can really see it on some of the straights.
Mm-hmm.
But you hit the turn, you can't really see any dry lines.
Yeah. So it's a dangerous game. Especially because, like, Sunset's already hard in slicks on a dry track. You don't want to add any more steps. So, here we are. 7.5 hours to go. We're into the just survive part of the race. Ooh, a bunch of spray onto
yeah.
the front of that car there. From Juguchtin in head. Gonna let it dry off. No need for the wipers. He's fine.
No time to wipe.
No time to wipe. Like no time for caution, but actually that sounds like something else. Never mind.
Yeah. I was thinking more like running out of the Popeye's bathroom at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, that's where I thought it was going. Juguchtin off there.
Oof.
Yellow in Sector 1. This is not Sector 1. So somebody else was off as well that lap.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
So that Sector 1 yellow was a little bit more damaging.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Someone has no...
1.
Boda has no rear wing.
Yes, he does not. So that Pascal Eggert's recovery, it all keeps slowly going that Mazda's way.
We're out pitting right now like geniuses.
Yeah. So this is tough decision-making time because your wets will not make it the rest of the next stint, I don't think. I think the track will be too dry. But do you just try and make the wets last that long? Or do you go slicks, be really careful, and then hope that you're the genius?
Yeah. But with how unreliable the weather's been.
Yeah. The teams that have the infrastructure to have someone on the weather radar giving the driver thoughts. Someone to have like actually be telling you lap times. It's even bigger. Some of the teams will have people who've done practice in changing conditions and have found the lap time at which it is best to cross over.
Yeah.
Which I've encountered before. So the teams that have that kind of infrastructure, as we had Tom talking about infrastructure before, that's
Yeah.
what this is the moment that really comes up big.
Yeah. It can really make or break a strategy.
Yeah. Yeah. With Eggert having to pit for that damage, that is really going to help it. So Boda having to pit for damage, that's really going to help Eggert.
Yeah, Eggert's gonna pass Boda. Be third place.
Yep.
And Beld is back in the car. I believe.
Yeah. Here's an interesting thing to me. I've said this before, but I keep coming back to it. I find it odd so many teams are using the Ferrari.
Why is that? 'Cause it's trash?
It's not that it's trash. The Ferrari's good, but it's an endurance racing league, right? And mid-engine cars are harder to drive than front-engine cars. We've seen repeatedly throughout this series that over these endurance races, that AFP Corvette is dangerous, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think the Aston Martin that I think Martin Militai's in the Aston Martin right now. In the Mugen Aston Martin, I believe it's number 88. I don't think they're down the order because of the car. I'll put it like that. I think a lot of it's been bad luck thus far, but I just find it interesting we aren't seeing more use of the front-engine cars. And you're seeing a lot of people go towards the Ferrari. And then at Daytona, we were
like
talking
a BMW or something?
Yeah, like
okay,
a
drivers,
BMW
back
or
to
something.
green in 10 seconds.
That was something else that really surprised me with...
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
That was something that surprised me with EERC as well, because in EERC it's GT3 cars, right?
Yep.
And everyone uses the McLaren. But I'm like, why don't you use the BMW? One team uses the BMW and they're killing everyone every race because it's so easy to be fast in a front-engine drive car. And we're sort of seeing that repeated here. Everyone wants to use the Ferrari, but it seems like the front-engined Corvette is where the pace is over a race because you can be on top of it the whole stint.
But a Ferrari is cool.
I guess. Yellow in sector 1 somewhere. And there it is! The Mazda's back in third. Pascal Eggert with the supreme comeback there.
Wow.
I love how the Mazda has the names of the drivers there. Let me just get rid of the tower so you can appreciate that detail.
Yeah.
On the side of the car there.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you look, he's got the flags of their country as well.
Yeah.
Very nice. You were representing Texas today.
Saxatuset. I want interview. Streamer when? I don't know who you are, Debind. How am I supposed to know what Debind means?
Huh?
Could be any. Woof, Pascal Eggert. We're just complimenting the recovery drive. Decides to put on a bit
Just
of
wanted
a
to see if it
drift.
could drift.
Yeah. Just wanted to flex on us.
I want to interview streamer when.
I don't know if we want to interview somebody who wants an interview.
Oh, okay.
Talk.
Alex just made me aware. We've just passed the 4-hour mark, so we've actually given out points.
Oh.
So I can start posting the standings. Wow. Let's take a second to see if I can figure out how to do that. Using the power of knowing what I'm doing.
You don't know.
No, I don't. Not a clue.
I see red lines.
Yeah, it's from the, what do you call it? It's from the thing. You know, the thing.
Ah, yes.
That's from OBS, from using my image overlay.
Yeah.
Just on board with the... come on! Come on! There we go. Gonna reuse the, oh, there we go. Awesome! Why is that image so small? You know what? I'm just gonna post it on the, I'm gonna put it on Twitter. At VISC. At RF2VISC. I'm gonna put the image
There was an attempt.
There was an attempt. It's such a small image, and the way OBS renders images, it isn't, conducive.
Really
yeah.
I think maybe for next time we can, I don't know.
There's a way to do it with, what do you call it? There's a way to actually put it into the config file.
Yeah.
Points, but that's a bit of an ask from the person who's also controlling the camera and commentating.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. So, yeah, if you go to RF2VISC, you can see the point standings, but just to convey the point, I suppose, in the Endurance Championship, our leading 360 Motorsports car now is at 27 points to the Mugen Sim Racing number 16, which is at 22 points. Then we have the actually, it just goes according to the standings, is largely the points. Save the Val esports car and the, well, that's when you get there. The Val esports car is in 4th. Then you have the AC Sim Sport number 224 in 5th, and the RE Racing 23 is currently last in points. DPI. Our point standings after 4 hours. Hashtag VISC Sebring, where you can interact with us if you don't want to follow us on Twitter. There we go. And, yeah, there we go. Awesome. Tweeted that out. Y'all can enjoy that tweet. In LMP2, the Mugen Sim Racing team is leading the points race there, as they are leading this race. DEAC Mugen Sim Racing, the sister car, in 2nd, as they are in this race. Delta Autosport, number 56, is 3rd. Temper Group and F1RO are tied for 4th. Then we have the GTLM battle, where the Mugen Sim Racing Aston Martin is tied with the Solo Sport Racing Ferrari. Then we have the GRG Esport team in, well, the number 57 in particular is in 3rd. And they are actually tied for 3rd with the AFP Chevrolet team. Wow, I didn't know AFP was that far down the order. They seem to have been so strong. I'm sure by the end of this race that will have changed, because there will be more point payouts throughout this race. Then you'll have the 2nd GRG car, number 75. Then you have the Mugen Sim Racing, number 69, and the Random Racing, number 13. And I will take this moment to just step away for a second, friendos.
Oh, man,
Oof.
really cutting into the
grass, yeah.
Yeah.
Harris
he's
is
getting
catching
closer and closer to the wall
Jagutsen
every
now.
time he
He's
takes that
less than a
turn.
second away. Closest battle on track right now. He's got him. Harris moves up to the 14th. Starting to get darker on the track.
Mm-hmm.
The light out, but notice that.
Yeah, I think it's the clouds.
Trying to see if it's not raining anymore, but it is starting to really lighten up on track, but the water, so much water.
Yeah.
Going through the deltas here, and the field's pretty spread out.
Oof.
We're on board here with Pascal Eggert, who's had serious drive back up to a podium position here. Running third right now in the race. That's really excellent. Nice to get so close to sunset, eh? Tight around that corner.
Yeah.
I have returned.
The gap from Savassi to Lauer's pretty substantial now. 70 seconds.
Yep. That's a
Still is in the pits right now, but I think it's just scheduled stop.
Well, we're gonna miss the really attractive sunset, I think, because it's gonna be gray instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's the 3rd anniversary of GRG, guys. I just found that out. Being on board with Perez, who's back in the car from Vrac.
He did get by Jagutsin there.
Yep. Perez, our resident Latino driver in this league. Daniel Patesi in the 2nd GRG car. It's interesting swapping between these two because I just realized the GRG cars have slightly different liveries.
Yeah.
I did
Both
appreciate that.
equally patriotic.
Yeah. You can tell GRG is the only American team in this.
Reinhardt. So a big slide, but he saved it.
Making
Was
sure
Khan,
to
sorry.
make that known.
Yeah. You have all these Eastern European teams, and then you just have GRG that's like, you know how we can make sure people know?
What's the one thing more American than a Corvette? The American flag on a Corvette.
They're Ferraris.
What? No, they're in Corvette.
Oh,
yeah, they
yeah,
are
yeah.
Ferraris. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I think the swap, the switch to Corvette confused me. Back to Con.
Yep. No, it's been a pretty good effort from them. But, yeah, Perez is back in the number 75. Patessi's back in the 57, so they've done a driver swap while I was gone. Gabor Havesi just jumped into the Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 car. So yeah, there's been some driver swaps. Which makes sense. We're past the 4-hour mark, so we're definitely into the driver swaps for teams that do 2-hour stints. I just realized there's currently a IMSA qualifying going on, so IMSA themselves are also using the IMSA hashtag, and I've been using the IMSA hashtag. Before IMSA gets on our case.
No, I just might as well siphon some of their Twitter following.
Yeah. All 15 people who follow IMSA Twitter.
Brava stealing clout.
Yeah, stealing some IMSA clout.
Oh.
Apparently we aren't getting our laps reinstated for our technical issues. Liam okay, so Chambers is saying their technical issues have not been
which is fair.
Worked out in their favor.
Happens though, right? It's
the nature of the beast.
They are 12 laps down. I don't know if it would really, not in a mean way, but I don't know if it'd make much of a difference.
Yeah. So who is
I'm not sure how many laps they
Gabor.
lost because that issue, you know.
Gabor Havesi on the back of?
He's on the back of number 5.
Oof.
So he's 4th place and 5th is in front of him.
Oh,
Very,
there's
very
a lap
close.
difference between the two. Yeah, so he's gonna get the blue
Going
flag.
yeah.
If Muller in our second Mazda. Yep. Who's had the better recovery drive than Gabor Havesi? Well, not Gabor Havesi.
As he's spins.
Wow, that was close.
That was a dodge. That was a juke.
Yeah, that
This is
was scary.
a good job by that driver in the Mazda.
Yeah, Evan Muller. Oh,
Oh,
jeez,
Havesi.
Havesi's all
Yeah.
Man, having a rough one.
You know what? He's on the inters, and everyone else on the wets. I wonder if that's an issue.
It's got to be inter time though, for sure. This can't be. I can't imagine.
Although everyone else around him is on wets, so
Yeah, maybe.
inters might be better for like the last part of the sectors, but like that first crucial part where it's very technical, it might be a difficult do it with inters on, you know.
Yeah. Well, he'll need a clean lap for us to get an indication of where he's at. As we see the Val eSport. Am I right? Yes, that's the Val eSport number 6. Acura. I was right the first time. In the pits. Getting a scheduled stop, I imagine.
Yeah. Sunvel, they've fallen quite a ways back. Weren't they running first place?
They
Start of
qualified
this race?
first.
Yeah. Now 6th, 5 laps down.
Yep. I think it's a mix of they didn't have the pace to begin with, and I think they've been caught. I think they get caught in that accident at Sunset earlier. I can't remember everyone who was involved, but I think they were one of them.
Are you racing?
Oh, Max Chambers
Yeah.
kept it together. He had a big 4-wheel drift going, but he held it together.
But yeah, who's had a better recovery, would you say? The Mugen sim racing team, the LMP2 part of the team in the 22, or the Fine Avon Motorsport team in the Mazda? Who's done a better recovery drive of this race?
That's hard to say. They
Havesi's
both
coming-
done a really good job. Yeah, Havesi's coming in. Maybe.
How many laps did he do in that stint?
Only 6.
Huh, so I guess they must feel they're on the wrong tire. You must be right, they must have tried the intermediates and found out it's still time for wets.
Too ambitious.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on wets now.
I'm shocked it's not intermediate time because there's definitely a dry line developing.
You can clearly see it.
Yeah.
But I guess straying
Woo!
past from the dry line is whenever.
Who is that?
It's Calvin Reinhardt.
Yeah, I think is that what's happening every time they stray off the dry line for a pass?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they get some puddle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a
I think that's why it's safer to keep the wets on.
Yeah. It's a long pit stop there for the Val team.
Yeah, it was. I agree. 6 laps down now.
Yeah, just not been a great outing.
The only cars that enters right now are Roland Zooks in the EAC Mugen Sim Racing number 95 and Max Chambers in the Delta Autosport number 56. Or else it's running wets.
So basically, the two LMP2s way off the order are
Yeah.
experimenting with it, and they aren't seeing and they are not seeing a lap time gain for their effort.
Oh, Max Chambers is right around right now.
Ooh.
I think he should be okay. I don't think they'll have to code any of this.
Hopefully not. He's going again.
Maybe those inters.
Yeah. It seems like the
I
moment
feel
you
like-
get off the line, the inters almost
Yeah.
acting like slicks.
Yeah. Really helping them find the wall.
In case you ever forget where the wall is at. We got you. Another yellow. Sector 2 now. Was it Chambers? I don't know who that was. Neatly guessed Chambers or Zooks, but
Rude.
I know.
It's both of them. No.
It's both. They just came together. Oof. I really hope they get the C8 Corvette in this game to keep the GT pack up to date.
Be
Oh, Max
interesting to
Chambers
see,
is having a rough time. I wonder if it would just be best for him at this point to just jump onto the wets.
it would be very interesting to see a mid-engine Corvette in this setting.
Yeah. It's been pretty successful in real life, so... Then again, IMSA's not really, doesn't have a massive field right now either, but still would be very interesting.
Yeah.
The other part of it is just R Factor's entire thing is having sports cars, so keeping the sports cars up to date I think would be a really good thing for the game anyways. Now starting to see 156s. We're about 10 seconds now off where we were in dries.
It must be wet, because if they're 10 seconds slower, that's pretty significant.
Woof! Been a pretty good stint from Khan, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's always unfortunate when you're the leader and you're just not doing anything wrong, so no one talks about you.
I remember reading. Now I'll bring that up another time when it's more relevant.
Come on, it's fine to talk about it now. Go for it.
Ken Lauer is
I'm
leading.
gonna save my 5 relevant facts for the next 6 hours. Gotta bring them out when they're specifically relevant.
Alright. Cool, cool.
Looks like the sun's breaking though.
Yeah.
Could be good for the road.
Yeah, hopefully we'll start seeing some people adventure into the land of slicks soon.
Yeah. Maybe we will get that sunset.
Oh, yeah, maybe we'll actually get the sunset. That'd be very cash money.
Very nice.
Merry Christmas. Oof, 10 Lauer.
Very
off.
criminous.
Ooh.
Trying to find a way around Josef Friedrich Suto. That's a very Austrian sounding name to me, but I'm not actually. I don't actually think he's Austrian.
It was like Finnish.
Have Suto in and just say, okay, we don't care how the race went. We just want to know if you're.
We just need to know.
Where are you from? It's like the whole Chambers interview being inspired by me trying to confirm that Leon and Max were brothers.
Yeah.
Apparently Max thinks he's on wets.
Huh.
He is not.
Man, they're having all sorts of technical issues in that car.
Man. You hate to see it.
You do. Good meme, though. Yellow in Sector 1 there. Seeing all sorts of flashes of yellows there. Still sketchy conditions. The other interesting thing that this is
Could
also...
be Hungarian pseudo.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of Hungarians in this.
Just trying to guess now. Now it's Max Chambers, the only one on the Enters.
Yeah, the experiment has not worked. So.
Yeah, I think there's just too many puddles.
Yeah. It messes up your tires in 2 different ways. They both get cold on you, and they get wet, which is perhaps actually the bigger problem. But both together is not good either way. Because the issue is...
It's a loss of traction either way.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, if it mists a bit but doesn't completely get wet, and you can stay on dries, it's okay, because the dries are already hot. But if you're doing this, the dries... There's no tire blankets in him, so you have to get the tires up to temperature. And when it's wet and cold, the tires just will not come up to temperature, so there's just no traction.
Yeah. As well as the fact that if you hit a puddle big enough, you won't be making any contact.
And that's actually a big deal too, is making sure you do hit the Need water sometimes.
The DPI doesn't have inters, and there's too much water offline for dries. So, there you go. Yeah, that's what I was kind of surprised by. I didn't know the LMP2s had winters.
Well, did it look like rain?
No, I don't think it's raining. I'd be shocked. Let's go in. Yeah, there's no
Might
rain.
have been, yeah, might have been spray. My bad.
Helmet cam. Yeah, the spray will put water up in front of the car.
Yeah. Oh wait, we got a notification down here.
Ooh, notification.
Notification.
Ooh, there's going to be an incident between the random race number 13 and one F1RO, which will be reviewed post-race due to the car being retired. Interesting.
Did you see that message?
That was in the Stewart's chat on the Discord.
Oh, right on.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Drama.
Who caused it?
Yeah. Couldn't tell ya. Man, I felt like a voice actor in a bad late 90s point-and-click adventure game. Where is he?
Malcolm
Couldn't tell
Schneider
ya.
on slicks?
That would be...
Because it looks like he might be.
Couldn't tell ya. You'd have to check the...
That's slicks. Blue cars. Yeah, he's on dry tires.
Well, it is...
Might be time.
Apparently, it's too much wet water offline for the prototypes, but Ibrahim Khan is in the pits right now, so let's see if they're...
Yeah, there's definitely slicks on that Ferrari.
Mm-hmm.
They'd reached the 2-minute point there with the Ferraris, so... Or the... I say the Ferraris, the GTEs.
Because now Ibrahim Khan is on the dries as well, so I guess the GTs are switching, but we'll see what the prototypes can do.
No, this is sketchy moments now, because offline it's still wet, so you gotta keep the car on the lighter part of the tarmac.
If you touch that... Yeah, if you touch that offline-ness, you're getting... trouble.
Really threading a needle.
Could all go either way now. But especially for the cars between Martin Militai and Maciej Zikuchtin, they're people where being on the wrong tire could actually really affect your race negatively, or be on the right tire, because they're all close and on the same lap together.
Yeah, and those turns feel narrow enough as it is.
Yeah.
Having to stay on the dry line.
The other thing is, for the LMPs, they have to overtake people. So that requires they go offline a bit.
Yeah.
But that was a tidy lap from Schneider with the slicks on, so it's definitely slick time. We've crossed that threshold.
Here's hoping it doesn't rain anymore.
If Tom was to be believed, it will rain one more time later. Probably not soon enough that this was the wrong strategy. So, there we go.
I tell you, there's nothing like it. The cheer from the fake poster fans.
That's actually something that late games after R Factor do a very good job of. Like Assetto Corsa Competizione is like actually animating the fans and putting like PA speakers and a little bit of a crowd cheer on. So
it does feel a cool atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny to see them like the two-dimensional people.
Matt Chambers now switching to the wet tire.
What? Why?
I don't know. I don't know why he just hold out and wait until...
Oof. Malcolm Schneider went off there.
He did 27 laps on the inters.
Now he's going to the wets when it's clearly at the crossover point to dry.
Mm.
Remember how I said about having infrastructure for your team really helps? That's a team with no infrastructure. That is two brothers messing around. Not to like bemoan the fact that it is two brothers having
also,
fun racing.
Lappins is back in the car.
Wow, so
back!
they survived
Back
the.
in the saddle again.
Ibrahim Khan did a really good job in that car, though.
Yeah.
He did. He kept them. Not only did he keep them first, but he kept like a big gap. So
I guess even with the sun out, the track is still relatively wet because you'll still see the reflection of the cars, just on the track, not even on puddles sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can see Amal Schneider went offline a bit. Car just skated off into the distance. Let's see if we can get one Ibrahim Khan into the booth.
that'd be good.
Interrogation time.
Where is she? I know you're hiding her. Yeah, no, he did a good job in that car. They have a 45-second gap still to Martin Militai. It's even more actually on the side note. Not Martin Militai, Malcolm Schneider's who I meant. Actually, it's even more. It's the Delta Autosport is the next car. So they are ahead of the Delta Autosport LMP2, which will probably catch them eventually. So then it's another 2 laps to Martin Militai. But I just want to point out that was spooky.
Yeah.
But I just want to point out the fact, or it's Malcolm Schneider, actually, sorry. Malcolm Schneider's second in GTE. But 2 of the top 3 cars in GTE are front-engine cars. Going back to my theory, more people should explore running front-engine cars in endurance racing. Because you can just be...
So,
yeah, go ahead.
looping around to that relevant fact, now that it's relevant again. Something about just tagging along to what you said about front-engine cars having almost an advantage in handling.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's why I was reading an article about the C8 having a abnormally higher total rate in the few months that it's been out.
Yeah.
I read an article saying that people weren't used to the handling here in North America, so there's a lot of them that are being totaled.
Yeah. I could 100% see that. Because what happens with if you go into a corner too fast in a front-engine car, the car understeers out wide from the corner. And how you fix that is very obvious. You just slow down and the car will bite in and turn. With a mid-engine car, the back wants to get in front of you when you start sliding, so the car will kick out.
Yeah, it'll
and
spin out.
saving that is a much more difficult process and requires you understand like how to use your pedals to turn the car. And you're more likely to mess that up than you are to just slow down and cut the car in. So that's like when you saw Khan overcook Sunset. It was very easy to save it. He just had to slow down a bit more.
Let off.
Went off?
No, I said he just let off. Like sometimes
Yeah,
just letting off is the key.
Yeah.
Just let off and steer into where you want to go.
Yeah. And just let the weight of the car.
Yeah, let it correct itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
but having that weight sort of in the middle in a mid-engine car, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, everyone should be basically... I'm shocked the DPIs aren't on the dries yet, though, if they can. I guess maybe they're just going to go to the end of the stint on these wets. They must be close to their fuel windows, respectively. Woof. So we see one of the Ferraris go off a bit in the back there.
Yeah.
And 10 Lauer
Calvin
really
Reinhardt went on to... He's smoking.
Calvin Reinhardt is smoking.
He's in the pit. Yeah, but he also went on to dries, so...
Man, those LMP cars are something else.
Yeah, I know. Oof.
Not till you get into the camera, like right in the kind of like the bumper level, I guess.
Yeah.
Really notice how fast they're going.
Yeah. These are properly fast cars. DPI is basically LMP2 with aero bits thrown onto it. That's the concept. In IMSA in real life, what they'll also do is they put restrictors on the LMP2s to make the DPIs even faster than them. Although they're actually doing something relatively smart next season, where they're basically going to move away from LMP2 and just have LMP3. So there's less of this artificially making LMP2 slower, so the DPIs are assured to be ahead of them.
Are the LMP3s the ones that are open wheel?
No. LMP3s are just smaller. Slower LMP2 cars, basically. I think I think Norma is the main chassis manufacturer, although I imagine more companies will get into LMP3. But it's also cheaper to run, and the main hope... And the other thing is, LMP3 already runs IMSA's, development series.
Yeah.
So I imagine they're hoping to just bring all the teams over from the development series and kind of make one compressed IMSA championship, because right now IMSA's kind of struggling to make their prototype fields work. I think we have more cars now than there are actually in an IMSA prototype race, so...
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember we were talking about this nearly a year ago. How Nissan was pulling out of that, right?
Yeah. They pulled out of... They pulled out of LMP1 like 5 years ago, and they pulled out of LMP2 a year ago.
So what is it now? Honda, Mazda, and Chevy?
I heard crashing noises.
Yeah, I guess Cadillac is the same company.
I heard crashing noises, so I'm trying to figure out where the heck that was from.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's such a niche.
Reinhardt's still in the pits, by the way.
Ooh. Yeah. This car is smoke. Oh,
and he's out.
Speak of the devil.
Wow.
Oh, and someone spun. It is the Ferrari of, I think, Batesi, yep. Everyone's pitting now.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, Batesi is in a bad way.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
So let's see if we can find out what happened to Reinhardt. Let me poke Alex and see if I can figure that out. Time to use our sleuthing skills. What the heck is Alex? Alex always hangs out with a team.
Yeah. He's like the James Hunt of stewards.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it just seems like such a niche
Endurance racing, you mean?
series. Yeah, it seems like such a strange series for Cadillac to participate in.
That's true, but they're really good.
Cadillac actually has an odd history of doing sports car racing in the US, because before they did this, they did the CTSV. Wet tires on a dry line happened.
Oof.
Well, that doesn't sound like it was healthy.
Yeah. Crashed after catching the wet line and engine died in the pits.
Oh. So 3 cars out?
Yeah. As I said, this is going to be a
drivers,
race of attrition, pretty
green
much.
in 10 seconds.
Wake up.
Eggert just came in the pits now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Whoa. Whoa. What is he doing?
He missed
Overshot
spitbox.
a little bit. Scared me there.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to do one of those, he rear-ended me.
Hey,
He might
wake
still
up.
rear-end him. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they basically got offline with dry
So
tires.
Eggert just went on to the dry tire.
Yep.
And the rest of the LMP2 DPIs are all really on wet still, so he's taking a gamble here.
You gotta be on dry, so the track is way too... But the thing is, that is what happened to Calvin Reinhardt in the AC Sim Sport cars. They went dry on this track, and they were fine, but they went off, and that was it.
That's all she wrote, folks.
That's all she wrote. We're on board with Gabor Havesi, and he's still on the wets. You gotta imagine those tires are gonna be unhappy, though. You're not gonna be able to go very... You're not gonna be able to do a full fuel stint on those tires. The whole track is wet. Tough questions, tough questions. Well, you know what isn't a tough question, though?
Our sponsor. No, I'm just kidding.
Raid's Shadow Legends.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Let's do our hourly update.
Oh, so Eggert has gone back on dries, but his wipers are currently on because the track has rain. It's raining on his... It's raining right now, but he's on the dries, so...
It must be just like a mist. Man. I can't imagine it's actually... Oh wait, there's rain. Yeah, there's rain on the Gabor Havesi's car.
Yeah.
Oof! Oof!
Oh, man.
Well,
hold that dry line there, I guess, forever.
Yeah, I guess Tom's rain dance was a little bit too powerful.
Excuse me?
Tom spent the first, 3 hours of the race saying, gonna rain! I'm like, we did this at Daytona the whole race, and it never rained. They're like, maybe it won't rain. Maybe 30 minutes later, gonna rain!
Just spun at the sunset. I could just spun at the sunset.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, shit! Man. Yeah, I'm saying, that dry
Jesus
tire life.
Christ.
Oh, God, how's he gonna rejoin?
He was doing so good.
Who hit him there? Oh, Havesi and Havesi lost his
rear wing. But the thing is, I think Eggert actually wasn't hit too hard. I think Havesi mostly hit the wall.
No, he hit Eggert's back, and then got shunted into the wall because of that.
Yeah.
I think
from the angle we were looking at,
the dry tire might have been a mistake.
Look at Eggert's front wing too.
Is it all messed up?
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
what happened there? He stopped.
I tried to hit a replay, and that didn't work. But he just did stop. I guess he just quickly changed tires.
No, he didn't do anything.
Did do anything?
Oh, yeah. I guess tires changed that quickly.
Yeah,
he changed tires back to wet, but that was really quick.
You guys see that smoke? That's not mist. I think that's smoke.
Out of Havesi?
Out of Eggert.
I don't see any smoke.
It might have been me. He might have hit some dust.
Yeah, he probably was off track, and it's probably wet offline, and it caused there to be a crow tail.
That's what it was, yeah. That's my bad.
That's all good. A lot to know. It also looks exactly the same, and you just have to guess. Usually the cars won't smoke unless they're, yeah, it's definitely raining.
Oil temperature going up? Yeah, I know, that's... Poor Havesi got messed up because of a bad move by Eggert.
Yeah, well...
Is Eggert on wets, or...?
Yeah, he went back to wets, but I mean...
Best call for now, I think.
He got one lap in.
Those look like wets. Those look like dries on the stream, at least.
They're wets, yeah.
They're wets? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Only the GT cars are on dries, but they're going back to wets now because they're all in the pits.
Okay. So no. Let's try and do the mid-race update, I guess. As we watch, every time I go to do this, every hour there's drama right when I go to do
happens,
it.
Yeah.
So let's
mid-race
do
update.
It. Mid-race update. Mid-race update. It's so.
What?
Let me. I hit the wrong button. like, why is? Since when is Val leading? This is more like what I thought was going on. 10 Lauer in the lead in the 360 Motorsports car. They've been leading for basically most of the race up to this point, knocking on wood so I don't commentate or curse them. Patrick Silvassi in second place in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16. Then we are on, well, we're watching right now. This is the fine Avon Motorsport 137, our leading Mazda, and third overall after a pretty excellent recovery drive over the last 2-3 hours, I'd say. Been a pretty good job. And Pascal Eckert has been leading that charge. I think he's been in the car most of that time. Wow, I say that and it goes off. I feel terrible. I take personal responsibility for that. Gabor Havesi, 4th place, leading LMP2, but he just had a massive accident. We'll see if he keeps that position, because Evan Muller is catching him. Behind Evan Muller is Gis Sundveld, who's been in that Val number 9 Acura, I think all race up to this point. He might be doing down to the halfway mark, so 6 hours in that car. That'll be rough. Roland Zooks in the DAC Mugen Sim Racing number 95 is 2nd place in LMP2. And then we have Calvin Reinhardt, who DNF'd, so he'll be falling back down the F order. They tried to go into dries, got the car onto the wet line, crashed, didn't have a button down to turn off the engine and restart it, so then the engine just overheated in the pits while he was under repairs. End of their race. Max Chambers in the Delta Autosport number 56. They also tried to go onto the dries on this track, and or intermediates, and it was didn't work out for them. So they've been all over the place on tire strategy. Then we get to our leading GTE. Ernst Lappins has just taken over from Ibrahim Khan. Ernst Lappins started, Ibrahim Khan went in, Ernst Lappins is back. They've been leading since the green flag dropped. Let's go on over to the back half of the field here. Back half, but not any worse, except for the people who are out.
Ooh.
Malcolm Schneider, 2nd place in GTE in the Solo Sport Racing number 14, followed by Martin Milotai in the Mugen Sim Racing number 88. Maciej Shiguchtin in the Random Racing number 13, followed by Ramiro Perez in the leading GRG. It's been a unfortunate day for the GRG squad. Just has not worked out as they would have wanted. Behind him is the number 57 GRG Esports car with Thomas Wetzonis just getting into that car now.
Wonder if he's got his wets on.
Oh my god. Boo.
Boo. And then we have
Had
Josef
to.
Frederick Suto in the Perfect Point Racing number 74, that West Ham livery on. They are the last car running, but they are running. And that is more than what 3 other teams can say here with just over 6 hours, well, just under 7 hours to go. This
Oh my goodness.
is the VISC 12 Hours of Sebring. I'm Christian. With me is Matt, and we have Jose with us in right now. And it's wet. It's raining.
It is 31 ambient temperature in Celsius, which is craziness. The track temperature is 29. It's raining, so it is probably so humid. Oh no, Jagutsin just hit the pit wall on the way in.
Was that?
The pits.
Oh wow!
Oh.
Having some real rubber banding with Eggert.
Yeah. The car's in less than positive shape. That's definitely going to hurt them. It's definitely coming back now to where you need to be on a wet tire again. It's dark out. The dry line's disappearing.
It's still hot.
Evan Muller going into the pits now.
Everyone is on wet tires now, by the way.
Yep, gotta be. That rain is
I will
back.
be right back.
No worries.
No worries.
So, 5 hours gone. 7 to go. And it is raining again at Sebring. Think I'm brave enough to actually at Sebring International Raceway when I do this? I sure am.
Max Chambers has once again decided to go with Inters.
That's brave, but I guess you gotta try something when you're that far down the order. Not even an insult, it's just a strategic statement. You gotta try something. Especially when you are 3rd in a class of 4 cars where one of the cars is DNF'd. You might as well try.
That's
It's not
true.
like there's a massive risk. Might as well give it a college try, as they say in the biz.
And they haven't spent. There's not a lot of laps they spend on the wet tires before they change them.
Yeah.
Like just looking at Tin Lauer, he did. Oh man, Sunfeld off the track,
Who's off? Sorry?
big time. Sunveld. He went right off. Sunveld.
Sinveld. Ah!
6th. He's on the track again.
Okay, I messed up. Oh, there it is.
His big time off.
That's the Acura, that's right. That's not qualifying in my head. When I hear Sunveld, I'm like... Don't know who that is. I don't know why. He's been there the whole race. Been really trooping on in that Acura. The only Acura. He was very fast in qualifying, but just over a race that car's just appeared... I don't know if it's hard to drive.
Yeah, I don't know. I've noticed the same.
Is, I think, the prettiest...
Hevesi went to Inters, too.
Alright. That's a brave decision, in my opinion, because that's the leading LMP2. I guess he crashed, so he, in his mind... It's a lot...
Chambers, Roland Zooks, and Hevesi. They're all on Inters.
Is the rain supposed to be short, maybe? The brief rain
It's looking bad, though.
Yeah. Looks very gray out.
But Zonas just had a big old back end going on him, but he kept it together.
Yeah, Zonas just getting it back. That's, as Tom was saying earlier, the worst thing to have happen is for you to get into a
Kudo's
car
off the track
fresh.
now.
Yep. Ooh. Nice picture of the interior of that Ferrari. And he's off going again. You know what? He hasn't really binned it.
Nah, he just went too far into the corner.
Binned it. What was I going to say? Yeah, that was something Tom was saying earlier, is the worst thing to have happened to you is for you to get into a car for the first time and for it to be in these terribly changeable wet conditions, as we watched Thomas Bitsonius also go off.
Again.
But, you know, we got the other GRG car behind him now. It's the GRG formation.
The race is on who's going to be the #1 GRG driver.
Are they even on the same lap? Yeah, I don't think they are. Oh, they are! Oh!
This is a race. Might as well watch it.
Yeah. Perez versus Wetsonius.
For the #1 seat on the team. Make some...
I guess we'll have to ask Derek if...
make some drama.
This is how he's going to choose the #1 driver, maybe.
Based on wet conditions at Sebring. Yeah. How can you do through torrential weather around sunset while it's sunsetting?
Yep.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool view right there. I mean, I bet you the setups are about the same.
Yeah, probably.
Or probably identical setups, you know?
Very likely.
Always got him. Oh, I guess not, but... I think he just let him go. Yeah, I think he just let him go. Maybe team orders?
Ooh, some team orders there from Derek. I guess we'll have to ask, come in and say, Derek, what's this with team orders, Derek?
Yeah, Derek, what's going on here?
This is what
like he has a Renault jacket on. He's like, what?
It's starting to get dark out there.
I know. The sun's starting to set, so... That Silvassi there going by him, or is that Tianbauer? Oh, it's Silvassi.
Yeah. See the sun low in the sky there now.
Yeah. Oh.
My man eating spaghetti mid-stint. Who's that? It's the AFP squad.
Ooh, Wetzonis is around right now.
Oh, no.
It's dark and...
It's dark and it's wet.
Wet, and it's really freaking hot and humid. Like, it's just terrible. You'd be so sweaty, it'd be awful.
Yeah. It's, we can see Josef Frederick Suto exiting the pits there ahead of Malcolm Schneider. Not for position, though, that's,
bragging rights.
It's bragging rights there. Yeah. On board with Thomas Witzonius, just behind his teammate Ramiro Perez. The two GRG Ferraris. That is a close battle there. Though we did see that team orders decision. This is the battle for 4th, basically.
Lappins also seems to be gaining on Max Chambers, so
No way that's happening.
the Delta seems to suggest.
Ha!
Now he's starting to slow up now, but there was a second there I was confused. Yeah, now he's starting to lose him. I don't know what was going on there, but maybe Chambers a little bit of a in the grass moment or something.
Yeah, we're in the braking zones. Can do that.
Yeah, 'cause I'm like,
I think, yeah, there should be still a pretty big delta between the LMP and the GTEs.
Yeah, Wazonis and Perez are the closest right now.
Alex Skinner would like to tell us all in Discord rain, though this time he didn't put it in a big public broadcast. So you can actually see as they're going to come around here through the big bend towards the turn 7 hairpin. You can see how low the sun is in the sky now. Woo! See a Mazda go by.
Really low now, yeah. Holy.
Yeah. We are properly into the dark hours. It would be very pretty out if it weren't raining. But you know what? Our Factor 2 doesn't look bad in the wet. The game has definitely come a long way. I remember R-Factor. If you ever watch an R-Factor video from like 3 or 4 years ago, it looks like a different game. You'd almost say this is you'd almost swear this was a sequel.
I know, they really updated it.
Yeah, done a really good job. Studio 39 says it has. I can see on another Discord I'm in, people are freaking out for my attention, but I am dedicated to you, the viewer, of the VISC 12 Hours of Sebring. We're about halfway. I mean, sorry, we're about half hour from halfway. At which point I will do what I normally do, which is the hourly update. I think we'll also be giving out points again at that point, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh. I see.
Points battle will definitely be shaken up by this race, because there are some people who are going to be moving forward in the standings because of some misfortune for their championship rivals. But for the time being, and slowly watching Ramiro Perez gap Thomas Witsonius. I wonder if it's just Perez has more experience in the rain. I know Thomas Witsonius is actually, I believe, from Florida.
Oh, that's cool.
He lives close to Sebring.
Home race.
Yeah. So, yeah. Definitely, he posted a picture, I believe, from outside of his house. If you go in the Discord now, Matt, into the general, you can see... I don't know if that's Ibrahim Khan or... who is that? I have no idea who that is. Somebody's got a face full of spaghetti.
Ernest Lappins, maybe? No, because Lappins posted it, so...
Could be Lappins also taking a picture of himself. We do not know. We really do not know.
Reveal yourself, spaghetti eater.
Reveal yourself, spaghetti eater. You know I haven't looked at in a second? A hot moment. I haven't looked at the stream. Overlay machine is broken.
That person's silly. I think they might have been talking about when you have, you know, when the cars that shows up with question marks. Or it shows. Sometimes it doesn't show them all, right?
It might have also been because I did a moment there. Oof. See, I'll just refresh it though, for the sake of it. Saw Witsonius go off there. I also took a moment where I didn't have it on, just to like appreciate the aesthetic of the game for a moment.
How dare you?
I know. I'm a terrible person.
Unveiled in the pits.
Yeah, it's definitely not wet. It's definitely not raining anymore. Now that we're getting a face full of sun. And the game's really getting into its golden hour aesthetically, I think. Now we get to just enjoy our Factor 2 at its best, on one of its most aesthetically pleasing tracks. This was the first laser scan track put in this game, by the way. Random side notes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There's a lot of effort.
So it's pretty legit.
Yeah, this is like the most legit track in our Factor. Well, this, and like, since then they've now done Portland. They've done, the Nürburgring. Although I think they did a better job on this than they did. This and Portland are definitely better than the Nürburgring.
Unveiled pits, but I don't know that was... It looked like he changed tires, but I guess more wet tires on, but... Oh, he slides right out of the pits. Just wanted to get some temperature on those new tires.
Might as well go for it. Still a crow tail from the back of those DPIs, so...
Yes, Tian Lauer are about to... close to Silvassi, you know? The gap is so much that Tian Lauer is at some point going to be...
Oof, see.
Yeah, I see that there. That was Patessi. No, the car.
That was
Yeah.
nice.
The same car, though? Is that the same...
I think Patessi, yeah. Patessi, I think, might have been the same car. Julian Vrack said, I posted a picture of the two GRG cars, and Vrack was like, good thing we have the mirror in the wings to differentiate between the two cars, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. To which I realized, I never realized the GRG cars, you could tell them apart because one has a yellow set of mirrors, and one has a red set of mirrors.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Also, one's a lighter blue.
Yeah, one is stripes, and one is just straight blue.
What did I miss?
Well, Jesus came down on the track and granted us all everlasting life.
Damn it, I missed the big Jeezy.
I missed it.
You missed it.
Wait, did the sun already set?
One of the commentators' mix is Cry.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Try me. I promise you it's me.
It just feels like you're our pit lane commentator talking to us about 50 feet away. I don't know. I have like infinite patience for this, and I know some people get bothered by it, and I'm like, I don't know.
By what?
Mic quality. I'm like,
Mic quality.
You got some mic? Can I get some mic quality from your mic value menu?
I don't know. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? I really do like this rear wing perspective here.
Yeah, it's one of the best.
Yeah. See the Mugen LMP2 behind us. I think that is Roland Zooks in the Mugen Sim Racing 95 behind us. As we see Patrick Silvassi touching into the dirt. All the lights on. You see all the lights reflecting off the track. That's also particularly nice, that effect.
Where all the water is.
Yeah. The Ferrari giving the flash to the DPI. Not appreciating it, I guess, is Josef Frederick Suto. Starting to get
It's
darker,
like,
though.
what the heck, man?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
really
gonna get
is.
real dark here suddenly.
Yeah, I think the sun just crossed below the horizon.
It suddenly just, yeah, it did just jump, eh? From
Yeah. Dakota's playing Phantasmophobia. If you were wondering. I don't wish I wish I could find a way to make Discord stop telling people.
Are you on? Do you need it around right now?
So we're not Discord, Steam. And yes,
Oh, yeah,
because
so
our Factor
Steam.
2 is in Steam. So I do.
Yeah.
Ooh, if it's properly dark now, if you look at the front of Gabor Hevesi's car.
Strange how fast it went dark.
Yeah. And our Factor 2, it like really cuts right when the sun goes below the horizon.
I don't think it did pop up on the stream.
Oh, it didn't?
I don't think so.
That's good.
I saw a Steam notification about half an hour ago, so I know they are popping up. Maybe this one didn't. I don't know.
Tom Dillon just said, "God damn it, Christian." I'm like, what did I do? I don't remember doing anything. I don't know, maybe I did.
You know what you did.
You know what you did. How dare you forget? Man, so the interesting thing now is because it's dark,
Mm-hmm.
the track's going to take so much longer to dry out now. It may not dry out properly for the rest of the race.
Mm-hmm.
Not offline, at least, because you don't have the sun cooking it off. Oof, as Malcolm Schneider locks up into Le Mans. I'm starting to remember the turn names. I'm pretty happy with myself. Before I had to like look at my phone and say, this is, no, that's Le Mans going on to the Element Straight there.
Looks like we're in the big band.
The big band.
It's dark now, dark.
Right here in a hairpin turn. I definitely know these names, and I'm not reading them off of a chart.
Oops.
Mhm.
Wow.
It's weird. Outside of like the first-person car view, it's not that dark.
Yeah. Probably because you're getting a better sense of all the ambient lighting. I don't know what it is exactly. It's yellow in Sector 3. Somebody's around. It's very funny that random racing number 13, it's so out of place because it's so like colorful in such a gray and dreary setting.
Yeah. Very gray day.
Yeah. Woo!
They're the main character of this anime.
Yep, there's the main character of the anime, Masya Shiguchijin going through.
The Polish anime.
The Polish anime.
Yeah. And that paint scheme looks like it belongs to a, I don't know, children's daycare. Not bad though. It's nice.
Yeah, I do
Just
appreciate
gonna
it.
step away from the second. I'll be right back.
Alright. And then, like that, Matt was gone. Like,
Never came back.
yeah, Matt said he was going to get cigarettes! It's been 2 years!
Oh, no. 2 years.
Yeah, on your point earlier, you said about it's weird that Cadillac is doing this. Cadillac has done a lot of sports car racing in the US, just they never do any of the big series you'd think about.
Yeah, yeah.
They did the SCCA had a top flight like multi-class touring car championship for a bit, and Cadillac did that with like a really serious factory effort when no one else was.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been doing IMSA, which makes a little more sense. They're doing like a serious effort. But the funny thing is with IMSA, they refuse to do a factory effort, which is part of the reason some of the teams have moved over to Acura for next season, is because Acura basically said, we'll treat you like factory teams, and Cadillac was like, nah, figure it out.
I wonder what they lose from offering that support. I can't imagine it's that much support.
Yeah, I don't know. It might just be a matter if they don't take it seriously enough, but it's like a half-hearted effort. Couldn't tell ya. It's unfortunate what's happened to Reinhardt. Still, Tobias Blumskin was barely with us, but still unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen his effort to do this in a solo, would have go on a bit further, but because he got up to 4th. He was up to 4th, fighting for 3rd at one point before he crashed. But I said at the top of the broadcast that Sunset was going to claim some cars, and it has claimed multiple cars. Woo! Suto goes for a bit of a spin. All good, though.
Could have been bad.
Yeah. The big thing for Suto is he is spinning sometimes, but he's never hitting anything, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you spin but don't hit anything,
You're good.
you're good. You can always catch us at RF2 VISC on Twitter. And Instagram, technically, but as I've said before, don't do Instagram, because I won't pay attention to it. Not very much, at least. Here's the thing. Here's the thing I don't like about Instagram. I would use Instagram more if you could directly upload from your computer to it.
You can't?
No. You have to use your phone.
I don't use Instagram.
Yeah. It's like one of the big places for artists now that DeviantArt is basically dead. But the issue is I hate having to like do the picture. then go to Google Photos, and then from Google Photos, download it to my phone again,
Yeah.
and then put it on Instagram. I just wish I could just put it on from my computer.
Yeah. Upload it straight.
Mm-hmm.
Emulate a phone.
Pardon?
Emulate a phone on your computer.
That's actually interesting. I never thought about that. But you still have to find a way to drag files from the computer to the emulated phone.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd actually be eliminating this Google Photos step at all. You might just be
Yeah.
able to do your whole thing on the computer.
Mm-hmm. The same amount of steps, just more local, I guess.
Yeah. But then the hard thing is, like, if I'm actually doing this, right, you know, like I'm controlling the camera, I'm commentating on the race, insofar that this is commentating on the race, but let's pretend it is. The issue is, it's like, now I have to, like, fiddle with all that, what I just described. I have to take a screenshot from R-Factor, find it in my Steam screenshot folder, drag it to Google Photos, get it on my phone, upload it to the VISC Instagram. I'm like, this is a lot of steps to do in the race.
Yeah. Only one solution. Take a picture of your screen.
Yeah! We have,
Come full circle.
come full circle. We've done the full shebang. Julian Vrack was the one eating the noodles, for those of us who were wondering. Hope they were good noodles. And no, it's officially dark.
Yeah.
I'm only halfway through the race. I didn't think it would get this deep into the night in-game.
Mm-hmm.
I guess in my head, I look outside and it's still sunny, and I'm in the same time zone as this track in reality, so... I'm like, why is it so dark out?
Shouldn't be this dark. I think the game is amplifying it, I guess.
Well, it's also on a European clock, the game. So it is 9 at night. It's 9:30 in the evening right now, or 9:40 in the evening. That's what the game is saying. Which, this is accurate for 9:40 in the evening in October. I think. I haven't been to Florida at 9:40 at evening in October recently, so... Might be
Nah, it's probably right.
But Sebring is usually...
like-
Oh, go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was just going to say Sebring's usually in February, so you should also... Or it's not February, March, I think.
Yeah. Maybe some more light.
Mm-hmm. What were you going to say, though?
I feel like I completely missed daylight savings.
That happened?
I can't tell.
Let's look it up. Daylight savings. In before that's done away with anyways. Sunday, November 1st is daylight savings.
Okay. I'm good.
You didn't miss it. Good job.
I felt like it was gonna happen very soon or already happened.
Well, it is very soon.
Yep. So are they gonna do away with that, you said?
Some people have been moving away from it. There's been a push for it for a while. I don't know what the deal is.
Drive-through penalty for his Sonneveld for avoidable contact with the car laps ahead of it.
Well, there was two very valuable things in that. Something happened. The other thing is, we found out his name is pronounced His Sonneveld. Which is not what we were going with at all, but that's His Sonneveld.
Not Gus.
Yeah. We all collectively agreed it was Gus Sonneveld, and it's His Sonneveld.
You know what it is?
What?
That's a J, G-I-J, not G-U-S.
Wow.
I thought that was a U.
I've been going with Gis, because I didn't know what language that was to know how the G was going to be pronounced. But
I still don't know what language that's.
yeah, I actually don't know yet. I just know that it pronounces its G's like H's, so
Yeah.
that point was done. So now we're just into that. Well, we have been for a while. That part of the race, you're just surviving now.
Surviving, yeah.
Yeah. There's not a lot you can do, especially for some of the cars that are a few laps down.
Mm-hmm.
But a big thing about this race has just been the leaders are the cars that have not gotten into any technical issues or on-track issues.
Yeah.
I'd say the only person who's maybe that's an exception to is the Mugen number 22. Just because there's not a lot of LMP2s, so once it's... the misfortune's going to hit a certain amount of people.
Yeah.
The Sonnevel just exiting the pits behind. That'll put him further down the order. To think that was the pole car. That was the car that was on pole and is now second to... it's now the last running DPI.
Man.
Part of that is I think his Sonnevel's been in that car too long. He's been in that car for 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's, man. I thought even in Le Mans they only do 4-hour stretches.
Yeah, they must be doing the race with just 2 drivers, and he's going to split with someone in 18 minutes. That's my guess.
That's crazy.
That's my hope. For his sanity.
Nah, man, he's gonna go the full 12 hours.
Well, that's what Tobias Blumskin was going to try and do that originally. It just wasn't on, so abandoned it.
Man.
He goes around one of the GRGs. Into the gloom now. I guess that's the best way to describe this is gloomy.
Very.
Such a tragic word, but I guess that makes sense. That's kind of what it's describing.
Mm-hmm.
So the gap between Patrick Silvassi and Ten Lauer has come down by about 20 seconds in the last stint or so. Slowly that Mugen car is getting back into a position to challenge for the overall win here.
Mm-hmm.
Still some time to go. Well, to make a corporate tie-in, the truck you're working on is a GMC, isn't it?
Yeah.
How's that project been going?
Pretty well.
Nice, nice. I saw the seats were ripped up. Are you planning to have a repair set in, or?
Yeah, just gonna. I think I'm just gonna find some new seats.
Okay. So can you fit any seat you want on that rail set, or?
I don't think so. But from 88 to 93, the model didn't change very much. So if I can find something within that time frame, they're a bench seat, so it's a lot easier. But I think if I can find an older one, I can maybe make some brackets for it.
Yeah. Makes sense. Man, that's a bench seat. That's a throwback.
Yeah.
I'd say that's a throwback. I don't think I've ever been in a vehicle with a bench seat.
Really?
Really?
Vans will have them.
Just had a pass for position. The RE Racing Mazda just got around the Mugen Sim Racing number 22 LMP2. The fight's not over, though. Gabor Ravesi looks like he might be trying to make a comeback here.
Really does not want to let go of that.
No. AFP Corvette just holding up Evan Muller there a little bit. Coming into sunset now. Not much space between these two.
No.
Look how light this straight is. The whole track is gloomy, but not right here.
No.
hard braking in the first corner. Right up now on that
wow.
LGD. Oof, using all the dirt.
Yeah.
Hard braking out into the corner number 2. And this quick left, right, and it's very important you get a good run out of 5 now, because now you're setting up for the big bend, which will lead into the turn 7 hairpin. Gonna have this Ferrari, this GRG Ferrari to get around here. That's number 75 with Ramiro Perez in it. Big break. Woof!
Ooh.
Perez trying to hold on, but critically, Evan Muller is wide. So that's going to give the opportunity now to Hevesi to come back. He's around again, around Evan Muller. So Evan Miller's going to have to do that work all over again. And just behind them, you can see Hiss Sunveld.
Yep.
He's on a...
Looks like he's...
This gradient livery on the RE racing car is quite interesting. Oh, geez, off again for Hevesi. Mistakes going to get Muller a chance here. Muller backs off. Not much you can do there through Collier. Or that's not Collier, that's Bishop. Now we're into the Le Mans corner complex. Setting up for the Allman Straight. Muller going to try to get as good a run he can, so he can try and maybe do a move into Sunset. Probably not close enough to do it this time, though. Over Slipstream,
Wait.
a little bit
How'd
more
the
power in
Delta
the
get here?
DPI. How'd the what get here?
The Delta, how'd they get so close to each other?
Racing has happened, but the fact of the matter is, Evan Muller... Oh, and there you go. Probably a pit cycle thing.
Okay.
Because Gabo Hevesi's pitting now, so I imagine Muller probably just had to pit. Behind him is Hiss Sunveld, but Hiss Sunveld's a few laps off the pace now. Which is shocking, because he qualified first, but as I was saying to...
He had a drive-through penalty.
Jose, yeah, he had the penalty. As I was saying to Jose, he's probably just been in that car too long.
Yeah, because it looks like he's in the whole time.
Yeah, he has been in the whole time.
I haven't noticed a switch of driver for them.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we did just get around Evan Muller, so there's some pace still in that Acura. So unfortunately,
Second wind.
A second wind. Patrick Silvassi's lost some time to 10 Lauer.
There's still 6 hours to go.
Yeah.
It definitely is a toss-up.
At least for first, yeah, there's still a big... That could still go either way. One bad pit cycle. Bad stint even can flip that. Man, it is dark. Between the cloud cover and the...
Oh, it's so dark.
Yeah.
Like, if there was no track lights right now, it would be scary.
Yeah. It's like...
Hello in Sector 1.
Yeah.
What is that? Probably someone just went off a little bit.
Might have been this man, perhaps. He's just coming into the hairpin now. Very, very close to the grass. That's not the hairpin. What am I talking about? I believe that's Collier he just went through. Yep. So now he's coming up to Tower, Zoltan Boda is. I think Zoltan... Did Zoltan... Oh! Oh, he's off, he's off! Oh, he hits the wall!
Oh!
That's not good. That's probably a bit of damage in front of this car, yeah.
Has to be. Has to be.
If he has to pit, that will put Roland Zooks into position. Woo! Random race. That was the, that was Maciej Zuzguchkin being a little bit exciting.
I see. I'm trying to watch the, see what happened. It's so weird. It's like, why did he go off there? I wonder what happened. It looks like he just didn't stick.
You can...
It looked like the Funfetti Ferrari was also having problems.
The Funfetti Ferrari. We're now calling the random racing number 13. You're now the Funfetti Ferrari number 13. Woo! Some banging on the desk over there. There's very few APIs left out there we can really use. Interesting.
Boda's in the pits now.
All right.
What tires are the P2s on? Everyone's on wets. Only 2 cars are on.
Woof! Pascal legs are doing a bit of a half slide there. Kept it together.
He's just showing off for the fans.
Just showing off for the fans now. Slowly at the end of the stint, 10 Lauer's been starting to pull back the gap he had over Silvassi. Just coming into the clutches of Martin Militai there is Pascal Legert. Our lone Aston Martin. That is the... If I can remember what number was on that car, that would be great, but I don't think I can.
It's the Perfect Point Racing number 74, right?
No, it's the Mugen Sim Racing number 88.
Oh, right.
Perfect Point is the red Ferrari. Ironically, there's a lot of Ferraris in this race, but there's only one red one.
Like a heresy.
It's the one with the West Ham logo on it.
Oof.
I only know it's a West Ham logo because Tom mentioned it. Otherwise, I would.
Tom knew.
Yeah, Tom knew. Being British, Tom knew. See, if someone had like a Calgary Flames logo or like a Columbus Blue Jackets logo, I could have told, but not a West Ham United logo. That I know they exist, and that's about all I know about West Ham United.
Absolutely lost.
Absolutely lost. Huh.
What?
Dark Sky, the Dark Sky API is no longer supported. I just discovered, which was used for live weather before. Apparently they've stopped supporting it, which is unfortunate. Hafs bin Allah.
Yeah.
Did you answer the question of what tires the P2s are on already?
I did.
Great. Look at you.
Now, only one of them, only Chambers on Inters. They had an issue where I think half their tires changed. Like the backs changed to wets and the front stayed Inters, something like that, so who knows.
Am I insane, or is there backblast coming off of the exhaust on that Corvette?
It's claret, not red. Claret? Claret?
Huh?
It's the C silent, and it's just Lorette. Tom Dillon is commenting on me saying the West Ham... what is it? The, I'm tired. Perfect Point racing car. He said it's not red. It's claret or claret. I don't know which one it is. The British don't take advantage of accents, you see.
Just say red.
Just say red. You be the gutch. Woof. Yep. Speaking of which, 10 Lauer just sweeping past that car. Oh, the sky's cleared up. You can see the stars now.
Nice.
Look at that. Quality stars.
Maybe they can use them to navigate since it's so dark.
Can you imagine that, having to navigate by star? That sounds like some Dakar rally stuff there.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. 10 Lauer just managing that gap to Patrick Silvassi right now.
You know how close he gets to that outside wall?
Yeah.
That pit wall, like I was watching him go around. Like when he enters the first corner, he's inches away from the wall.
Yeah. The tough thing is still offline. It's still wet, so if you mess up that line, it's really forcing you to follow the
Figure
correct
some stuff
line.
out, yeah.
Woo! Yeah, I've done some R Factor 2 races in the rain, and it's it gets spooky around this time.
User joined your channel.
You start to get comfortable, and then the game's like, you shouldn't be comfortable, you idiot.
Looks like we're about to be joined today by Mr. Tommy Wood.
Tommy Wood is back in the
How you doing,
house.
boys? How's the race been going? I've kind
Pretty
of been keeping a little bit of a track through the server log, and it looks like we've lost somebody.
So we have 3 drivers out, 3 cars out of the race.
Well, you know, let's take this moment because Tommy just came back. Let's do that race update. There we go. That's the word.
That's fantastic. I'll just sit back here and listen.
So, leading out in front, as it's been for quite some time, 10 Lauer in the 360 Motorport, number 36. Been in that car for quite some time now. Gotta imagine there will be a driver swap eventually. Jesper Eriksson and Nick Newcomb were both slotted to drive that car at some point. You've got Patrick Silvassi in second, about 40-odd seconds behind in the Mugensen Racing number 16. Pascal Eggert in a fine recovery drive in the fine Avon Motorsport number 137, our leading Mazda. Close behind is Evan Muller in the RE Racing number 23 Mazda. Then we got Zoltan Boda in the leading LMP2 for the Mugensen Racing number 22. They've had some drama, but not as much as their LMP2 competitors. Hiss Sonneveld in the Val Acura.
Okay, I think everyone's pitting, and it looks like I would pit for dry tires if I was these people, because there is
A real
barely
dry line
water
now, yeah.
anywhere on the track right now. I'm watching Tim Lauer drive around. Sorry to interrupt you. I just was noticing that a bunch of people jumped into the pits.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they're going dries.
So yeah, Hiss Sonneveld in the number 6 Val, well, it's the number 9 technically, Val Acura, our only Acura in this race. Roland Zooks in the second place LMP2 in the DEAC Mugensen Racing number 95. They had some drama about 2 hours ago that sort of caught them out and put them a few laps down now for a big accident. Max Chambers in the Delta Osprey number 56. He and his brother have also had some technical issues that have hurt their race significantly. Then we get to our leading GTE car with Ernst Lappens in the AFP Corvette, followed by Malcolm Schneider in the Solo Sport Racing number 14. That's our top 10 as of right now. Just 1 second here. I'm just going to do this for my own sake. We're going to go over to the back half of the field, where we will find Martin Militai rounding out the podium for GTE in the Mugensen Racing number 88. Followed shortly behind, about 2 laps behind, so not that shortly, but followed by Ramiro Perez in the leading GRG Esports number 75. They had some drama in the wet that has put them quite a considerable position, well, put them on the back foot, we'll say. Dom Bassell in the GRG Esports number 57. Was it the 75 or the 57 that had the big accident early on, and the other one crashed more recently in the wet? But
I can't remember which one.
Yeah, but they're now racing each other effectively. That's the end result of it. Masiesh Jaguchtin in the, what was it? You said the Funfetti car earlier? The Funfetti number 13?
The Ferrari Funfetti.
Yeah. Josef Frederick Suto in the Perfect Point Racing number 74, which I have been told is claret, not red. Then we have our 3 DNFs. Calvin Reinhardt, unfortunately, they had a big accident when the rain was sort of in between those 2 rain sprinkles we had. And then the car overheated in the pits because they didn't have a button bound to turn off and turn on the engine.
Oh, no.
A bunch of guys hit, and it said they changed to dries, but now it's not saying they changed to dries, so I'm confused.
Have to see if we can catch them on board, see if we can catch them whether they have treads or not on the cars. Ionet Basilia in, well, not him, but that whole team has DNF'd, unfortunately, due to a crash as well. That was the F1RO endurance team car. Then we have Tobias Blumskin, who left us relatively early on. Tried to solo this race, but it wasn't meant to be.
I'm so sad. I mean, Tobias was carrying the hopes and dreams for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a big shunt, unfortunately.
People who want to one-man 12-hour races everywhere are devastated by that tragic turn of events. A real hero of sim racing. I'm not trying to be mean, but that is funny. Yeah, here we are.
I'm perfect into the night section now as well.
Yeah.
And the track's drying out.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So it's all slowly starting to get a little bit more racy here, although the gaps now are quite dramatic because that rain shower caused some chaos for some people.
Has the number 6 Acura switched drivers yet?
That's a great question. No, they have not. Gotta
Are
imagine.
they gonna try to go all the way?
It says there should be. Okay, so here's the interesting thing. His Sunveld's not even mentioned as the driver of that car on the sheet I have in front of me. And there's supposed to be 2 other drivers, Henrik Baylor and Justin Vandersmissen. But we haven't seen any mention of either of them. If they were coming, you'd think they would have been getting in that car now and relieving his Sunveld.
Yeah.
So Sunveld been in since the start?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. We could have had a team up with old Tobias.
Yeah, could have worked together.
That's it.
It's an old parable about all the people in hell with a spoon trying to feed themselves with the spoons too long.
The track temperature is hotter with the sun down than it was with the sun up.
It's because the track temp is coming from the real life location, and it is 4 in the afternoon in real life.
Oh.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And the sun is shining on it.
Yep.
The good thing is,
Ooh, man,
a wee bit sloppy there. He did go wide on the first corner as well, so maybe he is feeling a wee bit fatigued.
Duneman there at
Yep.
Unless was that one of the cars that's pitted for tyres?
Yeah, they changed actually. Daniel Kirby's in the car, so he took over for somebody.
Daniel Kirby would be in the number 23, so he just took over for Evan Mueller.
yeah.
A pretty decent recovery from the RE Racing Mazda team as well. Although they're now they lost a lap over Muller's stint to the fine Avon Motorsport Mazda, unfortunately. But they are 4th, and if something were to happen to any of the 3 leading cars, they could be on the podium very easily.
Yeah, that's indeed running wide in the straight there. I'm just trying to catch who it was. I think it might have been Zoltan. Yep. Zoltan just going off track a wee bit.
Go. Hashtag.
So maybe if some of the guys have gone on drier tyres, then it might not be quite the time for them.
Yeah.
No, it looked like they were, but then it changed to the blue on the race view, but then they're all in wet still, except for Chambers, who's
Yeah, we're at the point of the night where I can't actually see the grooves in the tires anymore to make sense of it.
And now.
So it's the opposite way around for the race view. The reds are wets, I take it.
Yeah.
Right, okay, well that's not confusing in the slightest.
And the blue is the slick, I know.
Yeah.
How to confuse the commentary team 101.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
They all some of them went blue, so I was like, oh, they're going slicks, but then they're all red again, so I was like, well, what the hell?
Oh, Zoltan off again.
It's unfortunate. It's
Oh, there's Sunville trying to lap himself then from him.
This is the if Sunveld can do this, get himself back on Boda's lap, he can just start pulling away. 6 hours left, he could definitely make up a lap.
Yep.
He's got the pace.
GTE leader Ernest Lappin's hits.
He's got a 2-lap gap somehow on the Solar Sport Racing team.
3
Pretty
lap gap. Yeah.
I think he's going to get by him here.
Yeah.
Should have legs in the straight.
Yeah, he'll have him at a sunset, barring some mistake, but no, he's got him. Gets the car all the way into the inside wall. He's free.
Oh, Ernest Lappin's just spun in the pit lane.
Ooh.
Big time. He hit the pit wall too.
See if that car's got damage. We'll have to come back in again. And then we'll also see if he's
Just trying to give the other guys a chance.
Yeah. So the thing that's funny... Oh, that car's definitely damaged. You can see how screwed up that front hood is.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, if you put slicks on, right, as you see one of the DPIs off, that was 10. Was that 10 Lauer who's off? Wow, some leaders starting to have some slip-ups now. Is the pits aren't dry. Like, no one's driving on the pit lane to dry it out, so it's still wet there.
That's why it got him.
Yeah, so if you put slicks on, you might need them for the track, but the pit lane will be treacherous.
Happened to hurt.
Yeah.
Ernest. Really messed his car up.
Looks like there's still a lot of water on the track because you're still getting the kind of.
It's it's not very much now. It's more just the
Offline there's still.
Yeah.
like yeah, a little bit offline.
You can see the dry sort of lines coming up, but if you're just putting just like a couple of tires off and just yeah, was that 10 lower going wide?
Yeah. It's,
Doesn't
This
look
could
like
be one of the-
comfortable conditions to be driving in. To
It's
be
the
perfectly
wets.
honest.
The wets now, or the wet tires no longer viable. That's probably what's happening. You know,
Ah, yeah.
because not gripping.
yeah.
No, there's not enough amount of water to grip the ground. Needs to be.
You can also
Oh,
start
man.
overheating those tires and killing them very quick, so... If you're on wets... Like, you want them, right? Because if you make any mistakes, let's say you go through Sunset, and you don't use the dry line in Sunset, you're gonna go way off.
Yeah, like you could end up in the wall.
Yeah. The thing is, you can't use wets for the rest of the lap, so it's a bit of
Alright,
a...
Lappins is staying out, so his car must be okay.
Yeah. Or the damage is limited enough.
Lappins is the only car on dries right now.
Huh. Very brave. We'll have to look at his lap times, keep an eye on that.
On his flying lap now, so we'll see.
Just go on board with Lappins here.
So I'll just be watching him into sunset as well and just making sure he can just hold that dry line.
Figured it out. Wow, it's dark. It's just like you're driving through a tunnel right now. There you go. 7 seconds down on his fastest lap, but I don't know if that is relative to what he's been doing. That's the thing. So that was a 48. Martin Militai did a 49. So that was a low 48 he just did in the first sector. And last lap, Martin Militai did a high 49. So...
Yeah.
Or low 49. He had 49.076, so it's a bit less than a second he gained by going to dry as well for the Militai. Oh, but he's
Leader in
off
the second
there,
now. Yeah.
So it's still treacherous. That's a tough call. Seems like the potential is there to be faster in the slicks, but he lost 7 seconds by being in the woof. All kinds of out of shape into Le Mans. Gonna have to set up the car for Altman now.
That looks absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. That is being in the lead over halfway through the race. And it's these changeable conditions, like, do I put slicks on or not? That is a stressful condition. Now here we are through sunset. This will be this is a big potential place to make mistakes. Taking it very carefully here, very gingerly.
Oh.
See how this lap time looks.
It's gonna be terrible though. He was off track.
212.
The 212 is though
Terrible.
Yeah, it's not a good lap. We'll have to see how he does.
The wets are still the tire.
We don't know, because he was faster in the one sector where he didn't go off, but after he got off, the whole lap was thrown out, basically.
Is there more rain forecast later on? Or is this it?
Tom said there would be rain near the end in the last hour.
Right.
But we'll see. I don't know.
I feel sorry for these guys.
The reflection of lights would be horrible. The flashing lights in Lappin's face. If you look at his onboard, it's like...
Yeah. Yeah, I do not wish to be one of these guys going around Sebring in the wet.
And dark.
Yeah. So that was a 47.9. And Malcolm
Still
Schneider
not...
was doing 49.2s.
Malcolm Schneider got a 47.8 with wet tires.
In the third sector.
In the first sector.
First sector?
Second sector, he got a 33.4. Last sector, he got a 45.5. So if Lappins can't, you know, get this going, then dry tires for not.
Sonneveld. Oh, he's spun it the straight on the start finish. Trying to go into the pits.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And he's just managed to get into the pits there. He was really out of shape coming round Sunset.
Hopefully he didn't hit anything in that car.
I have no idea how he managed not to hit anything.
Lappins with a 33.4 middle sector.
That's faster than... For me, it's saying that's faster than David Martin right now.
Faster than David Martin, yeah.
Yeah.
David Martin got a... The last sector was terrible. He must have had issues with the...
That's Schunerman in there as well. Into the pits. So I wonder if they will be doing the driver swap.
Yeah, Sonneveld really needs it.
That was a 2:06 this time for Lappins. So that's
So he's fast.
he's faster than some of the LMP2s and DPIs. I'm just
Nice. It's still Schunerman in
he
the...
is though.
Yeah, if you gotta be on dries now. Is Roland Zooks on dries or intermediates or wets or...
Lappins is on dries, David Martin's on dries, and that's it for dries so far. I'll let you know. I'll update you on the tire situation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Schunerman might have made a mistake coming out in wets again. Or on my screen it's still saying he's on wets, so...
The track's still 30 centigrade.
It's really hot and wet simultaneously, and the thing is, hot tracks make it slippery. And it's wet. And it's Sebring.
And it's humid. It's not just wet, it's humid. That's like, it's so humid in time of the year. Okay, Razaza's on dries now, so it just seems like the GTs are braving it.
Yeah. Time to make a lot by going on the right tire at this point, especially in those battles where there's like maybe you're on the same lap, there's 30 seconds between you.
Oh! There's Pantakai closing up really quickly on the Ferrari.
Oh, yeah. Getting some good spray on his... Who's that in front of him there? Oh, wow. Heartbreaking.
Oof.
Oh.
Running
Really
so deep
slow,
in the corners now, yeah.
Almost like he stopped.
That's Roland Zooks he was behind.
Yeah, true. Max Chambers is saying the track is so changeable right now. Like, there's so many different conditions going on the track.
Yeah. Does not seem like it would be a ton of fun right now.
Yeah, but
No, Pankatai's having a lot of issues right now. I think it's starting to become too dry for the wet tires, but then cars are... It's also... Oh, big spin in front of him. See that?
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, out of
Is that Roland Zooks? Yeah.
That is.
Alright, gents, I'll be back in a bit. I'm just gonna get a drink and a snack and carry on.
Worries.
Fantastic.
I just noticed that Sonneveld is in the pits again. So he might be trying to go back to the dries. We'll see.
I think he's probably
Ernest
just came into the
Lappins
pits just as it was kind of getting
Is
that bit drier, so-
lapping 30 seconds faster than the rest of his class. they did a driver change. But finally, after starting and racing the whole race, Linfeld is going to have a break now, and he's been replaced by Richard Varnders.
Fantastic.
And
I think he'll just be able to go to bed now.
Yeah, he can just go to sleep now. He's like, ugh. And Chen Lauer is struggling too. They're really struggling for grip, but I think it's just too wet because they got the... Oh, it's raining on the track again.
Is it? Oh,
yeah,
fantastic.
because I've just realized the weather's changed in the race view, and the race leader has his wipers on.
Yeah, I'm just on the... Yeah. Oh. And there was me saying that the wet tires were the wrong choice for...
Well, they were. They seemed like they were. Definitely, the track was getting to a point where it was drying up, and now it's raining again. This is going to be horrible for strategy.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, with the guys that have taken the chance with the wet tires before will be... Like, they've been really lucky.
Lappins is going to be stuck on these slicks right now.
Because there's only 3 of them on dries at the moment. Raza, Martin, and Lappins. So I think they're all the GTEs, whereas the DPIs and the LMP2s have managed to hold out on the wets.
Yeah, Lappins is struggling for grip. I'm watching Amazon on board right now, just trying to see.
Yeah, it looks like a decent sized shower as well. It's not.
I thought was interesting. I think it's interesting. Lappins. Leon Chambers is now only 30 seconds behind Lappins, and so they've really closed that gap. David Martin is close behind Militai as well, but David Martin is also on slick, so I don't know that he'll be able to...
I think he's going to have to come back in. Because even if it takes, even if it stopped now and it took 4 or 5 laps for it to dry out, the time that you're going to lose is just, it's too precious. You can see the difference already in Lauer going round. The car's looking so much more stable.
I know, yeah. Now his tires are working again.
And it's raining heavier. He's had to put his windscreen wiper up to full beans.
Yeah, it's going full speed wipers.
That's how you know it's heavy. I think
wipers to maximum.
Yeah, I think with Pantakai getting a wee bit mixed up with Roland Zooks.
He got by Zooks, right? Because Zooks had a little bit of a spin, but now Zooks is back on his tail.
He's all over the back of him, and I think that could be actually costing him some time if he's trying to catch up with Lauer.
Militai's in the pits, and Razaz is in the pits. I think that Razaz is going back to wets. And I think, I don't know what, Militai might just have a regular scheduled pit stop. Also, David Martin's coming to the pits, probably go back to wets as well.
Yeah, I think he's going to
Lappins just stayed out. Lappins doesn't care.
It's a bold strategy.
Leon Chambers is behind him, but Leon's on wets, so Leon's lapping 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster so far. So this is going to be interesting because he's only 26 seconds down the road.
You can see how tentative Lappins is being, just coming through.
He's the only car on track now with slicks on.
Well, the thing is, with them being a lot cooler, if he does stay out, then they're going to last a hell of a lot longer as well. So, if he can manage them, and manage the conditions, then it could work really into his favour. But
just can't grip though. Look at him here, eh? Yeah, he just cannot get the grip in.
I'm just riding on board with him at the moment, and
this is gonna be scary. Yeah, this is gonna be. I'm like you. I'm like, ooh, lots of breaks.
Yep. Oh, and he's still taking loads of curb as he's going through there.
Wow.
Oh. Well held, son.
I know, yeah, really well done. Who needs wets?
Oh,
If I was him, I'd need wets.
yeah. Yeah, he's
He looks
probably
like he's
slowing.
Yeah. Oh, the madman.
I mean, he's not. To be fair, he's not fighting it too much through sunset.
Holy smokes! He gained tons of time on Leon Chambers, though. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Look here. Oh, Leon had a terrible middle sector. He must have gone off a little bit because it's now a 38-second gap.
I think that's one of the weird things as well. Is that the rain looks a lot worse on the LMP2s than it does on the GTs. Just with the way it must just be the way that the windshield's designed.
Yeah, maybe, and the speed of them too. You know.
Yeah. But you know, fair play to him, still staying out on those slicks.
It's crazy that Lappins he's still going faster than the rest of his class. I wonder if he's just going to make a big bet that this rain is just going to be like a big cloud coming over.
There must be somebody else. Maybe these spotters just said, look, you know, it's worth staying out just to ride this out. It could just be a few laps, but like I said, I would have thought with the time that you would actually lose. Oh my god. I can't watch this inside anymore. It's giving me too much anxiety.
I know he's the only guy on track with the slicks going, so it's interesting.
Yeah, sliding around the corner there. He's definitely one of the faster drivers. So have a look just further down as well.
Like he's still going so quick.
Let's just having a look at Joe Lawrence going round in the West Ham Ferrari.
The West Ham Ferrari.
It's got echoes of that old Leicester, the Newcastle. Somebody's probably put a picture up of it in the Discord, so you'll see it later. If not, then I'll put a picture up.
Oh man, the rain got worse. I don't know if you can see some of the light sections. Like I'm watching, the rain's getting worse. Yeah, Lappin's in the pits now. The rain got like it's torrential now.
Oh,
They're way worse. Lappin's was even like, okay, oh, we can't stop for his pit box.
Oof. Yeah, I can see when they're passing under the lights. It's absolutely chucking it down. If it gets bad enough, do you think they would call a
red flag?
Yeah.
They might. They said they discussed maybe doing it. But when it comes to sim race, then there's not millions of dollars at stake, you know, or however hundreds of thousands of dollars for the cars, right? That just I guess if there's a point where like everyone's just sliding off in sunset, you know, you might, you know, get the safety car out there.
Yeah,
it'd be kind of funny to have a safety car. You've
got the luxury, I suppose, where you can just kind of let them go at it. If it gets too uncontrollable, then make a decision. But the guys do seem to be handling it quite well at the moment.
Well, and Leon and Chambers, who is getting caught up by, is in the pits now. So it looks like Roland Zook's changed to intermediate tires, which I would have really advised against based on how much water was just coming down.
It was a tough time because we thought that was the rain finished until later on tonight. So, like,
it's Florida.
Clearly,
they got the ocean on all sides, you know. So. Man, if Zooks went on to Inters, that would be crazy. The track's about to become soaking wet again, and like...
Yeah, he's just going to be skating about all over the place. He doesn't seem to be too bad. And it doesn't sound like it's spinning up too much when he's applying the power, so...
Yeah.
But you can hear how gingerly he is with the throttle through there. Really taking it easy. And the curb just wanting to chuck him across the track. It looks so... Like, the onboard with him, it just looks so hard to see what's coming.
Yeah, it's a lot of just putting it in there. And just hoping that it sticks. You can see the track now is becoming real slick. That's a lot of rain.
That is a lot.
A lot of rain, like wow. Can we go on extra wet tires?
With the old monsoon tires.
The monsoon tires, yeah. Tracks.
He's still looking quite tidy through sunset though on these inters, so
I know.
it might not have been a bad shout, but if it does continue like this for
Sometimes they put wets on the back and inners on the front, and it doesn't tell you in the tire thing, so it depends. It could be like something like that.
Right.
But it's real soaking wet out there, so.
And Lappin's back out on track.
Yeah, he has a lap up again on the rest of this field, so that's good for him.
Yeah, there's two guys fighting in front of him as well.
That's Joe Lawrence there, I think, in front of him.
Ooh.
I would have given him the inside line there. He kind of just held the middle.
Yeah.
He's like, you choose. I want the middle.
Just whatever.
Ooh.
I mean, if this is us making the noises, I hate to think what the guys are actually doing their driving. Oh, you can just see how understeer he's getting. Just the. Is that one of the GRG cars in front?
I think so. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to see if I can't control the stream.
Oh, and we've got Joe Lawrence sitting off the track at the moment. Just trying to work out where he is. It looks... Is that Sun? Yeah, just off Sunset.
Sitting there?
Yeah, Joe Lawrence.
Oh, he's in the
Just
pits
had
now.
a-
Yeah, you're right.
Had a big mischief. Just trying to find... It looks like it was Julian that was behind Lappin's there, and he was been running wide at a few of the corners just in the when I was watching Lappin's as well.
William Brack, you mean?
Yeah.
We're on board with it here.
He's just got a couple of... He's about to get past. It looks like Roland Sooks and... Roland Sooks and... Pankatai are still... Oh no. I'm talking absolute rubbish. It must be...
I know, I'm just trying to look at deltas and see if anybody's close to each other on the track
Yeah.
right now, but
Ooh.
nobody really there. Might just go through the list.
Yeah, it just got clicking frantically.
Watch everybody for a couple seconds here on the stream, you know? It's the time of the race where we can get everybody some airtime. Get their sponsors good look.
Rich.
Leader here,
Richard.
Luke Grace.
That's exactly who it was. I just scrolled down a bit too far and forgot about first place. It looks like Antica has caught up quite a bit on him, so whether there's a pit stop in there, Because
Here a second, yeah. And then we got Tunemans here in third place. Got in the back straight, it looks like right now. Oh, yeah.
it's still raining. It doesn't look quite
a lot
as
of
heavy.
rain. You can see it. If you really pay attention, you can really see quite a bit of it. Definitely the sunset.
Yeah, you can see. Oh, yeah, you can see it just after they pass the lights. No, it's not. It's not easing off in the slightest. In fact, if anything, it's getting worse.
Yeah, I know it's really bad weather right now.
I feel sorry for the guys that are in the DPIs and LMP2s because it's hard enough to drive one of them at the best of times.
Yeah, I know, but you're trying to make a decision like, okay, should I do this?
Also, sometimes on the darker sections, you get an occasional flash. I'm not sure if there's a.
Oh, maybe
I
you have
saw-
some lightning, or yeah, it could be true. That'd be cool.
It's cool to watch. So, what would you be thinking if you were going to be taken over from one of these guys now, and the conditions are like this?
Oh man, that'd be stressed because it's dark, but it's also blazing hot and humid on the track, and it's raining, and almost every car has some kind of dent or a bruise in it, you know. So
Yeah.
it'd be more of a I don't know if I'd care so much about how fast I was going, more just like being steady, you know, and making sure that I kept a good steady pace going, and that I didn't do anything to jeopardize. And the night stints don't really want to jeopardize much.
The good thing is we've not heard Alex coming over the comms.
In a while now. People have been racing really good. That's good.
Especially for there being so much, because even though they're quite spaced, or there's not that many cars on track, really, they are still quite little pockets of them kind of gathering up.
Yep.
It looks like Zoltan's just about to pass one of the back markers, and 11 and 13, David Martin is closing up and passing.
See that, yeah.
On Don Bezel, who might actually try and get that position back again. Well, it's not
Not position, but hey,
but
good. It's racing.
yeah.
I think Bessel getting lapped right now by David Martin.
Yeah. Really, really taking it so easy through Sunset, but you can just see how understeer it is through there as well.
Yeah. Leon and Max Chambers, the brothers, they're running in this LMP2. Had a rough go of it today, but they're trying to make it work. Bad luck, you know. It's always.
Yeah, I saw that at the start as well. Same with Zoltan as well. I think he lost his spoiler early on.
Yeah, it was a big wreck, and spoiler falls off. It's kind of hard to fight back up, although they're doing a heck of a job.
I saw a couple of the screen captures of one of the Ferraris in the air, and one of the LMP2s
inside the track.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't quite know what happened there, but
I don't know. He got 4 wheels up in the air. That's interesting, you know. He must have hit the curb real hard.
That, or it's that secret turbo button. Here it's testing it for Vettel's car tomorrow.
Poor Vettel.
Oh, and Leon Chambers just spinning. And just trying to get back underway again.
I think that should be okay.
Yeah.
I think he got off.
Gonna have to stop driving on board with these guys because it is just.
It's a curse.
Yeah. Well, it's not just that. It just makes me feel so goddamn anxious.
Yellow in sector 1.
Right. Okay. Hopefully it's
Oh,
not
it's
a bad
over
one.
now. Must have just been a little spin or... Hello in Sector 1 again. What's happening in Sector 1?
15 is stopped at the moment. Joe Lawrence.
Joe Lawrence just stopped in the track.
Yeah. Struggling to get going again by the looks of it. I'll just jump inside and just see if his engine's still
Oh, yeah,
running.
he must have had a big off.
His engine's out at the moment. Not able to get going again.
Oh, what's going to happen here? Might have to get the code 80.
Come on. Start up. Nightmare.
Still there.
Yeah, he's still there, completely stuck.
He's in a safe spot, but also not really ideal to have this going.
We have 3 cars on inters at the moment. Zoltan, Sooks and Chambers.
Wonder what the deal is here. Haven't said anything, so... Leon Chambers here apparently suffering from screen freezes, which is no fun.
Oh, definitely not. I've just had one of my friends message me to say that my microphone is sounding a bit weird, so I'm just going to try and adjust the level a wee bit and just reduce the sound.
Alright.
It's just sounding mega bassy.
Oh. Could just be your voice.
It might just be my voice.
She's got a mega bassy voice. Bill Lawrence is still stopped there on the side of the road, so I don't know what they're going to do for that, but... Maybe the steward's getting a sandwich.
That's it. It's always good when you actually say something when somebody's streaming, or when you're streaming and then somebody pings a message back to you.
Yeah.
I'll just say, no worries, Mike. I'll try and get it sorted so you get the full experience, the full immersion. Now, I'm surprised that we've not heard anything from Alex regarding that. It could be that they are in contact with them just now to see what they can do, because, I mean, they might be able to retire and rejoin from the pits.
Yep.
But that will also be causing an issue for cars that are going to be trying to pass each other through the yellow section.
He is out of the way, but it's more just like, you'd think that someone would have addressed it, or that he would go to the pits.
Yeah, it's just having that yellow flag going as well, as it's... Like, you're not wanting somebody to get a penalty in that section just because there's kind of somebody off at the side. Even if you're lapping somebody, you could still... It's one of those, technically you shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. That they're allowing him to stay there. On board with second place Ben Spankata here as he catches up to some back marker traffic. The rain, you can really see the rain in this view. Flying down in front of his lights.
Right. There we go. Now, I have just moved my microphone a wee bit, so hopefully that should sound a little bit better. Or you'll not be able to hear me at all now.
Oh, I can hear you. Don't worry.
Perfect.
Just Joe Lawrence is still there.
I'll just put a message out to Mike again. Is this better or worse? And then I'll hopefully get a message in the next couple of seconds to tell me.
Hopefully it's not too garbage.
That's.
We can hope for.
I think he was saying he could hear me fine. It was just sounded just mega bassy.
Like Optimus Prime.
That would be quite good. That'd
be cool.
Yeah.
Man, if you could copy his voice, doing a stream, watching a stream with Optimus Prime.
Joe Lawrence is stuck. Send the Autobots.
Roll out.
Unless he's just decided to have a break. You know.
I don't think that's where you do that, though. You need to go to the pits. You sit in your pit box and turn the car engine off.
Yeah, maybe he's just thought, had enough of lockdown. There's no rules anymore. This is his protest.
It's like, why bother?
Oh, as Raza goes off. Thankfully not stuck at the side of the road.
He rejoined good.
And it's still chucking it down as well, so hopefully they'll get a bit of a dry spell before the end of the race.
I know, the rain's still chucking down.
I think what I'll do is I'll take this moment and I'll actually ping Alex a wee message just to find out.
Why there's somebody stopping the track. Helped out.
Just in case he's unawares. I'll say it at the side of the track in case he panics and goes, oh! Let's see, and we'll find out. Ah, okay. I think it's the way it's being streamed.
How do you mean?
It's just like the levels, he thinks. There could be something up with that, but it's fine. I'll just turn. He said it was better when my mic was up, so there we go. Turned it back up again. Full octopus.
Tell him to mind his own business. Got it perfect. No.
Well, it'll sound different through the TeamSpeak to what it does at the end of the stream.
Yeah. Stream, let me listen.
But it's no problem.
Yeah, it could just be a volume level. We can let Christian know when he's back from eating. I think he's getting lunch or something, because he's been on all day.
Yeah, he's there. The good thing is, at least it never froze like what it did in Daytona. And we
that sucks.
Back
I know.
To the Daytona radio. So hopefully we'll get a wee message back from Alex in the next couple of minutes just to find out what is going on.
There,
for Lawrence. There is every chance that Alex might have taken a quick moment just to grab a bite to eat as well. He's been involved all day. Oh, Mike, thanks very much. He's a fan, and he's just wanting us to have a high quality stream, so he's just looking out for us.
He's being a nice guy. Because we're going to the top.
That's it. I don't know if I can handle the pressure now.
I didn't know we were so famous, Sweat. We have a fan? That's too much for us. We don't do this for fans.
We do it for love. Right.
For love of the game.
Pantakai, again, looking just a bit patchy going through. Oh! Big
Yeah, he had a big
slides.
off in the first sector, it looks like. Like last sector, because he had a really slow, unless he pit. Might pit.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get a look at the rain. Is it?
But it looks like it may have...
It's still raining a little bit, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. But I'm still looking a bit slidey as we pass by the sad...
Sad Joe Lawrence.
Yeah, it is not blowing any bubbles at the moment. You'll need to look up what that meaning is. If you didn't giggle there, then...
Canada doesn't really care a lot about soccer, so it's hard to...
It's not soccer, it's football.
I mean, but you guys called it soccer first. We just called it what you called it, and then you guys changed what you called it, now it's our fault.
Yeah, definitely. It's never our fault.
No. It's always the colony's fault. Silly colonies.
Yeah. Oh. It's still raining quite a bit, actually. Just coming through the Monk complex there. And whether it's just picked back up again, but it's pretty relentless at the moment.
Yeah, the weather's been pretty brutal.
Oh, and Mike has smashed that like button. Took me about an hour this morning to realise that we weren't broadcasting on Twitch and it was on YouTube.
You're like, wait a minute.
What's going on here? Oh, yeah. And we'll just check in the chat just in case.
Struggling to find how to bring the full field of cars back, Matt?
Yeah, I don't understand this crap. How does...
Click on the class beside Zoltan Boda. Yeah, there you go.
Ooh. Alright, deltas are... Everyone's kind of spread out pretty good.
Yeah, there's not really any battles for positions at the moment.
Joe Loris here is just screaming around the track.
And we've just had somebody offering to jump into a car if needy. Lucas Lichton. That's even later than Hulkenberg coming up to the Formula One. I've not seen anything in the main chat regarding Joe Lawrence on Discord.
No one's mentioned it?
Nope. That's just that kind of... It's like something bad happening, but nobody really paying any attention to it. It's just like, nope. Not my job. Poor guy, because it must be absolutely soul-destroying just being stuck there. And he is still there. Just when we could see how realistic things are if his battery goes flat. This could be Michael Raza just having a wee bit.
Yeah, so apparently Joe's going to the bathroom.
All right.
Somebody
oh my
on.
God.
Apparently he's taking a big ol' number 2. Everyone in the world can know that that's what Joe's doing right now.
I mean,
getting his brains out.
Like, is he trying to pretend that he's in the countryside?
He just had too much spicy food, I think, you know? And,
yeah, but, like, I mean, when you gotta go, you gotta go, but maybe the pits.
If he was a real race car driver, he'd just go right in his seat.
Yeah.
He's not committed to the win.
He's not gone for full immersion, has he?
Just real quick, his driver just pulled over and then just ran into the woods.
Oh,
Where are you going, dude?
Out of all the things that we'd be talking about today.
That's funny. One of the drivers pulled on the side of the road so he could run to the woods.
Yep.
In the middle of the rainstorm. That's an L. You think you just
Let's,
pulled all the way to the pits, though, and just left it in the pit box, because that'd be...
Yeah, because then we wouldn't
harder.
notice.
And he could just he got a pit stop happen.
Yeah.
He could have, like, tires done for him, and then he just comes back, and it's all fresh.
Whereas he's got this... he's going to have to make a pit stop, and then he's going to have this
The rain's,
dark cloud. He's always going to be known for this now.
The number 2 guy.
That's...
Now he has to try to strive to come P2 every race. Meme
That's
it up. It looks like the rain has finally ceased. So that's good news for the racers. Back to still blazing hot out.
Tom Bessel kind of taking some interesting lines. As the Ferrari's in's just looking a little bit twitchy. And the wiper's off, so that's a good sign. There's still a nice sheen on the track. They're still really, really wet. I'm just trying to get a wee look to see if he's just in a wee pocket by himself. So close to the wall through.
Sunset or turn 1?
Yeah, sunset. Sorry, Don Bessel just coming through there. It just looks like he's so scared to put like a heavy input into the steering that he just let it just drift so far wide.
Yeah, it's sketchy
A wet
moments
sunset
out there.
doesn't seem fun.
No.
The rain just ended now.
Yeah.
But who knows if that's the last of it.
Yeah, I'm shocked it's been this on and off. It's actually a fairly close fight between second and third in GTE, though. It's only 11 seconds, that gap between Martin Militai and David Martin.
Yeah.
That solo
it was at
GRG
9.
fight.
And then it goes from like 9 to 12. It kind of fluctuates quite a,
Okay, my big... I'm kind of proud of myself. My big statement about how you should use front-engine drive, front-engine GTE cars is coming true. First and second are now both the front-engine cars. So
They're easier to drive.
Yep. Little flex there.
Joe Lawrence still in the woods.
That's a really long bathroom break, man.
I'm saying, if he had to stop inside of the road, it did not. Shit hit the fan, literally.
Yeah. Like, I don't get how you couldn't wait.
Maybe it was so bad he had a shower after, you know what I mean?
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean it's really bad enough that people will be sending a search party.
Derek McCourt's post in general is hilarious. We gotta have Derek in before the end of this race, I think. See how it's going. That was good.
Oh, this is yeah. You can imagine Crofty losing it to this sort of stuff. Oh.
Joe, are you okay? Yeah, he's just weeping in the fetal position in the shower now.
Does anyone know the gap between Zoltan Boda and Daniel Kirby right now?
The gap between Boda and Kirby is 96 seconds.
Okay.
Are they close to each other, or no? You're
I'm
just trying to.
I'm just curious because you can't. It doesn't tell me the gaps in the broadcast overlay between the.
Yeah, the closest gap, really, the only people really racing would be David Martin, who's now 7 seconds from Militai.
Yeah.
He keeps getting closer and closer.
Closer.
He's been keeping that very nice and tidy. Looks like he's just about to get lapped by one of the DPIs.
It's the it's the FA Mazda there. Who's in that?
Now,
I think that's the
apparently
RE. I think that's the RE Racing one. So that would be.
Magnus is saying that Joe Lawrence's engine actually died, and they're waiting for Alex. But I thought when your engine died, that was just it.
You didn't have to run off and have a poo. I didn't realise it was part of the
the official dead engine procedure.
There must be a different handbook that he's got.
Yeah, it's how it's. You just got to get some protein in there.
It's
and
just
the engine
Alex
starts going
is
again.
somewhere else right now.
Alex had some commitments because of GTR 24, because his IDOS team is going to have a drive there, so I think he's working out something with that.
So there's no. Who's the steward right now?
Let's have a quick look at the team speak and see if.
Oh, the race
somebody
control is
there.
Alex Skinner.
Hey, was there technically.
User left your channel.
Well, let's take this moment to enjoy a lap on board David Martin as he closes in on Martin Militai. He's in the Solo Sport Racing number 14, just through turn number 1, coming to turn 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is a really hard complex. Normally you'd like to use a lot of curbs to get the car turned in, but it's wet and curbs are scary. Very important to get a good run out of turn number 5 into the big turn number 6 called Big Bend.
User joined your channel.
Alex AFK right now, so no stewards. Anything can go.
Anything goes!
It's wacky racers now.
So we come to turn number 7 now. This is the hairpin. Want to use all that inside flap curb. Get all the exit curb. Probably not using the dirt. That's usually not preferable.
Yeah, the drivers are still taking a lot of curbs in the wet, which I find exceedingly brave.
Yeah.
As we've got Daniel Kirby just popped into the pits there for RE Racing, number 23.
Hey, Christian.
Yeah, it is me.
Do you want to make yourself the admin and DQ and undq Joe Lawrence?
It would make the broadcast look very ugly, but I could try. Actually, I don't know the... See if I can even find out what the admin stuff is. No one's ever given me server power in this.
I know, that's not true.
Ooh. Schoonerman going wide through the Le Mans complex. Are we starting to get a dry line on the track? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if it's dry or not.
Because, yeah, Joseph Frederick Pseudo's like, please help us.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
And I hope that Joe Lawrence hasn't been besmirched by somebody just making stuff up.
Yeah! I feel like
'Cause
somebody
even-
made stuff up.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what happened.
Yeah, that's our headcanon now, Joe Lawrence.
Oh, wow,
is
if I
taking
do
the
this
longest path
on
to break
stream,
all time.
everyone's gonna know the server password, so it almost can't be me.
Well, then send me the info quickly.
So to my knowledge, that is the password.
Everyone can see that.
No, they can't.
Oh.
You're like, everyone can see that. I'm like, no, they can't. And then you do / that, and then you write in the password. And then to... Actually, I'll just send you the entire page of server commands. When the commentary team becomes the server admins. Let's go,
So-
folks.
Nobody can stop us now.
Nobody can stop us now.
But we can get somebody going again, which will be fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's how you do it. Tell me if you...
How? I have to do /admin?
Yep. in the like text box for chatting.
Yeah, I did that.
Okay. And then
Nothing came up.
yeah, that might be an old password. If
I
it
mean, like the
is-
ad. I said /admin and nothing happened.
You type /admin and then the password. Or did you not?
If you do it together with the password.
Yeah.
And what?
So-
Just no spaces?
A space though between. So it would be like
Okay,
this is
that's
the
my
example
bad then.
on the website. And then so it wouldn't be linked like that.
Okay.
Drama.
Yeah, but I suppose what can you do?
How do I disqualify and undisqualify?
So I gave you a link with all of the commands.
Admin status is regular. Is that good?
Yeah, I think so. My guess is that it's the... No, this is a complete shot in the dark. My guess is the...
Here it is.
Okay, you got it.
Nice.
Do it real quick and try to. Do commentator team come through? I feel like you know when Ron Burgundy,
Yeah.
the news team unites. Like we just need news team united. All right. So I DQ'd him. I need to undq.
Yeah.
They can.
So I think it's /DQ and UMDQ is the undisqualify.
Yeah.
/DQ, then the driver name.
There you go.
Perfect. And he's back.
Heroics. We saved... The commentating team saved the perfect point racing team.
The longest bathroom break of all time is over.
Yes.
Now, if you wanted to be a real G, you'd adjust the laps they lost, but I don't know how to do that off the top of my head.
Okay, 1 second. I'll look through and see if I can figure out.
And
How you
Joe
do
Lawrence is
that?
in the lead.
I accidentally put them in the lead. Oh no. How to really piss off the rest of the league in one foul swoop.
Yep, commentary's team sacked. There's a reason why they've got different departments, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try.
I've got a wee pack of cars coming up with Daniel Kirby, who is just past.
Do you add laps? Is that what I'm trying to do? So I'm adding laps to them?
Yeah, you add laps. You probably want to put it up so that I think they were a lap behind Rosasa. You'd have to ask them though.
So how many? What's the math on that? So I don't look like a idiot. I'll give them
How many laps does it say they have on the server?
162, and Razasa has 180.
So that's 18 laps. So give them 17 laps.
It looks like they are back on track as well.
Did it work? Nope. Yes.
Still showing 162 at the moment.
No, I don't want to add too many. I just made a command wrong.
Yeah. You could always ask them if it worked.
Yeah. Make a
Sure.
note of it. I'll make a note of it just now. So 160. What is it? 17 laps? You thought?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's spaces between everything, right?
Yeah.
What time is it? 4 hours and 55 to go.
Yeah. I think
Then we can-
technically sweat.
Yeah.
Oh
No.
yeah, there's a yeah. The Leon Chambers finally got around her and slapped, but I thought it was a pass for position that was really surprising, and I was really stressed for a second that I'd missed it. What happened with the... Oh, Christopher Kynex is in the Aston Martin now, so that's why they're behind David Martin. What else has happened while we were doing that? The battle for 4th is getting a little bit tighter. The Mugen Sim Racing LMP2. Zoltan Bowden behind the wheel, slowly catching up to Daniel Kirby in that RE Racing Mazda. So that's the battle for 4th overall, sorry. Peter Schoenman now in the Fine Avon Motorsport Mazda is safely ahead now of their Mazda rivals. A little bit of a gap, though, between Schumann and Pankaj Betts. Just a little bit. You can see it's actually gotten cloudy again because you can't see the stars anymore. So it's properly cloudy out again for Sebring International Raceway.
We'll just have to keep an eye on them to see if the wipers start going on.
Yep.
So it does feel like it's been pretty relentless for these guys with the rain today.
Luckily, the team there of Pseudo and Lawrence, they're just happy to be back on the track racing. They're not too mad about the laps. They just want to have fun and finish the race. So
yeah,
that's good.
On them.
Yeah.
Well, they have had a decent rest. He's had a good toilet break, possibly a shower.
Funny.
Yeah, at this point, you're kind of doing it to say you've done it, which I get that.
Oh, and he's going really wide there.
Yeah, I think what messed them up, having been on board with them briefly after they got on, is he's really downshifting.
I did it. I added 10 laps to them.
There you
Please,
go.
10.
Awesome.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Now we don't tell Alex.
No, he doesn't need to know. But still,
What are you
it does
talking
say
about?
say in the thing that I became the administrator and did some shit. But we'll just,
I just won't check. It's all good.
Just don't change any of the passwords.
Ray in the pits now.
Just change it to Alex Smells.
Alex. Wow, that's cheese. And Pankaj Benz is just on the back straight now. And Peter Schoenman is just behind him. Schoenman is flying.
Yeah, and
this won't be for position, though.
he did bail out of that as well.
Oh, wow, he's recommitting. That was tight.
Battle.
Thank God
Oh man,
I wasn't
that's
on.
close, yeah.
Oh, thank God I wasn't on board for that, because that's given me all sorts of like real anxious moments again.
Yeah. Whew,
I think that's the
very
thing.
tight for the wall.
Any time I've driven Sebring, it's not a relaxing track to drive.
Yeah.
It's not like Le Mans where you've got you've got a couple of long straights there where you can kind of back off and relax, or Daytona where you can kind of take a couple of minutes or like a couple of moments just to kind of get your breath back on the long straights and the long sweeps. But this, you're always thinking about what's coming next.
Yeah. That is very true.
And then more so in the wet.
Yeah. So guessing Richard Wanders replaced whoever was in that Valley Sports Acura, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, because he had done like, what, 6 hours? 6.5 hours in that car?
Yeah.
That's crazy. You know what's even crazier? He did 6.5 hours in that car, kept seeing his name.
That was Sonfeld that he replaced. So he's finally got a break.
So Joe Lawrence's laps are now accurate, so
Oh, there you go.
everything's right in the world.
Everything is right in the world.
That's all we want to hear.
That's, yep. Real G's here in the commentator booth, I tell you.
It looks like Sunerman's going to try and make another move.
He's a bit back, but he is faster than Pankaj Betts right now, for sure.
Yep.
Certainly through these sections.
See, that's the thing. It doesn't seem like the Cadillac is the fastest. It just seems like the Cadillacs have the least drama.
Yeah, there's times where it's like you're playing the curse of the commentator.
I know! Knock on some wood there. I know, I'm terrible at this. See, I'm used to being the player, not the commentator. Gotta work on that.
Yeah, I just found I was getting slower and slower at these driving games, so
Yeah.
hello!
Man. No, there are some really fast kids in these games, man. I say kids, I'm sure a lot of people are like around my age, but there's some really fast folks driving these games,
Yeah.
and
I can have my moments, but it's just like hooking it up for a long period of time. I must admit I'm more swaying towards doing the longer races, just because like
Is put a minute we're off there. Yeah.
Yeah, the longer races, it's not about just putting a fast lap in. It's like a lot more strategy involved, and you don't necessarily need to be the quickest. You can just like do well by just being consistent.
yeah.
But yeah, sometimes my consistency is rubbish as well. So.
There's a marked difference in my
I think the best race I ever had was that Sebring. I mean, the Silverstone race that me and you did, Christian.
Oh my god, that was frustrating. That was so
I can't believe I did
frustrating.
that well.
So we were in Sim Racing 604's ACC League, and we're like doing like a team effort, both in the Aston Martin, and I think I was a close third in qualifying. Like, me second.
I was
third
like
were really
fourth
tight.
in quali or fifth.
You were fourth, and he was and Matt's fourth, a second behind me. Race starts, Matt just disappears down the road. Starts setting in laps consistently 2 seconds faster than he was doing in quali, full of fuel. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And I'm like 2 seconds slower, so Matt is gone. So I end up coming like
Yeah. Us 1, 2, 3. We just took off.
yeah. So I ended up finishing, I think, 7th by the end because I got spun on the last lap as well by a guy who just dive bombed me and messed it up and hit me. And then
I got the podium.
Matt got to third. I'm like, I cannot believe this.
Yeah, it sounds like you're over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're doing what 2 minutes around Silverstone,
Yeah.
2 minute laps, something like that.
Yeah.
1:59 was like what the leader was doing. It was crazy.
Yeah. Who's that?
Was that Don Bessel or? Nope, it wasn't him.
Barack,
it
maybe?
was... Yep.
He's going good now, but he must have had a little moment, eh?
Yeah, I think it was just unfortunate, just where Schumann caught him. Because it did look like if Rack had tried to go as deep as he could into that corner.
Yeah.
And he is taking some interesting lines there.
So the closest players here are Boda and Kirby. That's the what's that? That's the RE Racing Mazda. No wait, really? Yeah, Kirby's in the RE Racing Mazda. And Zoltan Boda's in the Mugen LMP2. They're probably the two closest people on track right now.
Zoltan was really quick in qualifying.
I was gonna say
as well.
Lappin's is close to Chambers, but that's not the different class.
Yeah, Lappin's really should not catch Chambers.
I think Chambers has finally passed Lappin's because I think Lappin's was ahead of Chambers for a while.
Yeah. It's a 16.
I'll just jump on board with Lappins as well, just to see if we're. Does look like there is a little bit of a dry line starting to form on the track.
I know, yeah, Christian. You as soon as you left, downpour.
I know.
Literally, as soon as the track was starting to dry out, full downpour.
Yeah, I posted a picture on the Twitter. It was the whole what's the weather, Raleigh? And then it was like, it's gonna rain.
Yeah, it's gonna rain.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, good, perfect. Our friend Tom might be joining us soon. Then the Canadians can take a break.
It's a Canadian break, and I guess we'll be back. When do you need us to be back by, Tommy?
Just probably how much of a break do you need?
I don't know when my family will be back. I know Matt's been on for a while though.
Since the start.
Oof.
Yeah.
User joined your channel.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
I just have to do some adult stuff like feed myself and feed my cats.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Look who's
Maybe
back. Back
de-sweat
again.
for a second.
Yeah, man. If you want to take an hour break, and then myself and Tom can look after things.
Yeah.
You could, I guess you could do something with the team viewer, you know?
Yeah, if you guys have that set up, I don't know if you do.
Hello.
I
Go on.
don't have that set up.
Just before Christian goes, can I clarify something, please?
Of course.
So the correct pronunciation of that colour is
It's red.
it's
red.
It's actually pronounced claret.
Claret.
Red?
Yeah, it's not pronounced claret. It's claret.
Claret. Claret.
Claret.
They're
That
in
sounds
the-
like a parish, like Claret County.
I'm from Claret County, Mississippi. They're actually called parishes, I think, in Mississippi. I'm from Claret County,
So many
Iowa.
corrections going on.
They're called parishes in like some southern states, and I don't know what's the distinction, but I know it ends up meaning the same thing. I'm from Claret Parish, Florida, and I want to talk to you about IMSA. IMSA racing.
IMSA racing.
IMSA racing.
Down here at Sebring International. Beautiful day today. Balmy, 30 degrees.
I also quite like
Pitch
how
black and
the
rain.
commentary team turned into some incredibly efficient engineers. And,
We hooked up Joe Lawrence there, yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Real quickly.
Oh, yellow in sector 3.
Exactly.
Joe.
despite the wishes of the rule book saying that they aren't allowed to get rid of it.
You shut your mouth, Tom.
Where we going? Where we going? We don't need any rules.
That's the thing. That's the
Rules.
thing that
We
happens
don't
when the
need
stewards
rules.
leave the box to handle their own personal things. Is
Hey,
there
yeah.
are no stewards.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah.
I wanted to just memely add so many laps that all of a sudden he's first. Joe Lawrence first by 400 laps.
Going for the first overall.
Is it still raining on the?
It's just, it literally went to dry out, Tom, and as soon as it dried out, everyone started to switch to dries, and as soon as it dried out, immediately thunderstorm again. So it's now drying out again.
Yeah, because according to my radar, that is it for the rain now. Till the end.
Because that was pretty. I mean, you could see poor Ernest Lappins at one point was the only guy on track with slicks.
They did keep trying to fight.
Yeah, he was
Fight
just
the
trying to hope
conditions.
that the rain just wasn't going to affect him.
As Leon Chambers is in the pits at the moment, just passed by Lappins there.
Got a tough fight there for 8th overall between a LMP2 and a GTE.
It looks like the only the rain in the area is going northeast, so it isn't actually going to hit the track. So that's all the excitement done for today. And now
I've got Zoltan Boda just coming back out the
Now it's
pits
just
as well.
attrition.
and there's cliche 2 of endurance racing cliches.
Yeah.
Today.
Unfortunately, Kynex losing David Martin after the pit stop there. Boda and the Kirby gap, that's been relatively consistent around mid-20 seconds there. That is not Kirby in front. That is probably Schoonman.
Now, I was asked in Discord DM by Anthony Nickpon, the owner of Asmentino Force Bologna. He wanted an interview, so if I'm allowed to call him onto the TeamSpeak, we can get him in.
Yeah, do it. Call him up.
Yeah, go for it,
we're
man.
waiting for interview already, so.
Come on down.
Oh, jeez.
This is waiting for interview, isn't it? Why are we down here?
We interviewed someone and then decided, yeah, we don't need to go back up.
Oh,
Goal achieved.
I didn't even realise. I just joined.
I looked away for a second, and the gap between Boda and Kirby went from 20-something seconds to 68 seconds.
Yeah,
It's
so I
at
had, pit
75 right now. At the first sector,
We've got Anthony Nickpon here.
Boda got
So,
88.
Hey, how's it going?
Anthony, it's been a very close race so far between your AFP Corvette and everyone else, and you're actually currently closest rival is the Delta Autosport LMP2. What is your general conclusion on the race?
I mean, hard to tell. We've tried to make a few good strategy calls, but every time we've tried to do it, it starts to rain immediately after, which was a bit discouraging, but it didn't really affect us. But I mean, it's so far so good, a good race. We are leading by a bit, but we can't really take that for granted. We could change at any moment. We could have a disconnect or something, so we just gotta keep pushing till the end, I guess.
Okay. Well, you've got.
Yeah, that was interesting there when you guys switched to the dry tire as the track had just started to finally dry up, and then as soon as that happened, immediately the clouds open up again and rain.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. The pit stops luckily don't take that long, but I think it was the right call, considering we gained like 3 seconds instantly. But yeah, there's no way with the weather to tell really, because it's a bit weird situation, so we're hoping it doesn't happen again.
Well, the radar looks clear for the rest of the race, so I guess you're kind of just hoping to get to the end now, aren't you?
That's essentially it. We're gonna have a few driver changes probably coming up in the final few hours.
And are we going to see any more of Lappins today?
I mean, I don't really know. Maybe not. Maybe we might see him for maybe one more stint, but it's probably gonna be our academy drivers and Ibrahim Khan from now on, once his stint finishes up.
Now, if I just quickly pull up the championship standings so far, you're currently in 4th. Do you think you can pull this back and get the overall championship at the end of the season?
I mean, I hope so. There's only 2 rounds after this, and we don't know how that will go. I think we do have a good chance for it, but we'll see how that goes, I guess. Nothing guaranteed. It would be nice to take the championship in the sprint and the endurance, but still a long way to go. I mean, the next endurance race is in 2 months, so a lot can change by then, I guess.
You have gained some points already because it is an endurance race and they give points throughout the race. How many has that? I guess you guys have been in the lead so far, so you've probably gotten a lot of big bonus points.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how the pointing system works, to be honest here. It's a bit of a weird one for me. Like, I know we finished P5 in the last race and we got 4th in the standings, so I'm not really sure how that works. I guess I'll see at the next standings update, but I'm not sure when that will come, because as far as I know, head marshal is away or something.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Matt has become our de facto marshal. But yeah, you guys have done well. Ibrahim Khan had a really good stint. It was funny because Lappins kind of talked it all down, and then Ibrahim Khan proceeded to pull out a bigger gap. And the rain worked out for you guys. It took out your closest rival, so you guys have definitely gotten some breathing room from that.
I mean, oh. Okay, maybe the stream is behind. I was just looking at one of the LMP2s go off. Yeah, it did take out some of our closest rivals. I think GRG were very good at the beginning. I'm not sure what happened to them. I don't really remember. It's been an interesting race. I mean, the standings have changed a lot. I know our friends of Fale got pole position in DPI and we're leading, and then that kind of changed for them.
Mm-hmm.
They got a bit unlucky, so yeah, it's interesting in that regard.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Good luck out
we've
there.
got a big spin there from Joe Lawrence. Sorry to cut in there, or Magnus. Counter up.
Ooh, there we go. Yep. But yeah, good luck with you guys for the rest of the race. Hopefully you guys are able to keep it clean out there, and yeah, have fun.
Yeah, you too, guys.
Thank you, man.
Hopefully you guys don't get too bored.
Always something happening here.
User left your channel.
I mean, I've just been playing Space Program for the last 4
If you look
hours
there,
since
yeah.
I left.
What are you gonna say?
I just am interested to see the track conditions are starting to get dry again.
Yeah.
It is so hot that... Oh, okay. Did you see how Magnus Cunnerup just took that corner.
Yeah.
Uh,
I wonder if we can use the race control and start whispering to people, like, hey, drive-through penalty for Luca Gray. And just start pulling in the leaders a bit. Here's something I only appreciated, though, when Antonin was here. The number 999 AFP Corvette is like 13 laps ahead of the next GTE car.
Yeah, 3 laps, by the way.
2 laps.
Because it's
Not
it's
quite
because well, for me it says it's 13 laps to Leon Chambers, and that's another 3 to David Martin. So that's 16. My display's saying 16. I don't know.
No, the way I can see it is it says interval.
he's 3 laps ahead of David.
Yeah.
Martin. He's
Okay.
3 laps ahead of David Martin.
Yeah.
Okay, my actual thing is busted.
Where are you seeing that? I don't know where you
Yeah.
see that even. 'Cause I didn't even see that.
I mean,
in this
I'm
view.
looking at your overlay, so I'm not sure what you
Oh, you know what I'm seeing? It's the
admin control panel that you're changing at the moment.
gap to the overall leader. That's it.
I mean, about the perfect point West Ham car, they're down in 15th, and that's not too different to the real life team, actually.
Wow. Shots fired.
I know.
West Ham, probably the worst football club in existence.
Well, actually, let's have a look at the Premier League table, because I wonder how they... I haven't checked for a while.
It's got a
I'm
point to
gonna,
prove.
Magnus is in the pits at the
I think I'm
moment
gonna
as
jump
well.
off and just take a break now.
Yeah, that's no problem at all, bud.
All right, man. You guys enjoy. I'll be back in like an hour and a half.
All right.
Fantastic. See you
Alright.
soon.
See ya.
Yeah, I think I'll just I'll overlap with Matt. So when Matt comes back, I'll move out because Matt knows how to use the overlay.
Perfect.
And then hopefully my family will be back so I can do dinner once that happens.
Oh, sorts of growing up stuff.
Yeah. It's Canadian Thanksgiving weekend, which is a month before American Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh, and you've got this.
Yep,
All the tasty, tasty food you could be eating.
I know.
Or will be eating, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
As much as I joke.
Oh,
West Ham are
Magnus is
actually
off
10th
already
right
into
now.
the tyres.
Oh,
What is going on?
What happened?
I just came out the pits and the third corner just slammed into the wall.
is that the perfect point, did you say?
Yes.
Oh,
Magnus Kunerup has been having a rough stint. After a fairly good one by Josef Frederick Suto, this has been just very tragic.
Yeah.
I do feel sorry for the owner of this team. They coat their colour. They're clearly West Ham United fans. they come to sim racing for some solace and some final enjoyment, and then they act like this.
They've lost 3 laps since Magnus has gotten in that car, unfortunately. I think we talked to them after Daytona, because their Daytona was pretty rough as well.
Yeah. Oh, massive lockups.
They very much remind me of the Ferrari at Daytona that ended up 35 laps down to the next car.
I think that's the same team.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oof. Like, he's
Oh,
off
nice.
in very odd parts to be off.
Yeah.
He's getting into the wet stuff on himself.
Hopefully he'll stay out of the way of the DPIs and LMTP2s, which he's not really.
Woof.
The
Yeah.
thing that makes me laugh as well is that the colour of the car isn't even the correct shade of claret. It's too light.
What they did is they
How
used
dare
the
you? How dare you?
they used the color picker and picked the wrong part of the logo, like when there was a little bit of like lighting on it, and it's like, yes, this is the color. Nope. They tried though. I respect the hustle. Woof.
What a save from Richard
Yeah.
Wanders. It reminds me a little bit of do you know in the virtual Le Mans when Wolverhampton Wanderers entered a car?
Yeah.
It reminds me quite a lot of that.
Hmm.
And as much as it pains me to say it, their livery was actually quite nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Roland Zook's very wide in the first corner.
And that's Magnus back into the pits again as well.
I think the track must be drying, and maybe the drivers are just getting caught out on some of the wetter parts of the track.
Yeah.
Well, it's only Leon Chambers that's out on intermediates at the moment. Everyone else is still sticking with the wets. But there should be quite a few of the guys making just a regular pit stops now anyway. It has been a while.
Very true. Well, you know what we haven't done in a while? I know it's like half an hour early to do it again, but let's do a mid-race update.
Go for it.
Yeah, let's go! I don't know why I'm talking like that. But Luca Gray in the 360 Motorsport number 36 is leading. Got a good, solid gap over Pankotai Benz, who's back in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16. They're followed by Peter Schoenman in the fine Avon Motorsport number 137, our leading Mazda. Daniel Kirby in the RE Racing number 23 in the other Mazda, just 2 laps behind Schoenman. And we get to our first LMP2 with Zoltan Bodega, which is the Mugen Sim Racing number 222. Slowly losing track of Daniel Kirby. He's just been falling back since the track's been drying out. Behind them is Richard Wonders in the who's just gotten into that Valley Sport number 6 after a absolutely heroic stint from what was it? Heiss what's his last name? Starts with an S. It was very not English, and that's why I'm struggling with it. It was Heiss Sonveld who was in that car for 6.5 hours. So yes, Richard Wonders in that car for Heiss Sonveld, who was in the car for 6.5 hours. Roland Zooks in the DAC Mugen Sim Racing number 95. Second place in LMP2 and 7th overall. And then behind them, quite a decent click off, is Leon Chambers in the Delta Auto Sport number 56. He and his brother have had quite a race. But they're finally around Ernst Lappens, who, speaking of which, is in our leading GTE car. He's just got back into that car over the last hour or so to replace Ibrahim Khan, who also had a pretty good stint getting through the worst of the rain, keeping that Corvette AFP number 999 in the lead. Then we get to the 10th place car, but second in GTE, is the Solo Sport Racing number 14, David Martin behind that car. They've had a pretty solid race in that Ferrari. They just got passed. If we go on to the next page successfully, which I would hope I could pull off, you never know with me, we get to Christopher Kynick, who they just overtook. He's in the only Aston Martin. This is Mugen Sim Racing number 88. They are followed by the first of the GRGs. That's Julian Vrac in the number 75. They've had a, it's been eventful for the whole GRG squad, and not in a good way. Dom Bassel is in the second GRG car, number 57. They've also had a rough go of it. And the sad thing with the GRG cars is if they've had the pace, but it's luck, accidents that were not their doing, but they did get caught up in, have really hurt their race. After that, you get to Michael Rosassa in the Random Racing number 13, or as Jose was saying earlier, it's the Funfetti number 13. Then we get to Magnus Kunerup, who was in the Perfect Point Racing number 74. They had quite a eventful last few moments with, I believe it was, who was in that car when we had to reset it? Was that, let me look, I'm going to find it, I swear. That was Joe Lawrence we had to help reset. And Simon Colston started in that car. But that's everyone that's left running. Then we get to Calvin Reinhardt, who's our DPI that's out. That was the AC Sim Sport number 224. The F1 RO Endurance car is also out. That was our LMP2. That is Kick the Bucket. Then our single GTE, that was the Tobias Bloomskin Dream car trying to do a whole 12-hour race solo. I don't think he got out of the first hour. It didn't work. So, that is where we currently stand. It was about 4.5 hours ago, 4 hours, 25 minutes, and 40-some seconds. You can catch us at RF2VISC on Twitter if you want to connect with us.
My microphone sounds really bad. I'm going to have to get closer. I don't know what's going on there.
That's a beautiful rundown as well. Thank you very much.
I try.
Amazing rundown. I'll admit, I wasn't listening. I was checking Twitter.
You were the main person who needed to know. No, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can get this voice, this microphone to sound better.
Don't worry too much about it because there was myself. One of my friends had picked up on myself just sounding a bit too loud.
I sound really echoey. It's
you sound fine through the TeamSpeak, but it's on the actual stream. There is something that's not quite 100% there. In fact, I don't know. Is it yourself that's controlling the stream just now, Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something slightly off with the audio for the commentators.
Yeah, I'm just trying to listen through Discord, and it sounds actually half decent on there. So, it must be a TeamSpeak thing. Let me just double check through the TeamSpeak.
I don't know if it's quite bassy.
It's quite bassy.
Hey, wake up.
Bassy. It's kind of got that little bit of distortion on it.
It might be.
We've got quite a big gaggle of cars.
Maybe try closing some web pages, maybe. Never know. Just close some stuff. Maybe that'll help.
We've got.
And then we're gonna have Ernst Lappens in here soon. Imagining he just got out of that car.
Oh, and we've had a spinner.
I think I've got it. I think it was slightly on my end. I think I've got it sounding a bit better now.
Perfect. I wonder if it could still be something at my end as well, Christian.
Okay. You never know. But Eric Kumide's in that leading Corvette now.
TeamSpeak adding those weird effects to it.
Now we gotta find the AFP squad because in classic fashion.
Oh, Eric having a big lock up.
Yeah,
trying to get out the way of one of the.
Anthony Nickpon is in really high spirits, but I mean, very unusual for a team.
Your channel.
Oh, hello, Ernest.
Hello.
How you feeling after getting into that car?
I'm feeling kind of angry, but.
Why are you angry? Woo,
I'm angry because I wanted to stay in the car for a bit longer, but my teammates made me get out.
Oh man! Unfortunately, we're just looking at Eric, just having a bit of trouble with the Corvette just now as well.
Yeah. We put him on slicks because we thought towards the end of the stint it's gonna be the same for the wets as it would be for the slicks at the start. Yeah, because they would just melt.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's understandable. It's hard for him to get used to it.
So you've had a pretty solid drive thus far. How are you guys feeling about it now with just 4.5 hours left? Are you confident, or are you concerned now that the driver lineup's being handed over to the junior squad?
Well, I mean, only God knows what will happen now, but it's gonna be close. It's gonna be stressful for me, so I think I'm just gonna go to sleep and.
I honestly don't think even God could predict this series.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit. I personally think it's a little bit cruel sending them out on slick tires. It does look like it's still a bit of a skating rink out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't my decision, but
that's fair.
And that's David Martin just about to come by and take a lap back as well.
Oh wait, actually, I'm getting back in the car. Goodbye.
Yeah, weird. Good luck, Ernst.
Okay. Alright, well, thanks for interviewing me, but I'll be back in the car right now.
User left your channel.
I think we need a rule on how much someone can drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was me thinking that he was actually joking, but he's clearly not.
Who's just joined our channel? Jose. Joseph.
Joseph, please, Joseph.
Joseph Frederick Suto. Where are you from? Actually, that's a
Slovakia. It's my surname is Hungarian, but I'm from Slovakia.
Okay, all right.
He must have had to. He must be coming to us straight from the forest.
Yeah.
His teammate.
Yeah. So quite an eventful last hour for you guys, but you guys are keeping strong. How's it going out there?
It's kind of hard. I mean, yeah, we are still last place. Basically, why I came here is to correct a few wrong informations you're giving, because these guys, I was racing in Daytona, but under the name of Mugen.
Okay.
And they were not racing in Daytona, and they were not the guys like 60 laps behind. So I just here to clear that, because it's not true. Okay, just to clarify things, because one of the drivers is mad to hear things that are not true and that are like I'm not mad because it's not like really. I have nothing to do with them. Magnus just contacted me if I want to race. I was like, oh sure I want. So I just went and raced with them. I'll be having fun. So that's the best thing.
Okay. Well, good to know. I just was gonna say it was an improvement over Daytona, but if you're not this team from Daytona, well.
That's fine.
No.
We stand corrected.
Yeah.
No, they are the RE racing. I think they are racing now in the DPI.
Okay.
But last time they were in the GTE. I think it was Ferrari.
Okay. All right. That makes sense
So.
then.
Right.
I was just here to clear that.
All right.
No problem.
No worries, man. Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Have a good day.
You too.
See ya, guys. Good luck.
User left your channel.
Oh, as we speak.
The camera is bad luck right now. Everyone we focus on is having a rough go of it.
Yeah, I don't know how much we're missing then. If
I remember we did a 12 hours of Le Mans with CFEG. I know it's not called that anymore, but I don't know what they're called now. And we weren't on camera for the entire race. And then the one time we get shown on camera, we get overtaken.
Oof.
Oh, is that someone joining the Discord? Oh, it's
no,
the
that's
Discord.
that's just me just pinging that across for I don't even know why, but it just wasn't sitting right.
Commentating on the live feed's actually a lot better than being in the game, to be fair.
I can see why. You have some information that you might not have if you were just in the game watching.
Yeah, I think I might do this for SRL tomorrow, actually. Seeing as James needs it anyway, so.
Yeah, it looks like we've got the AFP Corvette back in the pits. I wonder if Lappins will be back in the driving seat again, or if they're going to fire wet tyres on it and get them back out again.
Yeah, I'm imagining they realized the slicks were too early.
Yeah, I think it's a real baptism of fire for a new driver going out into that, especially on slicks.
Yeah.
I love how we're having a conversation through the Discord chat, meanwhile. Commentating.
But, yeah, here we are. Having a fun old ride with 4 hours and a bit to go.
Yeah, just
looking at the radar once more, unless someone's above is very angry about AFP winning, we will not be having any more rain this evening.
Yeah, I think...
and that is Lappins back in the driving seat for AFP.
Did it actually happen? That was a joke.
Knowing Ernest, he'll be on till the end now.
No. Thing is, Ibrahim Khan was also perfectly fine in that car. I think they just needed to let the track dry out before they put someone new in, because it's just such a tough... You need experience for these conditions, but I think Ibrahim Khan did fine in that car, so I'm sure if he comes back, you'll also be fine. This isn't to insult anyone on that AFP team, because I'm sure I'm slower than all of them. It's just tough to throw a guy into a car in this situation fresh.
It's not his fault, but for their race, it is. You cannot blame him at all for being not confident in the wet conditions in a new car.
Yeah, but it's not just the being wet conditions; it's the changeable conditions as well. It's not completely wet and it's not completely dry. It's just that real kind of tough spin to take the chance on the slicks. It's really, really, really tough. I don't know if Lappins is gone out. In fact, he's out on slicks at the moment as well. So that's a really, really brave choice.
Yeah.
And when you're someone new as well, I mean, not Ibrahim, the other one.
That was Eric Comide.
Magnus.
Was it Magnus?
Yes, Magnus, yes.
Okay, I'm dumb.
Was it?
Oh no, it wasn't. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up with my teams. It was Eric.
Eric isn't a bad driver at all, but...
Oh, Lappins has had a massive crash.
Oh, Lappins?
Yep.
Oh, if we could get a...
He's got a rear wing and he's going to the wall again. So it seems like no matter who you put in that car, Slicks, it's just not dry enough.
That's gonna be their lead.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long pit stop.
I actually feel like, it's Lappin's obviously felt quite like he's the faster driver, and I do feel like it'll be better for the other driver as well, who all felt bad that he was getting replaced so quickly. That something like this has happened.
Drama.
It's obviously awful that Lappins has spun out and crashed the car, but at least the other driver could take a little bit of solace away that the track conditions were really bad.
Yeah. It's dangerous times out there. Dangerous, dangerous times. That's the tough thing. That's what I was saying. Is earlier on. The issue is that the track, it's nighttime now. The track, even if the track's just not going to dry out. Not unless significant. Like, this is why in IMSA you'd probably in reality have a very long. You'd have a yellow flag period of a few laps to get the wets to clear out some water. Maybe get some blowers out on the track. But in our factor, we don't have that option. So we're just going to have to deal with this track being kind of damp for the rest of the race. And the problem is the wets are going to keep burning up because there's a solid dry line now, which you have to use if you want to be fast. So you're almost more capped by your tires than your... Oh, and a penalty for the leading AFP car. So between that and the damage from the pit stops, suddenly we're looking at solo motorsport racing being right back in this fight for the win.
Only 2 laps behind now, so yeah.
What's the penalty for?
Who even he must have sped in the pit lane or something. Oof! One of the GRG cars just spun.
Yeah.
Was that Rosasa?
No.
No, it was not Rosasa. It was Dom
Bessel.
Bessel. Yeah.
It's all gone wrong with 4 hours and 12 minutes to go in this race.
Unless the man from above has managed to sneak back into race control.
He has.
See, the penalties will be getting thrown about everywhere. I think you might even get one for getting old Joe back on their way.
Drive-through penalty for the commentators.
60-second.
Yeah, we're gonna get a drive-through for that interference. We're also gonna get a stop and go for thinking they were the same Ferrari team from Daytona.
Oh, and another spinner. Is that Sultan? Yes, it was.
He's going to ship us off to VSRA. I know the streamer. Nothing against VSRA, by the way. Very fun league.
Yeah. I just think...
When I'm not murdering GT cars.
Wait a minute. Is this a serious league?
What's going on, though? That 3 cars were spinning in such close succession. Is the track... Are the wets just going on people now, or is it?
I give it 10 minutes before Alex comes into this chat and realizes that you lot reinstated someone. Fine, I'm out of this. I was sitting there watching the stream on YouTube.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, Tom, you coward! You're in this with us, mate. Ride together, die together. Right.
Man, spicy moments now in GTE. Christopher Kynek has closed in on David Martin. And now David Martin has significantly cut down the gap to Lappins. Unless that penalty is cleared, Lappins is out on track with a lap ahead. But you gotta wonder...
Well, Christopher Kynak's on he's on the same lap as Martin as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to see where they are on track. There's not much in it, really. There's 2 corners, which, with cars spinning all over the place, it could quite easily be. Now, did Lappins have a spin there?
I didn't see one. We're on board. We're watching him now on camera. I don't think he spun.
It might have just been I'm slowing down for the corner there, or just a wee
It's,
spike of lag.
I would not. I would love to
looks
be.
like he's struggling a lot with oversteer. Actually,
I would
could
love
be
to
some
be.
shadow damage.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the AFP, just TeamSpeak channel right now, because I am sure that is a spicy place.
I mean, luckily we've got a fly on the wall. I've been speaking to Anthony Nickpon through Discord DM.
Yeah.
Throughout this entire thing, he seems confident. Is all I can say. He seems very confident of their chances still.
That's fair. Julian Frack in the pits in the first GRG car. I think that will get...
Alex, meanwhile, is talking in Discord General, saying that he was away for 10 minutes. I might have to clarify something here.
I'm not gonna... I won't challenge that assessment. Maybe it really was 10 minutes and we just happened to be involved in the 10 minutes he was gone. So the lead car is now in the pits. So we start going through another round of pit stops. That's the 360 Motorsports car. I don't know if that will get the Mugen Sim Racing car back on the same lap, but they'll have to pit again soon anyways. The interesting thing with all this rain is the fuel-saving advantage the Mazda's had has kind of been wiped out. Because people have been coming in and out for rain tires completely regardless of their actual fuel number.
There's a driver change for the lead car as well, with Nick Newcomb coming out.
Nick, winner of Road America in ERC.
Wow. I remember that. I was in the Discord with him for a lot of the night. So that's pretty established driver taking over that car.
I did a formation finish with him despite not finishing the race. They let me back in. Don't know why. I wanted to go for fastest lap, but I accidentally put race fuel in the car, so.
It was Luca Gray who just got out of that car, right? And 10 hours in before that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He put a good shift in.
Yeah. That's just been a solid crew in that car. They got that initial lead with the rent-a-driver they had, and then everyone else who was officially part of the team came in and just took advantage of the opportunity they were given. We'll put it like that. So if you look at the times, Christopher kind of keeps closing in on David Martin and then losing that time. I don't know what's going on. These are 2:10s. And look at this. We have Luca Gray in the chat. How's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing, man?
Good.
Good, good. It's a long stint out there. How you feeling?
Wet.
Wet? So that's a big thing for you. You've been dealing with changeable conditions. How have you guys been handling that?
We've changed the wing as it's been getting drier. Hopefully Nick will be fine out there with...
Yeah. How have the wets been holding up? Are they burning up now? The track's having a dry line and you have to use wets, or are they actually holding up well?
They're holding up pretty well.
Woo! Know what that was. Okay, so that's good. So you guys have a solid gap going forward. What's kind of the strategy you're looking at now? As we
don't take any risks.
That seems the best you can do. Are you going to be back in the car at any point today, or are you just going to chill out to the end?
I should be back for the last 2 hours.
Alright. So, I hope you get a chance to get a rest and get something to eat, man. You've done well out there.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good luck, man.
Thanks. Yeah.
No. And we've had a spinner, Michael Raza, and he's knocked one of the signboards into the middle of the track as well.
Yeah, there was all kinds of drama as I was talking to Luca Gray there. I think was it Peter Schoonman hit somebody going into
Yeah,
sunset.
I don't think Alex knows about the toilet gate.
The toilet gate.
I don't want to be the one that breaks that breaks the news, but
You better not. You're in this together. We're team commentator. Come on.
Yeah.
We've got to stay solid on this.
Yeah.
we'll just pretend that nothing happened.
Yeah. Commentator solidarity, man.
That's it. You know about it. You're involved.
The thing is, he definitely is watching the stream as well.
The thing is, though, if he's been on Discord, he'll know. So
yeah,
he might just wait until the end, and then like the guillotine will come down.
I think he was asleep.
Yeah. So we just had a bunch of cars come in and pit there. I think they were all involved in that little incident. None of the leaders, though.
It would be GT pit stop time anyway, but I'm not sure how it all works out with the wets and stuff.
So you see the 75 GRGs in the pits. 74 Perfect Point Racing is in the pits after we got scolded by them for guessing wrong about what their.
Schoonman is going off the track again as well.
Oh boy!
Really having a hard time round here.
Yeah, lost some time in that first sector there. It's tough. It's just tough.
It's during the day with a dry track, optimal grip. It is still a really, really tough track.
Yeah.
As we've got somebody, Michael Raza, looking at like he's stopped at the end of Sunset.
Oh, he's got it going again though.
Yeah. But it looks like, I don't know if it's just the spray from the road or if the engine's smoking. That looks okay there.
Yeah.
I like the idea that in 20 years' time, Alex is still not going to know what's happened to this West Ham car.
Well, you're trying your best to actually like drop hints in the Discord, which is like really disappointing, Tom.
I mean,
I'm not angry. I'm just really disappointed. Oh, we've got Joe Lawrence typing in the Discord. I hope this is epic. I mean, oh. Oh. So everything's kind of all spaced out. It looked like we were going to be getting a bit of a battle between Martin and Lappins, but that's not really came.
Yeah, Lappins has just been fast.
And Lappins is back in the pits. Is he going in for dry tyres or for slicks?
That's that penalty that was mentioned. Oh, David Martin.
Yeah, Martin had a moment there. So that might hurt this battle a bit.
Maybe that's. I mean, they could be serving that penalty, or they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty close anyway.
And that's Chris Kynak on slicks as well now.
This is where AFP really need that margin though that they've built out, and they need to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Well, it could end up being quite exciting if you end up with the old 3 cars on the same lap towards the end. If Lappins, Martin and Kynak all ended up there.
I feel like we're going to end up with what happened at Le Mans with the LMP2 field.
I could see that.
It's down to a matter of fuel strategy.
I mean,
would be quite an interesting finish, to be fair.
Yeah, the DPIs are 1 and 2 are relatively close, just a lap between them.
Yeah. The RE Racing number 23 is in a fight there a bit with the Mugen.
Yeah. To be fair, it does look like Pantakai is closing a bit on Newcomb as well.
I feel like slowly we're coming out of that stage where it's about mileage, and now but we're heading into the kind of, this is where you've got to start making passes.
Yeah, I think you're correct. That would appear... Yeah, I think you're trying to get some of the stronger drive... Well, I don't know. I think you're starting to see the track speed up as well, so I think people are starting to slowly get a little bit more confident and more racy. I think we did some onboards in the wet. You could hear people really letting off the gas a lot, braking really early.
Yeah.
I think they're starting to push now. And you can see David Martin actually going offline to cool those wets.
Yeah, we've got Bantakai coming into the pits now as well.
Yep.
And Kynax came into the pits with the Aston Martin. So there's a driver swap.
Yep, Prebek Zalt is in that Aston. It's in the Mazda now.
Yep.
Got some work to do. With 3 hours, well, 4 hours just about left to go. Woohoo! All kinds of slidey out of the pit lane there. Was
still on the wets.
Yeah, I just... Well, that was the big thing though, right? Is Luca Gray said the wets aren't burning up on this track yet. So if that's the case, maybe you I guess you can just keep going on wets, especially because if you're the DPIs and you're the people who are in charge of overtaking, really, you have to get past all the traffic. As we see Zolt go really, really deep, but not off, and that's the important thing. You're going to have to go offline, and offline is still wet, so there you go.
And at least it's cooling your tyres down enough for getting back onto the dry line if you're passing folks. So yeah, I can see that strategy. I wonder if Zoltan's going to put on intermediates again. I think they did try that earlier on.
Yeah. There's not a lot of moments to use intermediates in R Factor 2, so I imagine... I have no experience, I guess is what I'm getting at. I have no numbers by which to judge or question that. So we see the Rob Gibson's actually just getting onto the back stretch now. I wonder if he's pit already in this cycle. Because if he has, he's really closing in on Boda, who's still in the pit lane. But Boda should be leaving soon, and Rob Gibson's just going through Sunset.
Got a nice line through there as well. Really neat.
I just realized the sponsor on the side of that Mazda is the law office of Robert E. Gibson, and I find that hilarious.
That reminds me a little bit of my uncle's electrical company sponsoring me in karting. So you end up like with just like you've got a really, really cool reading game logo for my team, and then you've just got a like electrical business. The thing that confuses me is though, if you want to advertise a law firm, why would you do it on the side of a sim racing car?
Yeah.
Why not?
It's like, I mean, if I wanted a law firm, I'd just go local law firms. I wouldn't think, oh dear.
Well,
woo!
But now that is going to be in the highlights for YouTube, and thousands of people could potentially see that.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, I think his law firm's definitely going to have to check the legality of that move.
Yeah. Have you been involved in an accident like this?
Aye.
So we've got Leon Chambers in the pits.
What amuses me even more is the fact that a lawyer, like, perhaps the most like paid well business in all of the world, is doing sim racing.
But I think that's one of the beauties of sim racing, is it just attracts so many different folk from all sorts of walks of life to it, and you know, you don't actually see the person you're racing against. It's just the sort of racer that you're beside. So you know, it's a beautiful thing.
It's like when we joke that Alexander Sims in Formula E looks like an accountant, except in sim racing, like they are actually accountants.
Oof, Rob Gibson a bit wide through Sunset there. Keeps it together though.
Yeah, we've still got Leon Chambers doing his next stint as well.
Was there anything mentioned in the driver's briefing about track limits out of Sunset?
They said they made the driving through the track. They'd increased the number of track cuts. I think that was the main thing they mentioned. As we see Ernst Lappens in all kinds of LMP2 traffic. Oh boy. Oof.
Oof. And Aston Martin getting way out the way as well.
Is that Kynek still on that car? No, I don't think it is. Oh yeah, it is. It is Kynek still in that car. Oof. Very close to Lappens. A little bit of contact there.
Just letting him know he's there.
Yeah.
Just switching into touring car rules.
Lap traffic? What lap traffic?
And David Martin just taking a moment while he's by himself.
Yep.
Still got a chance to catch up with Lappens.
If Lappens gets into a little bit more trouble, that's all he needs.
But the lap times that Lappens is already putting in 204s and Martin's putting in the 208s.
Yep.
So it's...
So here's the crazy thing to think about that, right? Martin is putting in 208s, but Martin is still 2 seconds faster than the next driver. So Lappens is that much faster. So the slicks are really coming into their own if Martin hasn't moved over to slicks yet, it would seem.
Yeah, you do wonder if the team managers will be looking at what the other cars are doing and making the decision to knock them over. Like you said, yeah, he didn't have a particularly pretty last lap, but he was only 2 seconds off Lappens there. So I think they will be starting to change over onto slicks pretty soon now.
Using some inside information I have from the Val Esports camp, they will be doing a driver swap in 40 minutes. Jeff Close will be getting in the car for a 3-hour stint.
Jeff! See, the spa buddy, the German. Very cool. Very cash money. Excited to see how he does. We did. It was Jeff, myself, Matt, an Australian whose name immediately escapes me. We did spa together, and Jeff was there for a lot of our overnight stint. That was a rough race.
Spa is, it's an awkward one. I've only done it in iRacing, only the once. It's like to be honest, for me, this started off as a lockdown hobby, and it's kind of escalated.
Yeah.
And it's getting thrown into do something like that, and it's amazing how you get into it, and then you're like, right, and the support that you're giving your teammates as they're going on as well, and trying to work out so that you've got, like, because there was only 3 of us doing it over the 24 hours, so it was trying to make sure that somebody was up, and then it's also like the energy that you get when the sun starts to come up again, and it's really weird. Like, it's such a, like, it just gives you so much of a boost. And it was a double whammy because the spa was running out in October time. It was dark for so long, so it was really, really hard through such a long night section. And then because it was summer here, it started getting light outside, and then you're like, right, okay, so it must be getting light soon. So you had the hit from outside getting light, and you're like, right, okay, I feel awake to that. And then in the game, it getting light as well. So you're like, yeah, this is great. I can do it. I can finally finish. But we weren't really high up. The running order, but we finished, and that was just absolutely fantastic. That was with Garage 56, who were kind of knocked together roughly, and hopefully we'll be doing some races with them. We tried to enter the Road Atlanta one, but it was that confusing. We thought there was an event on the Sunday, and it was only on the Saturday, so we missed it by a day.
Oof. Yeah.
I always thought Garage 56 was such an interesting concept, actually.
Yeah, well, that was thanks to the team manager of it. That's why he's picked the name. So just to continue that.
But from my understanding, it's basically you can be in the race, but you're not actually in the race.
That's how we feel.
Lappins is around again.
Oh.
That's
Was there contact there?
I'm not sure. I wonder. Big moments though. That's the fatigue, maybe. Maybe the car's a bit damaged from hitting the wall, and it's not quite doing what he thinks it should anymore.
Unless he's pushing too hard, unless he's been told that he's going to get changed.
Yeah.
And he's just wanting to try and just put out as big a gap as possible.
To be honest, it's very much unlike Ernest to overdrive a car or get fatigued like that. There must be some kind of shadow damage from that earlier accident.
Yeah.
I've never known Ernest to genuinely just bin a car.
So yeah, I've genuinely binned a car, but yeah, Ernst is better than me. So.
Oh, I've driven past you when you've genuinely binned a car, and then you've driven past me when I binned the car later.
I just thought that was one of these things that happened to everyone. He's supposed to keep it in between the vines. Oh! Getting a back end hanging out a wee bit round Sunset.
I'll do it
Getting
to you.
So close to the wall.
David Martin will be the endurance aspect of this this race will be thrown out the window. Although what always it annoys me when I'm driving, as actually looking at it, Ernest's Kayanek and Ratsa are all on slick tyres. They seem to be struggling a lot. But what always annoys me it was the same at the Red Bull rig. You really want to push. Like I had a 2-second gap, and I knew I could push. I knew I had an extra 2 seconds in me. But when you're trying to fuel save and things and save your tyres, and you just can't push, otherwise you won't make it to the end. You have to have a lot of discipline to finish these races.
Yeah, that's a big thing. And here's the thing. This is what messed me up in Road America. Is after I'd done 5.5 hours in that car. I had to do 5.5 hours in the car in Road America. What messed me up is I was tired. It was 2 in the morning, or I think might have been 1 in the morning. And I went to check my pit stop to make sure it was set properly, and that took me out of the race. Because then I messed up and I hit the wall. So fatigue can really get to you, even if you've otherwise been driving somewhat consistently.
I mean, I remember I did Hockenheim and in ERC, and it's second ever RFX 2 endurance race, and I not been able to sleep at all the night before. So I'd been up for about 24, perhaps 26 hours at that point, and basically my reaction times were so messed up. I basically just crashed the car multiple times, making stupid mistakes like running wide and hitting the barrier on re-entry. I used to do it in a car lost signs at one point.
Yeah.
And it shows how much fatigue and sleep, not sleeping, can actually have an effect on you. Because I'm not going to claim to be the best driver, but I certainly wouldn't crash trying to rejoin the track.
Yeah.
On normal conditions.
Yeah. So I feel you. It's being tired is rough, but these guys have generally done a pretty good job. I think the only thing really what's caught people out is just how treacherous the track has been more than.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It was amazing just before you came on, Tom, because when it started raining again, because it looked like things were basically drying out before it started raining again, and the cars were all over the place. And then all of a sudden, the cars just looked planted to the track again, even though it was just absolutely chucking it down. And there is still a lot of cars out on wet tyres at the moment, and the track is looking drier and drier all the time. So I think some of these guys are going to have to bite the bullet and put these slick tyres on.
Yeah, because Kynek's doing 205s, Lappin's doing 204s, Martin is doing 208s.
And the thing is, it's quite weird how the race is scaled now, because if this was Daytona, we're not even halfway through yet. In fact, this would be basically the start of my first commentary stint, and it's weird how people approach the shorter races and how it's basically a sprint from here on out, even if we have got 2 Formula 1 races in terms of distance left.
Joseph taking some interesting lines there.
He's back in the car. Oof.
As Alex has given us the standings after 8 hours. So if you don't mind, Christian, I think I will read them out.
Go for it.
So in DPI, we've got 360 Motorsports leading the championship. That's the number 36 car in the Cadillac, with 32 points. Mugen Sim Racing, the number 16 in also a Cadillac, are 26 points. So a few points behind them. Fine Motorsport, who've had a very good recovery drive in the Mazda, have 20 points. That's the number 137. Valley Sports, number 6, the pole sitters, not had an amazing race today in the Acura, on 14 points. In the 224 car AC Sim Motorsports in the Cadillac, 12 points. And finally, rounding off the standings is number 23 RE Racing Mazda with 10 points. As for LMP2, it's 22 Mugen all the way, though, that car that had issues on lap 1, 32 points. Although it's going to be crucial in the final 3.5 hours is this gap. On 28 points is the other Mugen Sim Racing car, the 95. Delta Autosport 56 on 20 points. And then Temper and F1 RO are both on 1 point, respectively. I believe they must not be racing today, actually. Or
F1 RO, F1 RO is the LMP2 that DNF'd.
So, in GTLM, better known as GTE, as there's no actually GTD, is there, in this series? That was removed due to low interest. So the Ferrari of Solo Sport Racing, the number 14, is on 26 points in the lead of the championship. Mugen Sim Racing in the number 88, that's the Aston Martin, are 22 points. 4 points behind Aspentino Force Bologna in the 999. Current race leaders in the Chevrolet are 22 points. So they'll be looking to make up that 4 points to take the lead of the championship. The 57 and 75 GRG esports cars are on 19 and 15 points respectively in the Ferrari. And then making up the rest of the other Ferrari is Random Racing number 13 with another 14 points. And then Mugen Sim Racing 69, very edgy number that, in the Aston Martin are 10 points. And then the final Ferrari, rounding off what is essentially an all-Ferrari grid, is Perfect Point Racing, number 74, in the 5 points. That's the West Ham car that's had some amazing blunders throughout today.
But they did not run at Daytona.
They didn't run at Daytona, no, as one of their drivers made perfectly clear to us on commentary.
Just got to
Go ahead.
crush that fake news.
Crush that fake news.
We do apologise, by the way, for any misinformation on the stream. We are trying our best. We're not purposely trying to misinform anyone, as James Arkell says "pog" in chat. There you go, stream. You got the soundbite.
Yep. It's been quite a day for the. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, what's our viewership numbers doing? If I check.
Live viewership numbers. Here we go. 21 concurrent, although we peaked at 35.
So for the 21 of you still watching, we will do our best to keep you entertained for a further 3.4 hours. Is it? Because that would be...
Some amount. 3 hours and 40 minutes. We'll just say how it is.
Yes. Alex Hello saying, I swear every sim race I watch live, I always hear Tom Dillon. I remember at the start of the year, I used to... my PC was awful, so I used to knock around in R-Factor 1 leagues, and I basically would have 6 or 7 races throughout the weekend.
Jeez.
And basically covering 80% of R-Factor 1 leagues, and it would just be me. So it's kind of become a joke from the people from there who kind of moved over through SRL that I'm on 90% of sim races.
You are the voice of sim racing.
I got good at driving though, so I've stopped commentating as much.
Ah.
You must be getting faster again.
So
I mean, I commentated because back in the R Factor 1 days, I used to be like 7 seconds off the pace. Luckily, I've got my act together a little bit.
See, the thing that
I'm
hurts...
I'm now only 6.5 off the pace. Anyway, carry on.
Big wins. Big gains. So you're braver than me, because when I got into sim racing, I think I spent 5 years just playing single player against the AI, until I reached a point at which I could turn the AI to like 108%, and I was like, okay, if I can do this, I must be confident, right? Right? And I went out and did like multiple, I was like, oh, I'm not confident, I'm just mediocre. I'm incredibly mediocre.
I think, to the fair to me, the thing that held me back was because obviously I didn't get into sim racing until quite late, and I believe 2018 was when I started sim racing, sort of late 2018. I kind of obviously I took the R Factor 1 route because there seemed to be this league that we used to do called the Virtual Open Wheel Series, and that was actually really quite fun. It was the kind of skill level was, in fact, a lot of the people that kind of do GPVWC Formula Challenge and stuff, it was a very similar kind of grid, and very skilled. I think we had people like Matt Tewson doing that series, and I used to commentate that. It was the first league I got into, and from there that obviously progressed to Automobilista, and then I kind of got into R Factor 2, and well, I seem to be enjoying it quite a lot, and getting quite fast.
Yeah.
But you
a
talk
lot of people
about
have a similar
you
story
talk
to
about
that.
just being like coming into late in 2018. This, like I said, for me, I had an Xbox at the start of lockdown with Project Cars 2, fancied a steering wheel, and then the next thing I know, I was building a PC and having to upgrade my rig, and here we are.
I've seen a lot of people actually come into sim racing through lockdown. I remember the kind of thing that killed off the R Factor 1 leagues was the fact that because of lockdown, we got so many people just getting in. We were getting like better numbers than this series in endurance races, and that's on a 15-year-old game. And it was like, and the game physically couldn't handle the numbers, so it was time to move on.
Yeah. We've kind of saw that with Project Cars 2 because it was free with Game Pass on Xbox. There was a huge amount of people started playing it, and then all of a sudden, the servers just started like you would join a game, just wouldn't work properly, and then that's when I started to go down this sort of community route, and then realised that it was like such a huge thing, and it's awesome. Like I said, there's so many communities out there for everyone. And finding for me, I mean, Assetto Corsa for an older game, and same with R Factor 2 as well. I mean, these are older games, but they're still amazing.
I think the thing with R Factor 1 particularly was that it had a lot of nostalgia for people. Is it really has now people are going to find this really stupid. If you play something like F1 2010, R Factor 1 seems to have that kind of feel about it. The classic, the graphics are quite similar and things like that. So I think it hit everyone on a kind of nostalgia thing. Plus, it was really easy to run, like extremely easy. I went into lockdown with a horrendous PC, and that's mainly why I was running R Factor 1, because it was the only sim I could run. But I think going on, messing around in R Factor 2 now, and it was something I was wanting to upgrade to. Basically, since I started sim racing, I played a lot of Assetto Corsa and things like that, and it certainly hasn't disappointed me.
Yeah, I mean, we're quite lucky that there's one of my friends. He's watching the stream at the moment, and he loves doing the design for skins for the cars for the tracks. So that's our Sunday. Just there's 7 of us that just sort of race for the night, and it's brilliant. It's not really it's structured to the point where you've got like a race. It's not the cleanest, but it's just good fun. It's just hanging out with your mates, which at the moment is all that we can really do with
So we have
the situation as it is.
Comes code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, code 80. Oh yeah, of course. I'm assuming you're from
5,
Scotland by the accent.
4, 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Scotland.
You lot are locked down, aren't you? Again, you've got a lot.
Yeah. No, we've got Rob Gibson that looks like he's limping back. I think it's Rob
Christian around?
No, I don't know where he is. You'd have to go ask him. Tell him to come
No,
back.
I was just asking if you're around and see if I needed to control the camera, but you're here, so.
Oh, we've got Zoltan's missing his spoiler.
Uh-oh. Not at this stage. Zoltan.
This is not what you want this late on into the race.
He doesn't need it.
Give Rob Gibson a chance to get that 4th overall from him.
I'm quite lucky actually over here that we've had most of our lockdown restrictions. Oh, Christian, that's your desktop. Very nice
Sorry.
picture.
Come check out my art. It's Rafa Java on Twitter, or Air Fortress Rava on Twitter.
Oh, you do that? That's very impressive, actually.
Yeah, if you want me to draw your waifus, I will do it for cash.
I mean, if we're going to plug stuff, I might as well go in all out here.
Do it. Yes, Matt, take over. I'll set it up for you, and then you can take over again. Then
You're abandoning us.
I will abandon you all, probably for an hour about, so I can set up for the Thanksgiving dinner stuff, because it's Canuck Thanksgiving. Yeah.
If you lot need me to take over TeamViewer at some point, I'll see what I can do. In fact, I don't even know if they have an app for.
I have TeamViewer up, and you can share. And yeah, and Matt has the password or the ID you need. So just figure out if you guys need to do it. And good luck. Don't forget to do the hourly update in half an hour. And peace.
Yeah, I just know how to do that.
All the best, dude.
Okay, drivers, we come back to green in 10 seconds.
Give me a second here to get the team.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Looks like if I wanted to download TeamViewer, I'd have to literally compile it from source.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they really don't want me to get scammed at all.
I'm in control now, so just you boys, just let me know if you notice any shenanigans happening.
I think this must be a case of they can only get.
Oh yeah, everyone's a lap apart from each other. I see.
They only want people's Microsoft computers getting scammed, not my weird setup.
Don't worry, I'll get scammed for you.
Yes, thank you.
And Zoltan looks like he's going to be in for a long pit stop there.
We're also gonna we've also decided we're gonna blame you for when Alex finds out about the West Ham car.
What do you mean?
Exactly. What do you mean?
Oh yeah,
What are you talking about?
what I mean.
What are you talking
I don't
about,
know
my
what I mean.
friend?
Nothing.
English people, you know what I'm talking about? They just blab everything. They just tell everybody everything.
That's,
I mean,
my grandfather was Irish. If you tell on somebody, you just get stabbed. Apparently. So.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by we say everything. I didn't say anything.
Exactly. There's nothing to say.
Yeah, nothing happened at all.
You wouldn't last long in the streets, Tom.
No.
The mean streets, Tom. That's funny. All right. Well,
the thing is, I'm balancing my role as commentator with
Nick Newcomb finding the grass there. Sorry, just
nothing happened with the West Ham car. There's Java Chris in chat. I believe that's Christian actually.
Yep.
Christian, you're supposed to be making Sunday dinner, like.
He's away, I think.
Yeah, he's in chat.
He's in chat.
Very uneventful.
Yeah, but he's got like he just has his phone probably, you know. phone with Discord on it, or was probably just watching. It is good to see how the stream goes because it is one of the best streams of all time. I do notice the code 80 thing is up still. I don't know how to take that down.
I've just got an image in my head of Jimmy Allison just watching this stream and just being like,
Here's what he thinks.
Just having a mental breakdown.
How do we get rid of that? Code 80 thing here.
Is that not something that pings back from race control itself?
Isn't it just in the RFTV thing?
Oh, and a penalty for Joseph there.
Only the most professional of broadcast directors on the VISC.
Listen.
And Christian.
The first time I've tried to use TeamViewer, don't worry.
Christian, I know you're listening to the stream. You might want to mute your mic on TeamSpeak, just in case. Don't want a repeat of last time. I can't remember what happened last time, but I seem to remember us hearing him having dinner.
Oh, he came back. He ran back to his computer and did it for us. So did Champ.
Oh, champion, Ghost of Christian, you are a legend.
I'm just gonna go through the field here and just everyone's kind of spread out, so I'm just gonna give everyone a
that's no problem. It's just about time anyway. I'll tell you what then.
3.
If you're just about to do that, if it's all right with you guys, I am going to call it for myself, so I can get to my bed. But
no worries.
If you guys are all right holding the fort, I can stay a little bit longer if need be.
We're all good, I think.
Fantastic.
We'll do you proud, Tommy.
I'll watch a little bit more on my phone, and I hope all goes well for the rest of it, and it's exciting, and that it rains, it
rains, yes.
It rains, but there's not too much carnage.
It's still really hot on track.
It should be quite a spicy finish. It does look like there's guys catching up with each other.
Are some people still on wets, it looks like?
Yes, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars still on wets.
I'm surprised Leon Chambers is on the wets still, because he was one of the first ones to switch to intermediates.
I think they must just be riding out the rest of that stint before they change.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to go before I get sucked back in again.
Thank you for today, Tommy.
Have a good one, man.
No worries at all, guys. Thanks very much. It's been an absolute pleasure. All the
Have a
best.
good night.
User disconnected from your channel.
So it's the legendary duo from Daytona, where there's definitely no language barrier, taking you through for the rest of the night. And I believe Jose has just plugged himself in.
Yes, sir. I think
Hello,
I missed
Jose.
quite a bit. Had to run out and take care of a couple things.
Imagine it being daytime.
Yeah.
I dread to think what my neighbours are thinking about me right now.
Cares what they think. So, as we come to the 3.5 hours left of the race, we have Nick Newcomb in the number 36 360 Motorsports DPI leading the race. In second is Prebeck Zolst in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16 car, also in DPI. Running third is Pascal Eggert, running for the Vision Avon Motorsports number 137. They're running DPI as well. Rob Gibson in the DPI for the RE Racing Team number 23. We have Zoltan Boda running for the Mugen Sim Racing number 22 car, LMP2. We have Richard Wonders running for the they're not the, I know because it says Acura. What's their team name?
That's Valley Sports, isn't it?
The Valley Sports team. Yes, thank you.
Interesting.
It seems like they finally swapped the guy out.
Yeah, he finally got he changed a couple hours ago.
And they're swapping again. They've got Jeff Close coming into the car at the next pit stop.
Oh, Jeff Close, really?
Yes, I was speaking to him.
We did the 24 hours of Spa together.
Yes, I somewhat mentioned that. And if you do give me 1 second.
7th, we have Roland Zooks, and then DAC Mugen Sim Racing number 95 for LMP2. We have Leon Chambers and the Delta Autosports number 56, running in 8th right now. They had some early woes in the race, but they've been running good, consistent pace here so far, so that's good for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then now for the GTE class, we have Ernest Lappin's leading right now. He's in the Corvette for AFP. He's the number 999. He has been leading his class. His team's been leading pretty much the whole race. I think honestly, the whole race they've been leading.
Do you guys see
their
that
class.
DPEI class behind all those GT cars spin out?
That happened
Who
just
was
recently.
that? Yeah, who was that?
Not sure.
Would have been the Val car if it's behind LMP2s. They've been. Oh dear, there's a that's a LMP2, I believe. I know it's a DPI, one of the prototypes. Having a bit of an incident there, as we're currently looking at Ernest Lappin's. Any chance we could get a visor cam on one of these laps so we could do an onboard as the driver's seeing it?
All right, you want to do an onboard?
Wait for next lap, so that we'll get someone who's starting that lap, and we can have a driver's eye on board, I guess. Take them through. Have you got the setting for the cockpit camera so you can actually see the gearing and stuff?
The issue is I don't know unless I think I have to do it through his R factor, which I can't.
Has he not got RFTV open? There's all the camera settings and stuff.
His OBS, you know.
I thought he used RFTV, which is the it helps you manage cameras and stuff. I don't know if it's a separate application. I don't know, my PC is too potato to run RFactor 2 streaming.
I can do onboard. That's what I got right now.
Right, well, we'll work with what we can work with. As I'm having a look at the weather. We're clear for the rest of the race.
Here we go.
There we go, that's the
Newcomb's got his wiper on, but I don't necessarily see...
It might be rain on track. Yep, it's raining.
Yeah.
So as the rain comes out, and as Nick goes through Sunset Curve, we'll take you through an onboard lap of the Sebring. I want to say international circuit, but it might not be.
I think it is called that.
I believe so. It's either that or International Airport.
So it's really important to get a good exit out of Sunset Curve onto the back straight. He's going to fully rev the car out, not get into 6th gear, but only just then quick braking down to 2nd gear. And you want to hug the apex here, that barrier, and then just let the car open up. And you've got to really find the non-bumpy bits of the track down to 1st gear. He's going to really try and rotate the car through. That's really important in the wet, is rotation, using 1st gear a lot. The lower the gear you get, the better rotation you get, and when you're trying to sort of hug that dry line, it can get really important, the extra bit of rotation down to 1st gear again. And he's going to brake in as straight as a line as he can, actually, is Nick, because the straight if he brakes in a straight line, he won't lock up, which is very easy to do in the wet. It's almost like you're playing one of the old F1 games and just using the wet line a little bit through. They're actually not quite using the maximum of the track. That's going to give you...
Okay, drivers, we'll come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh.
And the onboard lap has been ruined by the code 80. But, oh,
3, 2, 1, code 80.
That's one of the GTE cars. Random Racing number 13.
Yeah, that's he was hit the tire wall there, so that's no good.
The brightest livery I've ever seen.
Yeah, we they call what do you call it, the funfetti
Yeah, funfetti Ferrari is what it looks like.
Well,
Looks like something straight out of a Spy Kids movie.
Yeah.
But the Code 80 will get removed once he enters the pit lane, I should imagine. So, gentlemen, I guess we've got 3 hours and 20 minutes of this race remaining. The Corvette AFP is still being chased down by the Solo Sports Racing number... What is that number, actually? Number 14. Of course, for both the race win and the lead of the championship. As it stands, I believe AFP would go into the
What's
lead
the delta?
of the championship. If I'm looking at the delta, so they are a lap behind, but we can't give the...
The closest is Evan Mueller to Zoltan Boda because of the crash, I think. Zoltan Boda's one who...
We can't give a live a lap time comparison because of the Code 80.
Oh, right, it doesn't really...
I think Ernest must have got the code. He did a 2:02, so he must have got the Code 80 coming out of Sunset or something, and then it's a 2:22. So there would have been something there. 2:57 for Ernest there, yeah. I would say you can gain from Code 80, but you can't really. You can gain from slow zones at Le Mans. I know for sure, because obviously it depends on where you find the slow zone. Oh wow! I just chucked the water.
Pascal Eggert is a DNF.
Oh. Nick Newcomb's reading is a DNF on my screen.
He was running third. Now he's a DNF. I don't know what happened there.
Back out the pits. It rendered Nick Newcomb as a DNF on my screen. I got quite worried for him there. But yes, Pascal's had some driver swap issues.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
So I wonder what's happened to him. I know they had some, as I said,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
I swear Alex, when he's calling out Code 80, he permanently sounds extremely annoyed.
He has high expectations.
Yeah, he very well may be annoyed.
Well, I think I would be.
Yeah.
Who's this? Derek McCord.
Yes.
Hello.
How are we doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Holding. Let's just say that. We're holding.
How's your team doing right now?
Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with lap 2? Because that's about where it started for GRG. It just hasn't gone our way. That's just the way it is. Started pretty good. P2, and I think Ramiro was in P4. The Mugen Aston spun on the back straight and collected car number 75. Car 57 was in a good spot, just puttering around in second place. Then the rain happened. And then it's just been difficult from then on, let's just say that. Maybe a bit inexperience on some of our drivers in changeable conditions. I would say that's probably the biggest thing. But overall, it's been a difficult race.
Championship standings wise, you're not out of it at all. So there's that, and at least you're going to get. At least you've already picked up some points today. So I guess it could have been worse.
You are running 4th and 5th in your class. That's not too bad.
Yeah,
not bad at all.
It's just let's just call it debt consolidation at this point. It's just bringing the cars to the end right now. Thomas, that's in the 75, is probably our least experienced R Factor 2 driver. We tried to put him on dry tires with the stop when Dom pitted, and he just didn't have any confidence. Damaged the car at sunset, pitted, and put him back on rain tires. Actually, kind of surprised because he lives about 2 hours away from the track. I figured he would be our Sebring ringer, but fair enough to him. He's helping us out. Two of our drivers had work commitments today, so he's filling in for us.
Good lad. Good. Well, it looks like they're doing pretty good on track right now. I know that it's in a hard-fought race, but still 4th and 5th in the class. That'll be good points for the overall championship.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's that consolidation. This is only our second R Factor series that we've been in. First time we've had 2 cars. So I think it's just getting experience at this point. Kind of early celebrating our 3rd anniversary as GRG. The official anniversary is in January, but we just felt like slapping on the logo today and adding on our pink ribbon for breast cancer awareness as well for the event.
That's very noble.
Well,
that's a good cause, so I'll be happy with that. And I'm happy. Congratulations on your anniversary. That's exciting.
We've grown a lot. I think me as the esports director, just try and run as a professional operation as we possibly can. We appreciate our support from SimStickers, simstickers.co.uk. GRG 10% off. Got to pull in the NASCAR sponsorship drop there, but yeah, it's just that consolidation at this point. We'll be looking forward to Watkins Glen and Road America to even get even more points for the endurance series.
Now, for the sake of without trying to make it look like an ad read, is GRG a custom sportswear company? I hadn't heard of it myself, but
custom sportswear company. We are not. No.
Oh, must be a different GRG then.
I would love to be a custom sportswear company to have a bunch of merch to sell to all of you guys, but but no, we don't have any facilities for that at the moment.
No, you mentioned you're the esports wing, so I assumed there would have been like a company for behind you, like a parent company or something. But
well, we hopefully will become a company, but no, it's just the team name that we picked up, and we do run other series. It's just the esports team is the core group that's been with GRG for the longest. Our best drivers. We have been running ACC competitions. We just had the 4 hours at Spa for our own kind of series organization, and I actually pulled 2 drivers from our ACC events, and they're now in the ACC esports team.
Wow.
So 2 quick guys, one from England and one from Germany, and they'll be with John Zorg from Vegas for the RWB Spa 12 hours next month. So we've kind of started. We originally started from Project Cars 2 on the Xbox. Honestly,
wow.
That seems to be a story that a lot of people share, actually, starting on Project Cars 2.
And in all honesty, it was a good game. I think the quality of content in that game was very good. Everybody can talk about the physics and tire model and whatnot. I think they had a good idea. We were hoping that Project Cars 3 would be similar, but unfortunately it's not. But even you see the Logitech G series, even with you see the Logitech G series, they're still doing Project Cars 2, so that says a lot.
Yep.
Logitech G series is still doing the same wheel from 15 years ago. So.
But we had some last January. I would say we had some unfortunate, unexpected changes to the organization, kind of overnight. Kind of a running story for some racing organizations, but kind of like Dad went out to get a pack of cigarettes and didn't come back.
Oh, that's
man.
But
can relate.
But I think, yeah. But I think,
Dad, if you're out there listening to this,
but I think we've grown immensely since January, and we have become a lot stronger since then.
Yeah, that's definitely good to hear.
And And like I said, with the ACC stuff, we've really started to branch out.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can do some race room stuff. That's another thing that we enjoy doing by ourselves. So things are going pretty well for GRG, despite 4th and 5th right now.
Have you guys considered getting into Formula Sim racing or GPVWC at all?
Hold on 1 second here. There we go. Sorry, I couldn't hear you for a little bit there.
Oh, okay. Have you guys considered doing a FSR or GPVWC or an open wheel league like that?
Not really. I mean, we do have one driver, Danilo, who's definitely one of the aces for Formula cars. But as of right now, I think we're just going to stick with sports cars and the whole team management right now. So.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Derek.
No problem, guys. Hopefully we'll wrap this up here in a reasonable time and reasonable position.
I mean, you never know yet. There might be a massive crash, and you come out of it all with a win.
I am very confused on the Corvette's whole plan there. Going on to the drive so early with driver other than Lappins, but that seemed to have brought the field a little bit closer. So maybe.
Anyway, best of luck, and I guess we'll speak to you after the race.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
All right, see you.
User left your channel.
GRG are a proper American team, aren't they?
Yeah, they're actually, yeah.
Probably the most stereotypical American organisation you could think of in sim racing. Exactly what a league like this needs, to be fair. You always need to have your hometown, your home grown kind of team in one of these championships. Someone that the people can root for, really.
Yeah, it's always good to see small communities start to grow.
Yeah, and especially after difficulties, and even starting to support charities like Dee mentioned that they're wearing the pink ribbon for breast cancer awareness. That's quite a heartwarming thing for them to do.
Indeed, yeah. I'd agree with you there.
I've just been switching between different, even though they're all different laps down, just some different battles on the track.
Yeah.
Robin Suck's been rather aggressive here, still on the wet tyres. A quick roundup for you guys.
Okay. Well, that no love there.
Something's wrong with that Mazda.
The Pascal Eggert, I believe. Oh no, Pascal Eggert is an inside here. Wow, this is all sorts of.
Yeah, this is.
I'm right here.
Pascal's back up and running again. That's in the Fine Motorsports.
Yeah, it's Prebeck Zuls, Pascal Eggert, and Roland Zux.
He's on the same lap though as the car ahead, as Jeff Close has got into the Acura Team Penske. It's not the Acura Team Penske, it is the Val Esports. I mean, if it was the Acura Team Penske, then
that'd be crazy.
Then he would be in a bit of a better position than it currently is.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the map actually, and seeing the just the weather and things, the radar, and some of these names.
Okay.
Some of these.
Board.
Some of these.
Contact.
That was Contact. Yeah.
Contact. Big time Contact. Who was that with?
That was Pascal Eggert in a GT car.
Yeah. I think it was one of the Ferraris, but there's so many of them.
It was Aston Martin.
Oh, okay.
I think it was.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Was that the cause of the code 80?
5, 4,
Believe,
3,
I think it had
2,
to be,
1. Code 80.
Ernest Lappins has mentioned he had a screen freeze,
3,
so if you could quickly
2,
check that car.
1. Code 80. I'll let people off for that due to TeamSpeak freezing on me.
Ernest Lappins.
Yeah, it looks like they've had a problem actually at AFP.
Maybe did he hit the? No, couldn't.
Yeah, look at the front left.
Front left.
There,
yeah.
quite damaged.
Well,
that's going to be a good minute in the pits at least.
Yeah.
They've got a 3-lap advantage actually to Max Chamber. No, they haven't. That's the. Huh? What?
Look at the race view.
Race view's timing screen is. Right. So. Huh? How have they
It's
got
saying
2 laps to go
Ernest Lappins is 3 laps up on Max Chambers.
I'll see 3 laps up on the LMP2.
And Max Chambers is 42 seconds ahead of Malcolm Schneider. And then, so Ernest Lappins has time to play with.
He could go on the limiter for 10 minutes and probably be in contention still. Wow. I think dominance would be the correct word here.
Yeah.
And you can't speak too soon though yet.
Yeah, we could very well be jinxing them.
Although AFP have had their fair share of challenges today, and they seem to be handling them quite well. A few times without a rear wing, and not bad for the Polish team at all. Going back to the radar, some of the place names are incredible. You guys have stolen Brighton. You've got Cornwall spelt wrong. You've got Muse.
There's a lot of interesting names in Florida.
Smallpox Tommy's old place. What? Smallpox Tommy's old place.
Welcome to America. The wild place. With wild names. Like Proud. Where do you live? They're like Death Canyon.
You've stolen Southport. Like, these are either just incredibly stupid names, or just you've stolen
genius names.
There's a city called Frostproof, and it's between Lake Clinch and Reedy Lake.
Made it up.
They got
Made
some
that up.
interesting.
It's not-
No, I'm not even lying.
You guys had a massive war to distance yourselves from us, and then name half your places after us.
They were already
No
named that,
wonder
I
they
think.
call they call those guys.
All these places were already
snowbirds.
named that. They're already small little towns and villages.
There's a city here called Winter Haven.
Sounds nice.
I think it's
Tommy, Tommy in the chat saying he'll need to visit. Who's messaging me? Oh, Anthony Nickpon's messaging me in DMs.
There's St. Petersburg.
So Ernest had 2 screen freezes, 90 seconds of damage repair.
Wow.
Still 3 laps ahead though. Lost half a lap.
He only lost half a lap.
Wow.
There's his rival in front of him, Max Chambers.
Inside sources here at the VISC. I always got confused here. Now, for some reason, whenever I see a league name, I always try and make a word out of it.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
Like, rather than VISC, it's the VISC.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
A lot of people seem to insist on calling it VISC, or I can't think of another example, actually.
It's the VISC.
Yeah, I always just called it the VISC.
Yeah.
I think there's actually a little bit of...
Anyway, 3 hours to go. It is 12 o'clock UK time. I'm not going to do the maths to figure that out in American time. You can do that yourself.
Should be around 7 in Florida.
So it's a sprint race now, basically, to the line. People are doing their final stints, and it should be fairly straightforward. AFP are only 1 lap ahead, actually, so Anthony's maths was a little bit wrong there. One more mistake, and suddenly Solo Autosport are right in the running. Although actually it does work out to about 2 laps because of the the Delta Autosport not being in the GT race, obviously. But that's going to be quite an interesting battle, watching that unfold. And oh, is that... No, it's just a screen freeze for myself. So if you've got any questions for us in chat, you can, of course, use Twitter. I mean, we should get a hashtag going on Twitter. You can use... you can tag at RF2VISC, or use the hashtag VISC Sebring, and we'll do our best to answer those questions. Or just do it in the live stream chat. That would be quite easy. Or you can get me on Discord, and you can find me on the Discord, and I'll
Going on board with Lappins here. See how he handles with the growing pressures and stress.
Whoa!
Wow, that was so close.
I don't think
he touched him though.
No, I don't think there's any contact.
It certainly hasn't been Lappins' best performance day, but I think he'll feel he's done enough so far. He is pulling out a gap to the Solo Sport racing car, I believe. I'll double check that.
He did just get past Martin Militai.
I still feel he'll be disappointed though, just purely because of his normal standards not quite being met. So they are quite high standards. And I'll stop being an IndyCar commentator and actually talk about the racing.
Everyone's really spread out right now.
I think it'll be interesting to watch that Eggert's car, actually.
Eggert's car?
Yeah, because he had that disconnect issue. That's his second issue of the day. He's on the soft tyre, so the rain clearly... We're on a drying track. And he's got 111 seconds to the car behind. So he isn't...
Evan Mueller here, and the DPI cannot get past Perez here in the GTE car. I'm very interested to see what's going on there.
I think, to be honest, it must just be wet, and he just doesn't want to take a risk. Not necessarily that he's got any issues.
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to find a good straight to do it. There he goes.
Because if you go for a move on a GT car and you hit the GT car, you get some pretty hefty penalties.
Mm-hmm.
So far in this race, the Perfect Point Racing car's DNF'd. When did that happen?
Engine trouble.
Yeah.
An engine failure then. So we
have
have
lost 221, so quite a bit a while ago.
Was it the
40 laps ago?
Oh wow,
45 laps ago.
I did not know they DNF'd. How long was it ago that we were talking about them then?
Very recently, I feel.
I thought it was pointed out that they were DNF'd.
I swear I just saw them. Yeah, it was 40 minutes ago. Actually. I suppose that would be about 40 laps, wouldn't it? Maybe.
Oh!
What?
Big contact! Oh my goodness!
Massive tank slapper there for Jeff Close.
Yeah, did he go into...
He hit the wall.
That's not the...
Alright, so they both went into pit.
He's been damaged.
Okay.
Wait.
Perfect Point Racing is the West Ham car, obviously. I was thinking about the...
It was the Funfetti Ferrari that was spun in the middle of the...
I was thinking about the Funfetti Ferrari. Yeah, so West Ham car out of the race.
I'll be up with Jeff Close just to see how he handles that, because he did hit the tire wall on the outside. He hit the Ferrari, and then he hit the wall.
I thought he was going to pit.
Jeff will feel quite disappointed with himself, though he is a very, very fast driver.
I don't know if I don't think he could have done much.
I'm trying to see damage on the left side. Don't really see anything.
Try to do an onboard, see if that shows anything. Oh, no.
Yeah, Jeff is a very fast driver. He just does seem to make a couple mistakes here and there, but we all do.
Is that Macy?
Yeah, it's for the Ferrari. They got a penalty for the unsafe. The race leader here has Jeff in his sights.
Ooh.
Jump to Roland's. We'll jump to Roland Zusk here because he's trying to chase down Pascal Eggert.
See if he can do it. That paint scheme of Eggert's is really popping at night.
Yeah, the nice red.
Mm-hmm.
P3 overall was Zoltan Bowler is actually an LMP2. If an LMP2 could get onto the podium, that would be very impressive, and that's Jeff Close again having an incident.
That car has
there.
to be damaged.
I wonder how long it'll be before Val kind of kindly, well, for their race, pull him out the car again. I doubt they will. Jeff is a really talented driver, but sometimes it is best if you aren't performing very well on the day. It is best to just kind of
Zooks.
To just sort of come out of the car early and call it a night and just.
Roland Zooks there was so close to Egger, but
anyway, I've got to quickly
thrown
go
away
and
through the sunset.
grab a drink if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind at all.
No problem. We will be here. He really was closing in on him.
I know, he's right on his bumper.
Mm-hmm. Thought we were going to be able to see a good fight out of that.
I know, I keep looking through to see if there's any
action anywhere.
Yeah. Perez here, I don't know, he's running 12th, and he's got, I think that's Ernest Lapid's up ahead. Perez is the GRG guy. Their race director there, I think, was the manager was the guy we were interviewing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Contact with Nick Newcomb! He got hit by the Ferrari there up the road. They came together.
Yeah.
That's the race leader.
Any damage?
Oh, sometimes there's minor stuff. It came together with Perez, I believe.
Yeah, we were on board with Perez.
I know. Wanted to switch to the big view, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god.
Drive-through penalty for the 360 number 36 for causing an avoidable collision with a GT car under lap turn 1.
That's
Nick
exactly
Newcomb, the race
what,
leader, gets a penalty for causing contact with the GRG of Perez, so that is interesting.
That's exactly what Tom was talking about earlier.
The race leader might lose the lead to Zoltz. I think Rebek Zoltz here will inherit the lead of the race. The drive-through penalty is just first. back to Nick Newcomb here. This is the sunset. Let's see if he comes into the pits to serve. I don't know if you can even stay out. We'll see. Goodness, he's staying out.
Yep. Looks like he's
I think you have 3 laps to serve penalties. If I was Zolst, I'd be trying to be real smooth and steady.
Yeah.
Crazy, hey, racing here at night.
Yeah.
Okay, so Prebeck Zolst is in the pits for pit stop, it looks like. So that might give Nick Newcomb even more time to serve his penalty. Oh, they're out now. Let's see.
I come back and the race leader's got a penalty. What's this?
Yes, he caused a collision with the GRG of Perez unsafely into turn 1. And he's received a penalty. This happened like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So he
just after you said what you did about the
and so Zolst is on the same lap as Newcomb.
GT cars.
We've got a driver called Jake, and I'm going to really have to be careful pronouncing this name. Jake Forscher joining the TeamSpeak. I'm going to figure out who he's driving for.
Oh, here comes Nick Newcomb into the pits to serve his drive-through penalty. I don't think Prebus Zolst can pass him back. I think that it is going to be... I think he's going to be unable to. I think that it's going to be Nick Newcomb still leading the race.
86
Yep,
seconds.
he is 100% still leading.
You can easily get an 86-second gap back in 2 hours and 47 minutes.
True, but that's difficult.
Difficult, but not impossible.
Go.
Do we know if we're going to have Christian back at any point in this?
I think he.
No, Christian's not.
100% gone.
Yeah, Christian's not coming back. I'm sorry.
You're lost.
No, I was just wondering who was going to stop the stream.
I've decided to come back between now and dinner because it wasn't on, so I just went down and did the dishes and then came back up.
Wait, has he been here this entire time and I've just...
No, I just came back in the last bit.
No.
Yeah. Imagine if I just been talking the whole time and you just never registered it. That'd be great.
The thing is, to my...
Tom just came back from getting a drink.
My petty British
So,
brain,
Christian,
you and Matt sound very
Nick
similar.
Newcomb got a drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
And Zolst then pit. So I think that Zolst could potentially jump Nick Newcomb because Nick Newcomb didn't do a pit stop and he came in and he couldn't. So I wonder if when he has to do a pit stop, if Zolst will be able to actually jump for the lead.
Oh. Zolst eating quite a bit of dirt on that.
Alright, Zolst.
Maybe. That'd be pretty big.
Man, I see these guys cut corners on the grass and dirt, and I'm over here scared to drive over the curb in my pickup.
Yeah. Sebring, you really gotta you gotta really set up the car to be able to hit curbs in Sebring, because the car's already gotta go for bumps like mad just to go down a straight.
Yeah. Yeah, you missed a couple of good good bits.
I had
I'm gonna find some good battles on.
I had it playing downstairs. I saw that crazy moment at the exit of Sunset.
Yeah.
Oh, with the Ferrari?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did get the pair. I was on board with Perez.
Yeah,
and then so we watched him on board get smoked. And then I went to the like full track out view to watch them spin out into the
barrier.
Barrier.
Yep. It's going to be a what could have been for
GRG team,
GRG.
yeah.
What could have been sort of day.
What kind of damage that caused.
I feel like a lot of endurance races, though, for a lot of teams, are always what could have been days.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just the kind of thing that happens in racing as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, and 12 hours is just such a long time for every single thing that you plan to not go wrong.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, it's always a lot more of a sucker punch to mess up a 12-hour race than a 6-hour race. Because you're disappointed if you mess up a 6-hour race, but it's not the end of the world because you haven't put that much into it. But when you when you've had hours and hours, and all of a sudden.
And another thing, you're so far into it at this point that the guys losing now are losing a completely different thing from the guys that lost 5-6 hours ago. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like
I guess, yeah.
If you did like 6-hour races take a week to prepare for, really. You don't have to do a month of preparation to get good enough to, do night stints and stuff. That's really what a 24-hour race takes. You have to be practicing for pretty much a month.
Yeah.
And whereas with something like a 6-hour race, you can kind of just practice the week before and be up to decent pace. Same with 4 hours. 8 hours, I've never done one, but I imagine it's quite similar. You don't need massive.
I know that Evan Mueller's fourth, but he looks like he's coming up on Zolst. Chase him down, maybe trying to lap himself.
By the way, have you guys thought about posting these on like that motorsports subreddit that you linked in your album?
Oh, the motorsports streams one?
It might be a good idea.
Never thought of that. Maybe.
Do we class as a motorsport?
Motor esports, I guess.
Is there an esports streams equivalent? I guess is the question.
Just to have the godly trio of cliches. I guess this is time to say that I suppose the racing is real, even if the cars are.
Yeah.
No, I had one job, but I got the phrase wrong.
Nailed it. You're like, yes.
I got the phrase wrong. It's the cars aren't real, but the racing is.
Yep.
The real race was the friends we made along the way.
I anticipated a lot more people to laugh at that. That was a bit of an overreaction for me. I just did the polite commentary laugh when you don't actually find something that funny, but you laugh anyway for the viewers.
Oh my god.
I might just be overthinking it.
So somehow in all of that, the solo sports racing car lost a lap while I was gone to Ernst Lappens.
Yes. Ernest Lappens had a couple screen freezes there too, so...
Yeah. I don't know how they pulled a lap out during those screen freezes, but they did.
They managed to do it, and we're happy about it.
Did the Corvette overtake the Delta Autosports again?
Jeez. I like how there's a tight battle for 9th. I mean 8th between a LMP2 and a GTE. I don't know why that's going on. Or a GTLM, I mean. That's
It's not a tight battle. Ernest Lappens has 2 laps up on Max Chambers. He's wiping the floor with them.
That poor Delta squad.
I think they just had the worst of luck,
Yeah.
Didn't we speak with one of the Chambers brothers?
Yeah, we did.
We spoke with both, actually.
Oh, wow. The whole Chambers family's here.
Whole family. Yeah, they are. They did have, they just had some issues,
Wow. That's an overshot. Ooh, wow. Are those, I've never played the game. Are those physical obstacles?
They are, but they won't damage the car. But you will push them out of the way. In iRacing, you can damage the car on them.
It seems like it's only $20 on Steam. I might give it a shot.
Or iRacing?
No, don't get iRacing.
No, this one.
Oh, R Factor. You need.
I was going to say, if you think iRacing's £20, you've got nasty surprising going.
R Factor's not expensive. The thing with any game like R Factor is you need the wheel.
Yeah.
Oh no, R Factor is expensive. I've spent about £100 on the game because of the DLC.
That's
And
true, actually. Yeah.
I haven't even got half of the DLC.
I've over the years. See, I've had R Factor since it was in beta, or R Factor 2. So I've slowly acquired the thing, so it doesn't feel that bad.
Thing is, they release so much stuff, and it's all stupid. It's like, yes, I really want a Ferrari GT3 that's just the GTE that's already in the game, but slower.
Yeah.
And yes, I want to pay £5 for that.
Yeah. I always say if you want to get into sim racing, if you want to test the waters, it's like a tough battle between Assetto Corsa and Project Cars 2 to me. And then once you say, yes, I like this, but I want it to be better, then you start looking at this and like Assetto Corsa Competizione.
The thing is, I've been playing a lot of Assetto Corsa recently, actually, just purely because of the mod library.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'd recommend. There's something weird about Assetto Corsa that I can't quite pinpoint.
I've done a few races in Assetto Corsa Online now, like using SRS and the other system that they're working on now that Race Department is promoting. And the thing with Assetto Corsa is the force feedback, first of all, out of the box is weird. It has like this really weird centering, really strong centering spring that you have to. Oh, Gabor Havesi has a penalty. He was leading in LMP2.
I imagine he'll probably still be leading.
Yeah, he's got a
purely
massive
because
gap.
of the-
Yeah. What's gonna say? Yes, you gotta really work.
Talking about the force feedback, I think.
Yeah, you gotta really work at the force feedback. The other thing is, in R Factor 2, you can door bang a bit. We've even seen a lot of that today, a bit of door banging. So it allows for very close, tight racing, especially if you want to drive something like a touring car, or even if you have a big full pack of GT3s. Can't do that in Assetto Corsa. Assetto Corsa, you touch someone, and suddenly you're both on an ice rink with butter skates. It's ridiculous.
Assetto Corsa feels oddly sim-cadey to me. It feels like it was designed more for a general audience than something like R Factor 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't even know if it's that. I think a big part of it is R Factor 2 doesn't get enough credit for its tire physics.
So, hang on. I do apologise for cutting you off, but Zolt has gone purple in Sector 2 on the soft tyres.
We back, baby! We are back, setting fast laps.
Has he set the fastest lap of the race? He has not, but it was a very fast Sector 2.
Jeff Close is still in the car with the fastest lap of the race, although I don't think Jeff Close said it.
What are you saying? Jeff is definitely flying. What are you talking about? He's been blistering.
He's on medium tyres, actually, Jeff, and suffering quite badly from it.
Yeah. Wasn't that because he's in the pace car or the? Sorry.
Well, remember he hit the Funfetti Ferrari when it spun at.
Car, what is that called?
What does the car do that you're just trying to describe?
No, I thought he was in the car that set the fastest lap in the
Yeah.
qualifying.
Yeah, he is. The pole sitter's car.
Pole, that's what it is. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
But I feel like the Assetto Corsa, the RSS mods are really high quality, actually.
Yes. I basically went back just to properly give the RSS mods a go. And the VRC mods are very good too.
The VRC mods are very good. I love driving those cars.
Yeah.
Let me know if any of you get any cut track penalties, because apparently they have not been. They've been coming up for like 7 or 8 cut tracks instead of 24 or 25 as we set them to. So if you do get them, let me know.
Wow, Assetto Corsa Competition, very, very pretty game.
It's awesome.
I think the thing with R Factor 2 is that there's so much of a focus on. I think this goes back to ISI really, rather than Studio 397. There's so much of a focus on it's a simulator. It feels like it was almost built for Formula 1 teams and the kind of massive industrial simulators you get, rather than general use, which is why we have troubles with optimization and the various problems you have with it.
Yeah.
I don't think it was designed for people like us, really.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was a side note after R Factor Pro, basically. It's sort of like the Arma series with their whatever it is that they sell to militaries. I can't remember what it's called, their version.
I feel like R Factor 1 was much the same, actually. R Factor 1 being very much a demo for R Factor Pro.
Yeah.
Small side note. It's interesting that this is like the...
Okay, drivers, we'll come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There's a code 80.
He's not... Chris, can you see that fucking car's trying to snap on them on the straight? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
Oh my god! That was perfect. Chris, can you see that fucking car? It's just snap off the straight. Oh my god!
Which chat is
Someone who's in live stream.
Our fearless leader. Our fearless leader there, everyone.
Please, can someone clip that?
Wow.
Oh man.
Do you think he was talking about the funfetti Ferrari? Garlic was on straights, you know.
Can't you see?
Chris better get on it.
I'm sorry, what were you gonna say, Jose, before that?
It's just funny that it's just interesting, like the kind of commentary you hear. Whereas in a real race, that they're not talking about like the physics. Just because there are different platforms that will affect the gameplay. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Like R Factor handles differently than Assetto Corsa.
Yeah.
A big thing is that basically what R Factor does, and R Factor I think is one of only 2 games that do this. The tires are physical objects whose contact with the road is being modeled off the fact it's actually a physical object with a deformation. Most games have a polling at different points in the wheel. So in Assetto Corsa, there's 5 different points in the wheel that are polling the ground, and then that's how the physics are being updated.
Like if you turn this much, then you do this much tire wear.
Yeah, so it's kind of like that's how it finds out, and then it sends data from those 5 points into a graph, and then that basically that parabolic graph has like a grip, and once you pass over a certain point, grip falls off. And that's how it works.
The idea that they're going for in this game then, because it's a much more practical approach that can be improved on, I think, in a better way than just to do the polling, right?
Yeah, but the issue that came with it, and this is the thing that's really hurt R Factor 2, and it's the reason Assetto Corsa is so prolific, is that it's so easy to make a mod that does what Assetto Corsa does. You can kind of play around testing with different numbers until you get something that drives kind of like what you think the car drives like. In R Factor, it's really hard to actually make head or tails of what you're supposed to do with the physical object system, because you need to know so much about the tire compound, and general modders just don't have access to that kind of information.
So a lot of the extra content has to come from the actual company instead of the community.
Exactly.
I feel like with R Factor 2, a lot of it's actually just there's no Formula 1 mods really that are good, to put it nicely. So it really, there's not many people that go to it because they see that they haven't got Formula 1 cars easily accessible, and the Formula 1 cars that are accessible, if RSS don't mind me saying, are particularly amazing.
I think the other thing is Assetto Corsa models hybrid systems, which is actually really important for modern Formula 1.
For clarification to the viewers, when I say RSS, there's an R Factor 2 Russian RSS, they're not the actual RSS.
Yeah.
So I was talking about the RSS Formula 1 cars in R Factor 2.
Yeah. Which I actually think is a different RSS from the RSS
drivers,
that
we'll
makes
come
the
back
DPI.
to green in 10 seconds.
So there's 3 different modding groups called RSS, because the group that does the RSS DPI...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
There's a different RSS that makes the F1 mod. It's a different RSS to the one in Assetto Corsa. Moral of the story, if you make a mod team, apparently you can just call it RSS and everyone's down with it.
If people just quickly 2 hours 35 minutes and 7 seconds to go on the overlay timer was when the Alex thing happened. Someone wants to clip it.
Yeah.
Do it for me.
Wow. You're gonna really save that memory.
Well, let's do a quick
that
onboard
Monza.
with Malcolm Schneider who's just starting his lap. Let's just let it go. Let's just have a moment to enjoy a lap around Sebring.
Let's curse him.
Whoa.
With our watchful eye. You must drive perfectly now.
Yeah, at night this game is almost indistinguishable.
From the real thing?
Yeah.
I know, it's really good.
It's eerie almost.
Yeah.
Because you see the reflection and you're like, hold on. That's not right.
Yeah.
Sim racing just looks like real life, but with a better camera.
Yeah.
Better camera, worse graphics.
No, I always think with a lot of video games now, for some reason, they try to look better than real life.
You know
It's
what it is for me? I think that they look more glossy in some way.
I think that's probably it as the fun Ferrari is off.
Yeah, what happened there?
They just literally
just couldn't.
just
any
couldn't.
longer.
Just
He
couldn't
took a
any
left.
longer.
Oh my god.
He decided, you know what? I'm gonna make this easier.
But I'm not like tripping. Y'all saw him take a left, right?
I'm just seeing the replay.
We're like having this very aesthetic, this conversation about aesthetics, just enjoying the graphics. You see a car just go.
maybe a tire got popped.
All right, so I've got to go. This time it's probably for good. So I'm going to give the stream
Oh,
controls
I've just
over to
figured
you,
out what
Matt.
happened. He must have got blue flags and decided to just jump out of the way.
Probably. Yes, Matt, if I'm not back before the end of the race, you can see when you take over this, you'll see on the OBS overlay, there's a stop streaming button. You're allowed to press it if the race is over.
What? You're leaving?
I have to go again. I am very sorry.
Who said you could do that?
Oh no!
Don't matter who said I could, it's about who demanded I do.
Okay, 1 second.
Alright. Anyways, you guys all enjoy the
Yes.
rest of this race. It's been great.
Yeah.
Yes, see you either later or tomorrow, I guess, Christian, for farewell.
Yeah.
Hey, how do I get the overlay to show up, though? Because there's no time.
Oh, that's right. I turned it off to be aesthetic. So what you can do, actually, Matt, is you can, if you're watching my cursor, you can actually open up this browser window. It brings up the controls on the right. This one is for timing. This one is for positions. And then this button here is if there's a code 80.
What button's code 80?
This one. It says code 80. It's above timing.
Alright.
Alright, and then when you're done, you just bring it over to the right of the screen. Hopefully it doesn't do that, and hopefully it does that. There you go. Awesome. And you guys have a good one.
Alrighty. Yep,
Alright,
good
man.
one. See you, man.
See ya.
Man.
Christian being a leader of the broadcast project here at the VISC. Does a very good job on the bringing you a fluid stream of the race.
Yeah, continuous. That's always the key.
Who are we on board with right now?
With the Roland Zooks. Although it's not showing up, so give me a second. Figure out how to use this.
If you could somehow sort out my audio levels, I was watching the stream and I was very loud actually.
I'm trying to figure out how to get their car name to show up at the bottom.
Let me double check because I seem to be really loud on the stream. we have got 2 hours and 25 minutes left in the VISC. 12 hours of Sebring. We're so close, but so far. I'd like to remind you that we've still got over the Formula 1 race distance left. This race will be going on until 3 in the morning here in the UK. 19 of you are still watching, which is very impressive numbers for 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
So, I am... Oh, Alex wanted to whisper. Oh, he's bottled it.
Ooh.
Oh dear!
Ooh,
That's
wow,
a nasty
it was
accident for the LMP2.
there
Roland
was a
Zook's
contact there?
There's no contact. I think he might have... Looking at the replay, actually, they were side by side and...
Yeah, it looked like the Mazda barely scratched him.
I think he must have just locked up the rear brakes. Really easy to do in the
Maybe.
LMP2.
Yeah.
Oh no, he just got a bit of snap oversteer and that was him round. It's unusual to see a textbook mistake, which is weird considering they're called textbook for a reason.
Yeah.
So, Zolst is now first. The whole race, essentially, Luca Gray was leading. And now the car of Zolst is in the Mugen Sim Racing car is leading.
Is that in LMP2? Oh.
The DPIs and the 360 Motorsports, Luca Gray is second now. And the gap is 8 seconds,
stops,
but
though, surely.
Maybe. Look here.
8-second gap.
Wow. It could be pit stops.
I think it must be pit stops because...
But Luca Gray's pit stop was 5 laps ago.
It must have been a pit stop because... because of 80 seconds the gap was at normally. Unless there's been a spin. Satoshi in chat, I apologise if I pronounced that now, wrong, saying, oh my god, my car's leading. Really, this we might be able to post this in the R Factor 2 Discord, get some viewers going.
Very possibly.
Are we allowed to do that?
Guess you'd have to ask around.
I know there was a. I seem to remember there being there's a live channel. Are there? I don't know if it's just on boards they're allowed on. Alex keeps pressing his whisper button accidentally, and it's slightly off-putting.
So what year is this Cadillac?
I want to say 2019, but that's a pure guess.
It feels... The headlights feel off for 2019. Let me see. I think I saw 2019 season, and the headlights seemed a little bit more sleek than that. No, you're right. It is 2019.
Yeah, I seem to remember seeing that on the workshop page.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was newer than that, or older than that.
I want to check who got Formula 1 pole. I won't spoil it, don't worry, stream. I just do need to check, because I watched half the qualifying session and I didn't actually see the result. I love it when BBC doesn't actually give you proper standings. It has been an interesting race in the... Oh, that's an interesting... that's quite interesting, actually. That pole sitter. As I said, I won't spoil it, but it is quite interesting, actually. 2 hours and 21 minutes to go in this race. I believe I'll have done 8 hours of commentary by the end of this, or 9 hours. which isn't even a touch on what Christian's done, but I mean, I'm figuring out what there is to talk about. As Matt, I believe you've shown the windows at the bottom.
I know.
Which, that is a lot of multitasking going on.
I don't know. I've never used this before, so I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I was trying to get the car things to show up, but I don't know.
So are you doing this through a remote access to Christian's computer?
Yeah, but I never used till this time, so I'm trying to figure it out.
It's very.
He just
very
left, so I was like,
Trying my best.
Yeah. I tried telling him I couldn't figure it out, but.
Right, remember, you can use the hashtag RF2VISC on Twitter if you want us to read out a message on stream, or you can alternatively just pop it in the YouTube chat, or DM me on Discord. That's how everyone. Which I believe I was 6 when I came up with that username, so please don't.
Please don't come after me.
Yes. I want to get it changed, to be honest. I don't think anyone's had a Star Wars username on the internet since 1995.
Star Wars username?
Yeah, apparently they used to be all the rage back in the 90s. At those ancient times.
Yeah, I don't know how the Windows things show up at the bottom. I'm trying to figure it out. I have to press something or...
I think what's happened is you're not in full screen. You've got window capture on, you're not full screened onto R Factor.
That could be it.
If you focus,
I have no idea.
If you focus on the R Factor window, it should be fine.
As the lights sweep by, it illuminated the crowd, just standing there lifeless. What time would it be?
I just don't know how to get their drivers. They're supposed to have names and stuff at the bottom, you know?
9 at night.
Quarters to 1 in the morning, Kate.
Something about the crowd just sitting there in the dark until the lights illuminate them was just...
I feel like this race has started at a very odd time for the UK. I feel like starting it at 12 a.m. would have been... 12 p.m, sorry.
Did that work?
Oh,
there you go.
What time... Yeah, was it because Christian was over here and he was doing the stream, or...?
I don't know, it just seems like an odd time to start it at 3 in the afternoon.
No, I don't think... I think it was... I think Alex decides when they all start.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like it started at 8 in the morning here in US times.
I understand why like a 6-hour race would start at 3 or even 24 hours. That makes sense, but it just seems odd to have a 12-hour going until 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it's a weird time to end it.
It means that most of the race has been night running as well.
What's that blue and yellow? Is that a DPI or an LMP?
That's an LMP2. It's got a blue number plate.
Number plate, perfect.
I believe DPIs have got black number plates. LMP2 has got blue, and then it's red for the GTE cars. So quite a weird colour scheme, actually.
Yeah, blue and yellow, I like it.
Oh yeah, the blue and yellow car looks quite nice. That's position 3. That isn't the Mugen number 22. Speaking of, the Mugen number 22 have got their own stream going. Not that you should leave them for us. Well, not that you should leave us for them. You should leave them for us.
Ooh!
Oh, that's Jeff Close.
Decided to make a last-minute pit stop.
He's had a torrid time. In that Val number 6.
Remember, he's the one that slammed into the wall after the Funfetti Ferrari decided to park in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a rough race.
Oh, he lost it as well on He lost it on traction, or not traction. He lost it on throttle, and he was entering into the exiting out of sunset. Sorry. I'm watching the Mugen on board, and nothing particularly special seems to be happening actually. Yeah, nothing really special at all. They seem to be very much in no man's land. That's the number 22 car. They're in third position. That is an intense recovery drive. Remember, they had a massive accident on lap 1, and they've managed to come back to third. And they're in LMP2 as well. They're not even a DPI car. Although they are going to come under some pressure. 55 seconds behind is RE Racing number 23. So nothing is over yet. Meanwhile,
I noticed Pascal Eggert had a spin, and now Jeff Close is 8 seconds down the road from him, so catching up.
Gonna be a close finale, that's for sure. Although
my goodness!
Oh,
the leader is off the track over here.
Oh, that's Salt. That's gonna be massive. Is that a 28-second gap to the car behind? How has that happened?
Luca Gray.
He must have had an incident because they had an 87-second lead.
I don't know who he came into with, but it's not good. Roland Zusk is missing a tire.
Oh, that's 7th place. The Mugen number 95.
So that's interesting.
I'm not gonna bother you for a replay, considering this is the first time you've used the software. Except that is totally bothering you for a replay.
You should definitely do it.
No idea how.
Yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. Otherwise, we're going to end up having to restart the stream 7 times. That's just how YouTube seems to work in nowadays. I sincerely hope Christian's got auto start off, auto start and auto end on. Because otherwise we could be in a bit of trouble, actually.
No, I have to stop the stream.
No, that's in OBS, but YouTube has a new feature where it allows people to, say for you've got a 24-hour race, it allows people to stream in stints.
Oh.
And basically you have to end the stream via the YouTube panel. It stops the feed, so there's no live feed, but the stream's still officially going on as a black screen.
I think the feed's still up if I'm...
So if you were to stop the stream now, if auto starts off, then you'd have to go into the YouTube control panel, end the stream. So whilst your feed would stop, there'd still be a stream going.
But it's still going, so do not worry, good sir.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when it ends, we're going to end up with a stream that's 15 hours long, even though only 12 have been.
I don't think he's gonna be gone for dinner that long, right?
I just not want to come back. Who knows?
Oof. Very true. Yeah, he did spend quite a bit of time.
Yeah, he's been on the stream for quite a while.
You too, eh?
Yeah, I started the race.
I had 4 hours in, I believe, and then 4 hours out. And then I'm back now till the end for another 4 hours. Well, it was 4 hours at the time.
Interesting to see two Chevys leading.
Yeah,
I guess Cadillac is more of a GM car, but I guess they both are.
Oh, wow! Soul's having more issues in the lead. 18 seconds that gap now. That's gone down by 10 seconds in a mere 2 laps. Interestingly, Jeff Close is still on the medium tyres. I wonder why he's opted for them. 5th place for Val, which actually isn't too bad of a result for them. Actually, that's 4th place in DPI class. But from the lead on lap 1, they'll feel a little bit disappointed at that. Of course, the track is now dry. No cars apart from the.
There's the 2 leaders in that picture right there: Ernest Lappins and Roland and Pribos Zolst. But in the distance there.
Now, there's actually 2 cars still out on track that have got wet tyres on.
Really?
Yes, the 13th place and 14th place. I wonder why they're down there.
Ooh.
They don't realize.
I wonder, could we get an interview sorted with someone? Because I feel like we need someone's thoughts. I feel like we've asked about everyone in AFP for some interview times. We'll move on. Who's the leader overall? The Mugen Sim Racing number 16?
Yeah.
They've got no one seems to be available. Luke Gray's driving currently. We could get an interview with Nick Newcomb actually. So we've sent a poke his way. Hopefully he replies to that. So 2 hours and 8 minutes left. This is where the final driver swaps will probably be happening. You'll put one guy in until the end of the race if your current driver isn't going till the end already. 3 more stops for the LMP2s. This is when it really gets interesting, because now you start to see the end and you kind of just... You need the second wind almost, because you're already quite groggy and tired. Which, to be fair, which is why with the 2 hours left mark, that's why a lot of people bring new sort of blood in, because they can kind of just be refreshed and get to the end.
Yeah.
And as it's a purple sector 2 for the race leader. 15 seconds that gap now. It was 3 seconds slower on that previous lap to Luca Gray in second place. Luca's on a charge. This might be something to keep an eye on actually, Matt, on the cameras.
Yeah, Luca Gray is 15 seconds back right now of Rebek Zolst.
Zolt has gone purple in sector 2 though, as we mentioned. It's going to be interesting to see what he does. In fact, he was 2 seconds faster than Luca Gray in sector 2 and 2/10 faster in sector 1. So it's going to be interesting as he, looking at my track map now, where is he? Where is he on the track map? This is difficult to find him. He's rounding the final corner now, as we've got Patrick Silvassi has the Chattanooga crosses the line. 151. Hello, Patrick. I guess while you're here, we can do an interview. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, first of all, I'm questioning my existence that I slept 2 hours and my mom is sleeping, so yeah. I don't know, like the weather was really tricky. The whole race I was driving like 25 to like 1.5 minutes to the 360 car whole time. We tried to gain time on the code 80s. And yeah, so I did, I think 5 stints when I was driving. I'm not gonna go back to the car, so Jot is going to finish the race for us. So yeah, I can't believe it that we actually leading the race after like driving second whole race basically. So yeah, hopefully we won't spun out or something, because yeah, we actually, I would say we really need this after Daytona, because we had really have a chance to win in that Daytona, but we didn't won. But now we are really close to win this. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it will be a thing.
Very close though. You're in the pits. Is that a scheduled
Yeah,
pit stop?
yeah, I think it's scheduled.
Okay. I think now is really going to be crunch time for you guys. Best of luck, anyway.
Yeah, thank you guys, and yeah, take care.
User left your
Well,
channel.
good luck. Oh,
So a lot has actually happened during that interview.
yeah.
Luca Gray has been. I mean, my live races.
He's first.
He is
Yeah.
now first, but that's because of a pit stop, a scheduled pit stop from Zolt. As we heard there, Zolt has been going faster. His Sector 1 times are 0.3 up. Sector 2 is up as well, from what I can see. So as we head into lap 292, it's going to be a very, very interesting fight to the end now. 2 hours and 5 minutes left. I'm going to have a quick look at my track map. So Luca Gray is heading through Sector 2, and the second place car of Zolt is heading just onto the Sector 1 split line. So it's going to be quite interesting actually to see what happens here. Obviously 79 seconds in Sector 1. So very slow, but Luca Gray's getting hold up in some traffic now. This is where he really needs to push though, because...
That's Perez there for the GRG. Oh, he's acted on mad, but it's on him.
He's... I mean, yeah, they didn't do anything wrong though, actually, the GT, but now's where he's got to push. If he loses time, then... Well, he's got clear air, basically what I'm trying to say, to push. He's got 12 seconds to make up.
Here's the reason of the yellow flag, is because Eggert here is out of the race.
Desperately disappointing for him after such bad luck and then an amazing recovery drive. Bad luck again, and then an excellent recovery drive, and he's out of the race. It's...
Oh, man. For another reason?
I think he crashed really badly.
Oof.
You have to feel for him. Such a good driver. Just simple mistakes and it's your race over. You're looking at the LMP2 leader. It says third overall, but that's actually impressive in itself.
Yep, he's the LMP2 leader. He's ahead of 2 DPIs right now, Jeff Close and Pascal Eggert. But Eggert looks like he just been crashed out of the race, so...
An LMP2 finishing on the overall podium would be a very impressive feat. 50 seconds behind, though. The gap is 25 seconds across the line for...
If Luca comes into the pits...
The gap on track is 25 seconds according to my live split.
Yeah, it's like 30 seconds, but we'll see if...
Now, this is going to be very, very close indeed. Now, I wonder, does Luca take tyres? He was faster on that last lap, or does he double stint and lose time over the stint, but gain 10 seconds? In fact, no, that's rubbish. Ignore me. This is IMSA, isn't it? So you have simultaneous stops.
Is Ernest Lappin's the leader of the GTE class?
8th overall. Holding off still the LMP2.
I think he just, yeah.
It's mighty from Ernest Lappins. So I'm keeping an eye on that gap still. Luca Gray isn't coming into the pits. So,
Gabo Hervesi is, though. Michael Parker could time to him, because they're on the same lap.
Is that Perez in front of him?
Yes, it is. No, it's Dom Bassell.
Dom is going to have to let Ernest by the rules, obviously, because same class blue flags.
If he follows by them.
Well, he'll have a penalty coming his way if he doesn't.
Oh, wow, Ernest, rude.
He does let him through, but not in the most amazing way.
No, that's...
I feel that Ernest will be going to the end now. For sure. As into the pits comes the 22 Mugen car.
Whoa.
The 22 Mugen is in the pits. That's a scheduled pit stop. And now it's crunch time for Gabriel's spinner.
Don Bassell.
This is actually suddenly really quite enthralling. All of a sudden, everyone's battling.
Gabor Havesi is only 4 seconds off of Parker.
And this is the
Parker
point.
is here on the track, and Havesi is chasing. Let's keep an eye on this as the closest battle right now. We'll see how this goes.
Although it's Gabor's on newer tyres, is he?
I think he is. Yes.
According to the race view, the tyres are both 8 laps old. But
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's true.
Maybe he only got fuel. Maybe he's double stinting tires. Which would be weird to come in 8 laps, though. I don't know. Yeah.
That wouldn't, because this is IMSA with simultaneous pit stop rules. It doesn't make a difference whether you take fuel and tyres or not. It's only with WEC rules that comes into effect. But if I'm to believe the timing screen, then these are both on the same pit stop. But something tells me they're not, as they did have a 56-second gap. There's yellows in Sector 2. They're cleared almost immediately. Is that the that Parker into the pits? I don't think it is, no.
Believe so. Ernest Lappin's in the pits, Militai's in the pits.
They don't make race view easy to easy to read, do they?
No, they do not. Ibrahim Khan now is taking over for Ernest Lappin's.
That'll be him going to the end then.
Is Khan the one who started the race, or?
Ernest started the race and then Khan took over about 4 hours in, I believe. Havesi's still chasing down the car ahead. He is gaining. It's 3.7 seconds the gap now. And yeah, race view's messed up. The timing's different. I'm going to give it a refresh.
Just up the road there is Michael Parker and the DPI. So LMP2 is chasing down a DPI right now.
And I believe they're a pit stop ahead. I believe. I don't know how it's worked out with strategy, but I think they're a pit stop ahead.
There he is. Same frame there.
Yeah.
3 seconds, that gap. 3.6. 664 to be exact.
This is for
Hey, wake up.
pretty serious position and points, so I think it's for podium. I think it's for 3rd place.
It is. For the podium.
Yeah, wow.
It
Jeff
is.
Close in the pits.
It's not a matter of points here, because obviously...
no, it's a trophy. You want it.
Yeah. In fact, I wonder. They'd have
Close
3...
there.
If hypothetically, if it was real life, the DPI, even if it finished 4th, would still get
Yellow
the
in
podium,
Sector
wouldn't it?
2. What happened? Oh, here's what happened. Is Mr. Roland off the track?
Not ideal, to put it lightly. This is where mistakes are creeping in, and this is why you want to. This is why you
the
want the new
fatigue
driver
really
in the
starts
car.
to come in.
Yeah.
You want your new driver in the car because you want that new breath of life in the into the race.
Gray is still leading again, so we'll see if he has to pit and then Zulz jumps him. Well, they'll have to pit again. I don't think they can go all the way. If this traffic here holds up Parker at all, oh, straight away, that's good news for him.
So, if I'm correct, my strategy, there is 1 hour 55 left. which is as I have a poke from Nick Newcomb. There's can't, as he doesn't want to wake his girlfriend.
Obviously passing the Ferrari.
Yep. So they both got him on the straight, so that didn't slow any of them down.
No. Good news for both of them. And for us, if we want to see a good fight
good
for
battle.
third.
Yeah, they won this lap. Oh man, Parker got a 149.9 and Hevesi got a 149.6. They're flying around the track right now. I think they're the fastest guys in the track at the moment.
Yeah.
I am intrigued though as to how this tyre strategy is working out.
Yeah, because there
was a 56-second. Okay, I need to ask someone this.
I'm gonna go on board here with Hevesi as he chases Parker down because that's them that's him right in front there with all this traffic to go through. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Glad I saw them. Oh, can't speak yet. Whoa!
Oh, we went wide.
What was that?
That was Parker.
Ooh,
and he's gone wide.
He's podium position.
Wow. Wow, one small mistake passing the.
My God! Now all Hevesi has to do is just try to get by this. Oh man!
Oh man!
Is Parker right on top of him again?
It's the Fanfetti Ferrari, man.
Here we go. This is the battle. This is the battle
really
to look
is.
at right now.
Hello, Ernest.
Yo.
Doing a great job, buddy.
You did an excellent job, Ernest.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting past the GT cars.
A lot of driving and a lot of incidents, but you've managed to come out of it scot-free, so very well done.
Yeah, I had the screen freeze, and the DPIs, all of them are. Well, I won't say the word, but you can understand what I'm trying to say here.
Yes, I think you don't need to say the word. I think I can.
Yes.
Off in sector 2.
User left your channel.
Oh, I was actually about to ask him a question.
Oh well.
Ibrahim. That's why I'm. Oh, it's Don Bissell. I thought it was Ibrahim for a second. It was off, but. So.
Looks like.
And.
Wow.
Do you think he can come back, or do you think that's it? Third place has been stolen.
Well, look, Tom's been talking about his tire strategy, which is questionable. So.
I'm speaking to Rob Gibson through Poke, and he says he's not sure. He says it's a different class, which says to me they're not really too concerned about the podium position.
Okay. Man, that fight didn't look like they weren't concerned.
I'd be concerned about any position. That's Oh, but Hevesi, look at that! Hevesi just went off the track.
Missed it.
Parker got it back. Oh
my
goodness!
God.
Don't care. Yeah, sure.
My God. This is
that's exciting.
Entertaining. Man.
Thing is, this is the stage in the race where it's not like you've got 12 hours to go. This is the stage in the race where really you can actually fight.
Yes.
This is the kind of stage in the race where
Well, we know Hevesi has the speed, so how many seconds does he need to make up now? Because of that 4 seconds. Oh.
This is where all of a sudden you don't blame someone for going around the outside at sunset.
See how this is gonna go.
Yellow in sector 3.
No, it's always like trying to fly through people on my other view to see but it's usually just people sliding off the track. Like, oh! Ibrahim Khan!
Oh no!
Oh my.
If AFP lose this after being 3 laps up, they've got
I think Ernest might shed real tears. Hevesi now is really trying to make up for what he's done to himself because he's got down another second to 3.
I think we're in an interesting position here where the LMP2 is going to be outward and say, yes, we want the 3rd place, we care about the position. Whereas the DPI is going to be like,
I need points.
Yeah, I think the DPI is going to be saying, well, I mean, we do care, but it's not like it's actually going to make a difference to us. You know, I don't think it really cares to them as much, the sort of bragging rights that we beat the upper class car. As a 360 Motorsports is in the pits, this is now crunch time.
Yeah, Luca Gray's pit. Alright, let's go to Zolst here.
He's going down
on the back straight. There is a yellow flag in sector 2. Do not care about it right now. It was Ibrahim Khan went off the track again. Just a heads up. That's what that was.
As you remember, as we were saying,
Again?
the way the strategies worked here is Zolst
is going to get him.
Zolst. He was going to get him because he was a pit stop ahead anyway. He had a 12-second buffer, and that's what I'm more concerned about. So they went into the pit stop phase with a 12-second buffer, and that is perfect.
Ooh.
Luca Gray got him! 360 Motorsport car. They've made up the 12 seconds, and now they can fight properly.
Oh my
God.
Who's that in the Ferrari?
Who cares? This is it's Zolt versus Gray. This is serious battle right now. This is the fight for the lead.
The overall lead, let alone the class lead.
Yeah, this is the lead for everybody.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We'll just keep on board with Zolt. Are you guys okay with that? To see him, see if we can get Gray?
Of course. If they do start battling properly, it would be nice to see the overall shot so we can see the car positioning.
Yeah.
I don't think if Zolt was... if Zolt was clever, I don't think he would actually pass at this point.
Live in that slipstream?
Yeah, exactly, because he's on the older tyres by quite a bit.
You can only be in dirty air for so long though before you got to start helping yourself out because of overheating issues and everything.
Exactly, but the trouble he's got is he's got older tyres, so if he can just stay in the slipstream, there's no point getting ahead and losing time for both of you. Just kind of stay in the slipstream and just say, we'll fight him in an hour. Really. But it is mighty close. 2/10 the gap through the last split. And wow, it's going to be an intense battle for the next hour and 47 minutes. It's going to be another one that comes down to the pit stops. And the thing is, Luca Gray has committed to the overcut strategy.
And it was brilliant.
And the thing is, oh dear. Oh, he's hit the wall!
Oh man.
And
RV Racing are in the pits, so I was correct.
Havesi, Parker just went to the pits, so Havesi's now third.
I was correct about the overcut. Overcut.
So I wonder if Parker's doing this so that he can cut Havesi off later.
If I'm
but Havesi pit, didn't he?
Yes, yeah.
I think it's a game over then for Parker.
Yeah, I think what's happened is the DPR fuel tank lasts longer than the LMP2 fuel tank. I'm not too sure though. I think it must. It must do. Yellow in sector 3 again. Thing is, Zolt.
I'm not trying to ignore cautions. I'm just more like this is the fight for the lead right now. So very.
I think though with 1.8 seconds of a gap and having that 360 car on newer tyres, I think.
Oh, he went wide again.
Luca Gray's definitely in the better position. Zolt's just overdriving.
Oh my goodness! God. He's doing a Bottas.
He is. Zolt's overdriving. He's overcompensating. He
needs to be calm.
His pace has been fine. He needs to just keep driving at
There's still an hour and 46 minutes.
This is the part of the race where, whilst you can start battling properly, and you can start getting your elbows out a bit more rather than conceding every position just for the safety. You do also have to remember that you have got a long way to go. We're still Formula 1 race distance. Because that's the race leader! In the wall!
What? Oh my god.
Mugen have...
What is happening?
Mutant in a 1-3 position after all of their troubles.
Now Luca Gray's gotta chase up the. He's gotta chase Zolt now.
My God.
He's got the newer tires, but he's also got the damage.
He's just. How hard did he hit the wall? It looked. Oh, we're on board with him. Let's see how it looks.
Remember, Zolt has an accident himself earlier on.
No.
Yeah.
That is the closest gap, and it's the gap to the lead.
Mega, indeed.
All right, these guys are both feeling the pressure. So let's see how this goes. They're gonna have to. They're coming up again on traffic, so they'll have to go through that again. So this will be interesting to see how they handle the traffic as well as the battle.
Yeah.
Traffic can really give you, can win you or lose you the race at this stage.
There's a yellow in sector 3. I'm worried that it's on the sunset. You know, it's always the worry.
Oh my goodness!
What
mate.
was that?
That was a very adventurous move from Zoltan. Oh no! Understeering, just keeping out the wall. The 360's giving chase.
I'm coming for you. He's telling Lappins to get out of the way because they're coming through. I think it's Ibrahim Khan, but this is the battle.
Oh my God!
It is on.
It's so close. Let me check one. Is that the AFP, the leader?
Oh my god!
That was so
The braking is so heavy. As Ibrahim, it might have been Ibrahim. I don't know, but I'm sorry if you're having something happen on the track right now. It's not as important as the lead for the race.
Yes, GT cars. No one cares about you. Anyway.
Yeah, they're cute. Just get tons of angry messages.
Yeah.
Oh man, Luca Gray and Zolt are having a great battle right
drivers.
now. This is excellent racing between the two of them.
Yeah.
They both felt the pressure. They both did mistakes, and now they look like they're both getting it together. You know what I mean?
You say as Luca Gray gets oversteering always loses it.
Somebody knock on wood.
I don't actually have a wooden desk next to me. But well, I don't actually think it's wood. I think it's one of those weird, like, plastic
Formica
things.
almost.
One of those weird plastic things you get from IKEA that's not actually wood.
Yeah,
like,
kind of laminated cardboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a couple of those pieces. Shelves and whatnot.
So we have Prevex Zolt in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16 and Luca Gray in the 360 Motorsports number 36 battling now for the lead after racing for almost 11 hours. They are neck and neck for the lead right now. Coming now to start the lap into the first corner, so this should be, let's see how this goes.
303. Lap 304, sorry. The thing is, I love this camera angle because you can just see how bumpy it is.
Yeah. And the middle sector is really,
you can see why everyone's spinning, just because how much that car's going to get unsettled by the bumps. Really.
I know, it just jumps around the whole time.
Yeah, and
you're going to need some really soft springs to... I imagine you'd run soft springs. Please correct me if that's not what you do.
Yeah, you could stiffen them too sometimes, but that makes it harder when you bump. You want to soften stuff, yeah. Oh.
I would have thought you'd want hard springs because you want them to bounce back quick. A soft spring will have your car kind of bouncing around, won't it?
Oh wow. Leader gets held up a little bit here.
I don't know, I always purposely sign drivers that have got good setup work so that I don't have to do anything. I love how Luca is clearly getting frustrated at all of these GT drivers.
I know, he's trying to wear out his headlight button.
That they're doing nothing wrong, but he's just like, get out of my way.
He's feeling the stress. The sprint race is on now for the end of the... And they both have their pits, but they have to pit again. But if they're this close to each other, it's going to be really interesting.
It'll be two more stops actually.
Maybe. Right. That's always.
If I guess the fuel tank lasts about 40 to 45 minutes. So,
do you think they could run it in lean though?
No, I don't.
How close it is, it's I don't know.
There's no real point. I think you just want to do what the guy ahead of you does. Really.
Yeah.
There's no point taking risks when he's in touching distance.
Yeah.
Oh, that yellow flag is for Ibrahim Khan. He spun the car again.
Again, man.
Yeah, he spun it on the sunset.
Why do I get the feeling that Ernest is going to be back in that car in 10 minutes?
Well, because the gap now from... Well, it's 2 laps. Still 2 laps up on the next G. I think that's why they put him in, to give him the chance to... oh my goodness, and he's crashed.
Is it bad?
Still going. No, he's just hit the wall a little bit. He's still going. I'm sorry, I just feel like this... We're really here to see now. Yes, the Funfetti Ferrari doing its job and helping us have drama.
Really all it's done. This race.
I know, they've had bad luck.
Poor guys.
I don't know what that's all about. There's Sector 3.
Man. Oh, this is close.
Yeah, he's getting real close now. He's got to get that slipstream.
Yep.
It could be into the setup too, or it depends on the setup they're running, because it looks like Zolt is running a setup better for straights, and Lucas is running a setup better for the technical sectors. So,
if I'm being honest, actually, I was in a very similar position to this when we did Red Bull Ring, and
it's like Luca was really trying to find a pocket there.
I said to Anthony, "What's going on with Ibrahim?" And he said he's on drugs and just testing his limits.
Oh man.
He's just going for
it. There's only so much caffeine and Adderall can do.
Oh, Gray is getting closer and closer every time they get around.
Yeah, it really is.
I know I said this is when you really want to copy what the guy ahead does, but I take that back. If I was Bolt, I would run in lane now, and I just defend. When you're ahead,
once he if he gets by me, then put it back into Rich, and
I did this in Red Bull Ring for VSRA. I had a 2-second gap to the guy behind. I could have easily extended it to sort of to 5 to 10 seconds if I wanted to, but I just kind of sat back and just kind of managed that gap and just soaked up the pressure, and it keeps you on your toes and it stops you making mistakes and kind of it kind of stops you making mistakes, but also you kind of get to deceive the car behind because they start to get more desperate.
Ibrahim's in the pits, so this is the... We'll see. Okay. Oh my god.
Oh, the Mugen car is about to ruin the Mugen car's race.
Oh, we got him!
Oh, man.
That was an excellent move from the 360 Motorsports.
Very
number
well.
36.
Getting an assist from the Mugen car.
Very well done
Against
by
his own teammate.
This is where Zolt puts it into Rich and goes for it.
Yep.
He knows now, and if his team strategist will be on the radio telling him that he's got, he's committed to the undercut strategy here, so he just needs to stay with Luca Gray, really.
Yeah, just keep with him.
They know that the overcut worked against them last time, so they now need to know they need to push when they do pit.
Hey, Ibrahim stayed out. He must have just had a regular pit stop. They didn't kick him out.
Well, Anthony Nippon in Discord GM seems very, very confident.
That's good news.
It's like the LMP finally claimed 8th.
Yep, Max Chambers has finally conquered the mighty team
Corvette
of Ibrahim Khan and Ernest Laffins. You can see Luca Gray just flashing everybody up there because he's trying to get away. Oh, he went deep! He went deep!
And this is going to be the move. Zolt.
Oh, terrible!
He is through. Now you've got to get past the GT. This is where the GT traffic really comes into play. When you're a prototype driver, you've got to just accept that sometimes GT traffic is going to lose you time, sometimes it's going to lose you positions, but you've got to get you've then got to just stay behind and just accept that that's going to happen to them as well.
I honestly did not expect a battle for first like this.
But if you're Mugen, you're going into that. You're going into the core of that GT car, and you're going, what are you doing? Get out of the way.
Yeah, that's bad. That was bad.
Yeah.
Because if I'm being honest, I don't care if you're a lower class car and you're not in the same race. If your teammate is coming to lap you in a faster car, you get out the way.
Oh. Yeah. Especially when it's a battle for first.
Exactly.
This is yeah.
For the first of the overall race that we've just been spending 11 hours watching. You're not going to block it at this moment.
That Mugen car's third, and easily third. You get out the way of your teammate.
Yeah, he's going to get a scolding.
I know by the rules it's not his fault, but I mean, it's common sense really, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, their teammates.
It's their teammates.
Ooh, that's close.
You always get out of the way. Like a 24 spot, if your teammate's passing you, you kind of just move out of the way and then flick lights at each other as they pass. You know, as the faster teammate, like the faster class passes you, just have fun. But you don't block them. You don't block. You know, actually, do you know what I did? I did blow up some faster LMP2s while I was in the GT for my teammate to catch up to them, and it helped him out.
Exactly. It's just
I just took a chicane like an idiot, you know, and I just cut the chicane like an idiot, and I blocked the whole chicane for a quick second, and there was some anger, but hey, my guy got cut up, so.
I mean, it's you can sort of get away with those dirty little
strategy.
tricks.
Yeah.
It's not cheating. It's just little tricks. My best example is it's like in football when a defender will, you know, he'll leave in he'll just leave an ankle trailing slightly on the on an attacker early in a game, or just, you know, give him little niggles just to kind of unsettle him. It's not necessarily cheating, but it's just little things that you can do.
Yeah, and it was like only for a second, but that little second is everything they need to just let him get a corner right, catch up a little bit, and then he's past you.
Especially if you're not fighting for anything as well.
I guess it's kind of like opening up windows for your guy.
Oh, these guys are really pushing the limit here. They're flying. Like if you look at their lap times too, they're flying.
It's not like you're it's not like when it comes to this kind of thing. It's not like you're holding up the guy amazingly. You're just holding him up just enough so that you're not necessarily blocking him to the point that you're just kind of just owning the corner a little bit, so you don't go for the dive bomb.
Sector one.
And when he did that,
oh my goodness! Where's Luca Gray? Luca Gray's right here. Yeah, Luca Gray just crashed.
Oh no!
All of a sudden I was like, wait a minute, because I got a sector 1 thing, and I was like, where'd Luca Gray go? Crap! Oh, he's off there. Come on, son. Keep calm.
This is interesting. Luca Gray will feel like he's throwing the race away.
It's and you got an hour and 32 minutes. You do it.
Is it actually 3/10 to the next car, or is it that's outdated, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's for some reason the first 2 aren't updating, so I just keep refreshing to see, but it looks like it's
10 seconds.
Seconds, yeah.
Well, I'd like to remind you that was the gap on the last pit stop. Now, I'm actually beginning to think perhaps they could stretch out to 1 stop. I'll have to see.
I think they might be able to. I think that they have some smarts about them. They can.
But yeah, like you were saying, that's exactly what the Mugen GT car ended up doing for Luca. He opened a window against his own teammate.
Yeah, exactly. I want to open that window, but like.
But luckily for him, their boy is still in first. But yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Needless to say, Zolt can breathe a little bit easy now. This is when you kind of want to be lifting and coasting into a couple of the corners, just not necessarily going hammer and tongue now. He can look after his tyres, and he can just kind of sit back a little bit.
Yeah.
Luca's got to push though. Luca's got to.
Oh yeah, he has no choice.
As fast as he physically can for an hour and a half. Personally, I'd prefer to be the chasing car.
Yeah, because something about it's harder being the leading car. You don't have anybody to there's nobody to pressure. You're just trying to get everything cornered, but when you're chasing somebody, you can race so much better than you just driving around by yourself.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But the thing is, when you're in a position like this, it's so easy to make stupid decisions. I once again bring up the Red Bull thing. Just little things like going from moves on GT cars that you wouldn't normally go on that can end quite badly. You know, a lot of people go for, I mean, I didn't. But even though, according to the race director, it wasn't my fault.
Ibrahim Khan is crashed. Oh god, I'm trying to find him. And he now is in the pits.
Yeah, even though according to the race officials, that wasn't particularly my fault. It was still a bit of a stupid move, but when you're under pressure, you make these split decisions that you wouldn't normally make. And they can end badly.
Yeah.
And I feel like for Zolt though, he's in quite a nice position. He doesn't have to really push the car too much. He can kind of look after it.
I can't tell if he's pushing or not because the gap is growing.
But that's the thing.
Between first and second.
When you're in first, there is less pressure on you, so you can end up fuel saving, but also gaining, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Just because you feel less pressure and you can... It doesn't take much to fuel save, it just means kind of, short shifting slightly out of corners, braking...
We'll go on board here with Luca Gray as he starts a lap of the track just to see how hard he's trying to push here to catch back up, because he went pretty quick, but...
He's got to drive around damage as well, remember. The car must be pretty battered after 2 incidents this stint, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, Salt 149.5, Gray at 151.0.
Yeah, not good.
I mean, Salt knows that the overcut is what Mugen, is what 360 will be trying to do. It's just about stopping that happening. And Gray knows he's going to try the overcut. And I feel like it is going to be those laps where he is in the lead, going for the overcut strategy. That's where Gray's going to push like hell.
Yeah, I know. That 11 seconds, though, that's... Yeah, that comes into play.
If the fuel does mean that they... 1 hour, 20 minutes, really, you can... because the thing with it, I know with LMP2 fuel tanks, you can push them 40 minutes, really. Maybe 45 minutes on particular tracks. But with... I don't know about DPI cars. I'll have to check the fuel tank. But I believe it's similar. I could not see you pushing... If you were to pit in 7 minutes time, like you logically would if we divide 12 hours by 40, that's all that GT car. If we were to, divide 12 hours by 40, you have a stint every 40 minutes. I don't see how at 1 hour 20 you'd be able to make the fuel tank last basically double its normal length. So maybe it is 2 stops left.
Oh
Jeff
my!
Oh dear!
Close.
That was very intelligent from Jeff there.
Yeah. He was like, that was smart of him to just hold
Stop. Yeah.
Let the guy go on 100 miles an hour, make the decision.
That was kudos to Jeff though. Actually, that was really
good move.
Good driving.
That Max Chambers all over him here.
Maybe not good driving to get into the position, but certainly good driving to make the best of it. But it's still 12-ish seconds for that to first place. 49.0, 50.1.
Hold on.
It's really Salt's day. Okay. He's coming into his own here.
Oh.
Oh.
I mean, in fact, it would be wise for Zolt to start fuel saving and things like that now. Just to see how long he can make the fuel tank last. Because if he knows the guy behind is going to go for an overcut and how powerful said overcut is, now's when you want to fuel save to kind of stop the overcut. But realistically, you want to be the one who dictates when the guy behind or ahead stops. If you know what I mean. Gonna have a quick look at the live stream chat. Okay, so thank you, people in chat. DPI fuel is similar to LMP2, so just as we thought. So someone's given me calculations to do. So the Cadillac is 65 litres with 3 litres a lap. Which, if I get my amazing phone calculator out, that's 65 divided by 3. So that's 21 laps on a tank of fuel for the Cadillac. As are both these cars Cadillacs? I believe they I don't know. We'll just say they are, for example sake. That's 21 laps you can do, and then 21 times. Delta Autosport's about to inherit 7th, by the way.
Oh yeah, everyone's about to get Pascal. You're past.
So 21 laps times, for ease of sake, we'll say 1.9 minutes. That is about 40 minutes the fuel tank lasts, approximately, for DPIs. So,
the leader is in the pits.
The leader comes into the pits, so...
And here comes Luca Gray around to become leader.
And even more importantly, it is going to require fuel saving for the DPI, for the Mugen Sim Racing car. Because if they pit in 40 minutes time, that's going to be 43 minutes to go. They're going to have to save 3 minutes of fuel. That's 2 laps. Roughly.
They could do it.
Oh, you can do it?
Do you want to do it?
It's not easy when you're trying to... I hate to keep bringing up the race, but it is very similar, this battle. When I was in the Red Bull Ring, I had to make the fuel tank last for 43 minutes, and I was basically... I wasn't chasing. I was defending, and it was really difficult. Sorry, I was chasing after the last stop, and the only reason I did it was because the guys ahead had messed up on their tyre strategy.
Hold on, I wasn't paying attention. How did Luca gain
a pit stop? Pit because he needs to. So we're just trying to figure out if they actually could go the whole way, without
on the next pit stop.
They definitely will have to stop again. I think that's a definite. You can't make the fuel tank last double its normal length. I think that's pretty much a given. I mean, perhaps if you were going Road 1 the entire time, you could make it last 50 minutes. I'd have to test the car to find out. But any more than that, if I was the race director, I would give Luca Gray a warning for the use of the headlights. It's annoying for everyone, I think.
Best of use of headlights, yeah, it's pretty.
I hate it when someone flashes their headlights from 10 miles away.
I also just don't care about them. I'm racing, I'm like, that's your fault. You're behind me. You figure it out.
But yeah, I can see that you're behind me. I've got blue flags on my screen.
I can see your headlights, literally.
Yeah. You don't need to announce your presence to the world. I mean, I'm sure there's been cases where I've flashed quite aggressively. Also, well done, stream. You've got the soundbite now. But from an outside looking at it, is very, very annoying.
Yeah. I understand it to a degree. They're coming up pretty fast behind them, and the Pinata has caused its fair share of havoc this time around.
Malcolm Scheider says, me too. I can only assume he's talking about the headlights. 21 people watching the stream, watching this
That's
really
awesome.
exciting battle. 30 seconds the gap. Going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting.
Definitely.
There'll be one more stop for Luca, for Bolt, and 2 more stops for Luca Gray. So, I mean, the next hour and 20 minutes is going to be extremely exciting.
This is Zooks here on, I believe that's Bessie, who's 3rd, and Zooks is 6th.
He's 4 laps behind. Oh.
But he's quick, so he's trying to just... Oh, and...
Of course, that is an LMP2.
He died to the pits, yeah.
We can, remember, we can ignore the fact that the RE will be ahead, just purely because of the fact that it pits a lot later. And that's another thing to mention, actually. We know that the number 16 is going to be on...
wow.
It's going to have one more stop, but you don't know what the way the fuel tanks are lined because of the wet running and stuff.
Zolt is really closing the gap.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Unless that's through GT traffic alone, it is very easy to lose a couple seconds through GT traffic. And obviously, he'll have to come up against that GT traffic himself.
Oh, wait,
Hello in sector
we had a
3.
yellow.
As in fact, Michael Parker in the RE Racing sets a purple sector 3 and a green sector 1. 149 his lap.
Is he going to be pitting soon?
He will be pitting in about 10 minutes, I believe. Whether they'll be able to make it to the end on one stop, I think it'll depend. I doubt you could make the tank last for an hour, but I've seen less adventurous things happen.
Yeah, it seems like Zolt is catching up.
I think
He is
Luca Gray's
gaining. He got
damage,
he got a second now on him.
Yeah.
It's 20. He's 24 seconds behind, which is pretty well. Oh, Luca Gray spins it and into the tire barrier.
Oh man.
He's lucky to keep his rear wing. That is lucky from Luca Gray.
Yeah, he is really lucky. Let's see where Zolst is now. Zolst is on the start finish straight, so he closed that gap a lot.
Oh my! I really jinxed the poor guy.
That's the commentator's curse.
It really
They've
is.
lost the race. That's certain. But
maybe
they're lucky to not have lost 3rd. In fact, never mind. That's 7 laps behind. No. I think it really depends. I mean,
positive.
Zolt was 2 seconds faster.
Pretty bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know,
unless he crashes, I don't think there's going to be much debate here as to who's going to win the race now.
Yeah.
Luca will be pitting.
Zolst is passing the Mugen car again. Let's see if they try to hold him up. I think that's Jeff Close here, who's all over the back of Zolst. Sorry.
That Mugen car.
Oh! Wow, that's very
Getting
close.
Get out of the way. Get out. There. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, and then block Jeff.
Don't block Jeff, but get out of the way of your teammate. Just don't be stupid.
Jeff was getting a lot of time there, though, on Zolt. I don't know what that's about.
Jesus.
Maybe this...
is there something wrong with Luca's car?
Yeah, there will be. He's had 3 accidents this stint, so
Yeah,
he'll have a bit wrong with it.
Yeah,
I reckon he'll pit this lap, as he does go into the pits this lap. This is...
Okay, so he's in the pit, and here comes Zolt flying down the back straightaway. So this is for the lead of the race, and this probably will be it.
Yeah,
I think it's not going to be...
I think it's no contest. I think Zolt's taking it.
Mm-hmm.
Zolt's going to take the lead as we expected. That was
And
expected
it's his
anyway.
And now it's his race to lose.
Gap. If he's got a sizable gap, which it looks like he will as the car's still stationary,
Luca Gray is still.
This is where it's crucial for Zolt, because if he can get a 40-50 second gap, which it looks like he's very much going to.
Yep, looks like he's getting it.
Then
Luca Gray is away, by the way. Luca Gray just left the pits already, so
this is going to mean that Zolt. You're going to look at what the gap is, but Zolt has very much got room to play with now. This is where he can just stop pushing. All he has to do now is just
drive.
Yeah, you can really relax.
Oh, Sector 1, yellow. I don't know what that is, but we'll try to find out.
Sector 2.
Maybe they... it's, one of the Ferraris there. Pull out the track just a little bit.
It's,
nothing too serious.
10-second gap between...
That's not updated after the pit stops.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
No, it's actually, if I look at the timing screen, I can't quite see because race view's useless.
45 seconds, something like that.
It probably is something along those lines. It'll take a lap or two to
34.
update.
34 seconds, that's pretty sizable.
I don't know if that's accurate still, though.
Got to refresh race view here because it's messing up. If it is 34 seconds, then the Zolt can just relax now. There's no need to fight.
There's no way Gray can... Yeah.
He can pull it back if he pushes, but this is where Zolt needs to fuel save a little bit. Just save a bit of fuel. Because, I mean, they mentioned this on the one commentary, and it's exactly true. If you can save fuel throughout a stint, that's less fuel you need to top up on a pit stop. Therefore, a shorter pit stop. So even if you don't need to save fuel. Saving fuel can be beneficial because it can gain you seconds in a pit stop. Is that 35 seconds the gap?
Yep.
Yep.
It's a massive gap. It really is.
Oh wow, and it's growing quickly.
This is where Zolt's coming into his own here. That means
and just so you all know, this is where Luca Gray is.
Oh no.
First corner again.
That's why it's growing.
Is that another?
Oh! God, he swiped him! And now he's crashed! Oh my goodness! Luca Gray. Oh no! What is this return?
What
are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, that's going to be a hefty penalty as well.
Yeah, that's no good. He took out 2 cars out of there.
That's the Mugen car fighting for an overall podium as well.
What a terrible way to lose the race.
Why would you fight for the lead for the last hour and then do that? Okay, to be fair, I'm going to be completely fair on Luca Gray here. When you're on a single screen monitor, the way that the display works, it can be very easy to not see someone coming to your left hand side. Just because there's for some reason there's a massive.
The gap now is 57 seconds.
Yeah, there's a massive pillar on the side of the screen, so you can't see anything there. So it's his fault, but I can understand why you'd make that mistake.
That just sucks. Feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, really do.
But that's when you need your team to be telling you that's when you need your team to be telling you stuff over the radio. Really.
I mean, there might not even be a steward, so he might be safe.
No, Alex has gone into his channel immediately to probably shout at him. But yeah, that's when you need your teammates to be kind of spotting you and telling you, yeah, you're clear.
That's a minute gap.
Race 1 for Mugen.
He just hit that wall there, that tire wall. Yeah. What has he been mad about? Okay. I feel like Luca Gray is going to unravel here. It's feeling like that, isn't it?
He's lost the race, and he's got Alex simply shouting at him over the radio. So,
man, what a way to end the race.
I mean, they could have done this with 20 minutes ago, so we don't have another hour of just nothing.
Oh wow. We'll jump to Zooks here. Is missing his rear wing.
Oh, well, that's going to be code 80. No, Alex won't code 80 that. There's no point code 80ing something that happens on the penultimate corner. Plus, if he does code 80 it, then that would give RE Racing a free pit stop potentially, which would help with the overall win.
Yeah.
And
be able to relax about that podium.
See, though, because Zolt was making mistakes before, so you never know if he...
Okay, so the incident between 360 Motorsports 36 and Mugen Sim Racing 22, stop and hold penalty for 30 seconds. For
Luca Gray.
360 Motorsports 36, that's the Luca Gray's car.
That's too bad for Luca Gray.
That's, if the race wasn't over for them already, the race is very much over for them now.
There's a yellow in Sector 3. I'm trying to figure out why. It looks like somebody may have just spun around a little bit. Nothing too bad.
I wouldn't be surprised if they driver swap on the next pit stop, actually.
4th place, Zoltan Braconi is in the pits.
Luca's clearly unravelling quite a bit. He's having so many incidents. I wouldn't be surprised